My girlfriend swindled all my money, but I'm actually very happy. Because when I ran away from home, I received a cash reward of 1 billion. The system requires me to spend it all in one day, or else I'm done for. Before I could think it through, a text message arrived on my phone. The balance shown was 1 billion and 3.5. I rubbed my eyes, counted 2 or 3 times, confirmed there was no decimal point, and was extremely shocked. So I immediately deleted my ex-girlfriend, fired my boss, and went to the convenience store to buy a cigarette. The boss was stunned on the spot. Yesterday I had a craving for a smoke, and he even gave me one. Today, I directly bought a whole pack without a word. I didn't explain much, just took out a pack from the carton and threw it over. As the first step of spending, I planned to buy a villa. I first stopped a taxi by the roadside. After getting into the car, I threw a pack of Manhwa to the driver, and after that, I made an extra $500. When the driver heard the payment success sound, he was overjoyed. After all, it's only a little over $100 from here to the Gulf Villa area, but this trip was 3 or 4 times the fare. Soon, I arrived at a villa area, but unexpectedly, I was stopped by a security guard as soon as I entered. The security guard scolded and told me to stop. This is a residential area for the wealthy. No entry without an invitation. Without saying a word, I went straight to the point and said I'm here to buy a villa. I suggest you don't waste my time, because delaying my spending will make me very unhappy. The security guard was dumbfounded. I've only heard of delaying someone from making money, but it's the first time I've heard of delaying someone from spending money. Before he could start cursing, I grabbed him and showed him the payment text I had just received. You punk, take a good look and count how much money is on here. The security guard glanced at the payment message and froze in place. But soon he came to his senses and chuckled. You almost had me fooled, you rascal. Why don't you set up an Alipay notification for 50 million yuan received? Take advantage while our captain isn't here yet. Get lost. I involuntarily took a sharp breath at his words. I didn't expect the security guard to be so tough. It seems I really can't do anything to him. Just then, a luxury car pulled up and stopped at the gate, waiting for the security guard to let it through. The security guard hadn't reacted yet. A voice that brought back memories came from the car. I looked over suddenly. It was none other than my ex-girlfriend who had completely deceived me. I was unusually calm now. After all, the 1 billion in my bank account gave me a lot of confidence. Wang Yinghong in the car said coldly, "It's really you." I never thought Hu Chun would come begging in the villa area. I chuckled at his words. I'm here to buy a villa. Not begging, speak nicely to me. The woman couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then turning to the young man next to him, he said, June, did you hear that? That useless ex-boyfriend of hers actually said he came to buy a villa. The young man smirked and said, what a coincidence, we're also here to buy a villa. Why don't we go together to buy one? I readily agreed, got into the car, and was just wondering how to get into the Gulf Villa, when this guy seemed half asleep, coming to deliver a pillow. Wang Yinghong said disapprovingly, you really dare to get in the car. Aren't you afraid we'll make fun of you later? With $1 billion in my bank account, I don't care about these things. Feeling the car, it's not bad. It must cost tens of millions. The young man's brow instantly furrowed, feeling like he was being mocked and belittled. After all, the car's factory price is only over $1 million, so he immediately retorted, don't worry about how much my car costs. Anyway, you poor boy definitely can't afford it. I smiled and said, you're right, I really don't fancy a car worth tens of millions. Wang Yinghong chuckled again and said, Hu Chen, I never knew you were so good at bragging. Now you're really overdoing it. Suddenly, I smirked and said, of course you wouldn't know. Isn't your approach to me just to covet my body? Now you're tired of playing and want to kick me out. That's heartless enough. The young man driving the car immediately got angry, and in an instant, an urgent killing intent arose. Shen Shang, what's going on? Wang Yinghong, didn't you say you were still a virgin? I raised a strange smile at the corner of my mouth. It's good to let you feel today what I once felt, having nothing at all. Before Wang Yinghong could explain, the young man hurriedly went to the back and pulled him out of the car. Then he angrily cursed, get lost, and I never want to see you again. After all, even such a poor guy can play with a woman for 2.5 years. Do you think I'm a rag collector? I instantly felt annoyed when I heard this. Whether he takes over or not is none of my business, but I don't like being called a poor guy. The young man got angry and didn't care. I'll just curse you as a poor guy, so what? I immediately praised you for daring to call me a poor guy. Let's go to the villa area in the bay and buy a villa now. Anyone who doesn't buy a villa is a beast. I, Wang Yinghong, still unwilling to give up, angrily rushed up and wanted to slap me. Without saying a word, I pushed him down, then kicked him a few times on the ground and left gracefully. Soon, the young man and I arrived at the entrance of the villa. I had already learned that the young man's name was Lee Sung-jun from before. He was already standing there waiting for me, shouting "poor bastard" in his mouth. "Hurry up, give yourself a chance to perform, go and buy the villa first." Without saying a word, I went in and said to the salesperson, "I'm here to buy a villa. Show me the most expensive one." Then I handed over the credit card. The beautiful saleswoman had never encountered such a customer before and felt a bit unresponsive. So she repeatedly asked me, "Sir, are you serious?" There were several other customers present, and they all heard what I just said. I chuckled and said, "I'm not patient when it comes to shopping. Whatever I want, just give it to me. As for the money, I'll pay immediately." Standing behind, both Lee Sung-jun and Wang Yinghong were stunned. This show-off is too direct, leaving them with no reaction. The salesperson only saw that our most expensive one is still available. Villa number 8 is currently valued at 88,888,888 yuan. "Are you sure you want to buy it?" I asked in a very dissatisfied tone. "What's going on? Your most expensive one isn't even 1 billion yet? Are you looking down on me?" All the onlookers were stunned, especially Wang Yinghong. He directly stepped forward and explained, "This is my ex-boyfriend. I spent nearly 1 or 2 million on him before. He probably can't even come up with 1,000 yuan now." I smiled and said, "That's right. I don't even have a single penny, let alone 1,000 yuan. After all, my money is all in the card. Swipe my card immediately now. I want this villa number 8. Don't waste my time to spend money." A chill instantly rose under everyone's feet because my expression was very serious, and it didn't look like a joke at all. The salesperson reacted immediately and said directly, "Let's pay first and then sign the contract." I thought for a moment and said, "I'll pay here." I think everyone is very curious whether I really have the purchasing power. The important thing is, I made a bet with the person behind me, the term acquirer. Lee Sung-jun's face looked extremely ugly, and he directly scolded, "Hu Chen, shut up." At this point, I didn't have time to answer him because the salesperson had already handed me the POS machine. I urged and said the password is 123456, "Hurry up and process it, I'm in a hurry to spend money." This sentence made everyone at the scene unable to bear it. This guy is definitely the most pretentious person I've ever met in my life. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out, and 88,888,888 yuan was deposited into the company account. This notification sound caused shock throughout the venue, and everyone subconsciously turned their eyes to the salesperson. The salesperson was also shocked and dumbfounded. It was a set price, and the payment was made before any bargaining. Having only been on the job for 2.5 days, I unexpectedly encountered such an arrogant customer. I casually said, "Lee Sung-jun, it's your turn to buy." Lee Sung-jun could instantly count 3 bedrooms and 1 living room on his toes, then laughed and said, "There's still something going on at home. I'll come to buy a villa next time." After saying that, he turned around and ran away dejectedly. Then the salesperson tremblingly said, "This is your card. The current balance is 11,111,113 yuan and 25 cents. I asked dissatisfiedly, "Did I just spend this much? Are there any cheaper villas, for example, just enough to buy a set with the remaining balance?" The salesperson was shocked and said, "Sir, do you still want to buy?" I directly said that if there are any, I want them. After all, my goal today is to spend this 1 billion. The people around felt a bit terrified hearing that spending 1 billion was mentioned so casually. Could this guy be running a money printing factory? At this moment, Wang Yinghong walked over and asked Hu Chun in shock, "Something's not right, Chen Gu. Where did you get so much money from?" I casually said that it was a gift from God. "Now you shameless woman, get out of my sight. I'm not interested in you, Chen Gu." As soon as the words fell, the salesperson suddenly rushed forward to express, "There happens to be a villa with a value of 12 million for Unit 99. If you confirm the purchase now, I'll give you a discount." I urged, "Do I look like I'm joking? The card is in your hand, and you know the password. Hurry up and process the card for me." Soon, the notification sound of the incoming payment rang again, and the salesperson instantly became ecstatic. Just as he was about to prepare the contract, a beautiful female manager walked over. She approached and said, "I am the sales department manager, Zhang Shui. Because your spending amount is in the hundreds of millions, let me take over the service for you." After speaking, she deliberately adjusted her collar. I instinctively looked over. The white cleavage was truly beautiful. After listening to the manager's words, the salesperson serving me instantly turned pale. He looked very unwilling. After all, this transaction amounting to hundreds of millions would mean a commission of over 10 million. I casually said, "No need to bother the manager, let this young lady serve me. After all, where were you earlier? Now you not only want to snatch the young lady, but also want to seduce me when you see a huge commission. Zhang Shui indicated that Lu Weixing is a new intern salesperson and doesn't quite understand many procedures, so let me take over the service for you. After speaking, she glared fiercely at Lu Weixing. Faced with the manager's threat, she had to compromise and helplessly said, I just arrived, I really don't understand anything. Otherwise, the manager might find a reason to fire her later, and she still won't get the commission, and she'll lose her job. I angrily shouted, I'll say it again, let Louison serve me, otherwise I'll ask for a refund now. Don't say I won't buy it. When I just came in, why didn't you come to serve me? Now that I'm spending money, all of you are coming out. Do you think I'm some kind of big shot? This sentence made Zhang Shui's face extremely ugly. Just a parvenu, thinking of himself as a tycoon. If you have the ability, try buying a few more villas. I smiled but ignored him, then turned to Louison and said, hurry up and get things ready for me. Now, I want the purchase contracts for Villa 8 and Villa 99. Lu Weixing was very moved and quickly said, I'll prepare it right away. After about half an hour, Lu Weixing ran over and said, the contracts are ready. You just need to sign and stamp, then these 2 villas are yours. Without saying a word, I signed and stamped in one go. Who would have thought that the next second, the system prompted the host to spend 100 million, completing the task and receiving a bonus package, with a new task issued. Ding, please spend 10 billion within 24 hours. If the task fails, one arm will be cut off. Wow, I'm shocked. I never expected that there would be one money spending task after another, and each one has a higher amount. This time, it's a whopping 10 billion. Immediately, my eyes turned to the rewards from the previous task. After clicking, I gained 66 enhancement points. I immediately enhanced my strength, speed, and spirit to 20 points each. Now I have 17 left, but I feel so invigorated. I should have no problem knocking out a bull with a single punch. Louison, upon seeing me sign the contract, was excited and then grinned foolishly. She reminded Mr. Hu Chen, do you need us to take you to the villa area? I shook my head and said, no need. How many villas do you have left to sell here? Calculate roughly how much it would be. If it's okay, I'll buy them all. I have 10 billion in my bank account, but I can't feel happy at all. Because if I don't spend all this money within 24 hours, the system will cut off one of my arms. Without a second thought, I immediately went to the largest villa area in the city center. I want to buy all the unsold villas. As soon as this was said, the whole place was shocked. Unintentionally, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Salesperson Lu Ison's blood pressure soared. Trembling, she asked, Mr. Hu Chen, are you serious? I said word by word, I'm telling you again, don't doubt my spending power. And don't delay my spending, or I'll really get angry. The whole scene was extremely shocking. They used to doubt if I would spend 1 billion, probably feeling heartbroken. Now they are really shocked by my financial power. Mr. Hu, we still have many villas here that haven't been sold. Seeing this, I didn't care at all and directly took out my bank card and handed it to Louison. Then I continued, quickly calculate for me, how much does it cost? First, budget 10 billion for the villas, and pay now. Louison's heart was beating rapidly, feeling like in a dream, extremely unreal. But then, the sales manager Zhang Shui loudly said from the side, don't stand there, quickly swipe his card. He didn't believe that there really was 10 billion in my card. Even if it's there, no one, unless they are a fool, could buy so many villas at once. There was a news that, on the spot, the payment was made, and with a beep, 10 billion was credited to the company account. The whole scene was dumbfounded, the shocking feeling was beyond words to describe, actually swiping a full 10 billion. I arrogantly said, hurry up and arrange for me. Remember not to waste my precious time. Anyone who delays my spending is my enemy. This time, no one thought I was arrogant anymore. But unexpectedly, the ex-girlfriend immediately hugged me the next second, saying I was wrong. Haven't you always wanted to be intimate with me? Let's go to your villa immediately. He got extremely excited at the thought of me casually swiping 1 billion. Hu Chen must have deliberately pretended to be ordinary before to test himself. I pushed him away directly, indicating why are you so damn lazy again? Look, all the salespeople here are more attractive than you. With just a casual word, anyone would be willing to warm my bed. As soon as these words were spoken, 7 or 8 female salespeople instantly surrounded me, each one showing off their charm, extremely alluring. Seeing this scene, Wang Yinghong's face turned even paler, not a trace of color on her face. Stop it, Hu Chen. I know you've always wanted to have me, now if you come with me, I'll let you have me. Seeing this situation, I chuckled, took out my phone and opened the QR code directly. Then I said to the salespeople, you want to add me on WeChat, right? Come on, let's all add each other. In fact, all these salespeople are single. The reason they are here to sell villas is not just that simple. Anyone who can buy a house here is wealthy. The road from rags to riches starts here. The sales manager Zhang Shui on the side also lowered her posture and told me she wanted to have a chat in the VIP room. I wanted to refuse, but I thought, why not have a chat? I won't lose anything. But who would have thought? The other salespeople instantly became dissatisfied. This Zhang Shui is really shameless. Just now, she looked down on Mr. Hu Chen, and now she's actively throwing herself at him. As soon as we entered the VIP room, Zhang Shui locked the door, pulled down the curtains, and loosened her clothes. I was stunned. Before I could react, he stripped naked. I know you don't like the details, so Hu Chen skipped over them. An hour and a half later, the battle ended. Without a word, I forcefully pushed him away. Then, in a cold tone, I said, choose any villa you like, and then I opened the door and walked out. Zhang Shui clenched her teeth tightly. After walking a long way, I heard a jerk from behind me. When I arrived at the sales hall, everyone's eyes were on me. Louison said, the villa you purchased has been prepared. Including those at the foot of the mountain, there are a total of 138 villas starting at 5 million. Exactly 1 billion, please sign to confirm. I quickly signed, stamped, and it took a full 15 minutes to complete the formalities. Spending 1 billion, task completed. New task, spend 2 billion within 24 hours, failure penalty still abolished, lose an arm. I suddenly realized, this system is forcing me to spend money every day. If I don't spend it all, there's a punishment, and if I do, there will be more and more. I immediately asked Louison, so, the villas in the Bay Area haven't all been sold yet? Louison excitedly said, yes, there are still over 180 low-end villas at the foot of the mountain, each priced at around 5 to 10 million. I nodded and bought all the remaining villas. Now, you go prepare the contract. The whole audience was dumbfounded again. They thought I was too crazy. After all, what does one person need with so many villas? Louison felt that if this continued, she would have a heart attack. I directly said, hurry up and prepare, don't delay my spending. Others suddenly realized that this seemed to be my catchphrase. At this time, Zhang Shui also got dressed and walked out. Looking at his flushed face, everyone knew what had happened, and in their hearts, they cursed this scumbag 1,000 times. Zhang Shui asked softly, Mr. Hu Chen, are you sure you want to give me a villa? I nodded and said, of course, you can choose whichever one you like. Zhang Shui Xin said, I think no. 8 villa is the best. You will definitely live in no. 8 villa, so you choose. If it's no. 9, you can go find him at any time. After all, I am the strongest man he has ever met. I responded and looked at the strengthening point gift package. I found that as the task progressed, the minimum and maximum limits of random strengthening points increased. The first time it was 11 to 100, and the second time it was 10 to 110 points. But who would have expected that my ex-girlfriend Wang Yinghong still wouldn't give up and actually took off her clothes in front of the public? I angrily scolded, are you crazy? Don't disgust me like this. As Wang Yinghong spoke, she cried, looking pitiful, thinking that by doing so, I would fulfill his unreasonable demands at all costs. But he didn't expect that the next moment, when you cheated me out of all my money, I became disillusioned with you. The salespeople shouted in unison, and the security guards quickly dragged this crazy woman away. Soon, the security guards rushed in and forcibly dragged Wang Yinghong away. So I walked to the side and sat on the sofa, waiting. 7 or 8 female salespeople treated me like a lord, providing all kinds of fruits and tea, and even 2 of them massaged me from behind. The only word to describe this feeling is awesome. After experiencing this, I casually said, you are all very good, so each of you can choose a villa here. The salespeople reacted first, ecstatic, and then excitedly asked, is this for real? I said I never joke, and I also indulged in a massage, which was so comfortable. These salespeople naturally knew that the cheapest villa costs 5 million, so they naturally chose the most expensive ones. But they were also sensible, no one dared to choose villa number 8. After about an hour, I signed all the remaining property purchase contracts, and thus, I bought all the villas in the Gulf Villa area. However, at that moment, Zhang Shui walked over and said sweetly to Brother Chen, our boss called and said he wants to meet you. He invited you to be a guest at the Lux Star Hotel. I am well aware of the Fuxing Grand Hotel, it's the only 7-star hotel in Sichuan. But I declined as I'm not interested, and I'm in a hurry to spend money. Upon hearing this, all the salespeople were shocked. Are you running a money printing factory? How can you spend without earning? Curious about their reaction, I asked them, what's with the expression? Louison is straightforward, and said without hiding anything. Our boss is the most beautiful woman in Sichuan, Huang Xinyue. It's a great honor to be invited by her for dinner. Upon hearing this, I exclaimed, Huang Xinyue is a national goddess. I dreamed countless times of having a girlfriend like her. But I knew this was impossible, so I immediately changed my mind and thought, in that case, I'll give him some face. Now I'm heading straight to the Fuxing Grand Hotel. Zhang Shui nodded, quickly contacted Huang Xingyue, I'm ready to leave by plane. At the same time, I remembered that I didn't have a car. Suddenly, the salespeople said, I'll take you. But I turned to Louison and said, how about you take me there? After all, you are definitely the sales champion now. After hearing this, Louison screamed, then hesitantly said, I ride an electric scooter. I quickly said, that's fine, I'll ride the electric scooter. To everyone's surprise, the salespeople collectively went crazy. I drive a BMW, shall I give you a ride? The Audi I drive is definitely more comfortable than an electric scooter. With a sly smile, I said, you don't need to fight. Since you all want to give me a ride, next time, be ready to come at my call. Next, under the gaze of a group of salespeople, they personally escorted me to Louison's electric scooter. It was still that small, pink electric scooter. Louison blushed as he rode up and then shyly said, Mr. Hu Chen, get on. Apart from his younger brother, this was also Louison's first time riding with a man. After I got on, I gently held onto his waist. It wasn't until this moment that the salespeople understood. Why did I choose to ride an electric scooter instead of their BMW or Audi? Louison's body trembled violently when I suddenly hugged him, and anger surged in his heart. Feeling that I didn't make any further moves, he took a deep breath, then suppressed his anger and rode away. I immensely enjoyed holding a girl's waist for the first time, especially since I used to ride the electric scooter and pull Wang Yinghong. Just as we left the villa area, Wang Yinghong charged at us with a knife, shouting that he wanted us to die together. I quickly urged Yisun to run faster. This crazy woman was capable of anything. It took us a good 10 minutes before we finally shook off the panting Wang Yinghong. But unexpectedly, the next second, Louison, who was riding a bike, actually crashed into a Maserati. I saw a female car owner suddenly turn her head and then angrily scold, "Are you all crazy? Such a wide road, yet you had to hit my car." After being scolded, I quickly asked, "Miss, how much is your car? I'll buy it." The female car owner chuckled and said, "A poor guy trying to act like a rich second generation. My car is worth 5 million. In fact, her car is only worth 2 million. She intentionally exaggerated the price a bit. I took out my phone and said, "If it's 5 million, it's 5 million. I'll transfer it immediately." The female car owner was stunned, looking at me in my street vendor outfit, not believing it at all, but still honestly took out her phone's payment code. More and more people nearby gathered to watch, pointing and whispering about me. But unexpectedly, the sound of a payment received broke the silence, causing those who were still discussing to gasp in shock. A person riding an electric scooter actually said, "If it's 5 million, it's 5 million. This definitely isn't monopoly money." The female car owner was also dumbfounded. 5 million is more than enough to buy her car. I said, "I've already bought the car. The electric scooter without brakes is yours." After saying that, I took Louison and got into the Maserati. Louison got on, and only then did she realize the extent of our loss. "I just checked, and the most expensive that car gets is 1.8 million. We indirectly lost 3.2 million. I smiled and said, "You don't understand. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. But many things cannot be bought with money, such as your heart." Louison quickly said, "Mr. Hu, don't talk nonsense. With so much money, you must have countless women around you. Look at how our manager actively throws herself at you." I shook my head and said, "Let's not talk about it. They are either after my money or my body. I don't like that kind of woman." Later, we arrived at the Fuxing Hotel. I tossed the keys to Louison and said, "As for the car, come up with me to meet your big boss." Louison quickly said, "Let's forget it. The big boss didn't say to bring me along. I'd better not go. If there's a misunderstanding, it might affect your good fortune." After saying that, she didn't care about me and just got into the car and left. Watching her walk away, I couldn't help but wonder, are there still good girls in the world who don't like money? After entering the Fuxing Hotel, I went to the private room reserved by Huang Xingyue. The magnificent decor left me speechless. Fortunately, I remembered that I have endless money, so I wasn't so shocked. Curbing my curiosity, I asked the receptionist, "How much does it cost to buy this hotel?" The receptionist said, "I'm not sure, but I heard that our hotel's market value is around 38 billion. I immediately furrowed my brow, quickly calculating in my mind how long it would take to buy it. However, half an hour passed quickly, and Huang Xingyue still hadn't arrived. I became impatient. This woman was clearly delaying me from spending money. The hotel also didn't dare to rush. After all, Huang Xinyue's identity was there. I didn't say much, waited for a full hour, and he still didn't come. My temper flared up and I ended up scolding. You tell Huang Xinyue, if you don't have time in the future, then don't F***king make plans with me. Wasting my money and time, you can't handle the responsibility. After saying that, I left angrily. And the receptionist was stunned by my words, because Huang Xinyue's net worth is in the tens of billions, yet this man in front of me dared to speak like this. I didn't leave for long. A tall and beautiful lady, escorted by 2 female bodyguards, arrived at the Fuxing Hotel. The receptionist immediately informed him, and Huang Xinyue was instantly furious. But more than that, it aroused his curiosity. After all, the people he actively met with were few and far between, and none of them were not patiently and eagerly waiting. So he immediately ordered, activate all the nearby surveillance, and find out where this Hu Chen is right now. I just spent 10 billion. There were unexpectedly another 20 billion added to my bank card. I am not happy at all, because if I don't spend all this money within a day, the system will cut off one of my arms. So I immediately went to the international big brand shopping mall, specifically choosing those terrifyingly expensive clothes. But who would have thought that after visiting a few stores, I was either looked down upon as a beggar or the clothes were too cheap. A piece of clothing for 70 to 80,000 yuan, it's really beyond my league, so I continued to the next store. Little did I know, behind me, a perfect woman with sunglasses and a mask was following me. She is the nation's #1 goddess, Huang Xinyue. Because I left the hotel early, it aroused her curiosity. At this moment, my gaze fell on an aristocratic clothing store with a slogan that only serves the nobility, causing countless people to stop in their tracks. In an instant, I realized that this was the place I wanted, but I didn't expect to be stopped by the salesperson as soon as I entered the door. He told me that without a deposit of over $1 million, I couldn't enter. I was shocked too, and I exclaimed, "What the heck? After all, where would a poor person like me have heard of such a thing?" Without saying a word, I immediately took out my bank card. You should have a POS machine to check the balance, handle it yourself. The salesperson took out a POS machine from behind, checked the balance, and asked me to enter the password. I said the password was 123456. Hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed in the salesperson's eyes. He had encountered many people like me. Even if there's $1 million, it definitely doesn't make someone truly wealthy. But when the query result came out, he was suddenly shocked and dumbfounded. The companion beside him couldn't help but ask Zhou Yuan, "What's wrong with you?" Seeing that he didn't speak, he also looked over curiously. But when he saw the 2, and then a string of zeros without a decimal point, he was also dumbfounded. After a full 30 seconds, he finally reacted. The salesperson called Zhou Yuan exclaimed, "There are actually 20 billion in this card." Upon hearing 20 billion, many passers-by looked over in surprise. Anyone who can casually take out 20 billion is definitely not an ordinary person. In the distance, where we couldn't see, there was a middle-aged man in black. After hearing about the 20 billion in this card, he quickly took a photo of me and left. Huang Xinyue, who was following me, was also very surprised. After all, he knew that I had just spent 1 billion in his villa area. With this 20 billion, this young man in front of us already has over 3 billion. Impatiently, I asked, "So, do I have the qualification to enter and spend now?" The salesperson respectfully handed over the bank card with both hands and said, "Sir, please take it." Then, trembling, he welcomed me inside. Wang Xinyue also presented her membership card and stared at me from a distance, not taking her eyes off me. The space inside is very large, and the clothing is not as varied as in other stores, because most of it here is custom-made. Zhou Yuan enthusiastically handed me a cup of hot tea and asked, "Sir, what style of clothing would you like to purchase?" I disdainfully replied, "I don't care about the style, as long as it's black. But you must remember, it must be expensive." Zhou Yuan took me around and introduced this suit as the flagship product here. It's custom made by top fashion designers, with every stitch carefully sewn. However, I couldn't bear to listen to these detailed introductions. Impatiently, I said, "Just tell me the price, don't delay my spending." In an instant, everyone in the store was shocked by my words. At the same time, someone cursed and asked, "Where did this madman come from?" While others who knew the situation quickly advised, "Don't speak nonsense. He just checked his card and has 2 billion. After learning that this suit costs 38 million, I felt dissatisfied. I smirked and said, "Such a good suit, and it's only a little over 30 million. It's too cheap." The salesperson was taken aback by my words and then immediately reacted, explaining, "This is already very expensive." "Are you sure?" He hadn't finished speaking, but I interrupted, "You immediately match me with the best, top-tier tie, shoes, and socks. Match them according to the standard of 21. Hurry up and get it done." As soon as I finished speaking, the whole place was shocked. A 2 billion outfit? What kind of configuration is that? Perhaps even the queen of the royal family wouldn't spend as extravagantly as you do. The salesperson's face turned pale in fright and hurriedly explained, our top-tier configuration here doesn't exceed 50 million when calculated. Your 2 billion configuration really makes it difficult for me. Just then, the manager walked over and warmly said, my name is Wu Hao. Your previous request, we do have a suit here that can meet your needs, but it needs to be transferred from another store. I became a little impatient. It's fine, just quickly tell me the price. The manager quickly replied, you will definitely be satisfied with this outfit. Currently, it's selling for 300 million. Upon hearing this, I instantly felt delighted and then said, only 300 million? Then give me 6 sets. The manager was stunned for a moment. If he didn't know I had 2 billion, he would have suspected that I was deliberately causing trouble. To this, I continue to say, let's make the payment now, but when can I get the clothes? To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to a set of clothes for 300 million. After all, I have never seen anything like this in the news. The manager explained that there is only one set of this kind of clothing in Huaxia. If you want 6 sets, they need to be brought in from other countries. However, this set of clothing from Huaxia can be delivered in 3 days. Alright, I'll buy 6 sets and swipe the card quickly. Without further ado, all the customers and salespeople present took a sharp breath. Spending 2 billion just to buy 6 sets of clothes, what is this? Am I a super spendthrift? As I was about to pay, I suddenly realized that the system's requirement was to spend the remaining 2 billion within 24 hours. How about buying this store as well? I immediately proposed this idea to the manager, but he felt somewhat uneasy, as this kind of decision could only be approved by their boss. Suddenly, an extremely pleasant voice indicated that it was sold to him. Following this, Huang Xinyue walked over. However, since she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, the manager couldn't recognize her. After removing the sunglasses and mask, the people nearby immediately exclaimed, oh my, it's actually our Sioux City's #1 beauty, Huang Xinyue. It is said that her net worth exceeds $1 trillion. Could it be that she said she would sell this store to this young man? Is this store hers? Huang Xinyue didn't say much and walked directly to me, and I, being in close proximity, gazed at the goddess in my dreams. My breathing became rapid, but only the waist bag gave me confidence. Mr. Hu, I heard that I delayed you from spending money when I invited you to dinner. I wonder how much more you need to spend. I can fulfill it all. My eyes instantly lit up. The intense gaze made Huang Xinyue frown, and after hesitating for a while, he finally admitted it was true. Immediately, I got excited and said, that's really great. Let's finish the contract for this store first. As for the 2 billion, should I pay directly or swipe the card for you? Although Huang Xinyue's face remained calm as water, a storm was already brewing inside him. Seeing him remain silent, I directly threw the card to the manager and said, the password is 123456. Hurry and swipe the card for me. Prepare the contract. Wu Hao didn't dare delay and went to prepare the contract at the fastest speed. As for me, I first chose a nice set of casual suits. After quickly changing and walking out of the dressing room, everyone's eyes lit up at the sight. Because of my whole demeanor, it was instantly highlighted. Even in Vietnam, countless Huang Sinyus had their eyes light up. After about 40 minutes, manager Wu Hao prepared the contract. He bowed and said to me, boss, please sign and stamp. After that, this noble clothing store will be yours. Without saying a word, I didn't even look and directly signed and stamped. Ding! Suddenly, the system congratulated the host for completing the task and receiving a reinforcement point gift package. Ding! New task, spend 5 billion within 24 hours. If the task fails, one arm will be cut off. Task completion rewards a mysterious gift package. I couldn't help but smile as soon as I heard this. The reward this time is not enhancement points. It's been changed to a mysterious big gift package. What on earth is it? I couldn't help but feel excited. After the enhancement points I just received 3 times, I now have 134 points, but I am not in a hurry to enhance. Instead, I turned to Huang Xinyue and said, what you just said still counts, right? I happen to have 5 billion here. Get me ready for 5 billion worth of goods. After saying that, I handed over the same bank card as before. The manager next to the wall exclaimed, what's going on? Isn't this the same bank card as before? He dared to confirm that there was definitely not a penny inside. I said, you're right. This card is indeed the same as before, but now it has 5 billion inside. The manager was somewhat incredulous, quickly took the card, and walked to the POS machine. Then he entered the password 123456, and soon a series of balances appeared, with a 5 followed by a long string of zeros, without any decimal point. A long string of zeros followed, still without a decimal point. Seeing this, the manager swallowed hard in shock. This is 5 billion, not 50 yuan. It's hard to believe that it's there just because it was said to be there. Huang Xinyue was also shocked and couldn't recover. She asked me in puzzlement, Mr. Who are you exactly? I simply said, just an ordinary person. But my advantage is that I have money. This 5 billion should be no problem for you, right? As I spoke, I rubbed my hands together, looking eager. Wang Xinyue said, this is not a small amount. I also need to convene a board meeting. How about I give you an answer before 12 o'clock tomorrow? I firmly stated, it's a deal. See you tomorrow, and then I prepared to leave in a chic manner. Unexpectedly, Manager Wu stopped me and asked, what should we do about this store? I was a bit puzzled and asked in return, are you resigning? If not, it's just a change of ownership. Let's do this, raise all employees' salaries by 2,000, and as for you, as the manager, let's raise it by 20,000. Remember to manage the store well for me. All the staff collectively bowed and expressed gratitude. Not only is this new boss generous with money, but also very generous to the employees. Meanwhile, Huang Xingyue stood dumbfounded on the side. Is this beauty just for show? Mr. Cheng seems to have no interest in me at all. But unexpectedly, the moment I stepped out, I turned back. Approaching Huang Xingyue, I said, it seems like we are still on a date. Don't you want to continue? This statement surprised everyone. It turns out this young man had a prior appointment with manager Huang. No wonder she has been following him all along. Huang Xinyue said, Mr. Hu Chen, you really have a sense of humor. I am not qualified to date a big boss like you. Although she said that, she thought to herself, so Hu Chen likes to play hard to get. I glanced at Huang Xinyue's 2 bodyguards and exclaimed, wow, I heard manager Huang is recruiting bodyguards. Let's see how I do. Huang Xinyue was momentarily stunned. A big boss like you wants to be my bodyguard? I instantly grinned, isn't this to get close to you? Otherwise, how could I win the beauty? Especially after the enhancement, I feel so confident. It's really awesome. Huang Xinyue, it's not easy being my bodyguard. As long as you can defeat the sisters around me. Even if you can win, don't blame me for not reminding you. The 2 of them used to be professional killers. I'm competing with 2 top female assassins, but I'm not worried at all because my body has been enhanced by the system, and now I can punch with a force of 500 kilograms. So I immediately accepted the challenge. Today, I will definitely defeat them and become the bodyguard of the national goddess. Huang Xinyue first said to Yi Qian and Yi Rong, let Mr. Hu Chen experience your skills. The 2 sisters immediately bowed and said, we will go easy on you. Then Yi Rong said to Mr. Hu Chen, you go first. Hearing this, he quickly took a stance and performed a set of basic military boxing moves in an instant. Yi Qian was somewhat surprised and asked quickly, have you been in the military? I shook my head, indicating that I hadn't. But during junior high school military training, the instructor taught me. Yi Qian chuckled and said, junior high instructor? I bet her teaching didn't meet your standards. The 2 sisters teamed up without hesitation and launched a powerful attack. I could only defend passively, feeling a sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, my physique has also reached a terrifying level, allowing me to withstand their attacks. But to defeat them, the current strength of the 2 sisters is obviously not enough. So I immediately told the system to allocate all the remaining enhancement points to my strength. Congratulations, the host has successfully enhanced strength, with the current peak strength at 84 points. In an instant, I roared that it was time for me to erupt. The army physical boxing was completely unleashed by me. With a muffled sound, I kicked Yi Qian, then followed it up with an elbow strike. Yi Rongliang stepped back, finally losing balance and falling to the ground. Unexpectedly, Yi Qian let out a roar from a distance, erupting with all her might, wanting to fight me to the death. But the next moment, I was able to subdue her with one hand. The individual strength of these 2 sisters is only around 60 points, and their combined combat power is almost at 70 points. However, with my attack power reaching over 50 points in both speed and spirit, they didn't pose much of a threat. After all, other martial artists don't distribute their enhancement points as evenly as I do. I approached Huang Xinyue with a light smile, your bodyguard has been defeated by me. Huang Xinyue was completely shocked at this point. After witnessing my fighting abilities, he came up with an answer, I must be a scion of some super powerful force. Being on good terms with Mr. Hu Chen would definitely be beneficial. Then, he smiled and said, at this moment, you are my bodyguard. An annual salary of 1 billion, but as my personal bodyguard, you know what to do, right? I smiled and said, of course, as long as Mr. Huang needs, I can stick by your side except for sleeping and going to the bathroom. After speaking, I slyly glanced at his figure. Huang Xinyue also agreed without fear, but it's not early as you said. Come back home with me and sleep. I was stunned at his words. This woman actually said that and then left. As a man, I naturally have no fear. I quickly arrived at Huang Xinyue's home, but I didn't expect her to live in Villa No. 7. So I joked, so we are neighbors, huh? Huang Xinyue said, there are many people who are neighbors with you. Haven't you bought all the remaining villas? Even if I have money, I'm not as willful as you. I chuckled and said, it's not worth mentioning. After President Huang handles me, what's mine is yours, isn't it? Huang Xinyue frowned, cursed under her breath, and then personally went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for me. The four of us didn't hold back and started eating heartily. After quickly finishing the meal, I sneakily followed Huang Xinyue all the way back to the room. Yeqian and Yerong just exchanged a glance. After all, with their strength, they couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. What surprised me was that when she saw me following her in, Huang Xinyue didn't say anything. In an instant, I felt bored. He sat in front of the computer reading company emails, and I, with nothing to do, sat next to him. Now, even smelling the fragrance on his body feels like a kind of enjoyment. This busyness lasted for 2 hours. I felt a bit drowsy, and Huang Xinyue remained indifferent until she finished her work. Mr. Hu, would you like to sleep with me? I smirked and said, as a personal bodyguard, that's necessary. Now, I'll help you change and go to sleep. I didn't expect Huang Xinyue to actually take off her shirt. Looking at her tender skin, my eyes were fixed, and then she undid her belt, just as the most mysterious part was about to appear. My breathing suddenly became rapid. The next moment, I only heard a bang and fell to the ground. Then Huang Xinyue threw me out of the room and conveniently closed the door. The sisters downstairs frowned sadly, not understanding what was going on. Immediately went upstairs and saw me, and after analyzing, they found a shocking result. I was actually knocked out by a punch. And there was only one person in the room, that's Huang Boss. The two sisters looked at each other in shock in an instant. The scene shifts to late at night. I woke up groggily from the bed. The first feeling was a slight headache, and I felt extremely depressed inside. What the heck is going on? Why do I feel like I've been ambushed? I went to push Huang Xinyue's door and found it tightly closed. I realized and gave a bitter smile, didn't expect I was actually deceived. Then I went to the first floor and fell asleep on the sofa. The next day, when I woke up, Huang Xinyue had already prepared breakfast. At the dining table, I asked Huang, boss, why did I feel like I was ambushed last night? Huang Xinyue is grinning mischievously, blabbering nonsense early in the morning. I was speechless for a moment and said, next time, if you're not willing for me to protect you personally, please be direct. There's no need to be so despicable. Maybe I'm not his match now, but who knows in a while. After breakfast, the four of us arrived at Huang Xinyue's Starry Sky Group. As soon as a young man saw us, he stood up and said to Huang Xinyue, you're finally here. Seeing this, Huang Xinyue immediately took my arm and said to Zhu Jinkai, be careful from now on. I already have a partner. Even though I was used as a shield by Huang Xinyue, being held by him made me feel great. Then I also wrapped my arms around his perfect waist, and my heart rate instantly accelerated to 100 beats per second. Zhu Jinkai was infuriated and cursed at me, you scoundrel, how dare you touch my woman? Not only was I not angry, I taunted, who are you calling a scoundrel? Who are you cursing at? Enraged, Zhu Jinkai shouted, you scoundrel, how dare you? After shouting, he realized and then threatened me like a madman, I'll make sure you have nothing. I took out my bank card and chuckled, are you even worthy? I don't have any special skills, just the advantage of having a lot of money. So much that I can't even spend it all. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinkai seemed to have found a topic to humiliate me and went straight to, isn't there a stone gambling event in Suching today? Do you dare to come with me? Let's compare who has more money. Who would have thought Huang Xinyue suddenly exclaimed to Zhu Jinkai, you've gone too far. Everyone knows that the gambling market is owned by your family. Zhu Jinkai sneered and said, so what? Didn't this kid say he has a lot of money himself? I wonder if he dares to go. I immediately said, let's go now. I will definitely use money to buy everything from you, kid. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinkai burst into a crazy laughter and then said, I'll be waiting for you. As soon as the conversation ended, Huang Xinyue shook her head and said to Hu Chen, you're too impulsive. Do you know that the market value of Zhu's gambling market is as high as 50 billion? I smirked and said, 50 billion? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Do you want to come with me? Huang Xinyue rolled her eyes, nodded, and said, let's go. I hope you won't cry later. In the blink of an eye, we have arrived at the Zhu Corporation's gambling market. Here, there is a complete mine and stones from all over the world. With a good eye, one can buy treasures at a low price. Zhu Jingkai didn't forget to provoke me with a contemptuous look from the moment he arrived. But what he doesn't know is that I am also extremely excited at the moment, looking around eagerly. Sure enough, a piece the size of a palm costs 80 million. What attracts me the most is a huge piece of stone in front, completely translucent green, giving an extraordinary feeling. Upon entering, I saw the price tag of 5 billion at once. I thought to myself, isn't this just perfect? Just randomly took out a card and threw it to Zhu Jingkai. Let's use this one. Swipe the card for 5 billion directly. Zhu Jingkai was dumbfounded. The surrounding customers also subconsciously looked over to see the stone. Zhu Jingkai was very suspicious, thinking you are bluffing. Are you sure there are 5 billion in this card? Although I am dressed quite lavishly, 5 billion is not a small amount, right? After all, in his opinion, being able to swindle tens of millions from me would have been enough, but he didn't expect me to come up with 5 billion right away. I looked at their expressions and disdainfully asked, what's wrong? Are you still not willing to sell? Zhu Jingkai directly cursed, nonsense. Our stone gambling site has clear pricing. As long as you dare to pay, there is nothing we won't sell. Then Zhu Jingkai handed the card to a staff member, saying, go and swipe it for me now. I want to see if this kid really has 5 billion in his card. A middle-aged man quickly walked over, holding a POS machine in his hand. Seeing this, I didn't hesitate and directly said, the password is 123456. Hurry up and check for me, don't delay my spending, I said to the middle-aged man. He entered the password and immediately checked the amount. After seeing it, his body trembled. Then, shocked, he said to Zhu Jingkai, young master, there really are 5 billion in this card. After Zhu Jingkai looked at it, he was also extremely shocked and deeply moved in his heart. He secretly wondered who this person really was, casually taking out a card with 5 billion in it. I pushed for just 5 billion and scared you. Hurry up and transfer the money to you. I can't wait to cut this piece of material now. Zhu Jingkai said, good boy, you have money, but it doesn't mean you can buy my Zhu's gambling market. As the sound of his payment went through, the system also congratulated the host for completing the 5 billion mission, gaining 100 agility enhancement points and the skill of Inside Eye. The new task is to spend 10 billion within 24 hours. Failure results in the cutting off of an arm. I was ecstatic at the words, especially the skill of Inside Eye, which shocked me. Isn't this an amazing tool for insight? Does the system also know what I'm thinking? I subconsciously looked at Huang Xinyue and activated the Inside Eye. Then Huang Xinyue's flawless body instantly entered my sight. Seeing my nosebleed, Huang Xinyue asked in a deep voice, Hu Chen, what's wrong? Why are you bleeding so much? While speaking, she also took out a tissue and handed it to me. I quickly went from embarrassed to normal. I have this strange habit of nosebleeds. I often get angry because I can't spend money. The next second, I quickly turned my head. When I was about to turn off the Inside Eye, I happened to notice this piece of material worth 5 billion. To my surprise, this is not just a pure imperial green. In the center, it's actually blood red. I instantly took a deep breath. Although I don't understand much about jade, I have heard that blood jade is the blood of ancient gods. What evolves from dripping onto jade is generally serendipitous. After all, its value can no longer be measured in terms of money. Suddenly, an elderly man stepped forward and asked, Mr. Hu Chen, how do you plan to handle this piece of jade? Everyone else was also watching me intently, eagerly waiting for me to cut it open on the spot. I smiled faintly and said, this stone looks pretty good. I plan to buy it and put it in my lotus pond at home. As soon as I said this, everyone was dumbfounded. A material purchased at a sky-high price of 5 billion yuan was actually going to be used for admiring in a lotus pond. I didn't rush to deal with it, but turned to look at other materials, feeling confident with my perspective eye. Is this material only worth 100 million? I'll take this one, and also this one worth 300 million. I bought one piece after another, making everyone at the entire jade market my foil. Especially when I bought that 5 billion yuan piece at a fixed price, it was too scary. This behavior of buying one piece after another also made people curse me for squandering money. Soon, I selected a total of more than 300 pieces in the entire market, and then I said casually, that's about it. The cashier next to you wiped a cold sweat and said, Mr. Daochang, the materials you selected add up to exactly 10 billion yuan. How would you like to pay? Without saying a word, I handed over my credit card and said, let's swipe it. Is this one okay? The entire crowd was astonished. With a cool breath, 5 billion yuan, my eyes didn't even blink before swiping. Even with 10 billion, you shouldn't be so crazy. Even if your family owns a bank, it's insane. Zhu Jingkai wiped a cold sweat, obviously frightened by my spending power. But then he thought, what's the big deal even if this guy is rich? After all, he brings profits to our family. What an idiot. So he went crazy and said, "You don't spend much money. If you're capable, just buy the entire gambling market for us." The person in charge of the gambling stone field was instantly shocked and turned pale. Unexpectedly, Zhu Jingkai didn't want to pay attention to him at all, but instead looked at me, as if he was being timid. "The huge imperial jade next to you was unearthed from here. If you're capable, just buy this mine directly." Zhu Jingkai is not stupid. He heard from his grandfather the other day that the vein behind is almost exhausted. Now, it's just a ruin. As soon as I heard it was a huge piece of blood jade, I was ecstatic. Maybe I can find more good stuff this time, and besides, the system is forcing me to spend money. Zhu Jingkai excitedly urged the person in charge to hurry up and settle the bill for this guy. Huang Xinyue was also stunned at this time, and came directly to me, asking, "What do you want to do?" I smiled and said, "I'm someone who has a lot of money. The more I spend, the happier I am. I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't spend money for a day." The people around almost spat blood when they heard this. Spending money is comfortable, but you also need to have money to spend. Suddenly the system prompts the completion of a 100 billion consumption task, obtaining a primary reinforcement gift package. The next task is to consume 200 billion within 48 hours. Failing the task will still result in the amputation of an arm. Suddenly I realized that the larger the amount, the longer the task duration. Now the reinforcement point backpack has 220, enough to turn an ordinary person into a top killer. So I immediately shouted in excitement, feeling damn awesome. Others looked puzzled, wondering why someone who is squandering money is still shouting awesome. But I didn't care at all, and directly said to Zhu Jingkai, "I bought all the valuable things in your house. Is there anything else valuable to sell?" Zhu Jingkai smiled mysteriously and said, "I've said it before, the ore vein behind our Zhu's gambling stoneyard is the most valuable." Before I could speak, Huang Xinyue was the first to say, "Don't listen to his nonsense. That mine behind the gambling stoneyard has been mined for decades. It might have been emptied long ago." Unexpectedly, I disregarded it and said directly, "Considering your Zhu family's poverty and inability to afford meals, I've bought everything here, including the mine behind the mountain, for 20 billion. I only spent a mere 5 billion and actually bought a blood rain worth over 100 billion. But I still didn't feel satisfied and was prepared to spend 20 billion to buy the entire mine." Everyone present gasped in shock. The initial 5 billion, plus the previous 10 billion, and now 20 billion, I actually have 35 billion on me. Spending so much money on a pile of rocks, he's simply a lunatic. The owner of the mine, Zhu Jingkai, was extremely excited and quickly indicated to pay the money. After all, making 20 billion from an almost abandoned mine is like a windfall. I shook my head and said, "To me, it's just a bunch of data. Now, go and get the land deeds here and the gambling stone field deeds for me." Zhu Jingkai smiled and said, "Wait for me. I'll go back and get the land deeds now." The next moment, Huang Xingyue came to me and couldn't help but say, "You're really crazy." I didn't mind and said directly, "Xingyue, don't be angry. How about this? I'll give you everything here." As soon as this was said, the whole place was shocked. Everyone looked at Huang Xingyue with envy. They couldn't help but think that being good-looking is indeed an advantage. Huang Xingyue herself also looked incredulous and said to me cautiously, "Are you sure you're not joking? You want to give me what you bought for 351? I nodded and said, "Of course, I'm not joking. It's my honor to make the goddess smile. Do you think I wouldn't dare to take it if you gave it to me? When the land deeds come, they will be transferred directly to my name." Before I could say anything, a wonderful voice said, "Mr. Hu, don't you want it? Actually, I'm very interested in this place too. How about giving it to me?" In an instant, everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman who was on par with Huang Xingyue standing there. The people in the venue instantly exclaimed, "It's Morong Fair. She's second only to Huang Xingyue." I gazed at Morong Fair, the renowned beauty, and stood there dumbfounded. I knew of her fame, along with Huang Xingyue, but only from the internet. I never expected to see the second most beautiful woman in China here today. Morong Fair pushed through the crowd and came up to me. Then boldly, she said, "As long as Mr. Hu Chen is willing to give this place to me, I will be your girlfriend from now on." Before I could speak, Huang Xinyue directly interrupted, "I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Don't you know that Hu Chen is my boyfriend? He's here today to give me a gift." To my surprise, Morong Fair chuckled. "You didn't have this attitude towards Mr. Hu Chen before. The two of you don't look like a couple at all. So stop pretending, especially since you are already engaged." Huang Xinyue's face looked very ugly, then she said that the marriage was arranged by her parents. I didn't agree to it, so that marriage contract is naturally invalid. Now, Hu Chen is my man. I was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain. At this moment, Ouyang Feier also turned her gaze towards me. Huang Xinyue's fiancé is quite remarkable, it would be troublesome to be with him. On the contrary, I don't have an engagement. As long as you speak up. From this moment on, I am your woman, and this lifetime belongs to you alone. I directly voiced my doubts. Are you pursuing me just for this small 35 billion? Morong Feier insincerely said, you can think of it that way. Anyway, you have to give away this stone gambling site. If you give it to me, you will have one more option. Why not do it? I scratched my head and said it's awkward. After all, I've already promised to give it to Xingyue. But if you really want to be my girlfriend, as long as it can be bought with money, I will buy it for you. Neuron Feier was a little confused for a moment, then excitedly asked, really? Confidently, I said, of course it's true. If you don't believe it, I'll accompany you to buy it this afternoon. Neuron Feier smiled and walked to my side, took my arm, and then kissed me on the cheek. That special feeling made me feel like I was in a dream. I really couldn't have dreamt that Moron Feier, who was on par with Huang Xinyue, would become my girlfriend. Is this the frightening aspect of superpowers? Huang Xinyue immediately got angry and directly scolded me as a fickle person. I smiled bitterly and said, Xinyue, you can't blame me for this. If you had agreed to be my partner last night, I definitely wouldn't have agreed today. Wasted today. With these two things in front of me, the choice is clear. Huang Xinyue became angrier as she thought, and sneered, you are just a fickle person. When did I say I didn't agree? Without saying a word, I indicated that there was no way, but I would definitely give it to you as promised. And being your personal bodyguard, as long as you don't ask, I won't regret it. And then, at this moment, Zhu Jingkai excitedly ran over. Behind him, there was a group of people, including his father and grandfather, who were aware of the situation. Even so, the two of them were extremely shocked, secretly wondering who this young man was, and why they had never seen him before. I immediately said, hurry up and get it done for me. I bought this mine to give it away. If the contract and agreement are brought over, then quickly sign and pay, don't delay my spending. Zhu Jingkai, who was already accustomed to my tone, was extremely excited at this moment, and directly took out the contract and agreement, placing them in front of me. Without saying a word, I took out my bank card, and immediately said, quickly swipe it, then I took the contract and agreement. Then I handed it to Huang Xinyue, saying, I do as I say. Now you sign and seal it, and this mine will be yours from now on. Huang Xinyue didn't hesitate, taking the contract and signing it directly. At the same time, the system reminded the host that the 20 billion consumption task was completed, and a new task was to spend 50 billion within 48 hours. Failure to complete the task will deduct 500 enhancement points. Currently, there are 370 enhancement points left. Soon, Huang Xinyue also completed the handover procedures, and then said to me, thank you for your gift. Since you have already established a relationship with Morong Feier, then you should go with him. I waved my hand, indicating that there was no rush. I want to go to the mine first and see if the Zhu family has deceived me. Hearing this, all three generations of the Zhu family laughed. Especially Zhu Jingkai, showing off like Hu Chen, at most you're just a fool with too much money. The mine in the back mountain has long been empty. You'll end up losing a fortune. I said with a smirk, do you know that just that piece of imperial green material is enough to make you regret to the point of wanting to dig up your ancestors' graves? Now I will personally take the knife and cut open that 5 billion material, let everyone open their eyes, and then everyone will know who's losing out. After saying that, Zhu Jingcai's father sneered, you're still too naive, young man. I've been studying that material for over a year. Although it's valuable, it definitely doesn't exceed 5 billion. I disregarded everything and went straight to that huge piece of material. Others were also excitedly following behind me. Some couldn't wait, especially Zhu's old man, extremely excited. 5 years ago, I wanted to see what it was like inside. Today, I finally have the chance to cut it open. I hope it's not too disappointing, otherwise this young man will be in big trouble. Just in case, I've decided to use reinforcement points. Otherwise, when the blood domain appears, it will definitely drive countless people crazy. Let's do it. I directly reinforced my mental points to 70, and both strength and speed to 100. Military bodyboxing was reinforced to the ultimate. Currently, there are only 50 reinforcement points left. With the help of several staff members, a ton of material was moved to the cutting room. Amidst the attention of the crowd, I personally operated the machine, and the blade creaked down. At the moment the first cut was made, it did not disappoint, and it was indeed top-quality Emperor Jade. The second and third cuts were the same, but no one envied it, because even if the entire piece was Emperor Jade, its value would not reach 5 billion. With each and every cut, someone finally noticed that something was wrong. One of them said, have you noticed? This Huchen seems to be cutting casually, but each cut is just right. The material he cut out was almost without waste. Everyone secretly thought, could this guy be an expert? Otherwise, why would he be so crazy to spend 5 billion to buy this piece of material? As a result, everyone became expectant. Only the 3 generations of the Zhu family were extremely nervous, even praying in their hearts that the next cut would reveal just a piece of stone. However, they were soon disappointed. After hundreds of cuts, the material was only the size of a basketball. All the previous cuts were also top-quality emperor jade. At this point, I no longer used the cutter, but instead chose to use a grinding wheel. Amidst the attention of the crowd, I polished the emperor jade. At that moment, a touch of red entered everyone's sight, and the old master of the Zhu family instantly exclaimed, "That was the legendary blood jade." Heavens, the emperor jade actually produced the incredible blood jade. Xu Jingkai loudly said, "It's very likely that the blood jade is just ordinary chicken blood jade, not as good as the previous imperial jade." People suddenly realized that chicken blood jade is indeed possible. While they were talking, I didn't stop polishing. Not long after, a large area of red appeared. And it was at this moment that people suddenly realized that accumulated blood jade would definitely not have this. The color, this kind of red, is just like freshly spilled blood. This is definitely blood jade. The next second, someone burst into tears, realizing it is indeed blood jade, the legendary divine blood, a jade formed over millions of years, said to have magical powers. However, legends are just legends, and some people simply don't believe in any magical powers. At this moment, the old master of the Zhu family was full of disbelief. This is impossible. How could there be blood jade inside the imperial jade? A blood jade the size of an egg is worth billions, and this blood jade is the size of a basketball, worth at least tens of billions. Huang Xingyue suddenly realized that this Hu Chen is quite extraordinary. He must have seen something unique inside the imperial prison a long time ago, which is why he was determined to buy it. After a full hour, a blood jade the size of a basketball finally entered everyone's sight. Someone in the crowd congratulated Mr. Ah Cheng, "You're going to make a fortune. The Xu family must be regretting it to the point of spitting blood now." Hearing this, I ignored them and asked the system, "Can you help me test the effects of this blood jade?" The system indicated that testing blood requires 50 enhancement points. Without hesitation, I gritted my teeth and proceeded with the examination. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the blood of the ancient beast, Gulang. It can be used to strengthen the body. It takes 1 second to extract each enhancement point, and a total of 10,000 enhancement points are needed for complete extraction. I was instantly dumbfounded. I never thought that the blood domain legend was true, even though it's not of divine bloodline. But just from the name Ancient Beast Gulang, one can tell it's very ancient. Its blood is definitely a priceless treasure. Immediately, I turned to a middle-aged man with a backpack and said, "Sir, how about selling me your backpack?" The man, Mr. Hu Chen, replied, "You're too kind, Mr. Hu. This backpack is worthless. I can just give it to you." I quickly expressed my gratitude and said, "Thank you so much. How about I give you that small piece of Emperor's jade next to it?" The man was momentarily bewildered, feeling like he was in a dream. Although it's just a small piece, its value is at least 1 million. Before he could refuse, I stuffed that small piece of Emperor's jade into his hand. Then I quickly put the blood jade into the backpack and carried it on my back. Then I loudly announced, "Let's call it a day. Everyone can disperse. As for Xingyue, arrange for someone to take over here. Everything here is now yours." And at that moment, a large group of people rushed in from outside, shouting, "You brat, hand over the blood jade and we'll spare your life. Anyone else not involved, get lost." Upon hearing this, everyone else fled in panic. After a while, only Huang Xingyue, his 2 bodyguards, and another person, Morong Fair, remained on the scene, totaling 5 people. One of them looked at the Emperor's jade with intense desire, as if wanting to take all of it for himself. The leader with the scarred face immediately emphasized the importance of the blood jade, and once you have the blood jade, you can take the Emperor's jade and it will belong to you. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes looked at me with madness. Almost simultaneously, they drew their weapons. I'll say it again, punk, hand over the blood jade. One by one, they all took out sharp weapons. Hu Chen asked calmly, "I'm curious, who ordered you to come here? After all, I just opened the blood jade not long ago, and you're already here." "Humph, that's not your concern. Right now, all you need to do is hand over the blood jade. I'll count to 3. 3. Your mother." Hu Chen cursed angrily and rushed forward in an instant, as fast as a gust of wind. Bang! With a loud noise, this guy took a hook punch, and his jaw deformed directly, a gruesome sight. Now, I'll count to 3, you can still escape from here. 3, 2, 1. Bang 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 bang. Hu Chen went on a rampage, and by the time Huang Xingyue and the others reacted, dozens of guys with weapons were all lying on the ground, with only the scar-faced strongman still standing. Huang Xingyue frowned because the fighting power Hu Chen was displaying now was impossible to knock out last night. Was he intentional last night? But why would he do that? Does he not like himself? Maybe he really doesn't like himself, otherwise why would he easily accept Morong Fair? But why? She was the number one beauty in Sucheng. Huang Xingyue thought a lot. She couldn't have dreamed that Hu Chen's strength had just increased. Scarface, you seemed pretty cocky just now. Do you want me to kill you, or do you want me to kill you? Hu Chen said as he walked towards him step by step. The scar-faced strong man was so scared that he staggered back and finally turned and ran. Bang! The next moment, he bumped into something. When he looked up, Hu Chen was blocking his way. How is this possible? Instantly terrified. Hu Chen smirked coldly, besides being rich, I can also fight. Bang! With one kick, he kicked the scar-faced strongman flying more than 10 meters away. He landed heavily on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. I'll give you one last chance. Who ordered you to attack? Hu Chen said, lifting his foot. The scar-faced strong man was scared to death, he knew this guy really dared to kill him. Don't kill me, I'll talk. It's Master Gua. Who is Master Gua? Hu Chen asked. Morong Fair answered, Master Gua is a figure in the underworld of Sucheng, one of the top figures in the underworld, and his biggest business is the Quanlong Underground Casino. Is that so? I'll make sure to visit this Master Gua after I'm done with my business. After saying this coldly, he shouted at the group of thugs, why are you still here? The group of people either got up and ran away or crawled away if they couldn't walk. Soon it quieted down. Xingyue, with such a big business, you should quickly have someone come over to take care of it. I'll go check out the mine in the back mountain. I want to go too. Huang Xingyue immediately spoke up. Xingyue, this is your business here, you should. Just let Yi Qian and Yi Rong stay, I'll go with you to the back mountain. After all, the back mountain is also my business, I'm afraid you'll steal my stuff. Huang Xingyue said so. Alright, with them here to watch, I'm at ease. Otherwise, if the Emperor's jade is stolen, I'll be heartbroken. You're so rich, would you really be heartbroken if the Emperor's jade was stolen? Huang Xingyue rolled her eyes. It's different, my money is used for legitimate purposes. Buying things randomly everywhere is legitimate. Hey, I can't explain it to you. Are you starting to look down on me? Huang Xingyue said sourly. Hu Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Xingyue, I sense something's not right with you. What's not right? I don't know, but something's off. They soon arrived at the back mountain mine. There were indeed no workers here. Hu Chen looked around and could still see some first-floor jade stones. But they were all ordinary jade stones. He headed straight for the mine. Along the way, Hu Chen activated his transparent eye. In the huge mine, inside the stone walls, everything within a 1-meter range could be seen clearly. In other words, his transparent eyes could only see up to 1 meter. Of course, it could be strengthened by the system, but he currently had no enhancement points. It took a full hour and a half to reach the end of the mine, where there unexpectedly appeared a water-soluble cave. The cave was also very large and deep, with traces of destruction everywhere, but no precious materials like jade, mainly stalactites. It's so beautiful here, it's a pity it's been destroyed, Morong Fair said regretfully. Soon they reached the end and encountered a huge water pool, an underground river. System, how long can I hold my breath underwater now? Ding! The host's maximum breath holding time is 12 minutes. With 100,000 enhancement points, a super breathing system can be enhanced to breathe freely underwater. 100,000 enhancement points? Who knows how long it would take to acquire them? Hu Chen gave up the idea of entering the water pool. Hu Chen, did you find anything? Huang Xingyue asked. I didn't find anything, unless we enter the water pool. I suspect that the Emperor's jade was brought out from this water pool, Hu Chen said. It's very likely. There are remnants of large machinery around the water pool, but I don't know why the Zhu family suddenly gave up, Morong Feier analyzed. Just then, the calm water in the pool suddenly began to boil as if something was stirring below. There's something down there, Huang Xingyue exclaimed. Morong Feier immediately hid behind Hu Chen. There was a natural fear of the unknown, even Hu Chen became cautious. It's probably something terrifying that happened, causing the Zhu family to abandon the excavation, Hu Chen muttered. After about 5 minutes, the water surface returned to calm, and nothing terrifying appeared. Hu Chen, did you see anything? Huang Xingyue asked curiously. No, but this place is eerie. It's best to seal it off to prevent accidents, Hu Chen suggested. Let's go, let's leave this place. Leading the way out, but thinking that when they became stronger, they would come back to explore further. They returned to the gambling stone field at exactly 7 o'clock at night. Yi Qian and Yi Rong had already taken over here. Boss, how should we handle the Emperor's jade? Yi Qian asked. Get a craftsman to polish it into jewelry and sell it. You guys can stay here during this time, Hu Chen said. What about your safety, boss? I have Hu Chen protecting me personally. You don't need to worry about my safety. Hey, Huang Xingyue, Mr. Who is my partner now, can you show some restraint? He's your partner, but he's also my bodyguard. Alright, it's still early, let's go spend some money, Hu Chen said. Spend money? What are you going to buy this time? Huang Xingyue asked. Didn't I say before that I want to buy a gift for Feier? So I'll buy wherever Feier likes, Hu Chen replied. Really? Hu Chen, I knew you were the best to me. Let's go, I want to buy the commercial property of Morong Group, Morong Feier said eagerly. Isn't that your family's own property? Hu Chen asked curiously. It is our family's, but it's not mine. Once I buy it, it will be mine, Morong Feier said with a fiery gaze. Okay, as long as you like it, we'll buy it. Thank you, Hu Chen, I love you, Morong Feier thanked Hu Chen profusely and gave him a hug. Feeling that softness, a fire ignited within him. Morong Feier also noticed something, looked down, smirked, and said, Hu Chen, let's hurry and buy the commercial property of Morong Group. Hu Chen instinctively looked at Huang Xingyue beside him. The latter rolled her eyes and walked away quickly. The commercial property of Morong Group is located in Sucheng, in the second ring development zone. It is huge in scale and well developed in the surrounding area. A luxury car parked nearby. Hu Chen and the others got out of the car. Look, isn't that Sioux City's #1 beauty, Huang Xingyue? Oh my, Sioux City's second beauty, Morong Feier, is also here. The #1 and #2 beauties are actually together? Who is that young man? How can he have both of them by his side? More and more people are gathering to watch. Countless people are taking photos, it's absolutely crazy. Huang Xingyue and Morong Feier tacitly put on masks and sunglasses. Hu Chen has become the center of attention. Of course, he doesn't mind and appreciates the envious looks from people. Make way, everyone, make way. Hu Chen leads the way. Even though the journey is only a few minutes, it takes a quarter of an hour to reach the Morong Group's commercial building. At this moment, a girl who bears some resemblance to Morong Feier comes out of the company. Just as she sees Morong Feier, her worried expression fades, and she excitedly says, Morong Feier, where have you been? You didn't answer your phone, didn't reply to messages. Do you know that young Master Ma has been waiting for you all day? Hurry up, go apologize to young Master Ma. Morong Feier links arms with Hu Chen and affectionately says, Cousin, what does it have to do with me that young Master Ma is waiting? By the way, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Hu Chen. Move aside, Hu Chen has important matters to attend to here. Morong Feier, you are too willful. Do you know that it's your fortune that young Master Ma has taken a liking to you? And you casually found a beggar to be your boyfriend? Are you stupid? Cousin, shut up. If you like young Master Ma so much, why don't you marry him? After Morong Fair's cold words, she links arms with Hu Chen and rushes into the commercial building. Morong Fair, you make me so angry. Not far away, a group of people approaches, of all ages, all looking up to a young man with extreme respect. Uncle Mu, rest assured, as long as Fair and I get married, I will immediately invest 1 billion in your company. Nephew Ma, rest assured, it's Fair's good fortune to marry a young hero like you. The group of people shower the young man with endless compliments and praises. Oh, Fair, you finally came back. Hurry up, this is young Master Ma, your future husband. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? He, Hu Chen, is my husband. Saying this, she leans into Hu Chen's embrace. This scene immediately darkens young Master Ma's face. His cold gaze fixes on Hu Chen. Kid, do you know that Morong Fair is my woman? Oh, where's the mad dog barking? Hu Chen deliberately looks around. Everyone knows who he is referring to as the mad dog. The Morong family members are shocked by his words. They wonder who this kid is. How dare he insult even the young master of a big business family? Husband, isn't he the mad dog from the Ma family? Morong Fair really dislikes my young Master Ma, speaking without holding back. This terrifies the Morong family members. Morong Fair, what nonsense are you talking? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Ma. Unfilial daughter, see if I don't discipline you. Morong Tian is furious and strides over, rolling up his sleeves as if to teach Morong Fair a lesson. Morong Fair is truly scared and quickly hides behind Hu Chen. Morong Tian approaches angrily, shouting, "Get out of the way, or I'll hit you too." Hu Chen indifferently says, "You better think carefully before offending me." Seeing this, Morong Tian, unsure of Hu Chen's confidence, doesn't dare to act recklessly. After all, most people would be quite scared facing his imposing manner. The young man in front of him, however, remains calm and indifferent, as if he doesn't care at all. What's more crucial is that he dares to offend the young master of a big business family, young Master Ma, who also walks over and slaps Hu Chen across the face. As the noble son of a wealthy family, he usually bullies whoever he wants. Beating people is just a casual thing. Smack! Hu Chen couldn't stand him. Taking the initiative, he slapped Ma Tsong'an to the ground. Kick, kick, kick. Immediately, several skilled bodyguards rushed over and surrounded Hu Chen. Obviously, they were Ma Tsong'an's bodyguards. The people of the Morong family were already scared and quickly retreated to a distance. You dare to hit me, very good, very good. Bang! Hu Chen leaped out, very fast. Before the bodyguards could react, he kicked Ma Tsong'an out again. This time, he flew out more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Hu Chen muttered discontentedly, "What a waste. Wasting my money and time." After speaking, he looked at the stunned Morong Tian and asked, "Are you Fair's father?" I am." Morong Tian was completely shocked by Hu Chen's methods, stuttering as he spoke. Morong Fair originally just wanted to use Hu Chen as a shield, but at this moment, she realized she was really acting. This guy not only had money, but could also fight, and was handsome. Who wouldn't like that? Kill him for me. Ma Tsong'an, who was rushing over, shouted like a madman. His bodyguards immediately took action. However, one by one, they lacked confidence and were cautious in front of Hu Chen. Bang bang bang. Faced with a group of bodyguards attacking him, Hu Chen showed no mercy. His moves were lethal. In just a few seconds, Ma Tsong'an's proud special bodyguards all lost their combat effectiveness and lay on the ground. Hu Chen looked again at the pale-faced Morong Tian and smiled slightly. "Here's the deal, my family Fair is very interested in your Morong family's business. How about this, 500 billion, sell your business to me and transfer it to my daughter Fair's name." Hu Chen had only one goal, to spend money. As long as he could spend money, it didn't matter if it was a lot or a little. But the Morong family was shocked. 500 billion to buy their business was definitely not profitable, especially since the Morong family's business was in crisis. The key was that after this guy bought it, it would still be under Morong Fair's name, earning 500 billion, and the company would still belong to the Morong family. Morong Tian was somewhat incredulous. Young master, are you sure you're not joking? Will the business really be transferred to my daughter's name? Do I look like I'm joking? Swipe the card. Hu Chen handed over his bank card directly. Morong Tian tremblingly took the bank card, feeling particularly heavy, his breathing becoming rapid. He shouted to the stunned family members behind him, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the POS machine over." Only then did the family members react and quickly brought the large card reader. Morong Tian operated it himself. "Young master, please enter your password." 123456, Hu Chen said nonchalantly. The Morong family members were shocked once again. A bank card with 500 billion, and the password was so simple, weren't they afraid of being stolen? After entering the password, indeed, the money was transferred exactly as requested. "Young master, are you really going to transfer it?" Morong Tian asked again. "Hurry up, transfer the money, then transfer the business to my wife Morong Fair's name. Don't delay my spending time, I'm really busy." Hu Chen urged impatiently. Morong Tian then trembled and excitedly made the transfer. Ding! 500 billion yuan credited to the company's account. In no time, the secretary's phone received a text message notification. Even so, some people still couldn't believe it. "Quick, check to see if the 500 billion has really been credited." Blow the secretary to check quickly. The secretary herself also operated quickly. Looking at that 5, a series of zeros, counted over and over again, finally confirmed in shock, 500 billion, it really is 500 billion. Quickly, transfer the company to my wife's name. Seeing no prompt from the system that the consumption task was completed, Hu Chen urged. The Morong family dare not delay at all. After all, 500 billion has been credited, not to mention transferring it to Morong Fair's name. Even if not, they dare not be negligent. Due to the complex process, even though everyone completed it with the fastest efficiency, it still took a full 2 hours to complete the transfer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 500 billion consumption task within 48 hours and receiving a gift package of primary reinforcement points. Ding! New task, specified direction, consume 1 trillion yuan through live streaming within 10 days. Completing the task can get a mysterious gift package. Another mysterious gift package? Hu Chen was extremely shocked. As for consuming 1 trillion in the live broadcast room, Hu Chen didn't care that much, anyway, just need to spend money. And the rewards of the mysterious gift package are rich and tempting. Hu Chen is looking forward to it. Husband, thank you. Morong Fair, who has obtained all the industries of the Muse Group, was overjoyed and gave Hu Chen a deep kiss. This feeling, just one word, awesome. Huang Xingyue on the side looked envious. Although Hu Chen also gave her a valuable gift, she never took the final step. Alright Fair, so many people are watching. I don't care, I'll kiss my husband, who can control me? Morong Fair suddenly became very clingy. Alright, I have things to deal with, Fair, arrange the company's affairs and then come find me. After Hu Chen finished speaking, he left in big strides. He couldn't stand it anymore. If this continues, he will have to do something bad. Huang Xingyue followed Hu Chen as he left. Some people love one when they see one, and abandon one when they see another, she said coldly. Hu Chen curiously looked over. Huang Beauty, what do you mean by that? Humph, I know what I mean, some people know in their hearts. At the words, Hu Chen reacted. Approaching Huang Xingyue, he took her hand and said, Xingyue, you don't really like me, do you? Huang Xingyue's face turned slightly red, and she angrily said, let go, I don't like you. Ha, you still won't admit it. When Fair kissed me just now, I saw it clearly, you were obviously jealous. Get lost, Huang Xingyue will not be jealous of you. Although she said this, she did not refuse Hu Chen holding her. Hu Chen took this opportunity to go further and cautiously embraced Huang Xingyue's waist. That soft waist trembled violently. Smack! Huang Xingyue slapped Hu Chen as soon as he touched her face. Hu Chen stood there stunned, holding his face. He was a bit angry, trying to figure out what was going on with Huang Xingyue. But can he just take that slap? Of course not. Huang Xingyue, you're stronger than me. Hu Chen angrily rushed towards her, hugged her, and quickly moved to a place where no one was around. Hu Chen, what are you doing? Huang Xingyue panicked and shouted. What am I doing? I didn't want to do anything at first, but you slapped me. If I don't do something, I feel like I'm losing out. Barbarically, he took off his clothes and pounced wildly. Ah, Hu Chen, you're committing. Before she could finish her sentence, she never had a chance to say it. An hour and a half later, the battle ended. Hu Chen was satisfied, hugged Huang Xingyue with great satisfaction, and asked, "Dare to hit me again?" "Humph, I'll ignore you, always bullying people." It was clear that Huang Xingyue was not angry. Instead, she felt secretly happy. "Morong Fair, you dream of competing with me for a man. Let's go home and continue." "Bastard, I can't walk." Huang Xingyue scolded angrily. Just now, Hu Chen was too crazy, not knowing how to cherish Huang Xingyue. There was no choice but for Hu Chen to leave happily with her. Arriving at the car, he gently put Huang Xingyue in the car and left. The latter was too exhausted and fell asleep in the car in no time. Back at Villa number 7, Hu Chen naturally did not leave. He carried Huang Xingyue to bed and fell asleep together. However, he was lying on the bed playing with his phone. In order to spend 1 billion network funds, Hu Chen, who never watched live streamers, had to download an app. Since there were many people on Douyu, he downloaded Douyu. Upon entering, there were various familiar recommendations. Immediately, a familiar name caught Hu Chen's attention. A phone contact. Recommendation, Hu Yani. Wasn't she his own younger sister? Hu Chen quickly followed her. The next moment, a window popped up. "The streamer you followed, Hu Yani, is live streaming." Hu Chen was stunned. His sister was still live streaming? Wasn't she supposed to be in school? He quickly clicked to enter. Sure enough, his sister was live streaming. And the live stream was from home, with the room set up partly his doing. "Little sister, aren't you going to school?" Hu Chen asked, using the screen name Hu Chen. "No, I'm not going to school. My grades are bad, and with our parents losing money in business and accumulating a lot of debt, I need to help earn money to pay off the debts." Hearing this, Hu Chen realized that something had happened at home. But why didn't his father tell him about it? "I see. Little sister, are you the only daughter in your family?" "No, I have a brother, but he's just a waste. He only asks for money from home and hangs around, without any prospects. We can't rely on him." Hearing this, Hu Chen's face immediately darkened. Was this how his sister saw him? Are you serious about your brother? Is he really that useless? Do your parents think the same? Yes, our whole family thinks so. That's why when something happened at home, my parents didn't want to contact my brother. After all, he's useless and can't help with anything. It's already good if he just asks for money from home. But luckily, he hasn't asked for money from home recently. Otherwise, I don't know what we would do. Hu Chen was speechless. He didn't expect to have such a bad influence in his family's eyes. A waste? Was he really that useless? Congratulations to Hu Chen for unlocking the Ranger in the Swallow's live stream room. Oh, Hu Chen, thank you, love you, moi. Hu Yani said excitedly. She had just started live streaming and had no guardians. Congratulations to Hu Chen for unlocking the Knight in the Swallow's live stream room. Wow, thank you so much, Hu Chen, love you, moi. Congratulations to Hu Chen for unlocking the Viscount in the Swallow's live stream room. Damn, is this Hu Chen a big shot in the room? So crazy. One by one, he unlocked online. Could it be that he wanted to unlock the king? Dozens of people in the live stream room were shocked. Congratulations to Hu Chen for unlocking the Earl in the Swallow's live stream room. Congratulations to Hu Chen for unlocking the Duke in the Swallow's live stream room. Oh my, a Duke? It costs 15,000 to unlock, a local tyrant. The Swallow must have caught the eye of a local tyrant. Thank you, my Hu Chen, bowing to thank Hu Chen. Hu Yani imitated those big streamers in expressing her gratitude. Congratulations to Hu Chen for unlocking the king in the Swallow's live stream room. Instantly, banners were raised across the entire entertainment live streaming platform. Oh my, who is this Swallow? What kind of streamer is he to have a tycoon unlock the king for him? This Hu Chen seems to be a new account, so crazy, the king costs 60,000 to unlock, even the renewal costs 50,000. With curiosity, countless visitors entered the Swallow's live stream room. In no time, there were close to tens of thousands of people. He's just an ordinary streamer, and he's not even that good looking. Does he have any special talents? Streamer, show us your talent. The incoming tourists, the crazy subtitles are flooding the screen. Hu Yani was also dumbfounded. 60,000 yuan, plus the previous opening of this Hu Chen in her live broadcast room has spent nearly 100,000. She is a freelance anchor, only needs to split with the platform, no guild to earn the price difference, almost able to get 50,000. Congratulations to Hu Chen, for opening the Emperor in the Swallow live room. Suddenly, the entire platform was shocked by the banners. Another Emperor Tycoon appeared in the Douyu live room. Many people have witnessed what kind of ability this Swallow has that can make the Emperor guard. Even some anchors are curious, who is the new noble Emperor? Congratulations to Hu Chen for renewing the Emperor in the Swallow live room. Congratulations to Hu Chen for renewing the Emperor in the Swallow live room. Congratulations to Hu Chen for renewing the Emperor in the Swallow live room. Next, it is the continuous renewal of the Emperor that he prompts, and the special effects directly dominate the screen. Such a scene, even those top anchors couldn't help but be curious. Who is this Hu Chen? How can he renew the Emperor so crazily? Suddenly, the audience in the Swallow live room exceeded 100,000, and more people kept pouring in. Congratulations to Hu Chen for renewing the Emperor in the Swallow live room. Congratulations to Hu Chen for renewing the Emperor in the Swallow live room. Damn, who is this Hu Chen? He has renewed 100 emperors and still doesn't stop? I calculated, renewing one emperor costs 100,000, 100 is 10 million. Hu Yani was already shocked. Before their family had any trouble, they were considered a wealthy family, with assets of only a few million. Now, this Hu Chen in his live room has already crazily spent over 10 million, and there is no sign of stopping? Boom! The full screen shook, a large golden dragon and tiger roared and circled in the Swallow's live room, surrounded by countless fire phoenixes dancing wildly, extremely shocking. Oh my god, triggered the hidden special effects. Congratulations to Hu Chen for renewing 1,000 emperors in the Swallow live room. He actually renewed 1,000 emperors, isn't that a billion? Too crazy? Is this still a person? Can a person do such a thing? 1,000 emperors. Quick, investigate when this Hu Chen came to the platform. The Douyu platform was shocked, all departments were operating frantically, wanting to know the details of this suddenly arrived tycoon. Boss, this Hu Chen registered his account only an hour ago, and it seems that this Swallow is his contact list friend, he only followed this one account. So, this Hu Chen is a relative of Swallow? Right, besides family, only someone close would be this crazy, strangers wouldn't be so crazy. Boss, this Hu Chen's renewal of emperors shows no sign of stopping, it's already 1,500. Quick, drive traffic to Swallow, since Hu Chen wants to promote Swallow, let's help out, drive traffic to the entire site, and increase the bandwidth of Swallow's live room to ensure smooth streaming. At this moment, the task in the Swallow live room has exceeded 500,000. Countless people were extremely curious, how many emperors can this Hu Chen renew? Swallow herself was trembling with excitement, unable to speak. Even if she splits the earnings with the platform, her value has exceeded 1 billion. However, Hu Chen's renewal of emperors has not ended. Congratulations to Hu Chen for renewing 2,000 emperors in the Swallow live room. The hidden special effects appeared again. Swallow's private messages were also flooded, numerous large guilds, top guilds offered her very generous treatment. But she didn't pay attention to the private messages at all, she just looked at the two words Hu Chen. Suddenly, she realized that Hu Chen's name was very similar to her brother Hu Chen. Could it be her brother? The thought was quickly dispelled. Even if her brother knew about her live broadcast, he wouldn't have the money to renew so many emperors for her. Then she remembered the rules she learned online for anchors. Usually when encountering such a tycoon, it must be that the tycoon has taken a liking to the anchor. If the anchor wants to continue being protected by the tycoon, it is best to proactively contact the tycoon as soon as possible, and then arrange for an offline date. Thinking of this, Huyani fell silent. Does she really need to contact a tycoon for an offline date? What if he turns out to be an old man? On the Douyu platform, I have renewed subscriptions for over 3,000 emperors, over 300 million. Hu Chen still has not stopped his family background. Is he trying to reach 10,000 emperors? Regardless of that, notify the special effects department. The special effects for 10,000 emperors must be good. It must be exciting and perfect. On Hu Chen's side, he was clicking frantically, but it was still too slow. It had been almost half an hour and he had only spent 5 billion, but he needed to spend 1 trillion. Fortunately, he had reached a very high level in all aspects now, so his clicking did not tire him out. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room finally exceeded 1 million. Boom! Colorful fireworks exploded, a fierce prehistoric beast appeared on the screen, a large golden dragon accompanied it, majestic and awe-inspiring. The live broadcast room exploded. This special effect was absolutely the first time they had seen it, extremely shocking. Damn, seeing this special effect, I thought I had traveled through time? Warmly celebrate the character in the Yenzi live broadcast room, renewing the Emperor 10,000 times. My god, 10,000 times, a full 10 billion. It's chaos. The whole internet is in shock. The Anchor's live room, the traffic also reached its peak. Almost all the traffic from other platforms went to the Yenzi live room, pushing it to nearly 3 million people. Hu Chen also stopped, because he realized that at this rate of renewal, it was too slow. It would probably take 10 days to spend 1 trillion. It had been an hour, and he had only spent 10 billion. Just then, Hu Chen's phone rang. It was an unknown number. After hesitating for a moment, Hu Chen answered the call. Hello, I am the development manager of the Douyu platform. Are you the big brother Hu Chen who was crazily renewing 10,000 emperors in the Yenzi live room? Yes, I am. Hu Chen. Before the other party could speak, Hu Chen interrupted. Since you are the development manager of the Douyu live platform, that's great. I think renewing 1 emperor at a time is too slow. Can you bundle them? One group of 10,000, 100,000 tuition is also fine. If not, give me some exclusive gifts, like a 100 billion reward or something, I mean in real currency. After Hu Chen finished speaking, he noticed there was no response. On the Douyu platform, a group of executives surrounded the development manager, all stunned by Hu Chen's words. Hu Chen, are you joking? It took a while for the development manager to ask. I'm not joking, I have a lot of money and nowhere to spend it. Hurry up and prepare me a huge gift. 100 billion is best, 1 trillion is also fine, I'm waiting to spend. Beep beep beep. Hu Chen hung up after speaking. Then he patiently waited. In Yenzi's live room, the gift effects had never stopped. Because each emperor's special effect lasted for 30 seconds, with 10,000 of them, it was estimated that it would continue like this for at least a day or two. After about 15 minutes, Hu Chen received a platform message notification. Dear Mr. Hu, we have opened a special recharge channel for you. You can recharge 10 billion each time. Dear Mr. Hu, we have prepared exclusive gifts for you. The God of Wealth descends, each time equivalent to 1 billion in real currency. Douyu platform had made a huge decision to prepare such gifts, because it was too terrifying to think about. They were also very nervous, worried that Hu Chen was joking. The next moment. My god, he has recharged 10 billion at a time. It's 20 billion now. Still recharging. He has recharged 500 billion, and he hasn't stopped. Numb, all the executives of the Douyu platform were numb. Despite the other party's recharge, they can earn a lot of money, but precisely because there is too much money, they are very worried instead. Could this be an illusion? A senior executive asked incredulously. Is it possible that all of us are having illusions? In the end, under the gaze of all the senior executives on the Douyu platform, Hu Chen recharged 99 billion, plus the amount he had previously spent on becoming an emperor, exactly 1 trillion. Terrifying, too terrifying. Who exactly is this Hu Chen? Just an entertainment live streamer, yet he is splurging 1 trillion. Is he going to give all of it as gifts to Yanzi? Could it be that he is trying to forcefully promote Yanzi? Just then, the boss made a major decision: financial accounting. If Hu Chen really spent 1 trillion on Yanzi, our revenue split with Yanzi will change to 30 to 70, with us getting 3 and Yanzi getting 7. Even with a 30 to 70 split, they could still get 300 billion, and this was in less than a day, which was truly frightening. Yanzi's live stream room. Hu Yani finally came to her senses from the overwhelming shock. Hu Chen, thank you so much. Besides saying thank you, she didn't know how to express her feelings anymore. 10 billion, split with the platform, she would still have 5 billion. Who exactly is this Hu Chen? Why would he generously give 10 billion on Yanzi's new live streaming platform? Countless people were puzzled, curious. Boom! At this moment, an incredibly cool special effect, money, ingots, exploded on the screen. Congratulations to Hu Chen for gifting the Super Emperor privilege gift in Yanzi's live stream room. The god of wealth descends. Super Emperor? Everyone just realized that the highest Douyu title had changed. Previously, the Emperor was the highest, but now Hu Chen's title had become Super Emperor. Exclusive gift? So cool, how much is it worth? Countless people quickly checked Hu Chen's exclusive gift. Oh my god, exclusive gift, God of Wealth descends, worth 10 billion Douyu coins, which is 1 billion in real currency. Congratulations to Hu Chen for gifting the Super Emperor privilege gift in Yanzi's live stream room. God of Wealth descends +2. Congratulations to Hu Chen for gifting the Super Emperor privilege gift in Yanzi's live stream room. God of Wealth descends +3. Congratulations to Hu Chen for gifting the Super Emperor privilege gift in Yanzi's live stream room. God of Wealth descends +4. And then everyone saw the privilege gift God of Wealth descends, flooding the screen. Damn, this time it's 1 billion, this is really the God of Wealth descending. It's too crazy. Hu Chen, do you have too much money and nowhere to put it? Give me some? Crazy. Countless people were envious beyond measure. Those top-tier and super top-tier anchors sent countless private messages to Hu Chen, all eager for this big brother to come to their livestream and send the privilege gift, God of Wealth descends. Even if it's just one, it's still 1 billion. Who wouldn't be envious? Hu Yani's face turned pale. She also saw Hu Chen's privilege gift, God of Wealth descends, 1 billion with each gift. Congratulations to Hu Chen for gifting the Super Emperor privilege gift in Yanzi's live stream room. God of Wealth descends +100 inch. Congratulations to Hu Chen for gifting the Super Emperor privilege gift in Yanzi's live stream room. God of Wealth descends +101 inch. Damn, it's 100 billion now, a full 100 billion, and it's not stopping? I'm going crazy. The Douyu platform super rich are crazily gifting privilege gifts, 1 billion at a time, shocking the entire network. Countless wild traffic is entering the Douyu live streaming platform. This has pushed the platform's traffic beyond history, entering an unprecedented peak. The number of viewers in Yanzi's live stream room has surpassed 9 million and is heading towards 10 million. This is an unprecedented, unparalleled live streaming achievement. Major news stations are also reporting one after another. Congratulations to Hu Chen for sending out the Super Emperor privilege gift in the Yanzi live broadcast room. God of Wealth descends +498. Congratulations to Hu Chen for sending out the Super Emperor privilege gift in the Yanzi live broadcast room. God of Wealth descends +499. Congratulations to Hu Chen for sending out the Super Emperor privilege gift in the Yanzi live broadcast room. God of Wealth descends +500. It has exceeded 500 billion. Terrifying, too terrifying. Many people have become numb. For Yanzi, everyone feels that she is extremely lucky. For Hu Chen, everyone is extremely curious. Where did he come from? A mental hospital? If not mentally ill, how could he be so crazy? Even if you want to support someone, there is no need to reward so extravagantly, right? The traffic has exceeded tens of millions. In the Yanzi live broadcast room, the online number of people has reached an unprecedented new high, 10 million. Congratulations to Hu Chen for sending out the Super Emperor privilege gift in the Yanzi live broadcast room. God of Wealth descends plus 988. Congratulations to Hu Chen for sending out the Super Emperor privilege gift in the Yanzi live broadcast room. God of Wealth descends plus 989. Congratulations to Hu Chen for sending out the Super Emperor privilege gift in the Yanzi live broadcast room. God of Wealth descends plus 990. Just when people were curious if it would break 100 billion, Hu Chen stopped. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the 100 billion online live broadcast consumption task and receiving a mysterious big gift package reward. Ding! New task, consume 150 billion within 48 hours, failure to deduct 1000 strengthening points, completion of the task can receive an intermediate strengthening point gift package. System opens the mysterious big gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the mysterious big gift package, receiving 500 universal strengthening points, 200 fixed mental strengthening points, and the skill void step. Hu Chen was overjoyed, not expecting to have a new skill again. Quickly check the void step. Void step, strength, physique, agility, spirit, for attributes need to be strengthened to 500 points to use. After use, you can step in the air. The skill sounds very powerful, but the 500 points of 4 attribute strengthening make Hu Chen embarrassed. Even with the 500 points rewarded by the mysterious big gift package, it is still not enough. System, strengthen the 4 attributes to 300 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for strengthening the 4 attributes to 300 points, consuming 426 attribute points, with 124 strengthening points remaining. Strengthening the 4 attributes to 300 points, Hu Chen felt a huge change in his body, as this was already 30 times that of an ordinary person. Just then, a familiar number called in, with the note being none other than his sister. Answer the call. Brother, where are you? Your sister has struck it rich. I'm sleeping. Ah, brother, why are you sleeping? Do you know, there is a rich man named Hu Chen who renewed 10,000 emperors for me, and also gave me 990 billion worth of privilege gifts, which is 990 billion in real currency. The platform called me and said it's a 70-30 split, with me getting 7 and them getting 3, so I have 700 billion now. Hurry back, I'll buy you a villa, a supercar, and find you a super good-looking wife. Didn't you call me useless before? How come you're so good to your brother now? Hu Chen said. Ha? Brother, how did you know? Have you been watching my live broadcast all this time? Hu Yani was very shocked. Of course, because I am that Hu Chen, and the money you have is also from my rewards. Alright, it's late, isn't there trouble at home? With the money, take care of mom and dad, and go back to study. If there's anything you can't solve, just tell me. Hang up, my wife and I are sleeping. Who is Hu Chen? Huang Xingyue was already awakened. Hearing that the call Hu Chen made was to a girl, she asked vigilantly. My sister Hu Yani, she's doing a live broadcast, and I gave her a wave of rewards. Is she your real sister? Of course she is, why are you jealous again? Humph, I'm not jealous. Wife, how was your rest? Let's take advantage of the good mood and... Hu Chen rolled over. Ah, you rascal. Aren't you tired? Huang Xingyue asked loudly. Not tired, mainly because you are too charming. Even if I'm tired, I'm not tired. Jokingly, just now his body's 4 main attributes were all enhanced to 300 points, why would he be tired? He's not tired, it's Huang Xingyue who is tired. By the time Hu Chen finished, she felt like she was about to collapse. She had always heard that only tired oxen die, not overworked fields, but now she felt like her field was about to be ruined. However, despite the hard work, she was truly happy. This time, Hu Chen also rested, sleeping soundly with the beautiful woman in his arms. He woke up only at noon. When Huang Xingyue met Hu Chen's gaze, she immediately looked surprised and firmly said, "You can't come again, even if I have an iron body, I can't handle it." Hu Chen smirked, "If you can't satisfy me, then I'll have to find someone else." "You dare, I may not have satisfied you last time, but you have to let me rest a bit." "Fine, let my baby rest, we'll battle again tonight." They got up and had something to eat. "Husband, do you have any plans on where to spend money?" Both of them had reached this point, and Huang Xingyue had also accepted Hu Chen. Their way of addressing each other had changed. This time I plan to spend 150 billion. Where do you think it's best to spend it, wife? Hu Chen said seriously. 150 billion? Husband, are you serious or joking? I'm not joking, I'm just that rich, you know? Then let's start from the old city area, buy everything there, then buy the new city area, and finally the whole city of Jiangcheng will be yours. Upon hearing this, Hu Chen's eyes lit up. Wife, that's a good idea, let's not delay, let's go now. Ha! Huang Xingyue was speechless, he was just joking, but Hu Chen took it seriously. You know this is Sichuan, although not as prosperous as Shanghai, the GDP without a face is still over 2 trillion, if you calculate the whole city, it's probably not less than 1 trillion. No matter how rich you are, you can't buy a city, right? Seeing Hu Chen taking her towards the old city area, Huang Xingyue asked in shock, Husband, are you serious? Of course, I'm serious, I'm not short of money anyway, I'll buy everything under your name. Ha! Huang Xingyue was extremely shocked. Then she said, Husband, don't blame me if I dump you later, leaving you with nothing? Dump me? If you dump me, I'll find someone better, as for money, it's just a bunch of data to me. Just then. Husband, be careful. Across from them, an off-road vehicle was rushing towards them, it seemed like they were intentionally trying to crash into them. Damn! Hu Chen cursed and operated at the limit. Ding dong! He quickly turned the steering wheel, causing the car to hit the roadside barrier, luckily avoiding the off-road vehicle's deadly collision. At this moment, the off-road vehicle turned around and charged at them again. Damn it! System, enhanced driving skills. Ding! Enhanced to top-level driving skills, requires consuming 100 enhancement pills. Do you want to enhance? Enhance. Ding! Congratulations, the host has consumed 100 enhancement points, successfully enhanced to top-level driving skills, with 24 enhancement points remaining. Buzz. With top-level driving skills, Hu Chen felt like the car was an extension of himself, very familiar. He knew the car's attributes like the back of his hand. Full speed ahead, but the sedan's speed couldn't match the off-road vehicle, it was about to catch up. Husband, what should we do? They are clearly coming for us. Huang Xingyue's face was pale, very panicked. Don't worry, trust me, you won't be harmed in any way. Ah, husband, they're coming to crash into us. Seeing the scene through the rearview mirror, Huang Xingyue was extremely frightened. Growing up, this was the first time encountering such a situation. Such scenes usually only appear in movies. In a moment of crisis, Hu Chen relied on top-notch driving skills to maneuver at the limit. Boom! Even so, the terrifying maneuverability of the off-road vehicle still caused Hu Chen's car to collide. Just as the other party was turning around to come back for another collision, Hu Chen stepped on the gas pedal. Go to hell! Ah! Huang Xingyue was so scared by the scene in front of her that she closed her eyes. Boom! Hu Chen unexpectedly sent the off-road vehicle, which was turning around and on its side, flying out. It tumbled on the ground a few times before crashing heavily. Finally, the tires were facing up. However, the off-road vehicle was obviously made of special material, as even in this state, the damage was not significant. The door opened, and 4 fierce-looking individuals rushed out, each armed with a weapon. Rat-a-tat-tat. They opened fire directly at Hu Chen's car. Just as Huang Xingyue, who had just opened her eyes, saw this scene, her expression changed drastically. Although she was also skilled in martial arts, she couldn't withstand a hail of bullets. Hu Chen maneuvered the car, making a sharp turn to escape. Bang, bang, bang. The dense rain of bullets hit the car. Fortunately, Hu Chen reacted quickly, and that was all. The other side still attempted to chase on foot, but how could they catch up with a car speeding at full throttle? In no time, they were left without a trace. Huang Xingyue, still shaken, looked back and breathed a sigh of relief when she confirmed that no one was following. She then looked at Hu Chen driving and thought to herself, he must have experienced this kind of thing often. I've married a devil. After a while, she said, "Husband, you offended Ma Tsongan yesterday, these people must be hired by him." Hearing this, Hu Chen nodded, "I know, don't worry, this won't be the end of it." They then arrived at the old city area. It was actually quite bustling, but most of the buildings were very old. "Husband, if you're sure about buying, then start by acquiring those developers, it's convenient and fast." Huang Xingyue, seeing Hu Chen's seriousness, suggested. "Okay, my wife is indeed smart." Building materials real estate. It was the largest real estate developer in the old city area, with a market value exceeding 100 billion. "Hello, may I ask what you do?" the customer asked seriously. "I'm looking for your boss." "Looking for the boss? How should we address you?" "Hu Chen, my wife is Huang Xingyue." "Are you the number one beauty in Suchong, Huang Xingyue?" "I'm not a top beauty, but I am Huang Xingyue." "Tell your boss that I need to speak with him." "All right, please wait a moment." Soon, a middle-aged man hurried over. "Ha, the number one beauty in Suchong, Miss Huang Xingyue, what brings you here?" Obviously, the reputation of a top beauty still carried weight, as the boss of the building materials real estate came out. "You are the boss of the building materials real estate, Luo Hang?" "That's me." "Mr. Luo, my husband here intends to acquire your building materials real estate." "What? Your husband wants to acquire my building materials real estate? Is he crazy?" Thinking, she already has a husband, why is she coming to me? What a fool. "Miss Huang, you know the strength of my building materials real estate. Currently, the market value has exceeded 110 billion. What makes your so-called husband think he can buy my building materials real estate?" "Because I have money," Hu Chen said confidently. "Money? How much money do you have?" Luo Hong looked disdainful. Thinking, Huang Xingyue must be out of her mind to think that you, dressed like a bum, could be a man. "Not much, but enough to buy your place with ease." Hu Chen said, took out the bank card and handed it over. "This account has 150 billion. Buy your building materials real estate worth 110 billion, you can make a profit of 40 billion. Husband. Huang Xingyue wanted to stop. After all, even if there is more money, it shouldn't be spent like this. "He, do you really have 150 billion? Luo Hong looked disdainful, not believing it at all. Because he firmly believed that if there really were 150 billion, it wouldn't be foolishly used to buy his building materials real estate. Password 123456, you can check it immediately. Seeing Hu Chen so stubborn, Luo Hong coldly smiled. "Alright, I want to see if you really have 150 billion. Secretary, quickly go check." The secretary behind, also a beautiful woman, swayed her waist and took the card away. Not long after, the secretary, who was originally calm, hurriedly ran over. "B-boss, there really is 150 billion. She stuttered. Because it was the first time she had seen so much money. Luo Han looked at Hu Chun in shock, incredulously asking, "Are you really going to use 150 billion to buy my building materials real estate?" "Of course, you can transfer the money now and transfer the building materials real estate to my wife's name," Hu Chen said casually. "Husband, let's forget about it, it's too expensive." Huang Xingyue refused. "Wife, don't worry, I, Hu Chen, always keep my promises. If I say I will give you something, I will definitely deliver." "Mr. Hu, are you serious?" Luo Han asked again. The address had changed. To impress a girl, giving a gift of 150 billion, this guy is really something. "Let's make the transaction quickly. I hope to complete this transaction before dark, because I'm eager to spend the next sum of money." "Alright, let's make the transaction." Making a profit of 40 billion, Luo Hong thought there was no reason not to make the transaction. At worst, he could register a new company somewhere. The transaction was left to Huang Xingyue. Hu Chen leisurely logged into the Douyu website. Entered Yanzi's live broadcast room. The Super Emperor special effects immediately dominated the screen. Super Tycoon Hu Chen is here. Yanzi's live broadcast room unexpectedly had over 300,000 people, causing a commotion as soon as Hu Chen arrived. Banners were displayed across all platforms, announcing the appearance of the Super Emperor Hu Chen in Yanzi's live broadcast room. Instantly, countless people curious about Hu Chen flocked to Yanzi's live broadcast room. Within minutes, the number of viewers in Yanzi's live broadcast room was close to 500,000. Do you think Hu Chen will go crazy with donations today? I heard that Yanzi received at least 500 billion in shares yesterday. After all, she doesn't have a guild, making it suitable for the live platform to split the profits directly in half. So, Yanzi is now at least a super rich female anchor worth 500 billion. I wonder if she has a partner. Stop dreaming. Even if she doesn't have a partner, she belongs to Hu Chen. Bro, you're here. How much are you planning to donate to me today? Clearly, Hu Yani already believed that Hu Chen was her brother. Although she couldn't believe that her brother, who always asked for money from home, suddenly had 1 billion. But when she thought about it, who else besides her brother would go crazy and donate 1 billion to her? There are so many super beautiful anchors on various platforms, but none of them receive such treatment. In the end, she was sure that the one who donated to her was indeed a good brother. Hu Chen, they are so similar. I won't donate today, maybe later. Bro, did you donate all your living expenses to me? Yanzi asked. Nearly 8 million viewers were speechless. This anchor is too much. How can she speak to her big brother in this tone? Isn't she afraid of making her brother angry and not coming back? I think the anchor is real. I like this kind of anchor. What living expenses? The most painful thing for your brother is not having money to spend. Okay, I'm logging off. Hu Chen said and then logged off. The live broadcast room exploded. Damn, Hu Chen, the Super Emperor, truly lives up to his title. The most painful thing for him is how to spend money? I also want to experience this kind of pain. It took 2 full hours for Huang Xingyue to complete the transaction. Holding the contract, she looked incredulous, as the 150 billion building materials real estate was now hers. Husband, thank you. She handed the contract to Hu Chen. Hu Chen took the contract and looked through it. The owners of the building materials real estate were Huang Xingyue and Hu Chen. Why did you add my name too? Hu Chen curiously asked. You are my husband, and you bought the company, so your name should be included. Huh, why isn't the task completed? Hu Chen frowned and muttered. Husband, what task isn't completed? Huang Xingyue asked curiously. Nothing, I'll go to the restroom. Hu Chen hurried away. System, what's going on with the task? Ding. Host has repeatedly violated the rules by pooling money with others to complete tasks, therefore this time the task will not be considered completed. Please correct it to individual spending to complete the task. Hu Chen was dumbfounded. He thought he could spend the task money however he wanted, with whomever he wanted, but now it wasn't allowed? What to do now? Should he ask Huang Xingyue to remove her name? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? System, is there any way to make up for the mistake? Ding. The task can be considered completed, but no rewards will be given. Is the host sure to complete the task? Hu Chen was speechless. Spending 150 billion without any rewards? But there was no other way. He couldn't just ask Huang Xingyue to return the company to him, right? Okay, task completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 150 billion spending task within 48 hours. Due to not completing the task independently, no rewards will be given. Any further violations will result in severe penalties. Please refrain from cheating. Ding. New task, spend 200 billion within 48 hours. Failure will result in a deduction of 120 enhancement points, while completion will reward an intermediate enhancement point package. Hu Chen understood now that the system allowed him to spend independently. Just now, in acquiring the building materials real estate, Huang Xingyue had played a part. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have met the boss, let alone acquire it. It was like cheating. The deed was done, and he had to accept it. Xingyue, it's about time, let's go back. Husband. What's up? I just saw in the class group chat that there's a class reunion tonight, and everyone is bringing their partners. Will you accompany me? Huang Xingyue asked in a coquettish tone. She had noticed that Hu Chen's hobby was spending money, seemingly having endless amounts to spend, making him uncomfortable if he couldn't spend it all. She was also curious about Hu Chen's family background. Was he being forced to spend money, as if the family was peculiar? After all, he was using just one card, and as soon as he spent, more money came in. If it wasn't from his family, then who was it from? Sure, I've never been to a class reunion before. Hu Chen said. Ah, husband, you're lying. How could you have never been to a class reunion? Huang Xingyue looked disbelieving. I really haven't. They all think I'm a slacker, not focused on work, and poor, so they never invite me to class reunions. Ha ha. Huang Xingyue burst out laughing. Husband, are you teasing me on purpose? You've spent billions since yesterday, and now you're saying you're poor? Yeah, am I poor? I'm so poor that all I have left is money to spend. Hu Chen shrugged. Versailles, husband, you've had enough. Don't show off in front of me. Go show off in front of my classmates later, they love to compare. Let's go to your class reunion. Shall we walk there? Huang Xingyue said. Walking is also a form of exercise for your body. Then carry me on your back. With that, she jumped onto Hu Chen's back. Alright, I'll carry you, navigation activated, we'll show off and fly with you. Hu Chen carried Huang Xingyue and rushed out. Not long after they left, bang! A deafening sound rang out. It was the roar of an ambush rifle. At the same time, Hu Chen felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Not good, there's an assassin, husband. Huang Xingyue had also come into contact with firearms before and was quite familiar with them, so she reacted quickly upon hearing the sound. She felt a sudden panic in her heart, knowing that no matter how fast a person is, they can't outrun a bullet. Swish! Huang Xingyue felt dizzy for a moment. Thud! The wall behind them was hit by the ambush bullet, creating a large hole. The assassin was also shocked that his fatal blow could be dodged. It was during this opening that Hu Chen, carrying Huang Xingyue, leaped behind the wall. Husband, what should we do? Huang Xingyue asked in a daze. She couldn't handle Hu Chen's extreme speed just now. Wife, wait here for me, I'll deal with that assassin. Hu Chen leaped out. Bang! As soon as he appeared, there was a loud noise, and a strong sense of danger approached. Fortunately, with all his attributes at 300, Hu Chen had the ability to dodge danger with 30 times the strength of an ordinary person. Thud! The bullet hit the wall again. Huang Xingyue, hiding behind the wall, trembled with fear. She prayed in her heart, hoping that Hu Chen would be safe. Hu Chen activated his transparency and locked onto his target, accelerating to the extreme. Damn, is this guy even human? At this moment, unable to lock onto Hu Chen's figure, the assassin cursed in anger. Just as he was about to leave, a cold voice came from behind him. You enjoy shooting me? Instantly, cold sweat dripped from the assassin's forehead as he turned around abruptly. The target that should have been in front of him was now coldly staring at him from behind. Instinctively, he tried to aim his gun at Hu Chen. Click! Hu Chen grabbed the gun barrel, exerting immense force that twisted and deformed it instantly. Tell me, did Ma Tsongmin send you? Die! The assassin was not fooled by Hu Chen's tactics, pulling out a dagger and charging at him with murderous intent. Hu Xing already knew the answer, and with a punch, the assassin's head exploded, dying on the spot. This was a top assassin skilled in firearms, but he met an abnormal target, leading to a tragic death. Hu Chen returned to the wall of the courtyard, shocked to find that Huang Xingyue was nowhere to be seen. He panicked instantly. Did she leave on her own? Or was she taken by the criminals? If something happened to her, he would never forgive himself. He quickly took out his phone to make a call. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Hu Chen's mood plummeted instantly. What to do? What to do? Despite having endless wealth, Hu Chen was at a loss. Worried and confused, he was in a state of chaos. Right, the dark web? Hu Chen suddenly thought of the dark web, but he had never accessed it and didn't have the key to enter. He needed someone's help or exceptional hacking skills, which he didn't possess. System, how many enhancement points are needed to strengthen hacking skills? Ding! Level 1 enhancement of hacking skills requires 100 enhancement points, Level 2 300 enhancement points, Level 3 500 enhancement points, Level 4 1000 enhancement points, Level 5 3000 enhancement points, Level 6 5000 enhancement points, Level 7 10,000 enhancement points, Level 8 50,000 enhancement points, Level 9 100,000 enhancement points, Level 10 1 million enhancement points. Hu Chen clenched his fists, realizing he only had 24 enhancement points and couldn't learn the hacking skills. He had never been so eager to acquire enhancement points before. For the first time, he felt that completing tasks to earn enhancement points was a huge burden. Call the police? After a moment of consideration, it was clear that whoever took Huang Xingyue was no ordinary person. Eventually, Hu Chen returned to Villa number 7 in the Bay Villa area. Is your boss Huang Xingyue here? The boss went out and hasn't returned yet, the servant replied. Upon hearing this news, Hu Chen felt even more heavy-hearted. By the way, go to the underground casino. Hu Chen hurried to the underground casino. Thinking that Gui Yi had sent someone to deal with him, he decided to settle the score and gather information from the dark web. They say the dark web can do anything, so someone there must know the whereabouts of Huang Xingyue. Quanlong Underground Casino is located in the bustling commercial district of the first ring of Sucheng. It is a paradise for night owls with its colorful lights and lively atmosphere. Hu Chen took a taxi to get there. Hey, come play with us, our service is top-notch. Hey, want a foot massage? We're the most professional here. One by one, the alluring women called out to Hu Chen. These women were well-dressed and attractive. Normally, Hu Chen would stop to appreciate them, but now his mind was focused on Huang Xingyue's safety, so he walked briskly towards the huge Quanlong underground city in the distance. At that moment, a 12 or 13-year-old boy bumped into Hu Chen. Sorry, I didn't mean to, the boy quickly apologized, looking panicked as if afraid of consequences, and tried to leave. Stop! Hu Chen called out in a deep voice. Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you, I've already apologized, please don't make things difficult for me, the boy deliberately spoke loudly. This attracted the attention of the people around, who started whispering and pointing, saying things like Hu Chen was being petty. The boy wanted this kind of reaction, as usually in such situations, the other party would just ask him to leave. However, he didn't realize he had picked the wrong target this time. Give me my wallet, and I won't pursue this further. Hu Chen, in a bad mood, said sternly. Everyone could see he was in a bad state, on the verge of exploding in anger. Sir, I don't understand what you're doing. I accidentally bumped into you, I've already apologized, please don't intentionally make things difficult for me, trying to extort money from me, I really don't have any. The boy seemed experienced in such situations, speaking confidently. I'll say it again, give me my wallet. Hu Chen's aura had already been released, and the people around were startled. They also realized the boy might have actually taken his wallet. Otherwise, faced with so many accusations, the young man would have let the boy go long ago. I really don't understand what you're saying, sir. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a tightness around his neck, a sense of impending doom enveloping him. At that moment, the boy was terrified to the extreme, feeling that this person, not much older than himself, was like a demon, too terrifying. The onlookers were also shocked because this scene happened so suddenly. Hey, let him go, why bully the weak with your strength? A girl pushed through the crowd and walked over disapprovingly. Seeing that Hu Chen hadn't let go, she scolded angrily, I told you to let him go, don't bully the weak. Hu Chen glanced at the girl but ignored her, reaching into the boy's pocket and pulling out a wallet. I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it. Being young doesn't mean you can be forgiven. What are you going to do? The boy asked in extreme fear. At that moment, he was truly scared. Help me, please help me. In panic, he could only turn to the girl beside him for help. The girl also realized that the boy had stolen the wallet from this ruthless man. Hey, let him go. Even if he stole your wallet, it's not a capital offense. Hand him over to me, I will. Click. Hu Chen grabbed his right hand and cruelly crushed it. Ah! The boy screamed in pain. The onlookers were also shocked by this scene, their faces turning pale. How can you be so cruel? The girl angrily questioned. Just as she was about to act, Hu Chen gave her a fierce look. He looked at the boy and said, "This hand stole my wallet, so I disabled it as punishment. If there's a next time." Hu Chen didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. Well done. Last time I was here, someone bumped into me, and later when I paid, I realized my wallet was missing. Now it seems it was this little boy's doing. I've experienced that too. I searched for my wallet for a long time and couldn't find it, and when I went back, my wife scolded me. Although many people thought Hu Chen was cruel, there were also those who empathized with him. Hu Chen let go of the boy and walked towards the Quanlong underground city. People blocking his path hurriedly made way for him. Evil will be repaid. The girl shouted at Hu Chen. Clearly, she still thought Hu Chen was too cruel. Ignoring everyone, Hu Chen entered the Quanlong underground city. The security guards of the underground city had witnessed what had just happened and didn't dare to trouble Hu Chen because in the underground city, there were projects like casinos and underground fighting rings, and people like Hu Chen, who were so cruel, were mostly involved in underground fighting. Many people viewed these underground fighters as lunatics. Of course, there were also life and death fights where people would do anything for money, even sacrificing their lives. Hu Chen arrived at a huge underground bar. "Sir, how can I assist you?" a tall, mysterious beauty in a cheongsam asked. "I'm looking for Guo Changwu." "You're looking for Master Guo? Who are you?" The beauty asked in shock, being cautious as the other party directly mentioned Master Guo's name on his turf. "Just tell him Hu Chen is looking for him." "All right, please wait." The cheongsam beauty quickly left, her walk exuding charm. However, the cheongsam accentuated her enticing figure, making it hard for many men to look away. Soon, a butler-like old man arrived with the beauty. "Liang, this is the one who directly called Master Guo's name and said he's looking for him." "You're Hu Chen?" Liang asked. "Yes, where's Guo Changwu?" Hearing Hu Chen call Master Guo's name directly, Liang frowned. "Follow me," he said in an unfriendly tone. Hu Chen followed Liang and soon arrived at an office. Upon entering and closing the door, the soundproofing was excellent, unaffected by the outside. An old man sat on a leather sofa, engrossed in reading a newspaper, seemingly unaware of Hu Chen's arrival. Hu Chen walked over, took the newspaper away, and asked, "You're Guo Changwu, and it was you who sent people from the Zhu's gambling stone field to bother me." Guo Changwu smiled slightly. "Hu Chen, are you here to seek justice?" "Yes, and no." "Oh, then I wonder what else you have in mind." "I want to know about the dark web." "Guo Changwu, you should have the key to the dark web, right?" "Of course, but why should I give it to you?" Guo Changwu asked coldly. Hu Chen smiled faintly. "As long as you give me the key to the dark web, I can overlook the matter of your people targeting me." He, Hu Chen, it seems you've forgotten whose territory this is." With Guo Changwu's words, several experts emerged. 6 people surrounded Hu Chen. Guo Changwu took out a cigar, put it in his mouth, and the beauty beside him quickly lit it, showcasing the boss's imposing manner. Faced with this scene, Hu Chen remained calm. "Guo Changwu, I advise you to think carefully before making a decision. Once you take action, there will be no room for reconciliation." Hu Chen's calm attitude left everyone present stunned. There was a kind of calmness that couldn't be faked. Just like now, if it were other big shots, no matter how experienced they were, they would probably feel nervous. Hu Chen, let's settle things the way people in our circle do. You know that if you defeat them, I will give you the invitation key to the dark web." Upon hearing this, a fierce look flashed in Hu Chen's eyes, and he immediately made a move. His punches and kicks were as fast as lightning. By the time these thugs reacted, two of their companions had already fallen. The remaining few, although they reacted, were no match for Hu Chen. So in a matter of seconds, the proud thugs of Guochangwu had all passed out. The rest of the people were all dumbfounded, looking at Hu Chen with fear in their eyes. "Can you tell me the key to the dark web now?" Hu Chen's voice grew colder. Guochangwu, being experienced, knew very well that things could go wrong if he continued to provoke Hu Chen. "Follow me." Guochangwu led him into the adjacent computer room. "Boss, there are hackers stationed here." Evidently, this was Guochangwu's hacker team. "Give him the invitation key to the dark web." The hacker just glanced at Hu Chen, took out pen and paper, and wrote a series of URLs and invitation keys for Hu Chen. After a quick look, Hu Chen remembered them. "Let me use a computer," Hu Chen said. The hacker looked at Guochangwu. "Give it to him." "You can use that nearby computer." Hu Chen quickly logged into the dark web, entered the invitation key, confirmed his identity registration, but did not complete the process. At that moment, the hacker received a message from the dark web. The hacker opened it, and it turned out to be a verification of the inviter and invitee. It was clear that not just anyone could access the dark web. Hu Chen completed the registration, immediately posted a task. He entered the name and information of Huang Xingyue, uploaded a photo, and then selected the objective: assassination, search, or protection. Hu Chen chose to search, and a reward amount appeared. After some thought, Hu Chen chose the Longhua coin and entered 200 billion. A window popped up for entering a card number to confirm the previous payment. After confirming, a window appeared to set the task time, and Hu Chen chose 36 hours. After filling in all the details, he clicked confirm, and another red button appeared for confirmation, followed by a message confirming the task was successfully posted. The search for a person with a 200 billion reward instantly caused a stir in the entire dark web. Countless people took on the task, and the vast dark web organization began to act. Hu Chen scanned the QR code and also installed a dark web app on his phone to receive messages anytime, anywhere. The several hackers in Guochangwu looked at the task posted by Hu Chen and were shocked by the 200 billion amount. They knew Huang Xingyue, the number one beauty in Sucheng. They just didn't expect a man to spend 200 billion without batting an eye for her. What was even more surprising was that this man was clearly wealthy. "So, Hu Xiaoxia, you were looking for Huang Xingyue. You should have said so earlier. I can also help." After Guochangwu finished speaking, he quickly accepted the dark web task and left to make arrangements. Who wouldn't be tempted by 200 billion? Hu Chen also left the Quanlong underground city, only needing to wait for updates. About half an hour later, a message came from the dark web. Excitedly, Hu Chen checked it. "Hello, Mr. Hu, your task has been completed." Then a set of photos, along with the whereabouts and situation of the person being sought, were detailed. After reading it, Hu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Huang Xingyue had been taken away by people from his own family, and she was safe. After confirming Huang Xingyue's safety, Hu Chen logged into the dark web and confirmed the completion of the task. When someone completed a task of 2 trillion within an hour, countless people were envious. Somewhere, a young man found a stunning girl. "Sister, look, is this person crazy? He spent 2 trillion just to find you. Is he your secret admirer?" Upon hearing this, the girl's expression changed drastically, then she was deeply moved. "Hu Chen, it's you. I knew it must be you. Are you here to find me?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 200 billion consumption task within 48 hours and receiving a medium-level enhancement point gift package. Ding! New task: consume 300 billion charity funds within 120 hours, can only be used for charity. Failure to complete the task will deduct 1500 enhancement points, and completing the task will reward a special gift package. Surprisingly, it's similar to live consumption gold, but this special gift package, I wonder if it will be high-end. System, open the medium-level enhancement point gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the medium-level enhancement point gift package and receiving 190 enhancement points. With 190 enhancement points, Hu Chen was barely satisfied. However, it seems that the charity funds, within 120 hours, are not just about donating to charity organizations to complete the task. Hu Chen took a taxi to the charity organization, ready to see what kind of charity costs the most. After about an hour, he arrived at the charity organization. Hu Chen walked in quickly. "Sir, are you here to do charity?" a middle-aged woman asked politely. "Yes, I am here to do charity." "Sir, may I ask your name?" "My surname is Hu." "Please come this way, Mr. Hu." Soon he arrived at a one-on-one reception room. "Mr. Hu, how much charity money have you prepared?" 300 billion. Ah. The other party was stunned. Couldn't react at all. After a while, he trembled and asked, "Who?" "Mr. Hu, how much did you just say?" He stuttered a lot. "I said 300 billion. Gulp. After confirming that he didn't mishear, the other person swallowed hard. "Mr. Hu, the amount you want to donate for charity is too huge. Please wait a moment, I will inform our manager to receive you." After speaking, she left in a hurry. Not long after, a middle-aged man who looked kind and like a good person arrived. Obviously, he had already learned some information from the staff and asked excitedly, "Mr. Hu, I heard you want to donate 300 billion for charity?" "Yes, that's right." "So, Mr. Hu, may I ask about your financial strength?" Hu Chen directly took out his bank card and threw it over, saying, "Password 123456. This guy was also respectful and humble, unexpectedly taking out a small POS machine from his pocket. In front of Hu Chen, he inserted the bank card and operated it. Originally, he was disdainful and didn't believe that Hu Chen had 300 billion. After all, he was too young. Talking about this young man, he didn't have enough money himself, and with 300 billion, why wouldn't he spend it on women? However, when he saw a 3 followed by a series of zeros, he was instantly stunned. "Respected Mr. Hu, please come with me to our VIP office for further discussion." After seeing Hu Chen's financial power, the manager handed over the bank card with both hands. Hu Chen was not polite. Following the manager, he arrived at a restaurant, which was decorated luxuriously, like a 7-star hotel. Along the way, there were sexy women. Hu Chen also curiously looked around. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. "Mr. Hu, these are all our charity organization's servers. If you need, you can choose any of them to serve you." "Oh, is that so?" Hu Chen looked curious. "Of course, Mr. Hu, do you see anyone you like?" The manager asked enthusiastically. "This one. Come on, take Mr. Hu to rest." The selected beauty walked over warmly, linking arms with Hu Chen and said, "Mr. Hu, please." Next to her was a lounge, and she led Hu Chen inside. The manager smiled and said, "Mr. Hu, please enjoy yourself first. After you've enjoyed yourself, we can discuss charity matters." He thought to himself, 3 billion, hee, I can make a big profit again this time. The beauty pulled Hu Chen in, closed the door, and then started undressing directly. It was only at this moment that Hu Chen realized what the so-called service was. He took a transparent look at the beauty and immediately lost interest, wondering how many people she had been with. Bang! He cruelly knocked out the half-undressed beauty. His face immediately darkened. He never expected that a charity organization would be so dirty. No wonder so many people in need were not getting the help they deserved. Thinking of this, Hu Chen naturally would not invest charity funds here. Hu Chen carefully considered that since the system had given him this charity fund, he should also do something, fulfill his responsibility, and help those who truly needed it. The only way to achieve this was to establish a team and start a charity organization, ensuring that every penny was put to good use. However, he realized that he couldn't handle it alone, especially since he had no experience apart from the system. Although he could enhance his knowledge, he felt it was unnecessary. Right, find Morong Fair to help. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Hu Chen was about to call Morong Fair, an urgent knocking sound came at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Mr. Hu." Hu Chen walked over and opened the door, not afraid of the manager seeing the knocked-out beauty. The manager came in, smiling, and asked, "What happened, Mr. Hu?" "I knocked her out." "Ah, Mr. Hu, did she do something wrong?" the manager asked, pretending to be surprised. In fact, there were no less than 5 cameras in this room, monitoring every corner, even the bathroom. In the monitoring room, the manager, who was originally prepared to enjoy the show, saw Hu Chen knocking out the beauty. He thought it was some special preference, but seeing that he didn't even touch the woman, he came to inquire out of curiosity. "Manager, although I like beautiful women, I prefer innocent ones. Let's end it here today, we'll talk another day," Hu Chen said as he was about to leave. "Oh, Mr. Hu, don't rush. We have all kinds of beauties here. Just tell us your requirements, and we can find them for you." The manager stopped Hu Chen and said quickly, "Is that so? Well, I hope you know my requirements. I hope you won't disappoint me," Hu Chen said and returned to the room to see what kind of person the manager could find. The manager hurriedly left. Not long after, 2 more beauties came in. They looked curiously at Hu Chen, then dragged the unconscious woman out. Shortly after, the manager came in panting, followed by a young girl who looked inexperienced. "What the hell? How old is she?" Hu Chen asked in shock. "How old are you?" I'm 18, the girl said nervously, bowing her head. "You're 18? Hu Chen couldn't believe it. The manager quickly said, "She is indeed 18, but she has never experienced such things before, so she's very shy." "Mr. Hu, rest assured, this time it will be exactly what you want." Hu Chen immediately got angry. "You scoundrel, this is a charity organization. You can do your illegal activities, but preying on minors? Are you even human?" Hu Chen was very clear that as soon as the young girl arrived here, if she encountered him, it would be fine, but if others did, it would be ruined. So he couldn't hold back anymore. "Mr. Hu, what are you doing? Isn't everything being done according to your request?" The manager said unhappily. "You talk about following my instructions, well now I want you to turn yourself in to the police." "Mr. Hu, are you crazy? If I turn myself in, you will also be in trouble. I have provided you with various services, so just enjoy them," the manager said and turned to leave. The door slammed shut. Outside, there was grumbling. Hu Chen looked at the young girl and asked, "Tell me honestly, how old are you?" 16. "I asked you to tell the truth. Do you know that if you take this step, your life will be ruined?" Whoa. The young girl suddenly started crying. Hu Chen felt that his tone was too harsh and it scared the other person, so he walked over to comfort her. "I'm sorry, I raised my voice, but I'm doing this for your own good. Tell me the truth, how old are you really?" "I'm 16. My father had an accident at the construction site and is paralyzed. My mother has intellectual disabilities. I have a younger brother in school. I can't do it. I just want to earn money. Please, don't look down on me. I can do anything. I am very obedient," the young girl pleaded, holding onto Hu Chen's arm. "How much did he give you?" 1,000 yuan. He said, "As long as I please the customers, if they are happy, I will be rewarded, and I can earn more money in the future, and come back to earn money regularly." The young girl told the truth. "How old is your brother?" "My brother is 9 years old, in 3rd grade. With your family situation being so bad, don't you receive any assistance?" "We do receive assistance, but my brother's education costs money, my father needs medication every day, and there are living expenses, it's simply not enough." "What about charity organizations? Have you applied for help in your situation?" The young girl smiled bitterly. "Charity organizations only help those with connections. In our village, there are families who are very wealthy and receive charity assistance every month, but we don't. The only thing lacking is government support." "Alright, I understand. You are a good girl, rest assured, charity assistance will soon be available for you." "Brother, what are you going to do? Should I just go with you? I really need the money." "Don't say nonsense, rest assured, brother will help you. Let's go, follow me." "Mr. Hu, where are you going?" The manager, accompanied by 3 security guards, stood at the door of the room, looking at Hu Chen coldly. Move aside, Hu Chen already had a bad impression of these so-called charitable people. What if I don't move? With the manager's words, the 3 security guards surrounded him. Mr. Hu, I'll tell you the truth, today you must do something with her, then donate honestly, otherwise you won't be able to leave here. Hu Chen was furious. Is this a charity organization or a robbery organization? You are clearly extorting. It's illegal. Whether it's illegal or not, you don't need to worry about it. Right now you just need to meet my demands. What if I don't? If you don't? That's easy. Our security guards haven't been active for too long. Their bodies must be rusty, right? Crack. With the manager's words, a security guard cracked his knuckles, making a harsh sound. Brother, please take me. The young girl said very fearfully. Don't be afraid, as long as I'm here, no one can bully you. Hu Chen said, pulling the young girl along. Attack. The manager was also angry, never seen someone so shameless when offered money. The 3 security guards all moved in. Hu Chen didn't hold back, kicking fiercely. A security guard responded swiftly. The other 2 security guards, seeing the situation, wielded electric batons and viciously struck towards Hu Chen. Hu Chen moved extremely fast, delivering a series of kicks. With 2 bangs, both security guards fell to the ground. Then, with an unfriendly gaze, he looked towards the manager. At this moment, the manager's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. Seeing Hu Chen's unfriendly eyes on him, he trembled and asked, What do you want to do? Hu Chen said fiercely, I'll disable you, so you won't do bad things. A fierce kick hit the manager right in the groin. Ah! The scene was filled with the manager's extreme cries of pain. Hu Chen took the little girl and left. Outside, the little girl didn't want to go. What's wrong? Hu Chen curiously asked. Brother, I want to earn money. My dad needs money, my mom and brother need money, To earn money, right? Can you cook? Hu Chen asked. Yes, I can cook, do housework, and even farm, the little girl said excitedly. Alright, you can come to my house as a maid. I'll pay you 6,000 a month, including meals and accommodation. Are you willing? Can I really? The little girl was full of confidence. She had seen the work of maids, but no one was interested in hiring her as a young girl. Some even directly said she might be a thief. How could I deceive you? I'll give you a month's salary in advance later. Now, let me take you to my house. Thank you, Brother Sonia, you are a good person. So your name is Sonia, a nice name. Then, with Sonia, they returned to villa number 8. Looking at the magnificent and bustling villa in front of her, Sonia was already stunned. Brother Hu Chen, will Sonia live here in the future? The little girl asked incredulously. Yes, you will live here. Let's go in. Inside the villa, Hu Chen personally taught her how to bathe and asked her to freshen up. He then went to the kitchen to cook. Because it was a new house, there were no security guards or servants. Fortunately, Huang Xingyue had prepared everything for him, and the fridge was also filled with food. When Sonia finished freshening up and came out, Hu Chen had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Sonia, hurry up and eat. Sonia didn't hesitate and started eating. Brother Hu Chen, the food you cooked is delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. After the meal, Sonia went to wash the dishes and clean up, while Hu Chen called Morong Fair. Hey, bad guy, why are you calling me? Morong Fair scolded after answering the phone. Thinking, bad guy, he ignored her after being taken away by Huang Xingyue. Fair, are you free now? I'm not free. Fair, I'm not joking, I have something I want your help with. Humph, you think of me when you need something. You are heartless. Don't forget I am your girlfriend. I know, my Fair is the best. I'm planning to donate 3 billion for charity. Fair, come to villa number 8 in the Gulf Villa area to discuss how to do charity. You are really in a hurry with so much money. Are you really willing to give away 3 billion for charity? Of course, I am willing. There are so many people in the world who need help, and I am just doing what I can. Fair, you won't refuse to help me, right? Humph, wait for me after I freshen up, I'll be right over. Morong Fair hung up after speaking. Hu Chen felt something was off as he listened. Brother Hu Chen. Sonia finished cleaning up and sat down next to Hu Chen, then held his arm. Brother, take me. Ha? Sister Sonia, you are still young. Wait until you grow up a bit more, okay? I'm not young anymore. At our age, girls have already given birth, some even have a second child. Sonia said matter-of-factly. Hu Chen also knew that early marriage and love were common in those remote mountain villages. Let's do this, let's talk about it when you turn 18. Anyway, you belong to me, so you can't think about other boys. Okay, Hu Chen brother, if you need me, Sonia is always there for you. After saying this, Sonia prepared to do some cleaning. Sonia, give me your bank account. Sonia was short of money and had nothing left. Soon, a text message about a deposit came in. Sonia instinctively took out her phone to check. She was stunned. Then she threw herself into Hu Chen's arms. Hu Chen brother, 1 million yuan, you shouldn't have paid so much for Sonia. Do you really want Sonia? Besides myself, I really don't know how to repay you. Silly girl, brother knows your thoughts, and brother really likes you. Go busy yourself, take some time to buy some nice clothes. Hu Chen brother, I want to go home for a visit. With so much money, I want to make sure my parents and brother have a good life. Don't worry, brother, Sonia will never run away with the money. Alright, you go and take care of your family. Don't worry about me. When you have settled everything, come back. Here's the key. Thank you, Hu Chen brother. Sonia hugged Hu Chen and passionately kissed him. Although it was unfamiliar, it was passionate enough to almost make Hu Chen lose control. After 3 minutes, Sonia blushed and let go of Hu Chen. Brother, when you come next time, you can have me, okay? Sonia is leaving now. Not long after Sonia left, Morong Fair arrived. Bad guy, open the door. She shouted from afar. Hu Chen, who was full of pent-up anger, quickly rushed to open the door. Before Morong Fair could speak, he picked her up and carried her to the room. Ah, bad guy, what are you doing? Whoa, scoundrel, bad guy, you bully people. You said you called me here to discuss charity, but you. Morong Fair cried sadly. She was caught off guard by Hu Chen, who was too domineering. Alright, my fair wife, don't cry. You are my wife, this is our daily life. The reason I called you here this time is really for charity. Hu Chen showed Morong Fair his online bank account, saying, 3 billion, I plan to invest it all in charity projects. The goal is to complete all charity projects within 3 days. I know you are capable, so I need your help with this. Humph. You bully me, I don't want to help you. Although she said this, she was already thinking about how to help. Bad guy, why don't you just donate directly to charity organizations? Don't mention those hypocrites to me. Let me tell you. Hu Chen told Morong Fair in detail about his experience with charity organizations. I never expected those guys to be so hypocritical. We must bring them down. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang. Who is it? Hu Chen reluctantly got up and left. Morong Fair covered herself with the blanket, recalling the crazy and dominant scene of Hu Chen just now, her face blushing, lost in thought. Hu Chen went to the yard. There were several police officers in uniform. Comrades, what's going on? Hu Chen asked curiously. Are you Hu Chen? You assaulted someone at a charity organization today, and the manager, Su Hongtao, was seriously injured by you. A police officer questioned sternly. Yes, I am Hu Chen, and I did hit the person. As long as you admit it, come with us. They were about to handcuff Hu Chen. Wait, have you checked the surveillance footage and investigated the matter thoroughly before trying to arrest me? Very well, you have admitted to hitting someone, and manager Su Hongtao has provided evidence. You pretended to donate to charity as an excuse, but actually demanded special services from the other party and took away a 16-year-old girl. Isn't this all true? I did take away a girl, that's true, but as for the special services, you should investigate the charity organization properly. Husband, what's going on? Morong Fair walked out. Morong, the daughter of the Morong family, is quite famous in Sucheng, and several police officers recognized her at a glance. Miss Morong, are you in a relationship with him? One police officer asked incredulously. What, is that not allowed? It's allowed, it's your freedom, but Hu Chun has broken the law, so we have to take him away. Breaking the law? Is it related to the charity organization? I know, those fake guys. As soon as they heard my husband was going to donate 300 billion, they used all kinds of means, but luckily my husband saw through them. Otherwise, this 300 billion charity fund would have fallen into their pockets. What? You're donating 300 billion? Not just donating, but committing to giving out 300 billion for charity. However, the charity organization in Sucheng is too dark, so I got angry and... Even so, Mr. Hu, it's not right to hit people. We still have to deal with this matter, a police officer said. If I don't hit them, they hit me. You need to understand, how many security guards were injured? Several. There you go, they ganged up on me. If I didn't know some martial arts, what do you think would have happened? Alright, I will contact a lawyer to sue the charity bookstore, and also, I will finalize this 300 billion charity fund within 3 days. I hope to get the police's help. Doing good deeds, the police won't refuse to support, right? Mr. Hu, if you can donate 300 billion for charity, the police will naturally support you wholeheartedly, but your words alone are not enough. Hu Chen immediately showed his account to the other party. See? 300 billion is ready. My only concern now is how to distribute this 300 billion to countless people who truly need help. I won't say much about the charity organization, but you probably know some things. Mr. Hu, you're right. We have some information about the charity organization, but we don't have enough evidence. That's easy, I'll go find that manager and record a conversation or something to make sure they're eyeing my 300 billion. Alright, Su Hongtao is at the First People's Hospital, let's go find him now. Okay. Wife, help me think of a plan to implement the charity fund. Got it, husband, your idea is safe. In front of others, Morong Fair behaved very appropriately. Then they arrived at the People's Hospital. Manager Su, I want to talk to you alone, Hu Chen said. You want to settle privately, I'll give you that chance. After Su Hongtao finished speaking, he said to the police, comrades, please step out for a moment. We won't step out, to prevent him from causing you harm again. No, comrades, even if I hang him out to dry, he wouldn't dare. Alright, you two talk and let me know the result. The police left the ward. Mr. Hu, how do you plan to settle this privately? Su Hongtao asked with a smile. Manager Su, how do you want to settle this privately? Hu Chen asked. Su Hongtao smiled and said, this is not the place to talk. 3 days later, I will meet with you, Mr. Hu, you can go now. Su Hongtao was very cautious. Hu Chen nodded and left. He had a listening device on him, and the police heard their conversation loud and clear. See, this guy knows how to play. Hu Chen said to the police. Then he added, but don't worry, I will get the evidence. The police did not make things difficult for Hu Chen and let him leave. Hu Chen had just prepared to return to the villa when Morong Fair's call came in. Husband, hurry to the trademark registration office. Wife, where are you and what are you doing? Husband, didn't you want to do charity on your own? I have registered a charity organization, all the procedures are completed, just waiting for you to come and sign. Such efficiency? Hu Chen was somewhat surprised. Wife, wait for me, I'll come right away. He immediately went to the trademark registration office. Arrived at the destination quickly. Found Morong Fair surrounded by a group of people. Representatives from various units were present. Husband, over here. Morong Fair saw Hu Chen and shouted loudly. Then she explained to the people, "This is my husband Hu Chen, he is the one who wants to do charity." The group of people immediately gathered around. "Mr. Hu, are you really sure you want to donate 300 billion for charity projects? Mr. Hu, why did you suddenly decide to do charity? Ahem, are you all from the news units? I just want to do charity, why so many questions? Wife, what's going on? Husband, they are representatives from various units. They heard that you want to register a charity company and donate 300 billion, and they are willing to help with charity work." Upon hearing this, Hu Chen was willing to communicate with these people. He then completed the registration and documentation for the charity company. As for the location of the company, Morong Fair directly transformed the Morong Group's commercial building into Hu Chen's charity company. The efficiency was so high that even Hu Chen was amazed. Although the Morong family strongly opposed it, the Morong Group's commercial building was bought by Hu Chen and given to Morong Fair, so she had absolute right to use it. Everything was finalized, and Hu Chen transferred the 300 billion to the company's account. Immediately, Morong Fair coordinated with various units, medical facilities, schools, poverty alleviation programs, etc., to implement the charity funds for those in real need of help. She also held a press conference, where anyone facing difficulties, whether families or individuals, could bring relevant documents from the units, and upon verification, they would receive financial assistance from Hu Chen's charity company. As the operation continued, the 300 billion was being spent rapidly. The amount of expenditure was enormous. Hu Chen looked at the implementation and continuous consumption of the 300 billion charity funds and finally smiled. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the task was completed. He was very grateful for Morong Fair's efficient handling of things. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have had a clue how to spend the 300 billion charity funds. This incident caused a huge sensation in society. Countless reporters surrounded Hu Chen's charity company, eager to interview him. Fortunately, Hu Chen was hiding in the villa, enjoying the peace. Sioux City, Pinyin Village. A village cadre arrived at a very poor and backward family with great excitement. "Sonia, are you there?" he shouted loudly from afar. Yes, this was Sonia's home. "Uncle Zhang, why are you here?" Sonia, who had $1 million donation, had just returned home and hadn't had time to arrange things for her family. "Sonia, good news, your family is saved. A kind person named Hu Chen has established the Hu Chen Charity Company and immediately donated 300 billion to help those in real need. I applied for your family first, and in less than an hour, we received a response. The Hu Chen Charity Company approved a 30,000 subsidy for your family. With this money, your father can receive proper treatment, and your brother can go to school." Brother Hu Chen. Upon hearing this news, Sonia was moved to tears. She had originally thought that brother Hu Chen was helping her because he was interested in her body, but now she realized she had misunderstood him. Why cry? This is a good thing. The village has more than just you, there are many impoverished families. In the past, there was no response when applying to charity organizations. Now that the information has been transferred to the Hu Chen Charity Company, everyone has received subsidies. This is what a true good person and good company are. Hu Chen waited for the task to be completed, watching TV out of boredom. Hello to all citizens. The newly established Hu Chen Charity Company and Suching has become popular on the internet, and various media platforms have reported on it. After our verification, the Hu Chen Charity Company is indeed a charity company established by philanthropist Hu Chen with a personal investment of 3 billion, without any fundraising, truly established to help those in need. Here, on behalf of all those who have been helped, we thank philanthropist Mr. Hu Chen. Hu Chen saw his own photo and remembered that Morong Fair had asked him to take a photo for her. He then opened his phone and saw videos of himself. Thank you, Mr. Hu Chen, you are a great person. I bow to you. If it weren't for your charity assistance, my daughter would not be here. In a video, a big man was bowing and thanking in front of a photo of Hu Chen. Hu Chen felt it was too exaggerated. He checked the comments. Some people were skeptical. The video publishers patiently explained. It turned out that his daughter was seriously ill and needed 500,000 for surgery. They had borrowed money everywhere, but it was not enough. Their family situation was not good, they had no guarantor, and couldn't get a loan. At this time, they discovered the Hu Chen Charity Company. With the idea of giving it a try, they prepared their daughter's information and applied for funding through personal channels. In less than 3 hours, they unexpectedly received 800,000, 30,000 more than the estimated 500,000. They were afraid to accept it, it was too much. Finally, the staff of the Hu Chen Charity Company explained that the estimated cost for their daughter's treatment and follow-up care was close to 800,000. Such a Hu Chen Charity Company deserved their gratitude. They said they couldn't find Hu Chen in person, otherwise they would definitely bow in thanks in person. Hu Chen, undoubtedly, was truly. He then checked the news, and the headlines were also about his Hu Chen Charity Company. Hu Chen suddenly realized that doing good deeds and being a good person was quite fulfilling. Ding! Congratulations, host! Doing charity has earned you countless thanks, faith, blessings, and a special reward of 10,000 reinforcement points. Swish! Hu Chen suddenly stood up from his seat. He couldn't believe the balance of 10,000 reinforcement points. It was truly 10,000 reinforcement points? Originally, the system had forced him to do charity tasks. He never expected that doing good deeds would bring such a huge reward. Is this the legendary good deeds bring good rewards? Hu Chen didn't rush to use the reinforcement points, but was in a state of shock, followed by endless excitement. That day, Hu Chen spent in excitement. In the evening, Morong Fair returned to the villa exhausted. She had been busy with things recently, and she was really tired. Hu Chen had prepared a table full of delicious food for her return. Wife, you've worked hard. Have dinner first. Hu Chen was considerate, helping her take off her shoes, change shoes, and then carrying her to the dining table. Feeling Hu Chen's care, Morong Fair had a happy smile on her face, feeling that all the hard work was worth it. Wife, eat. Eat more meat to replenish your strength. Husband, thank you. Silly, I should be thanking you. After a meal, Hu Chen cleared the table, brought hot water, and washed Morong Fair's feet. This scene melted Morong Fair's heart with gratitude. Husband, you are really good. Wife, you are the best. By the way, husband, there is only 500 million left of the 3 billion charity fund. There are still many people in need of help, even outside Suchong, all over the country, who are looking forward to our company's assistance, so I know, I will figure it out tomorrow. Washed her feet and then carried Morong Fair to the bed, taking off her clothes with the help of Hu Chen, not doing anything bad, holding her, the tired Morong Fair fell asleep soon. Midnight. Ding! The company's host has completed the task of consuming 3 trillion charity funds and received a special gift package reward. Ding, new task, consume 5 trillion within 68 hours, failure to deduct 5,000 enhancement points, completion of the task rewards a high-level enhancement point gift package. Hearing the system's prompt, Hu Chen smiled. He knew how to spend the 5 trillion. The next day, Hu Chen finally appeared and arrived at the Hu Chen Charity Company. Ignoring the media reporters who surrounded him. Mr. Hu, why are you willing to donate 3 trillion for charity? Mr. Hu, what do you gain from doing this kind of charity work with no return? Mr. Hu, will you continue to increase the input of charity funds? Alright, everyone quiet down, let me answer one by one. First of all, I will continue with charity work. I will invest another 5 trillion as charity funds to help those who truly need help. Secondly, in doing charity work, I do not seek returns. I am a citizen of Longwa, helping our own people. I don't need any excuses or reasons. The money is mine, I will spend it as I wish. I may speak bluntly, but that's my personality. In any case, I will carry out charity work to the end. In the future, my Hu Chen Charity Company will be involved in more rescue directions, so stay tuned. After Hu Chen finished speaking, he walked into the company. The whole room was stunned. Who needs a reason to do charity? Is it just being willful with money? However, no one challenged Hu Chen. Instead, his casual attitude made many people admire him, thinking that he was not at all hypocritical. At the company, Hu Chen met with all the members of the company. Many of them looked tired, mainly because the workload this time was too heavy. They hardly had any rest except for meals and restroom breaks, working overtime until late at night. These employees were all former employees of the Morong Group's commercial building, and they were all trustworthy people. A total of 3,680 people, thanks to the original team of the Morong Group, otherwise it would not have been possible to recruit so many employees in such a short time. Although they were not doing charity work before, they had high education levels and strong learning abilities, so they quickly adapted to doing charity work. Hello everyone, as the company's boss, I am convening a meeting of all staff today. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the meeting amidst your busy schedules. Hu Chen bowed in thanks. Boss, you're too kind, this is what we should do. All the employees quickly bowed, even bending their waists to show respect. Here, I want to thank everyone for your hard work and efforts these days. I have seen everyone's contributions, so I announce that each person present, regardless of rank, will be rewarded with 50,000 yuan. What? Everyone was shocked. Each person rewarded with 50,000 yuan. They had 3,680 people. A reward of 50,000 yuan per person, that's over 100 million. Thank you, boss. They also had families to support, so they did not refuse the boss's reward. Thank you, boss. Everyone thanked in unison, suddenly feeling that all their efforts were worthwhile. And they were even more motivated. Alright, next I will continue to inject 5 trillion, everyone work hard, strive to provide the most timely help to those in need within 2 days. I don't want any patient to be in danger because our approval of assistance funds is too slow, so I hope everyone will work hard. We will not disappoint the boss. Everyone was very excited, the boss was willing to spend money, so they had no reason not to work hard with their salary bonuses. Very well, everyone go busy yourselves. If within 2 days, 500 billion effective relief is completed, by effective I mean assistance to those who truly need it, I will continue to distribute bonuses to everyone, Hu Chen encouraged. Thank you, boss, we will definitely work hard. Boss, if we establish a nationwide online assistance system, where local relevant units review and submit assistance information, our assistance efficiency will greatly increase. No problem, my goal is to help people in need nationwide and even around the world. I want to do charity work, so everyone work hard. With the arrangements made, Hu Chen quietly left the underground garage, mainly because the media was too crazy. And what Hu Chen said to the media had already spread across the internet. In a mysterious place, Huang Xingyue was bored looking at her phone. Once again seeing news about Hu Chen doing good deeds being widely publicized by the media, a happy smile appeared on her face. This kind and outstanding man was her man. Unable to resist any longer, she decided to secretly escape and go find Hu Chen, refusing to compromise like her family. She also wanted to help Hu Chen. Hu Chen returned to the villa and once again felt bored. System, strength, physique, agility, and spirit by 2,500 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations, host, successful enhancement of 4 attributes by 2,500 points. Current strength 2800, current physique 2800, current agility 2800, current spirit 2800, remaining enhancement points 190. After enhancing the 4 attributes by 2000, Hu Chen found that his sense of smell, hearing, vision, and more had undergone significant changes. Buzz. He could clearly hear the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings 10 meters away. Hu Chen walked into the yard, looked at the ants on the ground, crouched down, and could even hear the footsteps of the ants. The power of the 4 attributes stimulated Hu Chen to want to become even stronger. Bored, Hu Chen returned to the villa to get some rest. Swish! A flying knife shot towards him. In fact, the moment the knife was shot, Hu Chen had already spotted the target. He burst forward instantly, approaching the target. Without any reaction from the target, he grabbed the assailant by the neck. The black-clothed person with only eyes visible was shocked to the extreme. Let me guess, Ma Tsongan sent you to assassinate me again? Hu Chen asked casually. How can you be this strong? This doesn't make sense, the other person asked in shock. Because I am a cultivator, you know what a cultivator is, right? Hu Chen casually replied. You are a cultivator from the ancient martial alliance? The other person was extremely shocked. You actually know about the ancient martial alliance? Tell me, how much do you know? Hu Chen became interested. The ancient martial alliance is the most mysterious force on earth. They are martial artists or cultivators who surpass ordinary people. They are the true rulers of this world. A bunch of nonsense. Go back and tell Matsuman that I don't want to bother with him, but also tell him not to bother me again, or I will really kill him. After saying this, he let go of the person. Thank you for sparing me, but sir, I am not sent by Matsuman. I took over a task from the dark web. There are many people tasked with assassinating you. I am just one of them. Be careful. With that, the person left. Dark web? So, Matsuman issued the assassination task through the dark web? Well, it's good to know, otherwise I wouldn't have known about the ancient martial alliance. Hu Chen was actually looking forward to the arrival of assassins, to see how strong he had become. Hu Chen's vigorous charity work, investing a total of 800 billion, had long attracted attention in Sucheng. The personnel responsible for charity assistance found the number 8 villa. Ding ling ling. Who is it? Hu Chen asked impatiently. Arriving in the courtyard, I saw a group of people dressed in formal attire, curious about who they were. Mr. Hu, we are from the Book City Charity Relief Center, and we deeply appreciate your charitable actions. Charity Relief Center? You're not from the charity organization in Sucheng, are you? Hu Chen asked in a cold tone. Mr. Hu, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The charity organization is a privately owned company, while our charity relief center is an official organization in Sucheng. That's good. Please come in. Hu Chen invited the group into the villa. What can I help you with? Mr. Hu, the Longwei National Charity Headquarters has taken notice of your charitable endeavors, and we are here to propose that your company merge with our national charity organization to facilitate your charitable work. Isn't this just a way to increase his money output? This is exactly the effect Hu Chen wanted. No problem, I will do my best for anything related to charity, Hu Chen. The group prepared many arguments to persuade Hu Chen. But they didn't get a chance to speak, as he agreed so readily that they were taken aback. Mr. Hu, you are a role model youth in Longwei. Longwei is fortunate to have outstanding young people like Mr. Hu. They praised enthusiastically. At that moment, Hu Chen's phone rang. Answering the call, Mr. Hu, this is Su Hongtao. Come to the number 1 gate of the Glacier Park, let's talk. Hu Chen smiled slightly. Okay, I'll be right there. Then he said to the people from the charity center, I have some matters to attend to, I need to go out for a while. If you have any doubts or needs, go directly to the company and find my wife, Morong Fair. Mr. Hu, you're busy, so we'll take our leave. The group achieved their goal and left happily. Hu Chen quickly arrived at the number 1 gate of the Glacier Park. At that moment, a man in a suit pushed a wheelchair towards him. And on the wheelchair was none other than Su Hongtao. Mr. Hu, impressive skills, knocking down several security guards and even injuring me. Aren't you feeling guilty at all, Mr. Hu? Su Hongtao mocked. Hu Chen calmly said, Speak, Su Hongtao, how do you want to resolve this? Mr. Hu, I didn't expect that you really have money. Setting up a charity company and inputting 800 billion, I really don't understand what you're thinking. With that money, wouldn't you rather enjoy life? Sorry, money is just a pile of waste paper and a string of data in my hands, Hu Chen said casually. Is that so? In that case, Mr. Hu, let me be frank. You disabled me, and I need treatment in the United States, which requires at least 500 billion, so, you want me to compensate you with 500 billion? Hu Chen said calmly. That's about right. Anyway, Mr. Hu, you're not short of money, and 500 billion is nothing to you, right? Money is indeed a small matter to me, but I have a condition. As long as you can meet my condition, I will transfer 500 billion to you immediately. What condition? Su Hongtao asked excitedly. My condition is simple. I don't like the Suching charity organization. I want you to provide me with evidence to bring down the Suching charity organization. If you help me with that, the 500 billion will be transferred to you immediately. Ha, Mr. Hu, are you joking? If I do that, won't it harm me? Su Hongtao sneered. No, the evidence you provide will be about other people in the charity organization, not yourself. If they turn against you, you can say they framed you. Besides, once you have the money, you can just run away abroad, right? Think about it carefully, 500 billion is enough for you to spend a lifetime abroad. Su Hongtao fell silent for a moment. I do have evidence of many people in charitable organizations committing crimes, but if I betray them, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to go abroad. It's not that simple. You can go abroad now. Before you leave, hide the evidence in a place. After you go abroad, you can tell me where it is. This way, you will be safe and you can still get 500 billion. Why should I trust you? If you don't give me 500 billion, won't I be at a loss? Alright, I'll give you 1 billion first. 1 billion is enough for you to live a good life abroad. How about that? Hu Chen tempted. Okay, transfer the money to me now. Hu Chen didn't have any money on him, so he called Morong Fair and asked her to transfer 1 billion to his personal account. Morong Fair's personal net worth was in the hundreds of billions, so 1 billion was insignificant to her. Hu Chen received the money and immediately transferred it to Su Hongtao. I look forward to your performance. Hu Chen said and then left. Su Hongtao looked at the 1 billion, his breathing quickened. Although he, as the manager of the Sioux City Charitable Organization, had been greedy, a billion was still a long way off for him. The most crucial thing was that he had the opportunity to get 500 billion. That was 500 billion, with that money, he could walk sideways in any country. That was purchasing power. So after leaving the Ice River Park, he began to prepare. Hu Chen returned to the villa, not because he didn't want to go out, but because he was now famous and would be surrounded wherever he went, so he simply stayed indoors. Just as he returned to the villa, he found a mysterious figure in black standing at the door. Why was he called mysterious? Because the person stood there motionless. If it weren't for seeing that it was a person, one would think he was a wooden stake. Who are you? Hu Chen asked curiously. The other person handed over a card, Dragon Country Special Department, Night Shadow. Special Department? What department is that? Hu Chen was extremely curious. Even more strange, why would the Dragon Country Special Department look for him? People from the Dragon Country Special Department are either special ability users, superpower warriors, or ancient martial arts practitioners, Nightblood explained. I'm curious, why are you looking for me? Hu Chen asked. Because you have purchasing power. I have superpowers? How come I don't know? Hu Chen looked puzzled. He thought, with his attribute points, at most he could be considered an ancient martial artist, right? I'm talking about purchasing power, the power of money, Nightblood said. Oh, so this purchasing power counts too? Of course, our department requires a huge amount of funding to operate, so we specially invite you to join our special department. Nightblood said sincerely. Just because I have money, you invite me? Hu Chen remained curious. You can say that. Then what about people like Wang Daikon, Lama, who are also wealthy? Why don't you invite them? Although they are also very wealthy, they are still far behind you. According to our statistics, you have spent over 2 trillion in this period, and money seems to come easily to you. Nightblood said puzzled. He really wanted to say that your money is not from legitimate sources, but we haven't found any evidence. Ahem, I am a person with a lot of money, really nothing else. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to join the special department, right? Hu Chen said. Although he was very curious about the special department, he felt that it would restrict his spending. Mr. Hu, don't rush to refuse. Let me tell you the benefits of joining the special department. First of all, after joining the special department, apart from our special department and the highest leaders of the country, no other department can target you. you will have a lot of power. For example, if a department is investigating the source of your funds, when they know you are a member of our special department, they are not qualified to investigate you. Also, you can exercise the privileges of the special department, wear weapons and equipment, and mobilize the local armed police and similar privileges. As a member of the special department, there are usually no restrictions on you, you just need to act at critical moments. For someone with your financial ability, it's even simpler. When we need money, you just need to act. No need for training or performing other tasks. The only rules you need to follow are not to betray the dragon country, not to harm the dragon country and its people. After listening, Hu-Chen felt like he wasn't losing out, and he even had an additional way to spend money. Since you have invited me so sincerely, I will reluctantly join the special department, but I am used to being free and don't like being constrained. You can ask me for money, but don't ask me to do things. No problem, we are interested in your money. And Shui is also a straightforward person, speaking the truth. Hu-Chen smiled slightly, so my financial ability is quite powerful. Since Mr. Hu, you are already a member of our special department, we are currently a bit tight on funds, so... No problem, once I have the special department's identification, just tell me how much money you need. Hu-Chen agreed very readily. Good, you wait, in a day at most, you will receive the identification by mail. I will leave now. And Shui said and left. Hu-Chen returned to the villa, looking at the empty house, feeling like something was missing. Just then, the phone rang again. It was an unknown number. Lately, there have been quite a few unknown calls coming in, many of them irrelevant, so Hu-Chen just hung up. Unexpectedly, the phone rang again. Hu-Chen still hung up. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Hu-Chen couldn't help it and wanted to see who was so persistent, continuously calling. He answered the phone. A familiar and angry voice came through. Hu-Chen, you jerk, I called 5 times, why did you hang up on me every time? Wife, why is it you? Why did you change your number? You should know, I've been a bit famous recently, so there are quite a few harassing calls, so... Humph. Hurry up and come pick me up at the airport. I sneaked out, I'm afraid my family's people are secretly trying to catch me. Huang Xingyue said cautiously. Okay, wife, wait for me, I'll come right away. Thinking, it's been a few days without that, Morong Fair has been busy and tired, and I don't want to bully her, now that Huang Xingyue is here, it's perfect. Quickly leave the villa and head to Suching Airport. After about an hour, arrived at Suching Airport. Hu-Chen was disguised with sunglasses, a hat, and a mask, very tightly disguised. This appearance actually aroused a lot of curiosity from many people. But no one could recognize his identity. Dialed Huang Xingyue's number. Hello, wife, where are you? I'm at Gate 2, in the nearby women's restroom, call me when you arrive. Hu-Chen rushed over at the fastest speed. Just as he reached Gate 2, a middle-aged couple blocked his way. Before Hu-Chen could ask, the other party asked, Are you? Hu-Chen. Hu-Chen was surprised, he didn't know them, yet they could recognize him even in disguise, quite remarkable. I am Hu-Chen, and who are you? We are Huang Xingyue's parents. This child has been enchanted by you. We want to see what makes you so special. The woman said. Hu-Chen smiled brightly, Uncle, Aunt, besides having some money, I don't have any special abilities. Since you are here, I will definitely take good care of you. Please wait, let me contact Xingyue first. After that, he called Huang Xingyue. For my wife, come to Gate 2, my parents and I are waiting here for you. Parents? Hu-Chen, have your parents also come? Huang Xingyue asked curiously. What parents of mine? It's your parents, they came with you, come out quickly. Ah? Huang Xingyue was extremely shocked. Husband, are you trying to deceive me? What am I deceiving you for? Mom, say something to Xingyue, she doesn't believe you came. Hu-Chen quickly changed his tune. The woman rolled her eyes, took the phone, didn't expect Hu-Chen, who was so rich, to still use a broken phone. Xingyue, come over quickly, this Hu-Chen is unbearable behind his face. The woman said so. Puff. Xingyue laughed on the phone for a while. Mom, did Dad come too? Are you going to catch me back again? I won't go back, I don't want blind dates. Alright, Mom, I know you're the best, I'm coming over now. In no time, Huang Xingyue ran over excitedly. Seeing Hu Chun with his parents, she wasn't so nervous anymore. Mom and Dad, why did you come too? If I had known, we would have come together. Humph, you sneak out, afraid we'll find out, and dare to come together? Huang's father Yang said angrily. Dad, I'm just afraid you won't let me out. By the way, Mom and Dad, he is the philanthropist Hu Chen, what do you think of him? Smooth talker, not that great. Huang's mother said. Ahem, wife, Mom and Dad, let's not chat here, let's find a place to eat and talk. The four of them walked towards a restaurant near the airport and chose a private room. Hu Chen then took off his sunglasses and mask. I was suffocating, being a celebrity is not easy. This was when the waiter came in with an electronic menu. Wow, you're the philanthropist, the great man Mr. Hu, can you give me an autograph, take a photo with me? Recognizing Hu Chun at a glance, the waiter was so excited that he forgot about his job. Ahem, don't be like this, or I'll complain about you. Seeing the waiter being too crazy, Hu Chen said seriously with the last sentence. Ah, Mr. Hu, why are you like this? I'm your fan, and you still want to complain about me. Are the rumors online about you being a great person, a philanthropist, all fake? Hu Chen didn't expect the other party to say that. If this spreads, wouldn't it affect his reputation? I was just joking, how about a photo and autograph? You have to wait until my wife is not around to say that. Look, my wife, my mother-in-law, and father-in-law are all here. Aren't you deliberately making it difficult for me? Hu Chen said. Ah, is that so, Mr. Hu? I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, I'll just take a picture and leave, okay? The waiter pleaded. Okay, be quick, and don't reveal my identity. I know, I understand. After quickly taking a photo with Hu Chen, the waiter left the electronic menu behind and left. Oh, you're so popular, no wonder you called me 5 times in a row. Huang Xingyue's sharp voice said. Wife, don't be angry, haven't I explained enough? There are too many harassing calls, and besides, why don't you change your phone? Hu Chen said in frustration. She doesn't return calls, and she's worried we'll track her down through the number? Huang's mother complained. Thinking that women are hard to understand. Hu Chen, we know about your situation, we admire what you've done, for the country and the people, helping those in need, that's what a man should do. Unlike some people who only care about fame and fortune, in this regard, you are worthy of praise, and because of this, we can give you and Xingyue a chance to be together. However, Xingyue has many suitors, and the task of proposing is extremely difficult. Have you heard of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance? I've heard of it, it seems pretty awesome. Hu Chen replied. It's not just cool, it's really cool. Even so, many young talents from the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance come to propose marriage. If you want to be with Xingyue, you'll have to deal with these people yourself. If you can't handle it, then we have no choice. Dad, besides being rich, Hu Chen is just an ordinary person. Aren't you making it difficult for him? Huang Xingyue quickly spoke up. Who told you he's an ordinary person? Have you seen an ordinary person who can easily evade assassination on the dark web? Huang's father said. Ah, honey, were you assassinated on the dark web? Huang Xingyue asked with great concern. I'm not sure, but I have indeed been assassinated a few times recently. The last time I was assassinated, you disappeared, you know that. Wasn't the last time the assassin hired by Ma Tsongan? Did Ma Tsongan issue an assassination task on the dark web? This guy is really despicable. Huang Xingyue said angrily. It's okay, as Mom and Dad said, I'm not that bad after all. Well, honey, I believe in you. By the way, Mom and Dad, since you're here, why don't you stay in Suching for a while before going back? Huang Xingyue said, holding Huang's mother's arm. We weren't planning to go back even if you didn't say anything. We'll go back with you later. Huang's mother said with a smile. Oh. Huang Xingyue was just being polite, but she didn't expect her parents to really stay. Aren't they monitoring them? How can they have alone time with her husband? After dinner, they left the restaurant together. Hu Chen, you didn't even bring the car to pick us up. The parents asked disapprovingly as they saw Hu Chen hailing a cab on the roadside. Mom, I was too busy to have time. When I have time, I'll buy a car, it'll be more convenient that way. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving over 100,000 people's gratitude, faith, blessings, and gaining 50,000 reinforcement points reward. The sudden system notification made Hu Chen extremely happy. Indeed, doing good deeds brings good rewards. Over 100,000 people's gratitude, faith, blessings, doesn't that mean Hu Chen's charity company has helped over 100,000 people? He didn't believe everyone would genuinely appreciate it, but there would always be some. Honey, you have time now, let's go buy a car. Huang Xingyue said, linking her arm with Hu Chen's. Okay, let's go buy a car then. The family of four took a taxi to the car dealership. Honey, what kind of car do you want to buy? A sports car, an off-road vehicle, or a compact car? We'll buy whatever you like, dear. Okay, I knew you were the best, honey. They soon arrived at the sports car 4S dealership. Madam, which brand of sports car do you want to buy? Any special requirements? The sales consultant at the 4S dealership asked very politely. The most expensive, best-looking sports car, give us two. Huang Xingyue said. Thinking to himself, Hu Chen wasn't short of money anyway. Madam, currently the most expensive sports cars we have are a Bugatti Veyron and a Lamborghini Veneno, with a total value of 1.5 billion. Are you sure you want to buy them? Yes, honey, make the payment. Wait, let me have someone transfer the money to me. Hu Chen had acquired many companies, so even without the system amount, he was very wealthy, but that money was all in the company's accounts. He casually contacted a company's CEO and gave an order. In no time, a few billion arrived in his account. Just as Hu Chen was about to make the payment, a young man and woman dressed in ancient costumes walked in. The young man with a high energy tone said, "Give me the most luxurious sports car you have here." Sir, I'm sorry, our most luxurious Bugatti Veyron and Lamborghini Veneno have been reserved by this gentleman, so? How much? I'll pay double their price to buy them. The young man looked disdainfully at Hu Chen and said. I just noticed the exceptionally beautiful Huang Xingyue. Hey, girl, you must not have a partner, coincidentally, I don't have one either. I'll be your husband, you don't mind, right? The young man said narcissistically. As if being Huang Xingyue's husband was giving her face, showing respect for her. Smack. How could Hu Chen tolerate it? With a slap, the young man was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, his teeth falling out from the impact. It was evident how strong Hu Chen's slap was. How dare you hit me, I'll kill you. The young man roared and charged forward. Bang! Hu Chen kicked him out again, and he couldn't get up. Pretending to be someone you're not, do you think wearing ancient clothing makes you a member of the ancient martial alliance? If I put on a mecha suit, wouldn't I become an alien? Daring to encroach on my territory, truly audacious. Puff! Huang Xingyue burst into laughter at Hu Chen's jealousy. Wife, you're still laughing. If you weren't so beautiful, I wouldn't feel this immense pressure. Alright, husband, hurry up and pay, I'm eager for you to take me for a ride. Huang Xingyue said happily. Sales, payment. Sir, are you paying by card or? Hu Chen handed over his bank card, password 123456, swipe as you like. At that moment, the girl who came with the young man said, Man, I know you have some skills, but you shouldn't mess with Zhang Gang. Oh, I don't know him, then you saw him flirting with my wife, right? Hu Chen asked. The woman frowned, Zhang Gang setting his sights on your wife is your honor, and more importantly, her honor. You should be grateful. If you weren't a woman, just based on what you said, believe me, I'd hit you so hard your mother wouldn't recognize you, you're truly despicable. Hu Chen angrily retorted. You men are truly all the same, except for brother Zhang Gang, you disgusting men are all like vile bugs. The woman's words made even Huang Xingyue frown. Smack. Giving her a hard slap, Huang Xingyue angrily said, "My husband doesn't hit women, I do, now get lost." "Well done, wife, don't indulge such a person." Hu Chen applauded. "You just wait." The young man finally managed to recover and angrily threatened before leaving. "Hoof." Hu Chen sneered, not caring at all. System, strengthen all 4 attributes by 7,000 points, I want to be invincible. Ding. Congratulations, host, successful strengthening of all 4 attributes by 7,000 points, current strength 9800, current constitution 9800, current spirit 9800, current agility 9800, consumption of enhancement points 28,000 points, remaining enhancement points 2,190 points. In an instant, the 4 attributes surged, and Hu Chen realized that mosquitoes 50 meters away could be seen clearly. Further away, he noticed a person holding binoculars, observing him. As their gazes met, the person with binoculars trembled violently and exclaimed, "How is this possible, a full 300 meters away, how could he see me?" System, strengthen my 4 attributes to over 10,000. In the end, Hu Chen couldn't resist and wanted to exceed 10,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, strengthening of the 4 attributes to 10,000 points, consumption of enhancement points 800 points, remaining enhancement points 1390 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, the second stage of the genetic lock has been activated, for attributes plus 5,000. Hu Chen was stunned. The second stage of the genetic lock? Normal 4 attributes don't exceed 10. In other words, 11 to 9,999 points in the 4 attributes belong to the first stage of the genetic lock, while over 10,000 is the second stage. Who knows how much is the third stage, 100,000? He felt like his whole body had undergone a tremendous change. He even had a feeling that he could now walk on walls and rooftops. It's absurd, but that's how he feels. The procedures for the sports car were completed. Huang Xingyue handed a key to Huang Fu, "Dad, take Mom out for a drive." Another Lamborghini key was given to Hu Chen by Huang Xingyue, "Husband, take me for a drive." Okay. At this moment, Huang Fu, who caught the key, said, "Hu Chen, do you want to have a little competition to see who has better driving skills?" Thinking to himself, "When I was young, I was the king of cars." Hu Chen was a bit hesitant. Besides having a Class C driver's license, he didn't have any exceptional driving skills. "Dad, let's have a competition. My husband Hu Chen won't lose to you." Huang Xingyue promised on behalf of Hu Chen. "Alright, but since it's a competition, how about we make a bet? The loser will cook dinner tonight, how does that sound?" "Okay, Dad, you better not lose, because I doubt anyone besides Mom can eat your cooking," Huang Xingyue said with a smile. "Nonsense, my cooking skills now are so good that your mom keeps asking me to cook for her." "But I won't lose." System, how many enhancement points are needed to strengthen driving skills? Ding. Strengthening the super godlike driving skills requires 1,000 enhancement points. Do you want to enhance? Enhance. Ding. Congratulations, host, the enhancement of super godlike driving skills was successful, consuming 1,000 enhancement points, with 390 enhancement points remaining. Hu Chen, stop daydreaming and get in the car. Huang Xingyue urged. Hu Chen then got into the car and looked at Huang Fu, who was ready. "Dad, you go first, I'll let you." "Nonsense, why would I need you to let me? Back in the day, I was the king of cars. You go first, so I won't be accused of bullying you." Huang Fu shouted loudly. "In that case, Dad, I won't hold back. V-room." After saying this, Hu Chen stepped on the gas pedal, demonstrating amazing driving skills as he sped out of the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. "Wow, is this kid a car god?" Huang Fu muttered in shock. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go, don't lose too badly," Huang's mother urged. Huang Fu then rushed out, displaying very impressive driving skills. However, compared to Hu Chen, who had enhanced his super godlike driving skills, he was far behind. Who's driving so recklessly, speeding on this road, chasing? A traffic police officer scolded angrily. What the hell, can you even see him? Let's check the surveillance footage. Another traffic police officer said. Vroom. The next second, another supercar raced away. Damn, are these people crazy? Forming a team to break the law? Check the surveillance, they must be punished severely. Honey, go faster, I feel like I'm flying, can you make me feel like I'm riding a rocket? Huang Xingyue shouted loudly. She was not an ordinary person, so high speeds didn't affect her much. Hu Chen smiled slightly. I've already stepped on the gas pedal, we're at top speed. Well, it seems the speed of the Lamborghini Poison is not enough, it needs modification, maybe add a rocket booster. Huang Xingyue said disdainfully. Alright. We'll modify it when we get the chance. Hu Chen also felt the thrill of high speed, feeling very good. Vroom vroom. At this moment, the speed slowed down on its own. Oh, I forgot to refuel, it's just the fuel given by the forest shop. He had to call someone to bring fuel. After 3 minutes, the distant figure of Huang Fu's car appeared. The fuel levels were similar, so at this distance, there was no automatic decrease. Bang! At that moment, a missile hit the right front tire of the Bugatti Veyron. The fast-moving car immediately flew into the air. Ah! The sudden turn of events made Huang's mother panic and scream. Huang Fu also looked terrified. Not good, Mom and Dad. Huang Xingyue was extremely worried. At this moment, Hu Chen mobilized all his strength and rushed towards the Bugatti Veyron like a wild beast, leaping up and forcefully wrapping around the car, exerting force in midair and landing heavily on the ground. Boom! A loud noise echoed, leaving 2 deep footprints on the asphalt road. Hu Chen placed the Bugatti Veyron steadily on the ground. Without time to rest, he quickly rushed towards the direction where the sniper rifle was fired. In this section of the road, besides the sniper, there were no other outsiders present. Hu Chen, who did not want to reveal his identity, had to deal with the sniper. As for Huang Xingyue and her parents, they were already shocked and dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the place where Hu Chen disappeared, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Before long, Hu Chen returned. The 3 of them gathered around him. What happened to the culprit? Huang's father asked. Hu Chen smiled slightly. I sent him to meet God. Husband, you are so strong, are you a practitioner of ancient martial arts? Huang Xingyue curiously asked. She herself was a practitioner of ancient martial arts, but her cultivation was limited. No, I am a cultivator of immortality, Hu Chen used a high-level term. No wonder you are so powerful. Husband, you are clearly so powerful, but you deliberately looked so embarrassed when you were assassinated last time. Huang Xingyue reproachfully said. Haha, my dear, I did that to bring us closer. I was afraid that if you knew how powerful I was, you might feel inferior and leave me, which wouldn't be good. Hu Chen laughed and said. You wish. I won't leave you. Son-in-law, what realm are you in now? Huang's father's address changed. Obviously, he acknowledged Hu Chen. With wealth and great strength, if one were to reject such a son-in-law, wouldn't that be foolish? Dad, I don't know what realm I am in now, but my current strength is 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. 1,000 times? Huang's father and mother were extremely shocked to hear this. They looked at Hu Chen with incredulous eyes. Mom and Dad, is there a problem with that? Hu Chen curiously asked. Son-in-law, do you know that the realm of ancient martial arts is divided into novice practitioners, junior practitioners, intermediate practitioners, advanced practitioners, martial arts masters, martial arts grandmasters, peerless experts, and beyond that is the realm of immortals. The normal maximum value of strength is 10 points. Exceeding 1 point of strength is considered a novice practitioner at the junior level. The strength of a novice practitioner is 1 to 10 times that of an ordinary person, and the strength of a junior practitioner is 10 to 40 times. Only the legendary realm of immortals has an immensely huge gap. Son-in-law, you have surpassed ordinary people by 1,000 times, you must have entered the legendary realm of immortals. I don't know which realm it is, I have never encountered it, so I'm not sure. Huang's father said enviously. Mom, Dad, Xingyue, no matter what realm I am in, we are always a family, I will always be Xingyue's husband, your son-in-law. Hu Chen said seriously. He didn't expect that the second stage of the gene lock would far surpass ancient martial arts experts. It seems that the so-called realm of immortals might not be as powerful as the second stage of the gene lock. He wondered what would happen if he continued to strengthen himself. Could he truly become an immortal or even achieve eternal life? Who wouldn't desire eternal life? At this moment, the oil delivery truck arrived. After refueling the Lamborghini Poison, Hu Chen and Huang Xingyue left first. Huang's parents stayed behind to wait for the tow truck to arrive and tow the Bugatti Veyron. Husband, that attack just now was clearly aimed at us. Who could want to kill us? Huang's mother asked. Then, with lingering fear, she said, fortunately, we have a son-in-law with us, otherwise we would have been in trouble too. Who else could it be besides those few arch-enemies? It seems they can't sit still anymore. What should we do then? Should we go back? Go back for what? Isn't it safest by our son-in-law's side? The key is, isn't he claiming to be a cultivator? Let him give us some guidance. Right, with such a powerful son-in-law, we should make use of him. Now you know the benefits of having a daughter. Back then you were so powerful and looked down on me for giving birth to a daughter for you. Knowing the benefits of having a daughter, although I looked down on it, I have always been good to my daughter, better than to her brothers. Hu Chen and Huang Xingyue, after experiencing what just happened, were in no mood and went for a drive, returning to the villa. Husband. Husband, you said you are becoming more and more powerful in the future, will you despise me? Thinking that you have become an immortal and don't age, while I have turned into an old lady, you will definitely despise me. Silly, no matter how you change, I, Hu Chen, will never despise you. After saying that, he picked up Huang Xingyue and ran upstairs. Husband, what are you doing? What else can I do? While my parents are not back, let's do what we should do. Before reaching the room, they couldn't wait to take off their clothes. Husband, you are so bad, no wonder you don't hire a maid or servant, you must be up to no good. Come clean, during this time when I wasn't here, did you often do bad things with Morong Fair? No, Fair helped me with the charity company's affairs, busy every day until late, coming back exhausted. How could I bear to bully her? I was almost suffocating, wife. Ah, husband, be gentle. It lasted for a full hour. At this time, Huang's mother and father took a taxi back to Villa number 8. Huang Xingyue had already given them the keys. They opened the door and, with their keen hearing, heard a loud noise. The two looked at each other, thinking that young people nowadays are really crazy. At this moment, Huang's father hugged Huang's mother and said, "It's been a long time for us too, so..." At such an old age, still not serious. After Huang's mother said sternly, her tone changed, "Let's go to the room." Huang's father picked her up and rushed to the room on the first floor. Regardless of which room, they just went in and got started. Hu Chen, listening to his in-laws coming back, had already heard it. Not long after, he heard sounds he shouldn't have heard, speechless, never expecting the elderly to be so passionate. The sounds made Hu Chen's blood boil, and Huang Xingyue suffered. She had long surrendered, but Hu Chen did not allow it. After 2.5 hours, the downstairs quieted down, and upstairs finally ended, with Huang Xingyue exhausted in Hu Chen's arms. Although tired, she felt incredibly satisfied and happy. After taking a shower, Hu Chen went to cook, while Huang Xingyue daydreamed about what had just happened. After preparing the meal, Hu Chen called Morong Fair. "Hello, husband, do you miss me?" answered the phone, Morong Fair asked happily. Missing my fair wife, you've been working hard these days, I've prepared the meal, come home early today, rest well tonight. Got it, husband, I'll finish up the work on hand, I'll be home in about an hour. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Huang Xingyue didn't know when she had arrived at the door, she had heard the phone call Hu Chen made. Husband, why are you explaining Morong Fair to my parents? Huang Xingyue tried to calm herself as much as possible, but Hu Chen still sensed her jealousy. Wife, I'm sorry, I can't give all my love to just one person, but rest assured, I will absolutely love you very, very much. I know, but my parents may not think so. Hu Chen smiled bitterly. I can only wait for Fair to come back to explain. But husband, Fair and you hold the same place in my heart, I can't lose either of you, understand? Soon, Morong Fair came back. Who are you? The living room's Huang Qingfan and Song Yuni saw such a beautiful woman arrive, and their hearts immediately thought of something. They didn't expect Hu Chen to be so fickle, feeling sorry for Huang Xingyue. Morong Fair was also stunned. I am the hostess of this villa, she replied with a somewhat cold voice. Who are you? We are Huang Xingyue's parents. Do you know Xingyue? Song Yuni asked. Of course I know. This vixen has been pestering my husband all along, shameless. She even brought you all home. Morong Fair said angrily. Hearing movement in the kitchen, she quickly walked towards it. Hu Chen, what do you want? She angrily questioned. She worked so hard for him outside, and he actually brought the vixen's family home, making her very angry. Fair, you're back. Xingyue, watch the pot, I'll be busy for a while. Quickly taking Morong Fair to the door, just like usual, taking off shoes and changing them, very considerate. Morong Fair, who was originally very angry, instantly melted. When Huang Xingyue's mother treated her so well, it proved that she was in his heart. Then he brought a basin of warm water, helped Morong Fair wash her feet and massage them. This scene left Huang Qingfan and Song Yuni dumbfounded. After washing up, he gently carried Morong Fair to the embarrassed position. Fair, wait here, I'll serve the dishes. Okay. Morong Fair sweetly responded. Hu Chen quickly went to serve the dishes. Husband, what are you going to do? My parents are still here. Huang Xingyue asked worriedly. What else can I do? You are all my wives, I can't lose any of you. Hu Chen said firmly. Then a table full of delicious dishes was served. The five of them sat together, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Hu Chen, you are very good. Clearly, you have such beautiful wives, yet you still think about my daughter. Do you think we are easy to bully? Song Yuni said angrily. Mom, don't say that. Although I have been a bit fickle, I swear, in my life, I will only serve Morong Fair and Huang Xingyue, no other woman will ever enter my world. Hu Chen swore earnestly. Then he held the hands of the two women, sincerely saying, Xingyue, Fair, I know this is unfair to you, but I really love you both very much. I, Hu Chen, promise to love and protect you for a lifetime, to be good to you forever, forgive me this time, okay? The two women fell into silence, knowing that they had to make a choice at this moment. Hu Chen, you know how to play. At this time, you should tell them who you choose. Song Yuni said angrily. I choose both. No one can separate us. Anyone who tries to break us apart is my enemy. When Hu Chen said this, a terrifying aura erupted from him. This aura made everyone present feel like they couldn't breathe. Huang Qingfan quickly pulled Song Yuni. At this moment, they realized that Hu Chen was an extremely terrifying cultivator. Humph, daughter, make your own decision. Whatever decision you make, we will support you. Song Yuni had no choice but to speak like this. Dad, Mom, I can't be without Hu Chen. I love him. Huang Xingyue said firmly. Although she was unwilling to share Hu Chen with Morong Fair, Hu Chen's attitude was too strong. He couldn't lose any of them, or he would go crazy. It was too scary. Hu Chen, I love you, I respect you, I won't make things difficult for you. Morong Fair also spoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the female lead program, receiving a reward for opening a new program, 100,000 enhancement points. Ding! The female lead can receive enhancements from the male lead. Hu Chen was stunned, not expecting to have activated the female lead program. Quickly check the panel. Female lead 1, Huang Xingyue age, 23 strength, 38 constitution, 35 spirit, 33 agility, 34 charm, 91 assets, 89.7 billion yuan skills, financial trade, high-speed computing, ancient martial arts practitioner. Female lead 2, Morong Fair age, 22 strength, 8 constitution, 9 spirit, 9 agility, 8 charm, 90 assets, 87.6 billion yuan skills, financial trade, ballet, taekwondo mastery, level 1 hacker. I didn't expect Huang Xingyue to be an ancient martial arts practitioner. Her overall combat power is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person, no wonder she easily knocked herself out that night. Morong Fair is also impressive. Although she is an ordinary person, she is also a taekwondo master, with combat power far exceeding that of an ordinary person, extremely outstanding. Xingyue, Fair, thank you. I swear by my layout, choose me, and you will not regret it. Let's eat, the dishes are getting cold, Huang Xingyue said. Fair, eat, you've been working hard lately, Huang Xingyue said as she served her food. Sister Xingyue, you should eat too, Morong Fair also served her food. At least on the surface, the relationship seems harmonious. Although Huang Qingfan and Son Yuni were unwilling for their daughter, they couldn't do anything as Hu Chen was too outstanding. After dinner, a dilemma arose. Who would Hu Chen sleep with? Both women looked at him. Hu Chen himself also felt a headache. Fair, Xingyue, come with me, Hu Chen led the two towards the room. Both women's hearts beat faster. Could Hu Chen be wanting to refuse, but also worried, whoever spoke first would be giving Hu Chen to the other person. So neither of them spoke. In the room, Hu Chen embraced them. Xingyue, my wife, Fair, my wife, I have a dual cultivation method. After practicing together, we can enhance our skills. Just like Fair, although she is an ordinary person, after dual cultivation with me, she will gain power. However, once you start, you will no longer be ordinary people, so I want to ask for your opinion, whether you are willing to dual cultivate with me. Willing. Both women said in unison. Who wouldn't want to be extraordinary? Alright, who wants to go first? I. Fair, you go first. You've been working hard, and if we dual cultivate, you won't be so tired, Huang Xingyue said generously. After speaking, she got up to leave. Hu Chen quickly hugged her. Xingyue, my wife, thank you. Tomorrow night, I will dual cultivate with you, I promise not to disappoint you. Understood, husband, treat Fair well. We have both chosen you, don't let us down. Don't worry, I won't. Huang Xingyue left. Hu Chen looked at Morong Fair with a sly smile. Fair, let's start dual cultivation. Husband, can dual cultivation really give me power too? Morong Fair asked skeptically. Of course, I am your husband, why would I lie to you? Come on, you will soon see the benefits of dual cultivation. Morong Fair was very excited, dragging her tired body, she cooperated with Hu Chen. As they entered the dual cultivation phase, Morong Fair enjoyed the curious sensation. System, strengthen Fair's 4 attributes by 5 points per minute, for 1 hour. Ding! Strengthening attributes for female lead 2, strength, constitution, spirit, agility by 5 points per minute, totaling 1 hour, consuming a total of 1,200 enhancement points. In total, Morong Fair's 4 attributes were each strengthened by 300 points. 1 minute passed quickly. Wow, husband, I feel a warm flow in my body. The fatigue I had instantly disappeared, and I feel especially energetic. Is this the power brought by dual cultivation? Morong Fair was shocked and then extremely delighted. Yes, this is the benefit of dual cultivation, Fair, let's keep it up. Feeling the benefits, Morong Fair worked even harder. Hu Chen was very straightforward. An hour passed quickly. Morong Fair was becoming more and more energetic. Now her physique is 30 times that of an ordinary person, which is extremely terrifying. Originally, she could have instantly become very powerful, but Hu Chen didn't know how to explain it. That's when he thought of the method of dual cultivation. By strengthening them a little every day, they naturally thought it was the benefit of dual cultivation. The scheduled reinforcement ended. Morong Fair no longer felt the benefits and curiously asked, "Husband, it seems like dual cultivation is not working anymore?" "Wife, this is because of the cultivation method. The effect of dual cultivation for only 1 hour a day. After all, prolonged dual cultivation is also damaging to the body." Hu-chan spouted nonsense. "Oh, so should we stop then?" "Silly wife, dual cultivation has ended, but we haven't. Come on, let's fight." Another hour passed before they fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Hu-chen got up early to cook. Huang Xingyue also woke up early and sneaked into Hu-chen's room. Fair, she woke up Morong Fair. "Xingyue's sister, why are you up so early? Where's my husband?" "Your husband is cooking." "Fair, is the dual cultivation with your husband effective?" That's what she cared about. "Xingyue's sister, it's effective." "I feel like I'm a superhero now," Morong Fair said excitedly. "Is it really that powerful? Then try pinching me to see if your strength is really great." She knew Morong Fair was an ordinary person. Unless she had truly cultivated through dual cultivation, she wouldn't pose a threat to her. Morong Fair nodded and gently pinched Huang Xingyue's hand. "Ouch!" Huang Xingyue cried out in pain. Internally shocked, she knew her body was several times that of an ordinary person, yet she couldn't withstand Morong Fair's gentle pinch? Is dual cultivation really that terrifying? "Xingyue's sister, are you okay?" "I really didn't use much force just now," Morong Fair apologized. Hearing this, Huang Xingyue was shocked. Morong Fair's current strength was probably 100 or 200 times that of an ordinary person, which was too terrifying. Is the benefit of dual cultivation really this great? She was getting impatient. "Fair, I'm fine. But you are already very powerful now. Be mindful when using your strength," Huang Xingyue said. "If you encounter a thug, don't go all out and end up killing them." "Okay, I know. I just gained cultivation and haven't adapted yet. I'll get used to it soon. Fair, if you haven't rested well, take a break. I'll help your husband with breakfast. Let's go together. I feel very energetic." The two of them found Hu-chen. Hu-chen had already prepared breakfast and was about to serve it. They quickly helped out. "Xingyue, go wake up mom and dad for breakfast." "Okay." Soon, the five of them gathered to eat. Fair, why do I feel like you're different from yesterday?" Song Yuni asked in surprise. "There's nothing different, maybe I rested well last night, so I feel more energetic," Morong Fair said. She couldn't possibly say that she had dual cultivated with Hu-chen last night, right? Perhaps. After breakfast, Morong Fair went to the company. Huang Qingfan and Song Yuni decided to go out for a walk. Of course, they didn't go too far, as they still had lingering fears from the last assassination attempt. Huang Xingyue eagerly dragged Hu-chen to her room. "Husband, I want to dual cultivate." "Ah, wife, it's broad daylight. How about we dual cultivate at night?" Hu-chen suggested. "No, I want to dual cultivate now, husband. Shall we dual cultivate? Pampering is always a killer skill for men." Hu-chen immediately surrendered. "Okay, let's cultivate together." The two then entered a state of bliss. System. As usual, enhance my attributes by 5 points for each of the 4 attributes every minute, for 1 hour. Ding. Enhance the attributes of female lead number 1 by 5 points for each of the attributes, strength, physique, spirit, agility, for a total of 1 hour, consuming a total of 1,200 enhancement points. Ding. The host can set a save mode for direct activation next time. Then let's save the mode. Ding. Successfully activated the mode to enhance female lead's attributes by 5 points for each of the 4 attributes every minute under the cultivation state for 1 hour. Husband, you didn't deceive me, we really can cultivate together? This speed is terrifying, stronger than my years of cultivation. No wonder Fair's sister became so powerful overnight. Huang Xingyue, originally a martial arts practitioner, was very sensitive to the sense of power, hence her stronger feelings. Half an hour passed. Huang Xingyue was extremely excited. Husband, keep it up, husband, rise. Too excited, she couldn't help but cheer for Hu Chen. Her voice was special, accompanied by her seductive voice. Just then, the parents returned from their walk and heard everything clearly. The two looked at each other, speechless, never expecting their daughter to be so embarrassing, disgraceful. After another hour, Huang Xingyue was puzzled, and Hu Chen had to explain to her. Even so, Huang Xingyue was extremely satisfied. This time of cultivation was equivalent to decades of practice for others. She never dreamed she would have such an opportunity. She suddenly felt that choosing Hu Chen was the right decision. The two were busy for over an hour before finishing. They went downstairs. Seeing their parents' gloomy faces, Huang Xingyue was puzzled. Mom, Dad, who upset you? Why do you look so upset? Xingyue, come with me. Song Yuni angrily called out. Huang Xingyue followed her mother to the room, looking puzzled. Xingyue, you're a girl, it's one thing to do that in broad daylight, but why do you look like a hooligan? Upon hearing her mother's words, Huang Xingyue immediately understood, her face turning extremely red. Because of the improvement in her cultivation just now, she was too excited and forgot her parents were still there, acting recklessly. She didn't expect her parents to find out. It was truly embarrassing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of consuming 5 trillion within 68 hours, receiving a reward of a high-level enhancement point gift package. Ding! New task, consume 8 trillion within 68 hours, complete the task to receive a high-level enhancement point gift package. System, open the high-level enhancement point gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the high-level enhancement point gift package, immediately receiving 8,000 enhancement points as a reward. Seeing the tens of thousands of enhancement points, Hu Chen's face lit up with a smile. He decided to make a good improvement. System, enhance my general's body boxing to the maximum level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for enhancing general's body boxing to the extraordinary level, consuming 5,000 enhancement points, with 101,990 enhancement points remaining. Feeling the extraordinary level of General's body boxing, Hu Chen was greatly shocked. With his eyes closed, he could perform the General's body boxing effortlessly. And at the maximum level, General's body boxing was no longer a fixed move, but a moveless victory over moves, extremely powerful and indescribable. He suddenly felt that the consumption of 5,000 enhancement points was worth it. This reminded him of a powerful skill, the Void Step. The condition for use was having all 4 attributes exceed 500 points, and now his 4 attributes were all at 15,000. He displayed it immediately, taking his step into the air. Hu Chen walked above the living room. The Huang Xingyue family of 3 below looked up in astonishment. Hu Chen walked step by step, floating in front of them. Xingyue, wife, mom, dad, what are you talking about? Asking this question on the surface, Hu Chen felt a bit bitter in his heart. What kind of 4 attributes need to exceed 500 points to be displayed? Even if it is displayed, it is estimated that it will only be able to climb over a courtyard wall and be exhausted. He displayed the 4 attributes of 15,000, which seemed easy, but the physical consumption was extremely huge. With his current physique, he could only hold on for an hour at most before being exhausted. Do you know how many times 15,004 attributes are compared to 504 attributes? And this skill cannot be upgraded. Mediocre. But the effect of showing off is still full. Just look at the expressions of Huang Xingyue and the others to know. At least without this skill, he is unable to fly even with his current 4 attributes of 15,000. System, enhance all my 4 attributes to 30,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, the 4 attributes have been enhanced to 30,000, consuming 45,000 enhancement points, with 56,990 enhancement points remaining. The strength of the 4 attributes instantly doubled, bringing a terrifying effect. Originally, Hu Chen thought that doubling it would only extend the time for using the Void Step. However, the situation left him extremely shocked. He felt that as long as he wanted to, his body could easily float and fly. Physique, strength, spirit, realm, all surpassed ordinary people by far too much. He felt like an invincible god. This feeling is truly awesome. Husband, you can actually fly, why didn't you tell me earlier? Take me flying. Huang Xingyue excitedly threw herself into Hu Chen's arms, completely ignoring the fact that their parents were still nearby. Of course, the two of them were still in a state of shock. Alright, I'll take you flying, Hu Chen said, and with a thought, he really flew slowly while holding Huang Xingyue. Then, without using the void step, he relied on the terrifying power to propel his body in flight. Swish! Indeed, he flew out. But the momentary consumption left Hu Chen breathless. Feeling that flying with someone, with the 4 attributes of 30,000, would only last for about 15 minutes at most, he instinctively used the void step. Easily stepping into the air, he could also use the void step to fly in the air with minimal consumption. According to the current consumption of the void step, he felt that he could fly for 3 to 5 hours with someone. Finally, he understood the advantages of the void step. Wow, I'm really flying. Huang Xingyue was extremely excited. After having enough fun, Hu Chen landed with her in his arms. Huang Qingfan and Song Yuni looked over with dazzling eyes. Hu Chen, you can fly in the air, you're probably at least in the realm of a human immortal, Huang Qingfan said in great astonishment. At the same time, he was also very fortunate that such a terrifying existence was now his son-in-law. Calling him dad was so smooth. Son-in-law, since you obviously have some kind of longevity and eternal youth, right? Song Yuni asked excitedly. Ahem, Mom, not yet, but if I do in the future, I'll definitely let you know first. Good son-in-law. Immortal, there must be, so Song Yuni was very happy. Husband, will I be able to fly like you in the future? Huang Xingyue asked excitedly and expectantly. Definitely, in the future, you and Fair will fly together with me across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Hu Chen said confidently. At this moment, Hu Chen's phone rang. Taking it out and looking at it, it turned out to be his younger sister. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, where are you? Come pick us up, we're at the Sioux City airport. Sister, are you saying that you and Mom and Dad are all in Sioux City now? Hu Chen asked in surprise. Yes, Dad and Mom said that you've made a fortune now, running such a big charity company, and they can't live in hardship while you're doing well, so they came to teach you a lesson, Hu Yani said. Hu Chen was speechless. Sister, you're really misunderstanding your brother. Didn't I give you $1 trillion back then? Didn't you tell Mom and Dad? With that money, you guys won't be able to spend it in your lifetime. Brother, what do you mean by this? Don't you want us to come find you? Are you? Hu Yani hadn't finished speaking when Hu Chenggong dodged the phone and said, You brat, hurry up and come pick us up at Sucheng Airport. Have you become so successful that even Mom and Dad don't recognize you anymore? Dad, I didn't say you wouldn't recognize me, just wait for me and my wife, I'll come pick you up. Wife, you're already calling her your wife? You didn't even bring her home for us to see, that's really unfilial. Mom, Dad, little sister, wait for me, I'll be right there. Hu Chen hung up the phone after speaking. Mom, Dad, my parents are here, you stay home and watch TV, I'll go pick up Mom and Dad with Xingyue. Okay, you guys go. Hu Chen took Huang Xingyue and took a taxi to the airport. It's not that they didn't want to drive, but they all bought 2-seater sports cars, so they couldn't fit everyone. They quickly arrived at the airport. A family of 3 was already waiting at the main gate. Brother, you took a taxi here? You're so rich now, where's your car? Even though Hu Chen was wrapped up tightly, Hu Yani still recognized him at a glance. Little sister, Mom, Dad, people are afraid of being famous like pigs are afraid of getting fat. I can't show my face when I go out now. As for buying a car, we all bought sports cars. When we have time, we'll buy a super large commercial vehicle that can fit our whole family. Let me introduce you, this is your daughter-in-law, Huang Xingyue. Xingyue, these are Mom, Dad, and little sister. Mom, Dad, little sister, hello. Hello, daughter-in-law, you're so beautiful. Then, the family took 2 cars back home. Son, what's going on with you? Hu Chenggong started questioning as soon as he got in the car with his parents. Mom, Dad, this isn't the place to talk about these things. Let's talk at home, okay? They glanced at the driver and didn't ask any more questions. Back at the villa, they found out that the in-laws were also there, and both families started chatting about daily life. Hu Yani and Huang Xingyue also got along well. Hu Chen was happy to have some peace and quiet, so he went to cook alone. In-laws, mother-in-law, Hu Chen has been mischievous since he was a child. If there's anything he does wrong, please don't take it to heart. Zheng Hongyun said. Although they seemed indifferent to Hu Chen on the surface, they actually cared a lot about their son. They were also very satisfied with a daughter-in-law like Huang Xingyue. Hu Chen's hearing was so good now that it was hard not to overhear their conversation. Hu Chen is very outstanding, he's very capable. You've raised a good son. Both sides chatted very amiably. At that moment, Morong Fair called. Husband, we've already spent 500 billion, and now the total amount needed for relief applications is still 180 billion short, with more applications pending approval. It's estimated that we'll need around 300 billion today. Transfer 800 billion to the company account. Okay, I understand. You're doing well, dear. By the way, husband, my parents and sister have come to Sucheng. Come back early tonight. Have your parents and sister arrived? I'll go prepare gifts for them later. I'm busy here, so I'll hang up first. Remember to transfer the money. After hanging up the phone, Hu Chen calculated that it would be difficult to spend 800 billion within 68 hours based on his mother's charitable donations. So he transferred 600 billion and kept the remaining 200 billion for other expenses. Hu Chen cooked alone, feeling relaxed and at ease. In less than 2 hours, a table full of delicious food was ready. Mom, Dad, wife, sister, let's eat. The whole family enjoyed their time together because of Hu Chen's excellence. In-laws, mother-in-law, please eat more. In-laws, mother-in-law, since you've just arrived, please eat more. Son-in-law's cooking is delicious. Wow, brother, I never knew you were so good at cooking. Hu Yani said as she ate eagerly. Eat slower, there's plenty on the table. Hu Chen rolled his eyes and said. From now on, we'll eat the meals cooked by Big Brother every day. I won't marry, if I do, I'll marry Big Brother. Pfft, then you can marry me. Hu Chen said speechlessly. What nonsense are you siblings talking about? You've been spoiled. In-laws, mother-in-law, you guys are a sight to see. Kids should be like this, that's real. After lunch, Hu Chen left. Huang Xingyue and Hu Yani naturally followed, with Huang Xingyue holding Hu Chen's right hand and Hu Yani holding his left, like escorting a prisoner. Brother, where are we going? Didn't you complain that I don't have a car? I've decided to buy the car city, so we can drive whatever car we want in the future. Hu Chen said. Brother, so cool, truly my brother Hu Yani, let's go, fast. Excited, Hu Yani pulled Hu Chen and ran off. Looking fearless. Just then, a call came from salesperson Louison. Is there something, Louison? Hearing Hu Chen's indifferent tone, Louison felt a bit disappointed. Initially, Hu Chen had bought over 100 villas from her, even making her ride an electric bike to deliver them, thinking he had feelings for her. But for the past half-month, Hu Chen hadn't contacted her. Boss, someone wants to buy a villa, do you want to sell? Louison asked. Sell, but raise the price by 50%. If they want it, they'll buy it, if not, forget it. Okay, boss. Oh, brother, from the voice, another pretty lady, is she my second sister-in-law? Hu Yani said, trying to stir things up. Huang Xingyue said, you already have a second sister-in-law. Is my brother that amazing? You're quite something. Then where is my second sister-in-law? Is she as pretty as the first one? Hu Yani kept asking. Alright, sister, you talk too much, I'll find someone to marry you off. Hu Chen said. No way, I won't marry, and if I do, it'll be to a son-in-law who comes to us. I can't miss out on the meals cooked by my brother. They arrived at the car city amidst the commotion. They went straight to the management center. How can we help you? A staff member in a small suit and short skirt asked. Taking off his glasses and mask, Hu Chen said, We're looking for your boss. Is it you, Mr. Hu Chen, the boss of Hu Chen Charity Company? Please wait, I'll go get our boss. Soon, a middle-aged man arrived. Mr. Hu, I didn't expect your visit, please forgive the lack of reception. The middle-aged man shook Hu Chen's hand. Mr. Hu, you've invested heavily in charity, you're truly a role model, worthy of admiration. What can I do for you? Boss, I want to acquire the car city, name your price. Ha! After the boss's surprise, he said bitterly, Mr. Hu, the car city is not solely mine, it's a joint stock company. I hold 51% of the shares as the largest shareholder, with decision-making power, but not complete sales rights. Here's the deal. Contact the other shareholders, discuss it, and tell them I'm willing to invest 200 billion to acquire the car city. 200 billion? The boss stuttered. The total market value of the car city is only 1,380 billion, an excess of over 600 billion. He thought, who is this Hu Chen? At such a young age, within less than a week of charity work, he's invested over $1 trillion. Making bold moves in Sioux City for acquisitions, now wanting to buy the car city, what does he want to do? Does he want to buy Sioux City? Thinking of this possibility, the boss broke out in a cold sweat. How much money would that require? It's too crazy. And looking at Hu Chen's bold move, it is really possible to have this kind of idea. Mr. Hu, wait a moment, I will immediately contact the major shareholders to convene a meeting, and give you a reply within an hour at most. Okay, then we will wait for an hour. Hu Chen's goal is to spend 2 trillion, naturally can afford to wait. Wow, bro, you're not kidding, are you really going to spend 2 trillion to buy this place? But bro, where did you get so much money from? Hu Yani asked curiously. Huang Xingyue had long been curious about this question, also watching Hu Chen. Because bro has a system. Hu Chen said truthfully. Huang Xingyue rolled her eyes, not believing it at all. Wow, bro, you have a system, is it like the one in novels? What does the system look like? Hu Yani asked a series of questions, seemingly really believing it. The system is awesome, very powerful, can give me endless money, what does it look like? It's very domineering, irresistible, if it gives you money, you must spend it all. Okay, let's go see the cars, sister, pick any car you like. Hu Chen said generously. Then I won't be polite. Hu Yani rushed out first. Husband, sister is really lively. Huang Xingyue said with a smile. What lively, that's annoying. Hu Chen rolled his eyes. Husband, are they really your family? Huang Xingyue suddenly asked. Yes, without a doubt. Hu Chen hadn't understood yet. But husband, you are so powerful, so rich, and they are such ordinary people, anyone would doubt it. Huang Xingyue said seriously. Hu Chen smiled bitterly, let them doubt. Could it be that you really have a system like in novels, husband? Huang Xingyue was extremely shocked. Shoo, wife, it's enough that you know, don't shout, or I'm afraid someone will take me away to be a guinea pig. Hu Chen said seriously. Seeing this, Huang Xingyue became even more incredulous. Thinking it's better not to say it, I'll find out sooner or later anyway. Hey, miss, I'm asking you, where is the most expensive car in the car city? Hu Yani asked loudly. Little sister, the most expensive cars are at the luxury sports car store, they are the most expensive everywhere, even the cheapest one costs millions. Where is the luxury sports car store? It's over there, turn left and then right. Got it, thank you, miss. Brother, sister-in-law, hurry up, I want to choose the best-looking, fastest sports car. Hu Yali's voice was loud, attracting the attention of many people. Country bumpkin. From not far away, a disdainful voice came. Originally cheerful, Hu Yani immediately stopped and looked at a woman, asking, Auntie, are you talking about me? Talking about you, so what? Country bumpkin. Hu Yani walked over with a smile and asked, "Auntie, how did you see that I'm a country bumpkin? It's obvious everywhere, the rusticness in you is revealed." The other party showed no mercy at all. "Auntie, from what you're saying, you seem to be wealthy." "Of course, I can spend in a day what you earn in a lifetime." The woman was extremely arrogant. "Wow, Auntie, you're amazing. I have over 40 billion in my account right now, so does that mean, your money, just one card is more than my over 40 billion? Ha, country bumpkin, are you not awake? You have over 40 billion? Then I have 40 trillion. The woman was extremely disdainful. Hu Yani smiled slightly, took out her phone, logged into online banking, and handed it to the woman. "Madam, count for yourself, do I have over 40 billion? The woman looked disdainfully, and was stunned to see it. Hu Yani smiled broadly. "Auntie, even this country bumpkin like me has over 40 billion, you're so amazing, why don't you show me your 400 trillion to broaden my horizons?" Many people nearby curiously walked over and took a look. They were all stunned in an instant. Really, such a long string of numbers, no decimal point. One person stuttered. "Auntie, why don't you admit you've spent it? You keep calling me a bumpkin, what does that make you? Garbage that crawled out of the trash heap? Also, this is my brother's territory, not welcoming you, so get out quickly." Hu Yani's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, shouting aggressively. Hu Chen didn't expect his sister to be so good at acting tough in this area, even better than himself. "You? What you? An old woman with no money or looks, what are you? Showing off for? And calling me a bumpkin, who gave you the courage? Security, kick her out, put her on the blacklist, never allow such self-righteous people to enter my brother's territory again." The security guard actually walked over, but didn't physically remove her. "Excuse me, miss, who is your brother?" The security guard asked Hu Yani cautiously. "You don't even know my brother? Let me tell you, my brother is Hu Chen, the owner of Hu Chen Charity Company. He has also acquired this place, and from now on, my brother is the big boss here, and I am the little boss." "Your little boss has been called a bumpkin, and you still don't care? Mr. Hu Chen is your brother?" Someone asked incredulously. "What, is that not allowed?" Hu Yani stood with her hands on her hips, full of confidence. "It's allowed, but how do you prove that your brother has acquired the car city?" The head of security asked. "I'll prove it for him." A middle-aged man from afar approached with a group of people. "Boss, and all the major shareholders?" The head of security asked tremblingly. The boss came to Hu Chen. "Mr. Hu, we have decided through a meeting to agree to sell the car city to you for 200 billion. Upon hearing this, the people around were shocked. They also realized. Hu Chen. Is he the Hu Chen who does big charity work? Is he really that rich? He has already invested over $1 trillion in charity, and now he has money to acquire everywhere? Okay, let's sign the contract and transfer the payment. Mr. Hu, please, let's sign the contract in our office. Okay. Sister, wife, you go choose a car, I'll go sign the contract and make the payment. Okay. Hu Yani looked at the head of security. What are you standing there for? Kick her out for me, put her on the blacklist, the car city will never welcome her. The woman knew she had offended someone, but she couldn't swallow her pride. She thought, you're so rich, why are you acting so old-fashioned? Are you deliberately provoking people? She shouted angrily, just a broken car city? If you don't come, then don't come. Even if I beg you to come, I won't come. Little girl, you're just lucky to be born into a good family, don't show off. Your brother's family will go bankrupt sooner or later. You dare to be fierce, do you believe I'll have my brother buy the whole city and then blacklist you? Hu Yani shouted loudly. Ha, if you have the ability, let your brother buy Sioux City, if he can't, you're all bumpkins, all cowards, all trash. Upon hearing this, Hu Chen frowned. Ma'am, are you out of your mind? We didn't offend you, at first you called my sister a bumpkin, not having money is one thing, but now you're insulting me too. Do you really think I won't blacklist you? Oh, you want to blacklist me, I'm so scared, please come and blacklist me." The woman remained extremely arrogant. She had made up her mind and didn't believe the other party had the power to buy Sioux City. "Very well, let's wait and see." Hu Chen took out his phone, snapped a photo of her, and then left. The woman went crazy and shouted, "You scoundrel, taking a photo of me, quickly delete my picture. Even though I'm getting older, I still have charm. I'm a beautiful woman that you can't reach." The woman was taken away like a madwoman by the security guards. Hu Chen returned to the office, made the payment smoothly, and completed the task of buying the car city. When leaving, Hu Chen's younger sister Hu Yani chose a red Ferrari, while Hu Xinyue chose a large extended version of a commercial vehicle. With a length of 8 meters and a width of 2 meters, it can accommodate 12 people without feeling crowded, which is enough for their large family. However, she was not proficient in driving, so she had to leave it to Hu Chen. With top-notch driving skills, Hu Chen could handle any car like a pro. Just as they were about to head to the villa, Morong Fair called Hu Chen. "Honey, something bad happened. A group of people came to the company, causing trouble and injuring many of our employees." Morong Fair's urgent voice came through. Hu Chen frowned immediately. He was doing charity work without expecting anything in return, purely to serve the people, yet someone was causing trouble at his company? That was not normal. Have those people left? No, they blocked the company's main entrance and accused us of causing someone's death. Alright, I got it. Don't worry, I'll come over right away. Xingyue, you and your sister go to the supermarket to buy some groceries, go back first. There's an issue at the company, and I'll handle it. Okay. Hu Chen drove to the company alone. After about 30 minutes, he arrived outside the company. Sure enough, the main entrance was blocked by a group of people who looked like construction workers. Although the police were there, they didn't dare to do much to these people who seemed like workers. Hu Chen Charity Company, causing someone's death. Look, my brother was killed by them. The leader was a young man wearing a helmet, shouting aggressively. Hu Chen got out of the car and walked over. Make way. The road was blocked, and Hu Chen shouted loudly. Who are you? The person he shouted at immediately questioned unfriendly. Seeing their demeanor, Hu Chen realized that they were not construction workers but troublemakers. However, some of them had a smell of blood, clearly not ordinary troublemakers. I am Hu Chen. Hu Chen calmly admitted his identity and removed his mask and sunglasses. Hu Chen, it's really him. The fake construction workers around him roared excitedly. The leader, holding a steel pipe, rushed towards Hu Chen aggressively. Hu Chen, you killed my brother, you owe my brother's life. Leaping up, the steel pipe heavily smashed towards Hu Chen's head. The scene scared the onlookers from afar and many journalists. Hu Chen looked panicked, as if he couldn't dodge in time. Bang! His head took a heavy blow, and he fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed immediately from his head, staining the ground. Boss! The company's security guards finally reacted. These highly paid security guards went crazy and rushed over. Damn it, you are not construction workers at all. Construction workers wouldn't kill. An employee shouted in extreme anger. Run, run fast. These troublemakers scattered and fled. The police had already surrounded the area, just waiting for a suitable reason to take action. They immediately closed in and captured the group of people. Honey! Morong Fair panicked, her face pale as she rushed towards Hu Chen. Overwhelmed with worry, she completely forgot that Hu Chen was a skilled expert and couldn't possibly be knocked down by a construction worker. Live news media, crazy reports, live broadcasts. Hu Chen, the owner of a charity company, also known as Hu Chen himself, was maliciously attacked by fake farmers and is in critical condition. This news immediately spread across the internet and made headlines on major platforms. Countless people who have benefited from Hu Chen's charity company went crazy when they saw this news, seeing their benefactor being knocked down by a steel pipe. A wave of outrage swept across the country, with many demanding justice and severe punishment for the perpetrators. The prevailing slogan was to execute the perpetrators. When the Sioux City police investigation revealed that the troublemakers at Hu Chen's charity company were not real farmers but fake ones, the internet went wild. Without the need for a police investigation, everyone knew that Hu Chen's charity company had touched someone's interests and was maliciously targeted as a result. The only ones whose interests were affected by Hu Chen were those fake charity organizations and companies. Because of Hu Chen's actions, they were unable to fundraise or profit, so they retaliated. The instigators behind this incident did not expect it to escalate to this extent, as they did not anticipate that Hu Chen would be so easily targeted. This incident could easily be traced back to him. Voices demanding revenge for Hu Chen echoed across the country. The government has already stepped in and promised to severely punish the perpetrators. The media and the public are watching, and even if the perpetrators are powerful, they will not escape the law. This was also anticipated by Hu Chen. That's why he willingly took that blow with a steel pipe. At night, Hu Chen, who was rescued, was still in critical condition and remained in the intensive care unit. The more critical his condition, the more worried everyone became. That same evening, Hu Chen's charity company's vice chairman, Morong Fayer, announced the suspension of all approved and pending charity fund disbursements, effectively halting the charity work of Hu Chen's charity company. The reason being that good deeds go unrewarded, as Hu Chen had donated over 1 trillion yuan to charity and almost lost his life. After more than 6 hours of rescue efforts, he was still in critical condition and the evildoers must be severely punished. Countless people were still waiting for charity fund approvals and disbursements, which were suddenly halted because those perpetrators almost killed the boss who was giving them charity funds. Instantly, these individuals and their families went crazy, causing various disturbances and demanding severe punishment for all those involved. In prison, there were over 100 perpetrators, facing several large screens playing demands for severe punishment, even calling for their deaths. Their faces turned pale with fear, as they were just following orders for money and did not expect things to escalate this far. The ringleader, the one who attacked Hu Chen, was trembling uncontrollably, while the others were just participants. Faced with intense public condemnation, he knew he was in for a harsh punishment. I confess everything. It was Xie Zhong, the young master of the Wuching charity organization headquarters, who paid me 10 million to disguise myself as a farmer and lead people to cause trouble at Hu Chen's charity company. I didn't intend to kill anyone. I didn't know why Hu Chen didn't evade. Under immense pressure, this individual confessed everything in detail. The police immediately launched a raid on Xie Zhong, the young master of the Wuching charity organization headquarters. The media quickly announced that the real culprit had been identified and that the perpetrator would be severely punished. The Sioux City police were under immense pressure from all sides. In less than 12 hours, the perpetrator who maliciously slandered Hu Chen's charity company was captured, finally easing the public's condemnation. Of course, it was only a temporary relief, as many were still concerned about Hu Chen's safety, as well as how to punish the perpetrators and the masterminds behind them. People were also wondering when Hu Chen's charity company would resume approving and dispersing charity funds, as many were waiting for life-saving money. Some people are worried that even if Hu Chen survives, he will not engage in charity work, as good people do not receive good rewards. People from all walks of life are traveling to Sioux City Hospital, lining up to visit Hu Chen. Some are even praying on the street, hoping for the safety of the good person Hu Chen. The media has also reported on this phenomenon, leading to more and more people praying for Hu Chen, all hoping for the safety of the good person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving gratitude, faith, blessings, peace from over 500,000 people, and receiving a reward of 100,000 reinforcement points. Hu Chen, who was pretending to be unconscious and miserable, was extremely excited upon hearing this news. He originally wanted to punish the mastermind behind the scenes, but he did not expect to receive so much gratitude and blessings from so many people. It seems that being a good person does bring good rewards. Around the same time, Hu Chen woke up. The attending doctor had been by his side all along. Hu Chen's mission was too important, and if something happened to him, it could lead to social chaos. When he saw that his various indicators were gradually returning to normal, he subconsciously checked on Hu Chen and discovered that he was about to wake up. He's waking up, his indicators are gradually returning to normal. Indeed, good people receive good rewards, the attending doctor exclaimed excitedly, tears streaming down his face. Good people always hope for the safety of other good people. Outside the door, more people heard the news and were overjoyed. They had been worried as he had been in critical condition. Call. Faye. Fair, to come, Hu Chin weakly said. Fair, who is Fair, Mr. Who is looking for you, Morong Fair quickly responded, I am. Hurry in, Mr. Who is looking for you, Morong Fair hurried inside. Doctor, we want to film Mr. Who to let the whole country know that philanthropist Mr. Who is safe. This. Let them in, but keep it quiet, the deputy director said. It was unavoidable, as if people didn't know that Hu Chun was safe, the hospital would be overwhelmed by visitors. Just today, more than 100,000 people flooded into Sioux City, all coming for Hu Chen. Tens of thousands of people had been guarding outside the First People's Hospital all night. Many people were worried that the criminals might harm Mr. Hu again and volunteered to be his bodyguards. Morong Fair went in, followed by a group of journalists and media, broadcasting live from the scene. Seeing Hu Chun with bandages on his head, blood seeping through, pale and weak, these media reporters couldn't help but cry with pity. A philanthropist, a good person, how could he be treated like this? Everyone, quiet down, Hu Chen has something to say, Morong Fair shouted loudly. Everyone immediately quieted down, even their breathing became very soft. Faye, charity, work, cannot be delayed, you, quickly go, for approval, and funding. After saying this, Hu Chen seemed too tired and closed his eyes. Doctor, quick, is Hu Chen okay? People who didn't understand were in a panic. The doctor was also startled and quickly came in to check, then said, Don't speak nonsense, Mr. Hu is fine, just that his injuries are too severe, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. Does this mean that Mr. Hu insists on waking up because he is worried about charity work? Mr. Hu, you were so great, even though you were injured like this, you still worry about charity work, sob. On the scene, a female journalist couldn't help but burst into tears. All right, everyone, please leave quickly, don't disturb Mr. Hu's rest, it will affect his recovery. A voice drove everyone out. Outside, Morong Fair immediately announced to the media that the boss had benefited, and the charity work would continue. This scene was exposed by the media reporters, and Hu Chen's deeds moved countless people. At this time, Huang Xingyue and others also arrived at the hospital. In addition to Hu Chen's mother and sister, Huang Xingyue and his mother all understood Hu Chen's strength and knew that it was all part of Hu Chen's plan, so they naturally would not expose it and would cooperate fully. When Zheng Hongyun and Hu Yani received the news, they cried with red eyes. Punish the culprit severely, we must punish the culprit severely, Hu Chenggong angrily smashed the hospital wall and roared. Excuse me, we heard that you are Hu Chen's family, is that correct? A reporter asked. Yes, I am Hu Chen's sister, these two are my mother and father, this one is my sister-in-law, and my brother's father-in-law and mother-in-law, Hu Yani said tearfully. Do you know why the culprit targeted Mr. Hu? Why else? My brother had too much money to spend, insisted on being a good person, giving money to charity, which affected others' interests. These people are simply demons. Hu Yani said whatever came to her mind, saying a lot. In short, her brother did not receive good karma for being a good person, so he stopped supporting charity work. This caused a huge reaction online, demanding severe punishment for the culprit, otherwise who would dare to do charity work? It had been 2 days since Hu Chen's incident. Countless people gathered at the relevant units in Sucheng, waiting for all those responsible to be severely punished, unwilling to leave otherwise. Hu Chen had completely escaped danger and was transferred from the intensive care unit to a regular ward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 8 trillion in consumption within 68 hours, receiving a high-level reinforcement point gift package. Ding! New mission, consume 10 trillion within 100 hours, completing the mission will reward you with a high-level reinforcement point gift package. System, open the high-level reinforcement point gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the high-level reinforcement point gift package, receiving a reward of 15,000 reinforcement points, with 172,990 reinforcement points remaining. Son, how do you feel? Jung Hongyun asked with great concern.
Mom, I'm fine, I should be recovering soon, Hu Chen smiled. Silly child, you were so seriously injured, you won't recover so quickly, don't think too much, just focus on healing, Jung Hongyun said, unable to hold back her tears. Brother, don't worry, the culprit will definitely be severely punished, Hu Yani said angrily. Clenching her fist, she looked like she would personally kill the culprit if given the chance. At this moment, Morong Fair arrived at the hospital. She also realized that Hu Chun, who was so powerful, could not have been so badly injured by a single blow from a steel pipe. She quickly figured out the key point, that it was all part of Hu Chen's plan, easily resolving the crisis, punishing the culprit severely, and further enhancing the reputation of Hu Chen's charity company. Husband, the company account is empty again, with pending payments of 1.865 trillion and pending approvals of 2.392 trillion, as well as a continuous stream of aid applications, Morong Fair reported. Hu Chenggong and the others had long known about this beautiful daughter-in-law. And this daughter-in-law got along well with another daughter-in-law, secretly admiring their son's capabilities. Fair, thank you for your hard work, where is my phone? I will transfer 1 trillion to you immediately, make sure to follow through on every charity application, and also investigate whether these people really need help, Hu Chenggong said.
Okay, I understand.
Huang Xingyue handed a new phone to Hu Chen. Honey, your old phone is too old, I got you a new one.
What about my old phone? It's lost, it's been so long, even elementary school students would find it outdated.
Nonsense, that was the only gift my sister gave me, Hu Chen said somewhat angrily.
Hearing this, Hu Yani immediately blushed. Brother, why do I feel like you're pointing at me for not giving you a gift? Sister, that's not what I meant.
What I meant is, the first gift you gave to your brother holds great significance.
Even if the phone is no longer in use, don't throw it away, keep it as a memento.
Brother, you have a conscience, don't worry, the phone hasn't been thrown away, it's at home.
Hu Yani stuck out her tongue.
She thought, no matter how pretty my sister-in-law is, my brother still cares a lot about me. Alright, sister, take mom and dad back to rest.
Xingyue, let mom and dad go back too.
You stay here with me.
Okay.
After transferring money to Morong Fair, Hu Chen continued to focus on the company's affairs. In the ward, only Hu Chen and Huang Xingyue were left. Husband, you played that move quite cleverly.
Huang Xingyue said with a smile.
It's not bad, mainly because I thought about the sympathy of the people.
Sympathy? It's more like heartache.
You don't know, countless people have gone crazy for you, especially those who have benefited from you. Some climbed onto rooftops, some climbed onto bridges, all threatening, demanding justice for you.
It's fortunate that news of your safety got out, otherwise things could have gotten out of hand. Try not to do this in the future.
I know, this time there was no other choice.
If I didn't do this, these people pretending to be migrant workers would be hard to deal with. Even if we manage them, the mastermind behind the scenes won't let it go.
This time serves as a warning, letting those with evil intentions understand that it's best not to provoke me.
The price they'll pay is something they can't afford. Knock, knock, knock.
A knocking sound came from outside the ward.
Huang Xingyue curiously walked over to open the door.
A middle-aged man with a scarred face stood at the door, looking fierce.
Who are you looking for?
Huang Xingyue asked with a frown because the man didn't seem like a good person.
Hello, you are Mrs. Hu, right? I'm Han Su, known as the Bloodthirsty Wolf.
I joined the mercenary in the Middle East at the age of 21, and had a real 23-year career as a mercenary.
Huang Xingyue interrupted, what is your purpose?
Mrs. Hu, please don't misunderstand, I have no ill intentions. I just want to be Mr. Hu's bodyguard, and I don't want any payment.
Why? Huang Xingyue asked with a furrowed brow.
Because Mr. Hu is a good person, worthy of me risking my life to protect. Our village is very poor, my family and many villagers have benefited from Mr. Hu's kindness, so I am willing to be Mr. Hu's bodyguard.
Han Su said sincerely.
Come in, your matter will be decided by my husband. Huang Xingyue allowed Han Su to enter the ward.
Han Su walked to Hu Chen's bedside. Ding dong. He directly knelt down. What is this?
Hu Chen looked puzzled. Mr. Hu, I just returned from the Middle East because my mother was seriously ill. When I came back, I found out that my mother had received charity funds from Hu Chen Charity Company and had undergone surgery.
I thank you for saving my mother. In addition, you are a good person.
In order to help more people in need of assistance, I am willing to unconditionally be your bodyguard.
Please don't reject me, Mr. Hu.
Hu Chen could feel the terrifying power within Han Su. This guy was at least 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary person.
Hu Chen smiled slightly. Forget about doing it for free.
I, Hu Chen, engage in charity not to seek gratitude from anyone, but simply to help those in need. If you are willing to be my bodyguard, you will have a monthly salary of 1 million.
What? Han Su was extremely shocked.
After all, even as a mercenary in the Middle East, earning a living with his life, he had never received such good treatment.
Don't be surprised. Besides being rich, I am still rich.
You're right, I do need a bodyguard, not just for me, but also for my family.
Okay, if you still have trustworthy brothers or friends who are willing to come to me as bodyguards, they can all come.
There is no limit on the number, and the monthly salary starts at a minimum of 1 million, Hu Chen said lightly.
Mr. Hu, are you serious? Han Su was extremely shocked.
If this was true, it would be like saving the lives of these brothers. After all, in the Middle East, their heads are hanging by a thread.
Of course, I am serious.
I can donate tens of trillions or even more money in secret for charity.
Wouldn't I be willing to spend a few 100,000 or a few million to hire bodyguards for myself and my family? You are also human beings with families to support.
If they are willing to come, just inform them to come.
As long as their conduct is good, I will accept them. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hu.
However, 1 million per month is really too much.
How about 10,000?
If you are willing, Mr. Hu, you can use the extra money to help those in need, Han Su said seriously.
Okay, 10,000 it is. I will donate the remaining 900,000 in your name to the company.
Hu Chen still admired Han Su's character.
Thank you, boss. I will contact the brothers to come back. Han Su left excitedly. Husband, what are you planning to do? Huang Xingyue asked curiously.
Xingyue, our company is growing rapidly.
It's not just me, but the company's executives and employees also need protection. Han Su's appearance is just right to fill this gap. Husband, you have really thought it through.
It's not that I have thought it through, but this experience has made me alert. If these people are not targeting me directly, not targeting the company directly, but targeting the company's employees and executives, the consequences would be serious.
So, do we need to establish our own security company? Huang Xingyue asked. A security company? That's a good idea, Hu Chen's eyes lit up.
Then, husband, let me manage the security company.
What do you think? No problem, then it's up to you, my dear wife. It's not a problem.
Thayer has done so much for you, I also need to help you, my dear husband. Hu Chen's charity company had an incident on the third day, and the culprits, accomplices, and mastermind were sentenced. Under pressure, the mastermind was sentenced to life imprisonment, permanent confinement, and no reduction in
sentence.
The culprit was sentenced to 30 years in prison with no reduction in sentence. The remaining accomplices, over 100 people, were uniformly sentenced to 8 years in prison.
For a moment, these people regretted deeply.
However, the merciless law could not be changed, and their regrets were in vain. Moreover, they had harmed the nationally renowned philanthropist Hu Chen. So far, he had unconditionally invested over 30 trillion in charity. This astronomical figure and huge sum of money provided the necessary help to countless people in need. Therefore, countless people were grateful to Hu Chen. It was rumored that in gratitude, someone had built a statue for Hu Chen and worshipped it every day.
After this incident, Hu Chen's reputation reached an unprecedented height. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for receiving sincere gratitude, faith, blessings from over 1 million people, and gaining 300,000 reinforcement points as a reward.
Hu Chen was shocked.
It had only been a few days, and he had received a total of 100,000 reinforcement points. Hu Chen suddenly realized that he had spent his money in the wrong places before.
If he had used it for charity and good deeds from the beginning, wouldn't he have taken off long ago? However, it was not too late to take off now. Hu Chen also noticed a problem.
Currently, there were probably no less than 50 million people on the internet who were grateful to him.
But the system only counted 1 million.
In other words, only these 1 million people were truly sincere, grateful, and heartfelt in their gratitude and blessings.
However, this was already enough.
On the 5th day, after multiple examinations by experts, Hu Chen was out of danger and discharged from the hospital. However, to his surprise, the hospital assigned a medical staff to accompany Hu Chen, a beautiful woman named Tang Xin. "Brother, congratulations on being discharged."
Hu Yani threw herself into Hu Chen's arms.
"You little girl, your brother just recovered, and you're already clinging to him. Hurry up and help your brother into the car," Zheng Hongyun said.
The one driving was none other than the volunteer, Han Su, codenamed Bloodthirsty Wolf. "Mom, I'm fine, everyone can delete it,"
Hu Chen said to the media surrounding him.
"Mr. Hu, are you really okay now?"
"Mr. Hu, I mean no harm, if you still don't feel well, you can stay in the hospital for a while."
"I'm really fine now, thank you for your concern during this time.
You all are like my family, which moves me deeply."
"Thank you sincerely."
Hu Chen bowed 90 degrees in gratitude. Even with those 400,000 strengthening points, this bow of gratitude was incredibly sincere.
"Hu Chen, we are all family. You can bully me, but you can't humiliate Mr. Hu."
In the distance, an old man shouted loudly.
"We are all family, no one can bully Mr. Hu." More people began to shout and roar. "Thank you, I have recovered, so I won't bother you all anymore."
After saying that, he got into the car. With countless people seeing him off, he left the hospital. The incident of Hu Chen being attacked also came to an end.
Back at the villa, Hu Chen stretched lazily.
"Mr. Hu, you've just recovered, please don't engage in such strenuous activities," Dr. Tang Xin said with concern.
"Dr. Tang, I'm fine, thank you for your concern."
"Son-in-law, you're back, quickly, we've prepared a lot of ingredients, hurry up and go to the kitchen," Mother-in-law Song Yuni said excitedly. It had been so long since she had eaten a meal cooked by Hu Chen, she had never eaten enough. "Son-in-law, hurry up," Huang Qingfan urged.
Dr. Tang Xin was shocked and dumbfounded. Who were these people? Hu Chen had just been discharged, and they were already urging him to cook. Was the status of the philanthropist Mr. Hu's family really that low? "Hey, don't be like this, Mr. Hu."
Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Xingyue interrupted, "Dr. Tang, don't worry, my husband is strong."
Hu Chen quickly went to the kitchen. Sure enough, various ingredients were piled up like a mountain. System, maximize my culinary skills with the remaining strengthening points.
Now that he had strengthening points, Hu Chen no longer needed to worry about using them cautiously.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for successfully strengthening your super god level culinary skills, costing 5,000 points, with 479,990 points remaining.
Super god level culinary skills only cost 5,000 points?
Hu Chen, who had hundreds of thousands of culinary skills, used the word only to describe 5,000 strengthening points. After strengthening his super god level culinary skills, Hu Chen was shocked to find that all the ingredients seemed incredibly simple to him. Each ingredient had dozens or even hundreds of cooking methods.
The mountain of ingredients would give anyone a headache just looking at it.
But to Hu Chen, it was a piece of cake. With just a glance, he categorized them in order, chose what to cook, and did so without wasting any time.
Outside. "I'll help my husband cook, you guys chat." "I'll go too." Huang Xingyue and Hu Yani came to the kitchen. Together.
When they arrived at the kitchen door, they were stunned by what they saw. They saw Hu Chen slicing fish while carving with one hand. They had heard of multitasking, controlling two hands at once, but it was the first time they had seen it. And in just a few minutes, Hu Chen had prepared over 10 dishes. The movements were skilled, swift, and flawless. It was as if he was a natural-born culinary god.
Sister, has your husband always been this good at cooking? Huang Xingyue asked incredulously.
Sister-in-law, my brother never cooked before, he didn't even make instant noodles, I always did it for him, Hu Yani said truthfully, not giving Hu Chen any face.
That is to say, did your brother's cooking skills become impressive only after he left you guys? Probably, it's been 3 years since my brother left home.
Besides asking for money from home, he wouldn't contact us proactively.
Maybe it's the cooking skills he learned during these 3 years? Probably. Do we still need to help?
It seems like we don't need to help. Let's not cause trouble for my brother and go play.
The two left the kitchen in shock. Xingyue, Yani, weren't you supposed to help Hu Chen cook? Why did you come back? Mom, it's not necessary. Hu Chen's cooking skills don't need our help. Let's just wait to eat the ready-made food. Oomph, you two are lazy. Well, it's still early for dinner, let your son-in-law handle it alone. Xingyue, come here.
Hu Chen's voice came from the kitchen.
Huang Xingyue hurried over. Husband, what's up? Xingyue, call Fair and ask her to come back early. Also, ask Fair to bring her family too. They will have to meet sooner or later. Okay, I'll follow my husband's arrangements.
After saying this, Huang Xingyue contacted Morong Fair.
Just then, the bloodthirsty wolf Han Su arrived in the kitchen and was dazzled by the pile of ingredients. Han Su, why are you in the kitchen? Do you need help? Asked Hu Yani. No, boss.
A woman came from outside claiming to be your girlfriend, named Wang Yinghong.
How did this woman come here? Hu Chen immediately frowned. Brother, if I remember correctly, your ex-girlfriend was named Wang Yinghong, right? Hu Yani asked curiously. That was in the past.
Later, this woman not only betrayed me but also took all my money when she left. She took all the valuable things and even took the rent and deposit. At that time, I was left with just a few cents and was kicked out by the landlord.
Hu Chen said angrily. Hearing this, everyone frowned.
I didn't expect Wang Yinghong to be so malicious. She was just pretending to be pitiful in front of me.
Boss, I'll go and drive her away. Han Su said angrily.
Driving her away would be letting her off too easily. I'll go meet her.
Hu Yani left angrily. Xingyue, come with me.
My sister has a quick temper, don't do anything out of line.
Hu Chen quickly arranged. I know.
Huang Xingyue followed, also curious to see what this foolish woman looked like, who had caused the excellent Hu Chen so much misery.
Even the people in the living room were curious and came out.
Wang Yinghong saw a group of people coming out and became very nervous.
Hu Yani rushed to the front, aggressively, You are Wang Yinghong. I am, and you are.
Before Wang Yinghong could finish, Hu Yani slapped her.
Everyone was startled by the unexpected action. Wang Yinghong, you despicable person.
You left my brother with nothing, almost starving on the streets. How dare you come looking for my brother now?
You are Hu Chen's sister. You misunderstood me.
I didn't intend to deceive him. It was Li Songjun who deceived me and then threatened me to help him get money.
I had no choice but to do that. Call your brother out to see me.
I love him, I really love him.
Wang Yinghong played the victim.
People who didn't know the truth could easily be deceived by her.
You think I'm as foolish as my brother? Get out now, or I'll beat you to death. Hu Yani shouted angrily. Yani, what's going on? Zheng Hongyun asked. Mom, you don't know.
This Wang Yinghong dated my brother for 3 years, and in the end, she left him with just a few cents, took the rent deposit, and left my brother homeless and penniless. Just imagine how miserable my brother was at that time.
What? This woman is so vicious? Kill her. Zheng Hongyun was also angry. Fortunately, Hu Chenggong stopped him. Wife, why bother with such a worthless woman? Look at her, she probably knows our son is successful now and wants to come back to benefit from it. It's just wishful thinking, no need to respond. Let's go. Everyone turned back. It's not like that, not what you think, I'm not that kind of person. Wang Yinghong cried and wanted to rush in. You take one step forward, I'll kill you. Han Su, the bloodthirsty wolf, stared Wang Yinghong into backing off in fear. I finally understand why my son is so committed to charity. He has experienced hardship himself. Think about it, he only had a few cents on him, if no one helped, he might have starved to death on the streets. Makes sense, I never thought our son went through such hardships. No wonder he is wealthy now and willing to help those in need. But where did our son get so much money from? We also want to know. Why worry so much? My brother's money must be legitimate. If it wasn't, the authorities would have dealt with him long ago, Hu Yani said loudly. Everyone agreed with this reasoning. Regardless of where Hu Chen's money came from, his actions are good and deserving of respect and support. In fact, many people are investigating the source of Hu Chen's wealth. It was found to be from overseas, but the exact location couldn't be determined. So, did that woman leave? Hu Chen came out of the kitchen holding a plate of lobster. She's gone, even if she didn't leave, it wouldn't matter. That kind of woman, it's best if she's dead, being alive is just a waste of air, a social scum, Hu Yani said angrily. Sister, you didn't bully her too much, right? Regardless, you've known each other for 3 years, don't go overboard, Hu Chen said bitterly. Husband, you're too kind, don't worry, we didn't do much to her. Brother, I just gave her a slap to teach her a lesson. Alright, let's not mention her. Xing Yue, contact Feier, when will she and our parents arrive? Sister, go tidy up the dining table, we might not have enough seats for everyone. Hu Chen arranged. Okay. The family got busy. Dr. Tang on the side was stunned. She had a rough idea now. Hu Chen had 2 wives, both beautiful women from Suchun, living together harmoniously. Despite her surprise, she thought that with Hu Chen's wealth and good character, perhaps this was just the reward for being a good person. Mr. Hu, let me give you a checkup first, you seem tired. I'm worried. Dr. Tang, I'm fine, really. Why don't you check my parents' blood pressure instead? Hu Chen refused and diverted the topic. Tang Xin was speechless and had to give up. Husband, Feier is personally picking up our parents. They should be here in about half an hour from their private estate. Huang Xingyue said loudly. Okay, let's set the table, and when they arrive, we can start eating. Soon, various delicacies were served on the table. Brother, you made so much, there's no space left. Hu Yani complained loudly. There are many people, so I made a little extra. Hu Chen laughed. It smells so good, I want to take a bite. Hu Yani was about to start. No manners, so many people watching, and some guests haven't arrived yet, and you want to start eating? Zheng Hongyun scolded Hu Yani. Mom, why are you hitting her? She's already grown up. Hu Yani complained. Mother-in-law, she's just a child, if she's hungry, let her eat. Song Yuni said. In fact, looking at the delicious dishes on the table, coupled with the enticing aroma, they all wanted to eat. The next thing was a bitter wait. Although there was only a little over half a month left, it felt like a torment. Xing Yue, give me Feier's number. I'll ask them why they haven't arrived yet, Hu Yani said impatiently. Huang Xingyue reluctantly handed her the phone. Hu Yani dialed the number quickly. The call connected. Hello, Feier, when are you coming? I'm starving here, hurry up. Mu Rong Feier, who was driving, was taken aback. After a moment, she realized it was Hu Chen's sister, Hu Yani. Sister, we're almost there. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat, no need to wait for us. After waiting for another 15 minutes, the sound of a car horn finally came from outside. Hu Yani rushed out first, followed by everyone else. Han Su opened the gate, and the car drove into the yard.
Fair, you finally made it, Huyani said as she walked over to open the car door and took Mu Rongfair's arm.
Ha, sorry for keeping you waiting, Yanni.
Husband, parents, and Xingyue, sorry for the wait.
Let me introduce, this is my father Mu Rongtian, this is my mother Feng Sisi, and my grandmother Yu Yanan. Husband, do you mind if I brought grandma along? Mu Rongfair asked.
It doesn't matter, in-laws, mother-in-law, and elders, please come inside, Zheng Hongyun said warmly. Recently following Song Yuni, she had learned a lot and already had the demeanor of a noble lady. Mu Rongtian and Feng Sisi had long known about Hu Chen's capabilities, which was why, despite knowing that Hu Chen and Huang Xingyue were together, they did not object to their daughter being with them.
The three families sat down, 2 tables, not crowded at all.
Dr. Tang, come and join us for dinner, Hu Chen called out.
I think I'll pass, Tang Xian declined, watching the family gathering. Tang, come over, I'm starving, Huyani walked over and pulled Tang Xian over. By the way, where's Han Su? He's in the yard.
Forget it, I'll go call him myself, you guys go ahead and eat.
Brother, then I won't be polite, Huyani couldn't wait and took a bite.
Wow, this is so delicious, how come the food is so good today? Zheng Hongyun gave Huyani a stern look and said, behave. Then she said to the others, the child has been spoiled, please.
Don't mind. Ha, we're all family, we won't be polite either, Huang Qingfan also started eating.
Oh my, son-in-law, the dishes you made today are different from before, Huang Qingfan was shocked. Seeing that he wasn't joking, the others quickly took a bite.
It's so delicious, I've never had such tasty dishes before, Mu Rongfair was extremely surprised. Although the others didn't speak, their eyes lit up. They all started eating eagerly. Tang Xian couldn't help but take a bite as well.
It was just ordinary vegetables.
Wow! She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She immediately understood why this family was eating so eagerly.
The food was just too delicious, and she couldn't stop eating either.
Outside. Han Su, come in and eat with us. Boss, I'll pass. Han Su refused. What do you mean pass?
Just one person, it's about sharing a meal, if you're too polite, I'll be upset, Hu Chen said seriously.
Unable to refuse, Han Su could only smile bitterly and walk in. He was stunned to see the whole family eating eagerly.
In his mind, these people were all wealthy and should be refined, but now he was taken aback. Let's go, we'll go to the other table, Han Su said without further politeness, picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite.
This, instantly stunned. Also understood why everyone had such an eating appearance. Can't stop at all. Come, let me toast all the elders. Cheers. Everyone picked up their glasses vaguely.
After a full hour, everyone was full of food and drink, eating until they were stuffed.
Bro, this is the most delicious food I've ever eaten in the world. Me too. I've traveled through the Middle East for so many years, tasted the cuisine of every country, but only the boss's cooking is unparalleled, truly unique. Han Su praised endlessly. Mr. Hu, you have captured my stomach, what am I going to do in the future? Tang Xian said with a bitter smile.
Hu Chen laughed, then stay at my place, be our family's personal doctor, you can eat every day.
Okay, I'll submit my resignation letter tomorrow. Tang Xian immediately agreed. Hu Chen smiled bitterly, thinking, am I not joking? Uncle Huang, do you always live here with your son-in-law? Morong Tian couldn't help but ask. Yes, we've always lived here. Huang Qingfan replied readily.
In that case, we'll also stay here with the son-in-law, since our daughter is here, it's good to have someone to look after us.
Daughter-in-law, Mom, what do you think?
Yu Yanan and Feng Sisi said, the head of the family has spoken, how can we refuse?
Son-in-law, you don't mind, right? Morong Tian asked with a smile.
Dad, Mom, Grandma, you can stay as long as you want, anyway, most of the villas here are mine, number 7 belongs to Xingyue, 8, 9, 10 are also mine, there's plenty of room to stay. No need to be so troublesome, this 3-story villa, with over 10 rooms, can accommodate everyone.
Zheng Hongyun said. She was happy that the families could get along well.
Otherwise, if there were conflicts, it would be her son who suffered. After all, Hu Chun was caught in the middle, in a dilemma. Bro, I've decided, I'm never getting married in this lifetime. If I get married, where will I find so much delicious food to eat? I'll follow my brother every day in the future. Hu Yani said very seriously. Okay, if you don't want to get married, you don't have to, see if mom and dad scold you. Hu Chen laughed. Next, everyone chatted about daily life together. Mr. Hu, I think I should give you a checkup. Tang Xin said with concern. Ah, okay, if you're not at ease without checking, let's go to my room. Hu Chen said and left. His idea was simple, there were many people here, so he wanted to go to his room for some peace and quiet. Tang Xin also thought so she didn't think much about it. But others didn't think the same way. Do you think the son-in-law wants to win over Dr. Tang? I heard that at the hospital, it's always Dr. Tang who takes care of the son-in-law. Huang Qingfan said. Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on Huang Xingyue and Morong Fair. After all, they were the ones living with Hu Chen. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Huang Xingyue said, my husband is so outstanding, many people want to marry him, what can we do? Now if I leave him, I can't leave him, he has already captured my stomach. Me too. Morong Fair also said. So, do you support my brother having a mistress? Hu Yani said very directly. Child, what do you know about mistresses and concubines? Zheng Hongyun said angrily. Mom, I'm already 19 years old, how am I still a child? But, my brother is really too outstanding, a philanthropist, cooks delicious food, I regret being his real sister, otherwise, I would also marry my brother. Talking nonsense will get you a beating. Ah, this is a dilemma, find time to enlighten Hu Chen, when you have two wives, you should cherish them. Zheng Hongyun said, also for Huang Xingyue and Morong Fair to hear. She was secretly delighted, her son was so popular, attracting many admirers. Mother-in-law, you don't need to enlighten us, many things are destined, we'll leave it to the elders, let the children solve it themselves. Morong Tian said. I support Mu Qingjia's opinion, Huang Qingfan immediately spoke. Hu Chen brought Tang Xin to the second floor room and asked as soon as they entered, Dr. Tang, how are you going to examine me? In the room, this sounded somewhat strange. The key was that the room was decorated according to Huang Xingyue's favorite style, mainly in pink, very romantic. Plus, after drinking a bit, Tang Xin was feeling a bit dizzy. Mr. Hu, please take off your clothes first, I will do an electrocardiogram and electroencephalogram for you, and then test your blood pressure, Tang Xin said with a slightly flushed face. Okay. Hu took off his jacket and lifted his shirt. Seeing Hu Chen's perfect triceps muscles and streamlined abdominal muscles, Tang Xin was stunned. She thought, isn't this the perfect body shape that should only exist in cartoons? How could it appear in real life? As a doctor, Tang Xin was well aware that such a physique was extremely healthy. Most importantly, such a physique was irresistible to any woman. It was not surprising. Hu Chen's attributes were now enhanced to 30,000, and his body had to be strong. Unaware of this himself, Hu Chen took off his shirt and lay down on the bed, saying, Dr. Tang, please proceed. Tang Xin blushed, her heart beating fast, and she took deep breaths to suppress the confusion in her mind. While wiping the electrocardiogram device on Hu Chen, it was inevitable to touch his skin. Touching Hu Chen's firm muscles made Tang Xin even more flustered. Her breathing became increasingly rapid. Dr. Tang, what's wrong with you? Sensing Tang Xin's discomfort, Hu Chen curiously asked. Subconsciously, he reached out to touch Tang Xin's forehead. Dr. Tang, are you feeling unwell? With close contact, the man's scent entered Tang Xin's airway, almost enchanting her. Mr. Hu, please lie down for the electrocardiogram and electroencephalogram, Tang Xin said shyly, subconsciously trying to push Hu Chen down. Her hands happened to land on Hu Chen's streamlined muscles. The perfect touch in this intimate posture directly broke Tang Xin's defenses. Hu Chen also noticed Tang Xin's perfect figure and subconsciously reacted to it. Tang Xin, who was already looking down, happened to see the increasingly intense reaction.
Hu Chen was embarrassed to the extreme. Tang. Dr. Tang. Mr. Hu, take me. Tang Xin completely surrendered, actively pounced on him, and passionately demanded. In this situation, Hu Chen could not resist anymore, and the two soon entered a state of ecstasy. However, Tang Xin was not one of the main female characters, so she could not be strengthened by Hu Chen. After an hour, Tang Xin was exhausted, leaving a touch of crimson on the sheets. Although Hu Chen did not go all the way, he could not bear to continue to torment her. Rest well. After saying this, Hu Chen left the room. Fair, it's time to sleep, he shouted loudly outside. Everyone was still chatting. Morong Fair blushed and hurriedly ran up. Seeing everyone looking at her, Huang Xingyue followed suit. In another room, both women stared at Hu Chen, who was wearing only a bath towel. Husband, what about Dr. Tang? Morong Fair asked. I'm sorry, Fair, Xingyue, I broke my promise, I really couldn't help it just now. Husband, stop talking, we have all come to terms with it. So, is Dr. Tang a finished product? Huang Xingyue asked. It seems so, Hu Chen said awkwardly. That's good. Husband, who will you choose tonight? Morong Fair asked. Huang Xingyue rolled her eyes, if the husband called you up, it must be you, favoritism. After saying this, Huang Xingyue left, and Hu Chen's anger had not subsided. Without anyone else around, Hu Chen could no longer hold back his anger and vented it out while holding Morong Fair. Ding! Locking onto the female lead for 1 hour, enhancing attributes by 5.4 points per minute. After a fierce battle, Morong Fair's 4 attributes doubled once again. Feeling the change in herself, Morong Fair became extremely infatuated with dual cultivation. Husband, thank you. Although this man was a bit of a playboy, he was truly good to her. Silly, I am your husband, saying thank you is unnecessary, you are not allowed to do it in the future. Okay, I understand, I know my husband is the best. But husband, since you have a relationship with Tang Xin, as a woman, I hope you will be responsible to Tang Xin. Also, you are not allowed to get close to other women in the future, we will get jealous too. I understand, wife, I am lucky to have you. With a wife like this, Hu Chen was truly content. Alright, go and accompany Dr. Tang, she just gave birth and needs you more. Fair, are you serious? Hu Chen asked incredulously. Do I look like I'm joking? Fair, you are so good, then I will leave. After bidding farewell, Hu Chen returned to Tang Xin's room in a bath towel. At this moment, Tang Xin woke up, with tears in her eyes. She didn't know if she regretted it, after all, Hu Chen already had 2 wives, she didn't know if Hu Chen would accept her. Even if Hu Chen accepted her, would Morong Fair and Huang Xingyue accept her? They were both well-known beauties in Sioux City, with superior backgrounds and qualities compared to her. As an orphan, with an average figure and decent looks, she was just a small doctor, and she was afraid. Xiner, why are you crying? Hu Chen, seeing this scene, asked with concern. Walking over to hug Tang Xin, did I hurt you just now? It's my fault. Mr. Hu, no. No, I just. What did you call me? Don't you want to be my wife? Hu Chen asked in surprise. No, it's just. Since you are willing, why not call me husband? But, Fair and Xingyue. Don't worry, Fair and Xingyue know about us, Fair even asked me to come down and spend more time with you. But she warned me not to look for other women, so you and Fair and Xingyue should supervise me well together. Hearing this, Tang Xin cried. She was touched. Although she had never thought of sharing a husband with other women, she didn't resist it in her heart. Because Hu Chen's figure was her ideal type. It could be said that what conquered her was not just Hu Chen's wealth and good food, but his almost perfect physique. She really liked this kind of healthy man, liked him very much. Husband, thank you, husband, can I sleep in your arms? Tang Xin asked eagerly. She really liked Hu Chen's physique. If you want a hug, then hug, hugging your own husband is not illegal. Hu Chen smiled. Tang Xin was overjoyed. Thank you, husband.
Then she hugged Hu Chen and fell asleep, enjoying it immensely. Of course, under the soft and intoxicating body fragrance, Hu Chen was also extremely happy. The next day, Hu Chen got up early and prepared 2 tables of nutritious breakfast. Although it looked simple and light, everyone praised it after eating.
Brother, I didn't expect everything you make to be so delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. Everyone ate a lot without hesitation.
After eating and drinking their fill, the parents, mother-in-law, father-in-law, invited them to go to the market together to prepare ingredients for lunch. Anyway, there is a ready-made chef, and everyone wants to buy their favorite ingredients and ask Hu Chen to cook. For the safety of the elders, Hu Chen let Han Su protect him personally.
Dr. Tang also resigned and went back to the hospital.
In the villa, only Hu Chen and Huang Xingyue were left.
Husband, hand in your homework. Huang Xingyue pulled Hu Chen into her room. Hu Chen was not polite either. With his current physique, even if he doesn't rest every day, he can handle it. Even if he can't handle it, there are more than 400,000 strengthening points that can be strengthened at any time. So Hu Chen enjoys it very much. Ding! Double cultivation with the female lead, locking program, 1 hour of strengthening, for attributes, 5 points of strengthening per minute activated. After 2 full hours of battle, Huang Xingyue became more and more obsessed with Hu Chen.
Husband, this double cultivation is really amazing. It's a pity we can only do it once a day. It would be great if we could do it more often. Huang Xingyue drew circles on Hu Chen's chest and said, Husband, don't be content, the benefits of our double cultivation once, others may not achieve it in their lifetime. You're right, anyway, we can double cultivate every day. I will become stronger and stronger, I won't age, and won't be forgotten by my husband. Huang Xin deliberately said, even if you become an old lady right away, I won't despise you. The woman recognized by me, Hu Chen, will not change my love for you no matter how things change in the future.
Husband, you are so good, Just as Huang Xingyue was about to take the initiative, Hu Chen's phone rang.
Hu Chen picked it up and saw that it was Tang Xin's number that he had just saved.
Husband, who is it? Tang Xin. Didn't she resign and leave? Why is she calling? I don't know, I'll find out when I answer. The call connected.
Husband, come to the hospital to pick me up.
Wife, what's wrong, explain.
Husband, there's a guy who claims to be the young master of the Dong family, named Dong Ruanfa. He has been pursuing me. Today he blocked me at the hospital, knowing that I'm resigning. He insists on taking me to his house. I have no choice now, hiding in the women's restroom. Come pick me up quickly.
Okay, wife, don't panic, I'll come pick you up right away. Xingyue, you heard it, Husband, you go quickly, don't let Tang Xin be bullied. Wife, thank you.
After bidding farewell, Hu Chen quickly drove away in his Lamborghini. In less than an hour, Hu Chen arrived at the First People's Hospital.
Hu Chen quickly made a call. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off.
Hearing this prompt, Hu Chen's heart rate increased instantly.
He rushed to Tang Xin's office.
Along the way, many people felt a gust of wind blowing by.
When he arrived at the office, Tang Xin was not there. Oh, Mr. Who are you looking for? A nurse asked curiously. Where is Tang Xin? Where is she? Dr. Tang?
She resigned and was taken away by her boyfriend, but it seems that Dr. Tang and her boyfriend are having a disagreement. She was taken away forcibly.
Is his name Dong Ruanfa?
Yes, it seems to be Dong Ruanfa. He has been pursuing Dr. Tang for 2 years. Everyone thinks they are together.
Where does Dong Ruanfa live?
I'm not sure about that. Ask the security guards, they often chat with Dong Ruanfa and should know where he lives. Hu Chen quickly went to the main entrance and found a security guard.
Oh, it's the philanthropist Mr. Hu, do you need anything?
The security guard was very enthusiastic.
Do you know where Dong Ruanfa lives? Dong Ruanfa?
This guy is a troublemaker, not doing his job. He has set his sights on Dr. Tang, has been pursuing her hard, but without success. He came today and seems to have taken Dr. Tang away in the end. Upon hearing this, Hu Chen became even more anxious.
Do you know where he took Dr. Tang?
I'm not sure, but I often hear that he frequents the North Slope Lane in Sioux City.
Since you always follow his orders, I think he must have gone to the North Slope Lane.
Hu Chen quickly replied in the car and sped towards the North Slope Lane at an extremely fast pace.
The so-called North Slope Lane is a generation in the old city area of Sioux City, close to the slums. The people living here are the lowest class in Sioux City. It's a full few kilometers from the North Slope Lane.
Hu Chen stepped on the gas pedal, disregarding any traffic rules, and raced off. In just about 10 minutes, he arrived at the North Slope Lane.
Wow, this is a sports car, so cool.
A group of girls couldn't help but gather around.
Hey handsome, can we take a picture? Someone asked. Sure. By the way, do any of you know Dong Ruanfa?
Dong Ruanfa, never heard of him, but there's a mixed-race guy who's doing pretty well, known as Lao Dong.
Could that be the Dong Ruanfa you're talking about? A middle-aged woman in her 30s said.
This middle-aged woman was dressed very stylishly, clearly not from the shock industry.
Take me to find this Lao Dong, and if we find him, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Really? Hurry up. Hey handsome, follow me.
The middle-aged woman was obviously very familiar with the North Slope Lane, leading Hu Chen through various alleys. Everywhere you looked, there were sexy, very charming, beautiful girls. In a rundown rented house,
Tang Xian's hands and feet were bound.
A young man in a suit and tie revealed his true colors. Tang Xian, you're such a despicable person.
I disguised myself as a rich second generation to pursue you for 2 whole years.
You took advantage of me, used me, but never agreed to be with me.
Do you really think I'm a fool? Dong Ruanfa, you're talking nonsense. I have never taken anything from you. Let me go. Do you know my husband is the philanthropist Hu Chen?
If you harm me, you won't even know how you'll die.
You? Philanthropist Hu Chen is your husband? Tang Xian, take a good look at yourself.
Maybe you're a fairy in my eyes, but in Hu Chen's eyes, you're just trash.
Huang Xingyue and Morong Fei are by his side, aren't they all top beauties in Sioux City? Would they look at you? Also, I've been sending you gifts every now and then. If you didn't see me, I had someone deliver them to you. You had people tell me what you wanted to eat, and I bought it for you. You still say you never took anything from me? Dong Ruanfa shouted like a madman.
I haven't. I have never received any gifts from you, nor did I have anyone ask you to buy me anything.
Tang Xian shouted with all her might.
Suddenly remembering something, she angrily asked, tell me, who did you give gifts to each time, and who asked you to buy various foods?
Who else could it be? Of course, it's the nurse by your side. Tang Xian, now, you're mine. Dong Ruanfa looked at Tang Xian's hot figure, unable to resist, and pounced on her. Dong Ruanfa, don't mess around.
It was the nurse who did those things without my knowledge.
I never took anything from you. Tang Xian shouted in despair.
I don't care, I pursued you, whether you took it or not, now you're on my turf, you're mine.
Bang. A loud noise, and the dilapidated door collapsed.
Who's there, tired of living, dare to cause trouble on my turf?
Dong Ruanfa looked over angrily. Is it you? A dark-faced, extremely angry young man stood at the door. Husband, save me. Tang Xian shouted excitedly. She was almost defiled by Dong Ruanfa.
The feeling of being saved brought tears to her eyes.
My woman, you also moved. Hu Chen said fiercely. Hu Chen, don't mess around. This is my territory, the strong dragon does not oppress. Are you also a local bully? Bang! With one kick, Dong Ruanfa was kicked against the wall. Puff!
A large mouthful of blood sprayed out, not knowing how many bones in his back end.
Chest were broken.
The ant who led Hu Chen was stunned by Hu Chen's methods.
Hu Chen walked over and untied Tang Xian. Whoa, husband, I'm glad you're here. Tang Xian threw herself into Hu Chen's arms and cried. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Hu Chen felt a little guilty, wishing he had resigned with Tang Xian earlier.
Husband, I have nothing to do with him. It was my nurse who accepted gifts and food from him, I didn't know anything.
Tang Xin worried that Hu Chen would misunderstand and quickly explained. Silly, do you think I don't know who you are? Come, get on my back, let's go home. Tang Xin climbed onto Hu Chen's back, looking happy. Husband, thank you. Hu Chen walked out.
After a few steps, he stopped. By the way, give me your account number, I'll transfer the money to you.
No need, it's just a small favor.
Seeing how powerful Hu Chen was, the ant dared not take the money. What needs to be given should be given, scan the code.
Seeing Hu Chen's insistence, the ant finally took out the payment code. Hu Chen transferred 10,000 yuan and left with Tang Xin on his back.
Hu Chen, why does that name sound so familiar? The ant muttered.
Suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed, You're that philanthropist, Hu Chen. Hu Chen arrived at the car with Tang Xin on his back.
There were a group of girls surrounding the car, taking pictures.
Have you finished taking pictures? If you have, I'm leaving. Upon hearing the owner of the car, someone quickly made way. Hu Chen gently placed Tang Xin in the passenger seat. These girls looked at Tang Xin with envy.
Hu Chen got in the car and drove away under the girls' reluctant gaze.
That guy, don't you think he looks familiar? Someone asked. Of course, he's the philanthropist Hu Chen, right? What? Molan, didn't you recognize him earlier? Yes, I recognized him at first sight. Then why didn't you say anything? What's the point of saying? He's here to find his girlfriend. I can add him on WeChat, what if he likes me too?
Dream on, how could he be interested in us?
Back at the villa.
The elders had also returned and were very worried after hearing about Tang Xin's incident from Huang Xingyue. Now that they saw Hu Chen safely bringing Tang Xin back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although everyone didn't have much attachment to Tang Xin, she was still Hu Chen's person, so everyone cared to some extent.
Husband, go cook.
Mom and Dad bought a lot of delicious food from all over the world.
They said they want to eat around the world at your place. Huang Xingyue said with a smile.
Hu Chen confidently replied, No problem, as long as you can get the ingredients, I can turn lions and tigers into delicious dishes for you.
Xingyue, chat with Xiner, she was bullied by a bad guy today. Who dares to bully Xiner? I won't spare him. Noon. When Hu Chen was almost done cooking, Morong Fair came back.
Now that the company was formalized and the senior management structure was in place, Morong Fair was not as busy as before and could basically be a figurehead. She mainly checked the authenticity of the assistance application materials provided by various parties.
Husband, what delicious food are you making today? She shouted from afar. Everyone in the living room laughed.
Following Hu Chen, under his superb cooking skills, they all turned into foodies.
Today we're eating cuisine from all over the world.
Hu Chen's voice came from the kitchen.
Fair, come here, Huang Xingyue shouted. Xingyue's sister, Xiner's sister, what's the matter? Fair, Xiner's sister was bullied today.
The reason is that a nurse at the hospital, in his name, deceived a suitor of Xiner's sister, causing Xiner's sister to be in danger today. Fortunately, her husband arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable, Huang Xingyue said solemnly.
What, there's still this kind of thing? Bullying Xiner's sister is like bullying us. That nurse, to do such a thing, must not be a good person.
We need to find a way to protect her, Mu Rongfei said angrily.
Xingyue's sister, and Fei's sister, let's not overdo it.
Anyway, it's all in the past, Tang Xin said with some reluctance.
How can we just let it go?
Xiner, you just said that you were hiding in the women's restroom, and that nurse lied to get you out, causing you to be taken away by Dong Ruanfa. Just based on this, we can't let her off, Xingyue's sister, how about we?
Mu Rongfei suggested. Alright, let's do that. Xiner's sister, after we eat, we'll go out.
I can't swallow this anger without teaching her a lesson, Huang Xingyue said indignantly. Thinking, as women of Hu Chen, we must stand together against the enemy.
Okay, but let's not go too far, Tang Xin still felt a bit reluctant. Don't worry, we know what to do.
It's time to eat, it's time to eat, sisters, wives, hurry up and bring the dishes, Hu Chen's voice came. Hearing that it was time to eat, even Han Su walked in. There was no choice, Hu Chen's cooking was just too delicious. After eating, the three women and Hu Yani went out together. The others went out for a walk, leaving only Hu Chen in the villa, thinking about what to do next. Bang bang bang. On the left side of the yard, there was a very intense fight. Hu Chen hurried out. On the left side of the yard, Han Su was engaged in a fierce fight with a man in black. Seeing Hu Chen come out, the man in black suddenly threw a dart at Hu Chen. This scene caught Han Su off guard. He couldn't stop it in time, and shouted, "Boss, be careful." While fighting with Han Su, the man in black kept an eye on Hu Chen, wanting to see if the dart was successful. He saw Hu Chen casually catch the dart with 2 fingers. This scene left the man in black wide-eyed and stunned. In just a moment of shock, Han Su seized the opportunity, delivered a series of blows, and subdued the man in black. Puff! Just as Han Su was about to ask questions, the man in black spat out black blood and fell silent. Han Su was shocked. It's instant kill poison. This kind of poison is usually used by the assassins of the dark web. Ordinary people can't get their hands on this kind of poison. Dark web? If it weren't for this man in black, Hu Chen would have forgotten about Ma, and muttering to himself, he returned to the villa. Han Su watched as Hu Chen walked away, extremely shocked. He had thought that Hu Chen was just a wealthy playboy. Although he didn't see Hu Chen catch the dart with his own eyes, judging from the assassin's shock and astonishment, it was not difficult to guess that Hu Chen was very powerful, even more powerful than himself. It turned out that he had deliberately been injured last time. Without thinking too much, he quickly dealt with the body. In Hu Chen's villa study, the top computer equipment was installed. System, enhance my hacking skills to the highest level. Although he knew that enhancing hacking skills would cost a lot of enhancement points, he now had over 400,000 points and didn't care. Ding! Failed to enhance hacking skills to the highest level. Enhancing to the highest level requires 1 million enhancement points. Currently, you have 478,790 points. Still, Hu Chen was stunned. He quickly checked the level of hacker skills. There were a total of 10 levels, with level 10 being the supreme level, requiring 1 million enhancement points. It was unbelievable. What level of hacker technology was that? System, what is the highest level of hacker technology in the environment I am currently in? Hu Chen asked. Ding! The highest level of hacker technology in the host's current environment is level 6. Then enhance the level 7 hacker skill for me. Ding! Enhancement of level 7 hacker skill successful, consuming 10,000 enhancement points, with 468,790 enhancement points remaining. After successfully enhancing the level 7 hacker skill, Hu Chen found that his understanding of computer-related knowledge was as clear as cooking skills, almost thorough. He suddenly became extremely curious. Levels 8, 9, and 10 of hacker skills were so expensive to enhance. Did they not belong to Earth? If so, wouldn't it prove that there were civilizations more advanced than Earth, and their hacker technology was even more advanced? Thinking of this, Hu Chen was greatly shocked. It took him a while to react and think about the next steps. Logging into the computer, with his understanding of computers, Hu Chen directly infiltrated the entire network, invading both overtly and covertly, without being detected at all with his level 7 hacker skills. Soon, Hu Chen found the dark web among tens of thousands of highly concealed websites. While others needed someone to provide a network segment entrance to access the dark web, it was simple for him. Infiltrating the dark web, he was still not discovered. He casually checked the tasks. Unexpectedly, the first striking task was an assassination mission targeting him. Looking at the time the task was posted, it had only been 3 days. This timing indicated that the task was not issued by Ma Tsongen. Who issued the task that even Hu Chen, who possessed level 7 hacker skills, could not stop? Easily invading the list of task issuers, he found all the information about the employers. Originally, only the top management of the dark web could access this information.
But for Hu Chen, who possessed level 7 hacker skills, it was transparent. He quickly identified the task issuer. Yu Xiaoyun. Hu Chen hurriedly infiltrated Yu Xiaoyun's computer on the dark web through network intrusion, taking control of his computer and accessing all the information. Yu Xiaoyun, the president of the Magic City charity organization, to which even the charity organizations in Sioux City belonged. Seeing this, he immediately understood why the other party had issued the task to assassinate him on the dark web. Back on the dark web, Hu Chen smirked coldly. With a little skill, he changed the first task. The information about the target for assassination, originally Hu Chen, was changed to Yu Xiaoyun. Quick, look, the dark web task has been updated. Could it be that the highly paid task to assassinate Hu Chen has been completed? It has disappeared? Now the target for assassination is a guy named Yu Xiaoyun, who seems to be just like that Hu Chen, both worth $1 billion. $1 billion, for these assassins living on the edge, was a huge sum of money. They accepted the task without hesitation. Whether they could complete it was one thing, but what if they did? They would earn $1 billion. At a certain base. Headquarters of the dark web. Not good, our dark web has been hacked. The task information of Hu Chen has been forcibly changed to that of the employer. Who could it be? Who else could it be? This must be related to Hu Chen. Stop talking nonsense, quickly change it back, and inform all those who accepted the task that Yu Xiaoyun is an accidental target and will not receive any commission. Hurry. Boss, it's impossible. The other party has set up a super strong firewall, and there is no way to break through and change it back. A hacker said urgently. The boss, a middle-aged man, furious, said, "What's super strong? Can it still be difficult for you top hackers?" The middle-aged man was also a hacker himself and quickly took over to operate. Ding ding ding, the firewall was cracked. Damn, how could this happen? Who has such terrifying hacking skills? This is not good, things will go wrong if this continues, quickly contact the boss. Hu Chen tampered with the mission and did not leave the dark web, seeing someone attacking the firewall he casually set up. Immediately using more advanced methods, he invaded the dark web headquarters, extremely clever. The people at the dark web headquarters had no idea, even their surveillance behind them was controlled by Hu Chen, who could see everything the people at the dark web headquarters were doing, and even took a few photos. When he heard they were going to inform the boss, Hu Chen also became interested, curious about who the boss of the dark web was. Before long, another middle-aged man walked in, looking to be in his 40s. The boss asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" "Boss, we've been hacked, the mission to assassinate Hu Chen was tampered with, and the target changed to the employer." Upon hearing this, the boss's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? Taking matters into his own hands, his speed was so fast that it was evident that the boss of the dark web was truly the top hacker among top hackers. At this moment, Hu Chen, through his superb hacking skills, had completely obtained detailed information on the high-level members of the dark web by facial intrusion. So he smirked coldly, issued tasks, and released all the high-level tasks of the dark web, with the minimum commission being $5 billion. There were suddenly more than 10 high-commission assassination tasks, and these tasks were not removed, causing chaos in the dark web. Everyone rushed to accept the tasks. Not good, all of us have been marked as assassination targets by the other party, with a minimum commission of up to $5 billion. My God, what level of hacker is the other side? Someone exclaimed upon realizing this scene. Others were also filled with horror. Their boss tried everything to stop it, but it was futile, as the red window of decryption failure kept popping up. The hacker boss also panicked and roared, "Quickly cut off the power, terminate the server." At this point, Hu Chen controlled the surveillance to show his face on their network. "I have no grudges with you, but if you want to kill me, congratulations, you have become the most valuable assassination target in the dark web." It's him, it's really Hu Chen. The next moment, the power was cut off, and the server was terminated. They all breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was a chance to make amends. With a cold smile, he immediately simulated and created a temporary server system for the dark web.
His computer was also top-notch, perhaps not as good as the dark web headquarters, but the simulation was flawless.
The dark web reopened. Countless people commented, "What's going on? Why did it disconnect just now?" There are still huge tasks available, hurry and take them.
Hu Chen realized that he might really be able to take over this dark web server. After all, he was already famous. For him, this was just a small matter.
However, it required him to prepare a sufficiently advanced supercomputer, but wasn't money something he didn't lack? At the dark web headquarters, someone took out their phone and glanced at it. They were just checking the time. But they saw their unique dark web app responding, so they quickly logged in.
My God, we cut off the power, shut down the server, but the dark web is still running. At these words, everyone trembled and quickly took out their phones to watch.
Some were terrified and afraid. "Boss, what should we do? If this continues, we will die." The boss's mood had reached an extreme. Damn, this Hu Chen, how could he have such terrifying hacking skills? I am already
the top hacker in the world, but in front of him, I feel like I am just a helpless child. Boss, we can't just sit here, we need to figure something out. There are already thousands of assassins taking on the task of killing us.
Someone said fearfully. Don't be afraid, we've already spent at least 5 billion. Where would the other party get so much money? Someone comforted themselves. Are you stupid?
This Hu Chen is the president of a charity organization, scared of assassination tasks. Even if Hu Chen is very rich and has set up a charity company, in less than a month, he has invested close to 3 trillion.
Do you think he would lack money? Damn, we should have thought about it earlier. We can't afford to offend such a figure.
Complaints arose one after another. The boss was even more annoyed. Shut up, quickly find Hu Chen's phone number for me, I need to contact him.
A group of people used means to find Hu Chen's number.
For their hackers, having a mobile phone was enough. After all, they already had Hu Chen's treatment.
Found 1819-973-6761. The black web boss quickly dialed.
Hu Chen glanced at the unfamiliar number and decisively hung up.
The other party called again. Hu Chen continued to ignore. Damn. The hacker boss was furious. It wasn't until the 10th time that Hu Chen finally answered with a smile. Hello, are you in a hurry, angry, and helpless? Hu Chen asked. Mr. Hu, tell us, what do we need to do for you to spare us? Spare you? You must be out of your mind. You dared to target me, so be prepared to be targeted by me. By the way, I have just sent your location information to the dark web. Many assassins will find you soon. I wish you a quick death. Beep. Damn it. The hacker boss roared to the sky. He quickly edited a message and sent it to Hu Chen. Mr. Hu, as long as you spare us, we are willing to serve you. Hu Chen ignored the other party and blocked them directly. He then contacted a supercomputer production factory, not located in the country, but for a 7th-level hacker like Hu Chen, obtaining their contact information was not difficult, and it was a private number. The call went through quickly. A fluent English speaker answered. Hello, who is this? Who I am is not important. What is important is that I want to purchase the supercomputers produced by your factory. This 1 billion is a commission. I have also sent you the address. I hope to see the goods soon. He then cut off the call. The other party immediately received a message, 1 billion deposited, along with an address. He was stunned because the account that received the funds was his private account, and he knew that besides the bank, only he had access to this account. Now this money was directly deposited, clearly indicating that the other party was a super terrifying hacker. Taking a deep breath, he dared not offend such a presence and quickly arranged for the production of supercomputers, emphasizing that all materials must be of the highest quality. He had already guessed that a hacker needed a supercomputer to set up a black website server. Of course, this had nothing to do with him, he just needed to deliver the goods as quickly as possible. 3 days passed like this. Ding! Congratulations, the host has spent 1 trillion yuan within 100 hours, rewarding the host with a high-level enhancement point gift package. Open the high-level enhancement point gift package. Ding! Congratulations, the host has opened the high-level enhancement point gift package and received 30,000 enhancement points. There were many more enhancement points this time, and Hu Chen didn't pay much attention to why. After all, it was a good thing. Ding!
Congratulations, the host has obtained an opportunity for unlimited spending by Sioux City within 3 days.
Failure to complete the task will result in the host's elimination. If successful, the system will upgrade and activate the world currency system. Damn!
Seeing this task, Hu Chen cursed directly.
Unlimited spending?
By Sioux City within 3 days.
Isn't that too crazy? Will the system make him buy a country next, and eventually buy the whole world?
The most crucial part was the task punishment. Failure would result in his elimination. In other words, no matter what the cost, he must buy this city. Fortunately, the task has no other restrictions, such as not being able to ask for help. Otherwise, even if your legs break, you won't be able to buy Sioux City.
Hu Chen immediately called Morong Fair.
Morong Fair answered the phone excitedly. Honey, what a coincidence, I was just about to call you. I've spent another trillion, and I need more money.
Hu Chen urgently said, Wife, put charity work aside for now, you have a more important task to complete. Hearing his urgent tone, Morong Fair became nervous. Honey, why are you in such a hurry?
Wife, here's the thing, my superiors have given me a difficult task to buy Sioux City within 3 days.
What? Morong Fair was shocked. Buying Sioux City? How much money would that require? In disbelief, she asked, Honey, are you joking? Hu Chen urgently said, Wife, I don't have time to joke with you. The money has been transferred to my account, and I immediately transferred it to the company's account. After speaking, he transferred $1 trillion to the company's account at the fastest speed. Soon, the head of the finance department rushed to the CEO's office in a panic. Stuttering in shock, he said, CEO, money, so much money. Morong Fair asked in shock, how much exactly? The finance head took a deep breath and said, 1 trillion, a full 1 trillion. Ding dong.
Morong Fair collapsed in shock on the chair.
1 trillion. It's too frightening. The finance head continued, CEO, 1 trillion was transferred to the boss's account. Hu Chen quickly said, Wife, now you know I'm not lying, right?
Take all the company's people with you to Dark City for the acquisition.
Acquire everything, no matter the cost. If we can't buy Sioux City, I will die. Hearing the last sentence, Morong Fair's face turned pale instantly.
The money had arrived, and she realized that Hu Chen wasn't joking. If she couldn't do it, there would be consequences. She had always suspected that behind her husband, there was a very powerful and terrifying force. She just didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Honey, don't panic. I'll arrange it immediately. We must complete the acquisition of Sioux City in the shortest time possible. Hu Chen said heavily, Okay, wife, my fate is in your hands. I love you. The last sentence sounded more like regret, making Morong Fair even more anxious.
Finance, quickly inform all company personnel, drop everything you're doing, even those on vacation, come back immediately. I have extremely important news to announce. Yes. The finance head quickly left.
After ending the call with Morong Fair, Hu Chen quickly called Huang Xingyue.
He told her the same thing, to help with the buying.
Although she was skeptical of the truth of the matter, she could tell that Hu Chen was genuinely urgent, and she quickly received the transferred amount.
Directly 50 trillion.
Then, his sister Hu Yani also transferred 10 trillion to her. The elders were not alarmed, considering the huge amount involved, it was too frightening. Hu Chen himself also went out, heading to the Sioux City Government Center. The other purchases were just minor, the key was to buy Sioux City, and approval from the national level was necessary.
He drove to the government center. With Hu Chen's identity as a philanthropist, he received a personal reception from the top official. The top official was very enthusiastic. Comrade Hu Chen, with your huge charity contributions, helping countless people, you have truly honored our Sioux City.
Hu Chun was somewhat embarrassed. Top official, to be honest, I need your help with a very important matter this time. The top official didn't pay much attention and readily agreed. Whatever it is, just tell me. Hu Chun said with a difficult tone, I want to buy Sioux City. What? The official was a bit surprised. Hu Chun repeated, I want to buy Sioux City. The official finally reacted and asked incredulously, Mr. Hu, are you serious? You see, although Sioux City is not the top city in the country, it is not the worst either. Its GDP exceeds 3 trillion every year. There is no rule in Long Kingdom that cities cannot be sold, which means it can be sold. However, the price is calculated based on 100 times the GDP, and it only includes a 10-year right of use. Are you sure you want to buy it? Without hesitation, Hu Chun said, yes. The official was stunned and asked excitedly, Mr. Hu, this is a big deal, are you sure you can afford it? 600 trillion is a huge amount, are you really willing to spend that much to buy the 10-year right to use Sioux City? Hu Chun agreed readily, I am willing. If possible, I will transfer 600 trillion to you immediately. The official was taken aback, Mr. Hu, there is no need for a transfer. I need to see your bank account balance. If everything is in order, I will contact the higher-ups, and you can talk to them in person. Hu Chun took out his bank card. He thought to himself, system, transfer 1 trillion to my card. Ding! The transfer of 1 trillion has been completed. Please check, host. Soon, he received the confirmation of the transfer. The amount was so huge that the bank immediately called, but Hu Chun declined the call. He logged into mobile banking and showed the balance to the official. The official was shocked to see the amount. He checked it multiple times to confirm it was indeed 1 trillion. The official was sweating. Sioux City's GDP is over 3 trillion a year, and for 10 years, it would be 30 trillion. Hu Chun's purchase of Sioux City for 10 years at 200 times the price would be 600 trillion. Who wouldn't want to make such a deal? After calming down, the official made a call, Mr. Hu, I have contacted the higher-ups for approval. Please wait. The call was soon connected. Hello, Dong Jun, why did you call me? A stern voice came through. The official took a deep breath and explained the situation. After hearing this, the ruler fell silent. Selling a city, even for a 10-year right of use, was unprecedented in Long Kingdom. After a while, the ruler spoke, Is Hu Chun with you? Let him talk to me. The official handed the phone to Hu Chun. Mr. Hu, the ruler wants to speak with you. Hu Chun took the phone calmly. Hello, Your Majesty, I am Hu Chun. The ruler's voice asked, Hu Chun, I am curious, why do you want to buy a city? Hu Chun had long thought about his wording and answered without hesitation, because I want to build a future technology city that will shock the world. I want to create the most advanced, top-notch, unparalleled city in the world. The ruler of the country remained silent for a moment and asked, But do you know how huge this investment is? Hu Chun replied confidently, I know, but I want to contribute something to the country. The reason I want to purchase a 10-year right to use is also because I don't want any restrictions. I can freely unleash my ideas. Only in this way can I build a super technology city in the shortest time. With mastery of level 7 hacker technology, Hu Chun was confident that he could achieve this, which is to truly serve society with artificial intelligence. The ruler of the country fell silent again, seemingly lost in thought. After 3 full minutes, he said, Well, Hu Chun, what you are doing is not a bad thing for the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, our National Academy has long had such ideas and aspirations, but due to insufficient funds. Since you have such plans and are willing to invest, as the ruler, I have no reason not to support you. Therefore, I will send relevant scientists and personnel to assist you, with a period of 10 years. I hope you can build a future technology city that will amaze the world. In addition, the purchase cost will be sold at 100 times the price. I look forward to your future technology city and hope you will not disappoint me. With that, the ruler hung up the phone. The top official listened clearly and excitedly said, Mr. Hu, since the ruler has given the order, let's prepare the trade contract now. Okay, Hu Chun said in a great mood. He was always worried about spending money,
and building a future technology city was the best way to spend it, right? After a whole day, the acquisition procedures for Sioux City were finally completed, and Hu Chen transferred 300 trillion to the national treasury. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of acquiring Sioux City within 3 days, and activating the world currency system. Hu Chen found that the US dollar, British pound, Russian ruble, and many other countries' currencies were all at his disposal. Ding! New task, spend 10,000 US dollars within 24 hours. Failure will result in blindness, while success will reward you with a special grade strengthening pill gift package. Ding! Due to the host being in the Dragon Kingdom, the time limit is extended from 24 hours to 96 hours. Please complete the task as soon as possible. A bank card from the United States appeared in his hand. What? Spend in US dollars? Hu Chen was speechless. In the Dragon Kingdom, buying things with US dollars? Is that realistic? Obviously not. Firstly, digital currency is popular in the Dragon Kingdom. Secondly, US dollars cannot be withdrawn in the Dragon Kingdom. As for exchange, it was impossible to do so, as the system required spending. And the task clearly stated that he had to go to the United States. Without delay, it would take at least 4 days from Sioux City to the United States, and the system had given him a fixed and tight deadline. There was no room for any free time. He immediately set off for Sioux City Airport. He quickly made a video call to several people. Morong Feier, Huang Xingyue, Hu Yani, and Tang Xian all answered the call at the fastest speed. Husband. Brother. Husband, what's going on? Husband, hurry up, I'm busy here. Each of them was busy with acquisitions. Hu Chen quickly said, wives and sister, you can temporarily put aside the matter of acquisitions. I have completed the acquisition of the book city in Sioux City from the government side. We have absolute rights to use Sioux City for 10 years. My plan is to build a future technology city, and I entrust this task to the 4 of you. Huang Xingyue urgently interrupted, but what about you, husband? Morong Feier also quickly asked, what are you going to do, husband? There was some dissatisfaction. Hu Chen said bitterly, I am on my way to Sioux City Airport now. I received an urgent task that requires me to reach the United States within 4 days, or else my loved ones will be in trouble. I am not in control of myself, as you should already know. Although the task of acquiring Suching has been completed, the new task is to develop Suching into a future science and technology city, all relying on you. Don't worry, once I complete the task, I will come back to find you first. If there is anything unresolved, please inform me immediately. Husband, are you lying to us? Huang Xingyue asked with a crying voice. Wife, how could I lie to you? I am truly despicable and helpless, please understand me. Beep beep beep. Hu Chen was driving and making a phone call, almost getting into an accident. Seeing this, the 4 of them quickly said, husband, brother, drive carefully. We will work hard to build Suchong. We will wait for you in the United States. After saying that, they hung up the phone. Hu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was rushed, he still had great confidence in Morong Feier and Huang Xingyue's abilities. When the supercomputer arrives, he will remotely set up the dark web server, and Han Su's companion should be arriving in Longwa soon. He didn't need to worry too much about the half-pack aspect, so he could rest assured going to the United States. He arrived at Suching Airport at the fastest speed. He violated the rules, and his car was directly confiscated by the police, but he had already rushed into the airport. There were no direct flights from Suching to the United States. A transfer was necessary, and the nearest one was at Modu International Airport. However, there were no flights within an hour. Mr. Hu, I heard that you are very eager to go to Modu. Is that true? The airport official received the message and rushed over immediately. As a major philanthropist, he still had great privileges. Hu Chen hurriedly said, yes, I am very eager. If possible, I hope to charter a private plane. The other person smiled, Mr. Hu, you are lucky.
there happens to be a private plane flying from Suching to Modu.
After hearing that you are a major philanthropist, they are very willing to take you on board. Hu Chen was overjoyed. That's great, thank you. Hu Chen excitedly shook hands with the airport official. The official felt a bit embarrassed, as she was a woman. Mr. Hu, it's our honor to serve a major philanthropist like you.
Please follow me, Mr. Hu. Hu Chen expressed his gratitude again. Thank you. He followed the airport official to the private plane area.
A luxurious large aircraft was already warmed up and ready for takeoff. Someone familiar was waiting under the plane.
When the person saw Hu Chen, he happily said, Mr. Hu, long time no see.
Hu Chen was surprised. Is it you?
This person turned out to be Lin Lao, the person in charge of the Zhu's gambling stone field. Hu Chen couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that the private plane would belong to you.
I'm getting old. Gambling stones are just a hobby.
After you bought the gambling stone field, I had nothing to do.
I don't plan to continue working.
Mainly, my children are urging me to go back and enjoy life.
That's good. Mr. Hu, please, let's get on the plane and talk more. Hu Chen didn't hesitate and boarded the plane.
The two sat facing each other on the plane. Lin Lao couldn't help but ask, Mr. Hu, are you in such a hurry to go to Modu because you want to develop there? He thought, with your financial power going to Modu, it might cause a stir.
Hu Chen sighed, I'm just passing through Modu. I'm planning to develop overseas. Lin Lao was surprised. Overseas? I wonder which country Mr. Hu was planning to develop in.
Hu Chen picked up a glass of red wine, took a sip, put down the glass, and said, the United States.
Lin Lao smiled bitterly. With your strength, Mr. Hu, going to the United States for development would be a loss for our country.
He could tell that Lin Lao was patriotic. Hu Chen said, Lin Lao, you may have misunderstood.
Going to the United States to make a fortune, the money earned will be used to develop domestically.
To be honest, I have already purchased the ownership of Suching for 10 years. I plan to build a future science and technology city that surpasses world-class standards.
A science and technology city?
Upon hearing this, Mr. Lin was extremely shocked. Mr. Hu, just by the name of Future Technology City, you can tell it must be costly.
Hu Chen smiled faintly. It's okay, isn't it about doing something in life? Otherwise, it would be boring to be unknown.
Upon hearing this, Mr. Lin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly realized, Mr. Hu, you have a far-reaching vision.
Compared to you, I am really short-sighted.
But, I am also old, wanting to strive, but the younger generation disagrees. I am very much looking forward to seeing the rise of Future Technology City by Mr. Hu.
Hu Chen smiled and said, Mr. Lin will definitely see it. They continued chatting, and at exactly 10 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the private area of the Magic City International Airport. Mr. Lin personally saw off Hu Chen as he entered the international airport area. Mr. Hu, I wish you a smooth development in the United States. Thank you for your blessings, Mr. Lin. I also wish you good health. After exchanging pleasantries, Hu Chen walked into the international airport area.
He had already purchased his plane ticket while on the plane.
At
past 5 in the afternoon, he took off from Suching International Airport. As he walked towards the entrance, a security guard stopped him. Sir, I'm sorry, we need to conduct a full-body scan on you.
It was a female security guard, very polite in her service. Hu Chen smiled slightly. You are really beautiful.
He complimented her and opened his arms. The female security guard smiled brightly at Hu Chen. Thank you for your compliment, sir.
After a quick scan, she said, Mr. Hu, you may proceed. Damn it, you people from Manhwa are really bastards. Do you know who I am?
Just as Hu Chen entered the international airport, he heard a loud commotion coming from the right side. Since there was still nearly an hour before boarding, Hu Chen curiously walked over. He saw a tall and burly American with a big beard speaking fluent Manhwa language, cursing at a middle-aged Manhwa cleaning lady. He even used physical force, with many people around watching, taking photos, and even live streaming, but no one stepped forward to advise him. Security personnel were rushing over from a distance, but it would take some time. Faced with the tall and burly foreigner, the cleaning lady was extremely frightened and apologized. "I'm sorry, sir, I really didn't mean to dirty your shoes, I will clean them for you."
The American man took advantage of the situation, arrogantly saying, "Clean them? Humph, use your clothes to wipe them? Your clothes are dirtier than my shoes. If you want to clean them, use your mouth to lick them clean. Hurry up."
The cleaning lady trembled in fear. She had no choice. If she offended the foreigner, she might even lose her job, but she couldn't afford to lose it.
So she knelt down.
Hu Chen was very disappointed to see so many Longwa people witnessing their fellow countrymen being bullied and not standing up to help. He walked over and helped the cleaning lady. "Auntie, don't worry, you have already apologized to him." Finally, someone stepped forward to help her. The cleaning lady was too emotional to speak, tears silently rolling down her face.
The American man was not pleased, staring at Hu Chun angrily and in a hostile tone. "Kid, are you meddling too much?" He even clenched his fists, ready to fight.
Hu Chen was already fed up with the American man, and in a cold tone, he said, "I command you to apologize to the cleaning lady.
You can still return to the United States in one piece.
If you don't apologize, I will make sure you leave Longwa lying down." Faced with the threat, the American man showed no fear, opened his arms and shouted loudly, "Awo, awo, awo."
Then he looked around at the people, mocking, "Did you hear that?
This skinny Longwa kid with nothing but skin and bones wants me to leave Longwa lying down.
I'm really scared."
He then looked down at Hu Chen, pointing at his own nose in a provocative tone. "Come on, make me leave lying down, I really."
Hu Chen laughed, a very bright smile.
Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, a punch landed on the American's face, followed by a kick to his knee.
Crack!
The faint sound shocked the whole room.
"Ah!" Countless foreigners exclaimed in shock. Unbelieving eyes looked at Hu Chun.
They never expected that he would dare to act against the towering American.
F***KU. The American cursed in pain in English, struggling to give Hu Chen a lesson. Hu Chen remained indifferent and kicked his other leg. Another crack. Ding dong. The American, with both knees disabled, knelt heavily in front of the old lady. By now, the old lady was pale with fear, never expecting things to escalate like this.
After a moment, she pulled Hu Chen's wrist and said, "Young man, thank you. You should leave quickly. The Americans are powerful, you will get into trouble." Hu Chen smiled slightly at the old lady. "Don't worry, Grandma.
This is Longwa, not America. Even in America, this is a society governed by law."
Turning around, he coldly stared at the American. "I said I would make you leave horizontally, and I will."
With that, he kicked him.
The security guards in the distance could have come over long ago, but when they saw the old lady from Longwa being bullied, they moved slowly. It was only when they saw the American being bullied that they rushed over in shock. Seeing Hu Chen about to use force, someone angrily shouted, "Stop!"
Bang! How could Hu Chen stop?
He ruthlessly kicked the American to the ground. The American looked at Hu Chen in anger and fear, spitting out a mouthful of blood in a gruesome manner. Countless ribs in his chest seemed to have broken, and after struggling for a while, he couldn't bear the immense pain and passed out. Several security personnel rushed over and surrounded Hu Chen, each with a fierce and unfriendly demeanor.
The leader of the team angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Do you know you hit a foreign friend?"
Facing the security guards who were furious as if their own parents had been hit, Hu Chen also became angry.
Pointing at the old lady, he said coldly, "Where were you when the old lady was being bullied?
You turned a blind eye when your fellow countrymen were being bullied. Now that you see a foreigner being hit by me, you act like mad dogs whose master is being beaten.
Are you worthy of being Longwa people?"
Hu Chen roared out the rest of his words in extreme anger. In the distance, a passionate Longwa person shouted, "Well done, this is Longwa, absolutely not allowing foreigners to act recklessly.
If they want to bully us Longwa people, they must be prepared to be beaten."
The passionate youth also rushed over.
The head of security was so angry that he shouted at the youth, "Are you looking for trouble?"
The youth, with a dragon-like aura, raised his head high and pointed angrily at the captain of the security team. I'm not looking for trouble, I just can't stand people like you who worship foreigners.
The security captain felt humiliated and shouted at the other guards, "What are you standing there for? This guy is causing trouble at the airport, threatening public order. Quickly arrest him and take him away." He thought, once he's in the security department, I'll show him. Then he pointed at Hu Chen and said, "Take him away too." Faced with this situation, the youth shouted at Hu Chen, "Brother, let's deal with them." Hu Chen readily agreed, "Okay." The two of them acted together, and all 7 or 8 security guards were knocked to the ground. Clap, 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 clap. There was intense applause in the distance. Some even shouted, "Well done, these foreign-loving people have angered even their ancestors and are getting beaten." More and more people joined in, saying, "Beat them to death." The scene descended into chaos. Before long, doctors and police arrived. It was clear that the police were called by the foreigners present. Medical personnel quickly treated the American who had been disabled by Hu Chen. The head of the police angrily questioned, "What's going on?" An American girl pointed at Hu Chen and shouted, "It's him, he randomly attacked our companion, quickly arrest him, he must be severely punished." Another American girl said, "You people from the Dragon Country have no manners at all, you're simply barbarians." Hu Chen's expression immediately darkened. Glaring at the 2 American girls, he said, "If it weren't for the fact that you're girls, I would really want to beat you both up." He then turned to the police and said, "There are surveillance cameras at the airport, a check will reveal the truth." However, the police did not take Hu Chen's advice. The person in charge ordered, "Take him away." Hu Chen laughed, a cold laugh. He said angrily, "Wait a moment." Then he took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. "I'm in the area of the Magic City International Airport. There's a bit of trouble. The police want to arrest me without reason. I have urgent matters to attend to. My flight is at 5:30. Please help me sort this out." "No problem, Hu Chen, your identity is on its way. With an ID card, dealing with this kind of situation will be much simpler." The police leader did not expect his subordinates to actually stop. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Is he your boss or am I? Quickly arrest him for me." Hu Chen's expression became even colder. "Are you sure you want to arrest me?" The police leader said coldly, "Kid, you're very arrogant." He then approached Hu Chen and said, "What's being arrested? Once you're in prison, you'll know what the beginning of a nightmare is." Just then, his phone rang. Seeing that it was his boss calling, he quickly answered, "Li Buole, what are you doing? Are you tired of living? You're moved by anyone?" The call was answered with a barrage of anger, leaving Li Buole looking confused. After his boss finished scolding him, he asked incredulously, "Chief, what's going on?" "I received a call to respond to a case at the Magic City International Airport." The boss became increasingly angry and roared, "I know you're handling this case. Did you offend a Mr. Hu Chen? Let me tell you, if Mr. Hu loses a single hair, you better be prepared to spend your whole life in prison." This guy was scared to death. "Chief, please explain clearly, what's going on?" At this moment, Hu Chen took the phone from his hand. He was furious. "You brat, what are you doing?" and tried to snatch back the phone. Ignoring him, Hu Chen said, "I am Hu Chen, I demand that you dismiss and investigate this Li Buole. I hope you handle this matter seriously." After speaking, he threw the phone to Li Buole and said to the young man, "Leave, and if you're interested, you can go to Sucheng and find Morong Fair, that's my wife." The young man, upon hearing this, muttered, "Morong Fair? Your wife?" Suddenly realizing, he said, "I know, you're Hu Chen, the founder of the Hu Chen Charity Company." Hu Chen smiled slightly, "That's right, I am Hu Chen. Who in the Dragon Country doesn't know about Hu Chen's deeds?" The whole scene was shocked. At that moment, the airport speakers announced, "Passengers of Flight 9118 to the United States, please proceed to the boarding gate and prepare for boarding, please." The announcement was repeated 3 times. Hu Chen looked at the young man and said, "I'm boarding now, so I'll be leaving." The young man was shocked. "Mr. Hu, are you going to the United States?" Hu Chen nodded and walked away. The Americans all headed towards the boarding gate. As they passed by Hu Chen, someone threatened, "Dragon Country person, do you know who you've crippled? You can hide in the Dragon Country, but dare to go to the United States,
You won't even know how you'll die." As that person walked away, another approached. "Dragon country person, dare to go to the United States, just wait."
Made a neck-wiping motion. Hu Chen, who felt threatened, was very unhappy. Seeing an American approaching, he angrily said, "Do you dare to threaten me? I can make sure you won't board the plane." The American, who wanted to threaten Hu Chen, immediately gave up. Thinking, "Show off now, wait until we get to America, on our turf, I'll deal with you." Arrived at the waiting room. Only a few Americans were returning to the US, while most were from Manhwa. These people, upon seeing Hu Chen, instinctively distanced themselves, afraid of being implicated by him. Some Manhwa people even looked at him with the same hatred as the Americans. Hu Chen closed his eyes and ignored them. Half an hour in the waiting room quickly passed, and no one paid attention to him, which suited Hu Chen just fine. Soon boarded the plane, first class, mostly Americans. Hu Chen became the object of their disdain. Hu Chen said to a beautiful flight attendant, "Bring me a strong drink." The flight attendant smiled gently, "Of course, sir, please wait a moment." In no time, Hu Chen's strong drink was brought over. As the flight attendant was about to reach Hu Chen's seat, an American deliberately extended his foot. Suddenly, the flight attendant had no chance to notice and was tripped over. The tray and glass of alcohol splattered, and she fell hard to the ground. Hu Chen quickly helped her up, just in time to see the American who had caused the trouble retract his foot. Hu Chen helped the flight attendant up and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The flight attendant, still shaken, apologized, "I'm sorry, sir, I'm fine. Let me get you a new drink." Flight attendants are most afraid of complaints, so even if they know the customer is at fault, they dare not pursue it. Seeing the flight attendant was fine, Hu Chen let go of her and walked briskly towards the troublemaking American. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the companion of the guy he had fought with before, who had stood up for him. Hu Chen was instantly furious, but since the other party was a woman, he restrained his anger and said, "You, apologize to her right now." The American woman refused, threatening loudly, "Short, ugly Manhwa man, now on a plane to America, I suggest you keep a low profile, or I'm afraid you won't get off this plane." Hu Chen smiled cruelly and asked coldly, "Do you think I'm afraid to hit a woman?" The American woman taunted, "Oh, you want to hit a woman? Come on, Manhwa man, I'll stand still, hit me, are Manhwa men good at hitting women?" Seeing the tension rise, the flight attendant hurried over, "Sir, let it go, I'm fine." Hu Chen took a deep breath and sternly told the American woman, "I'll say it again, apologize to her." The nearby American youth, who seemed to be her boyfriend, coldly said, "Manhwa man, I've tolerated you for a long time. If you bully my girlfriend again, I won't let you off." He then pointed a finger at Hu Chen's chest. Hu Chen grabbed his finger and forcefully twisted it. Crack! The people nearby were shocked. "Ah!" The young man screamed in pain. At this moment, the chief steward came over and asked loudly, "What's going on, Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu trembled and quickly explained, "Chief steward, I was serving this gentleman drinks just now." Hu Chen interjected, "But this American girl deliberately tripped her with her foot. I demand an apology from her, but she refuses and her boyfriend pointed at my chest, so I taught him a lesson by breaking his finger." He added, "This time it's a finger, next time it might be a neck." The chilling words made everyone shudder, realizing that this Manhwa man was truly dangerous. "Xiaoyu, apologize to the two foreign friends," the chief steward ordered. Then he looked at Hu Chen and said coldly, "As for you, go back to your seat and pray." Hu Chen smiled, a cold smile. "Yes." Xiaoyu was about to apologize. Hu Chen stopped her and said, "Apologize for what? Did you do something wrong? It was her who bumped into you." Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "Sir, no, she didn't trip me, I accidentally fell down earlier. Please go back to your seat and mind your own business." Hearing this, Hu Chen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and returned to his seat. Next, Hu Chen found himself becoming the enemy, as everyone's eyes towards him were hostile. The flight attendant brought a first aid kit and gently treated the American youth's injury. After 48 hours, they finally arrived in America. Everyone lined up to disembark the plane.
At that moment, the American youth whose finger was broken by Hu Chun walked over provocatively and said, "Kid, get ready for your nightmare to begin." Hu Chun coldly replied, "Believe it or not, I'll have you carried off the plane." No one expected Hu Chen to be so arrogant, but no one dared to provoke him as they knew they were no match for him. The young man just walked off the plane with a dark expression. Once off the plane, he quickly took out his phone to make a call. Hu Chen also got up and walked off the plane, with people around him looking at him with caution. The chief steward watching from a distance sneered, "This guy won't make it back to Longwei alive." Hu Chen walked off the plane and looked into the distance, where there were no mountains, just endless plains.
He took a deep breath and couldn't help but mock, "Doesn't the air abroad feel fresher than at home? Why are there so many people who worship foreign things?"
Hearing this, the Longwa people with green cards were extremely displeased, but they didn't dare to offend Hu Chen, thinking of him as a mad dog who would eventually be dealt with. The American youth with the broken finger, accompanied by a few friends, approached Hu Chen and said, "Trash from Longwa, you think you're so arrogant? Come on, dare to walk out of the airport with me?" Hu Chen smiled faintly and disdainfully replied, "Who do you think you are? Are you my pet dog? If you ask me to go with you, I'll go with you." With that, he walked away. The young man was furious and roared, "Trash from Longwa, your time is up once you walk out of the airport today." Hu Chen didn't threaten him and walked into the arrival hall. Seeing an ATM at the airport, he quickly walked over. He knew that America didn't rely much on mobile payments, mainly cash transactions with credit cards used for large payments. The young man and his friends were still following from a distance. Hu Chen ignored them, went to the ATM, and saw the instructions in English. Feeling a bit annoyed as he only knew a little English, he thought, "Strengthen my English to the maximum level." Ding! Congratulations, host, English has been strengthened to the maximum level, consuming 1,000 enhancement points, with 447,790 points remaining. With his English at the maximum level, he withdrew $10,000 from his card. Turning around to leave, he noticed an American kid with a lollipop in hand, walking towards him. Hu Chen squatted down and said, "Hey, kid, I'll give you $10,000, can you sell me your lollipop?" "Big brother, are you sure you're not joking?" the kid asked in surprise. With strong social skills, this might be the difference between Longwa people and Americans. Hu Chen handed over the $10,000 and said, "Sure, money in one hand, lollipop in the other." Many Americans around were shocked to see this scene and stopped to watch. They thought, "Is this Longwa person crazy? Buying a 1-cent lollipop for $10,000? Okay, in appreciation of your sincerity, big brother, I'll sell you my favorite lollipop." The child first took $10,000 and then handed the candy to Hu Chen. Then he ran off excitedly and shouted loudly, Mom, look, I earned $10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $10,000 within 96 hours and receiving a special grade strengthening pill gift pack. Ding! New task, give love to complete spending $100,000 within 24 hours. Failure to complete the task will result in blindness, and completing the task will reward a special grade strengthening pill gift pack. Hu Chen was curious, what is the difference between this strengthening pill gift pack and the strengthening point gift pack? System, open the special grade strengthening pill gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the special grade strengthening pill gift pack and receiving 100,000 strengthening points. Hu Chen was overjoyed. This strengthening pill gift pack is simply giving away strengthening points, so he quickly continued to withdraw money and spend extravagantly. Suddenly, he felt very motivated to spend money. In the distance, a working woman who was stocking the vending machine heard the child's loud cries and looked over. Seeing the child holding a large stack of money, she was very shocked and asked, "Heavens, where did you get so much money, Ali? Did you find it? Quickly hand it over to the police uncle, otherwise the owner will be very worried. This is likely someone's life-saving money." The child turned to look at Hu Chen, who was continuing to withdraw money with a lollipop in his mouth. Hu Chen's pockets were filled with stack after stack of US dollars. Nearby Americans were envious. The text translated to English is as follows: "I wonder why the people in this dragon country are so rich." The child said loudly.
"Mommy, it's that big brother who bought my lollipop for $10,000. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately shook her head. "Ollie, this is not right. If the big brother really wants to eat candy, you can give it to him as a gift, but you can't take money. Come with mommy and give the money back to the big brother, okay?" The child nodded. Ollie listens to mommy. The woman took the child to the ATM, where Hu Chen had just withdrawn 100,000 yuan, and his pockets were full of money. Some people who had no money envied him with red eyes. The woman was also very shocked to see this and kindly reminded, "Sir, even if you are very rich, I still advise you to keep it safe." Also, looking at her daughter, "Ollie, give the money back to this uncle." Ollie handed the money to Hu Chen and said, "Big brother, can I not call you uncle? Mommy said if you like to eat candy, Ollie can give it to you, but you can't take your money, so here you go." Hu Chen smiled, thinking that not everyone in the United States was bad, and he squatted down to give Ollie a hug, saying, "A deal is a deal, and once it's done, there's no turning back." "Our deal was very pleasant, wasn't it?" Ollie excitedly said, "Yes, very pleasant. Big brother, you're so nice. If only you could be my dad." Hu Chen was taken aback, then smiled and asked, "Don't you have a dad?" Ollie sadly replied, "When I was born, my dad abandoned me and my mom, so I don't have a dad." At this moment, the American youth who targeted Hu Chen said, "Child, you better not have any dealings with him, because he will die soon." Ollie looked at these people angrily and said, "You are bad people." The woman was very worried and hugged her daughter, saying, "Ollie." Then she looked at the young people and said, "I'm sorry, we don't get involved in your affairs." With an apologetic look at Hu Chen, she left. Hu Chen looked at the young people and said coldly, "You better not provoke me, or I'll show you what financial power means." The young man immediately laughed and mocked loudly, "Did you hear that? He has superpowers? Is he Spider-Man or Batman? Ha ha ha." The young man and his group laughed wildly. Hu Chen ignored them, carrying $100,000, and walked coolly to the nearby convenience store. Who doesn't like rich people? Although Hu Chen is from the Dragon Country, the conspicuous dollars on him are American. The store clerk's eyes lit up and asked, "Sir, what do you need?" Being polite, Hu Chen smiled kindly and said, "I just have a bit too much money." "Do you have any valuable items to sell?" Hearing this, the clerk frowned. This was just a convenience store, and there were no valuable items. Seeing a group of people waiting to deal with Hu Chen, an idea came to him. "Sir, it seems like you're in trouble. How about this, you give me $10,000, and I'll call some tough bodyguards for you. It's only $5,000 per person. What do you think?" Upon hearing this suggestion, Hu Chen's eyes lit up. "Nice, very nice." He took out $10,000 and handed it over, saying, "Hurry up, get me 18 of them." The clerk took the $10,000, very excited. "Sir, please wait, I'll contact them for you. In half an hour at most, they'll be here." Hu Chen sat on a chair nearby. "Okay, I'll rest here for a while." Outside, the people called by the young man had arrived, about a dozen of them, all with tattoos, clearly not to be messed with. After learning the situation from the young man who had half a finger missing, they all looked unfriendly towards the convenience store, where they saw Hu Chen sitting comfortably. A blond man strode towards the convenience store with a strong aura. Arriving in front of the chair made by Hu Chen, one foot stepped on the chair, then the head stretched out in front of Hu Chen, looking at him up close, and said fiercely, "Kid, do you think you can escape a disaster by hiding here and not going out? Let me tell you, this place closes at 8:30, I hope you can endure these last 3 hours." After speaking, enviously glanced at the money in Hu Chen's pocket and walked away. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras everywhere and police patrols, he would have taken action. About half an hour later, a group of bare-chested, imposing men rushed in. The young people were startled when they saw these people. The leader said in a deep voice, "Why are people from Qingwan here?" Then he saw the group walk into the convenience store. Seeing Hu Chen covered in money, their eyes lit up, eager to rush forward and snatch it. The leader arrogantly asked, "Boss, where is the employer?" But his eyes drifted towards Hu Chen. The boss pointed at Hu Chen and said, "Isn't it him?" Immediately, the group surrounded Hu Chen, and the leader introduced himself, "I'm Vic, the bodyguard you hired for 5,000 each." Hu Chen nodded, smiling, yes, that's me.
Then he took out the money on him, handed over 9 stacks, and said, "This is 90,000 as a deposit."
Vic frowned, puzzled, what? Deposit?
I only brought 18 brothers, 5,000 each, 90,000 is just right.
Hu Chen shook his head and said, to me, this is the deposit. 24 hours a day, protect me. After it's over, I will give each of you another 5,000, that is, 10,000 each for protecting me for a day. Everyone's eyes lit up, extremely excited. Vic frowned and said, we are only here to protect you, not to engage in illegal activities for you. Hu Chen nodded, don't worry, I dare not engage in illegal activities. After that, he walked towards the young man. Vic and his 18 men followed, showing strong momentum. The other side only had 14 or 5 people, and a few were his female companions. Seeing Hu Chen's posture, they were all scared. At this moment, the police came over and angrily asked, what are you doing? Then he glared at Hu Chen, Longwa, this is the United States, I advise you not to cause trouble. Hu Chen smiled slightly, don't worry, officer, I definitely won't cause trouble. Then he looked at the young man and extended his middle finger towards him. Then he led the way out of the airport hall. Outside, it was very lively, with colorful lights and wine everywhere. After all, it was near the airport, so it was very bustling. Hu Chen waited for a while. The young man who wanted to follow immediately became afraid. Someone exclaimed, they haven't left, they must be waiting for us, what should we do? The leader of the young men said, what else can we do? We can't afford to offend the people from Qingwan, let's go out the back door. Vic, seeing Hu Chen not moving, couldn't help but ask, boss, where are you going? Hu Chen remembered that every city in the United States had a Dragon Street, so he asked, is Dragon Street far from here? Vic replied, not very far, you can take a car there, about an hour or so, but if you want to have fun, this place is definitely more fun, with all the lights and entertainment, you can find anything you want. While saying this, he deliberately stared at a sexy dressed girl. Hu Chen understood their intentions. But he didn't have money now. Upon careful consideration, he should have mentioned the 90,000 for 24-hour protection, so within this time, the money was not spent, and therefore the system did not prompt the completion of the task. After thinking for a moment, he said, alright, you guys go have fun, the protection task is over. Upon hearing this, these people were all stunned. Vic asked in surprise, boss, are you sure you're not joking? Just to be clear, once the task is over, we won't refund your money. Hu Chen said seriously, no need to refund, but because you guys retaliated against me for less than half an hour, you can only get 5,000. Any objections? Just coming out for a trip and getting 5,000 quickly, where would there be any objections? Vic said, in that case, we don't owe each other anything, let's go. Vic left with his people. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending $100,000 within 24 hours to complete the task and receive a special grade strengthening pill reward package. Ding! New task, spend $300,000 within 24 hours, complete the task to receive a special grade strengthening pill reward. System, open the strengthening pill gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the strengthening pill gift package, receiving 100,000 strengthening points as a reward, with the current remaining strengthening points at 647,790 points. Seeing so many strengthening points, Hu Chen was delighted and decided to strengthen himself. System, give me 100,000 strengthening points for each of the 4 attributes, strength, physique, agility, and spirit. Ding! Congratulations, host, for strengthening each of the 4 attributes by 100,000 points, consuming a total of 400,000 strengthening points, with the remaining strengthening points at 247,790 points, and the current strength, physique, agility, and spirit all at 130,000 points. Instantly breaking through 100,000 points for each of the 4 attributes to reach 130,000 points, Hu Chen felt like he was elevated. His hearing, vision, smell, and perception all increased exponentially. Looking up at a dim alley in the distance, 200 meters away, Hu Chen could see clearly that it was a place for special transactions, where Vic and the others who protected him had entered. Moving his ears slightly, 30 meters away,
amidst the noise, two lovers were whispering to each other. "Alice, the butterfly hollowed-out lingerie you wore last night was great, I really liked it, and it gave me motivation."
Let's continue tonight. "Joe, you're so naughty, it's still early now, why bring this up?"
"Also, no medicine tonight, I want you to conquer me with your strength."
Hu Chen could hear their conversation clearly.
When he reached 30,000 points before, there was a significant improvement. But compared to this 10,000 point increase, the difference was huge. Flying before had an immense impact on him, but now he only needed a thought, without using the void step, and the consumption was minimal. This was the powerful effect of strength enhancement.
The feeling can be summed up in one word: awesome.
With $300,000 on him, Hu Chun swaggered towards the other side of the bustling nightlife. That side was mainly bars. Besides the bars, there were luxury consumption stores on both sides, as most of the young men and women who came to the bars were couples. There is a saying that goes, "The money of couples is the easiest to earn."
A white American beauty, tall and shapely, with several good looks, walked towards Hu Chen and exclaimed, "Wow, little brother from the Dragon Kingdom, do you have a partner?"
Hu Chen smiled slightly, "Just arrived in the United States, no partner."
He had to admit, the woman's figure was attractive, and he was tempted.
The beauty reached out to touch Hu Chen's chin, very teasing, and her chest also shook impressively.
In a charming voice, she said, "Really? I don't have a partner either. Little brother from the Dragon Kingdom, won't you reject me?"
As she spoke, her body had already fallen onto Hu Chen, emitting a very pleasant scent that made people want to possess her magical perfume. Hu Chen didn't believe that good luck would come knocking on his door, so he wanted to see what tricks the other party had up her sleeve.
Isn't it a waste not to take advantage of a good deal?
So, embracing the white girl, there were all kinds of caresses, and of course, a normal man's reaction was inevitable. The white girl also felt it and thought that the Dragon Kingdom man was truly irresistible, and she couldn't hold back any longer.
"Brother, since you have feelings for me, I have a duty. The hotel is over there, shall we go?" Her charming tone and exotic charm gave Hu Chun another shock.
With a lecherous smile, he said, "Sure."
Embracing the white beauty, they walked towards the hotel.
Swipe the card to pay, then go to the room. When you arrive at the room, close the door, and immediately Hu Chun hugs the white girl and rushes towards the big bed.
"Brother, don't be in a hurry, take a bath."
Hu Chen completely ignores it, thinking, there are plenty of such fairies in Dragon Country, unexpectedly encountered in the United States, I'll be damned if I take a bath. The former rascal Hu Chun understands where he doesn't understand. In such a situation, he acts first and talks later.
So without giving the white American beauty any chance to prepare, he directly makes a move. F***K, F***K. The woman roared loudly.
Hu Chen didn't care at all, bravely kissed her, not giving her a chance to speak again. The woman was angry, not expecting this person from Dragon Country to be so eager, not following the rules, her companions were not ready yet. When Hu Chun was rough, he felt a resistance. Then the white girl, in pain, shed tears. She never expected that her tried and true money-making methods would make her lose the most important thing. This was meant for her beloved husband, to give him on their wedding night, but now it was being taken by a person from Dragon Country. Only tears were left.
Outside, her accomplices finally arrived. Two big men, one of them curiously said, "Strange, why hasn't Valia made any moves today?"
The other person smiled and said, "Valia sent a message, saying that she caught a person from Dragon Country today, probably with more tricks, we haven't gotten to the main point yet, wait a while."
The person said, "Trent, I heard that people from Dragon Country are cunning and deceitful, your fiancée is still a virgin, aren't you afraid of accidents?" "Speaking of your fiancée, I'm puzzled, what era is it, you've been engaged for half a year, why doesn't she let you touch her?"
Trent smiled happily, because Valia said she wants to keep the most precious thing for our wedding night, that's more meaningful, it doesn't matter, we're getting married in a month.
Another half hour passed. The guy frowned, "Trent, something's not right, why is there no movement inside? It's been half an hour, could something really have happened?"
Trent also became serious, "Forget it, open the door and rush in." They had been in this line of work for a long time, and every room was prepared with a spare card. With a gentle swipe, the door opened, and they rushed in. They saw the white sheets trembling. Trent was extremely anxious, damn it. Cursing, he rushed over, wanting to grab the sheets and uncover them. Bang! Hu Chen was too strong now. He had already noticed these two outside, and he heard their muttering clearly. This guy strode over, following the sound of footsteps. He kicked with great force, knocking him unconscious. The other accomplice closed the door and walked over, only to find Trent already unconscious, looking shocked at the rolling bed, extremely surprised. He took out a dagger, cautiously approached, grabbed a corner of the sheet, and was about to uncover it. Bang! Just like Trent, he was kicked away by Hu Chen, knocked unconscious. Hu Chen used his immense strength to transmit a shock to the opponent's mind, knocking them out. He continued to be busy. Another hour passed, and Hu Chen went to take a bath contentedly. Valia hugged the sheets, crying in pain and sorrow. After a few minutes, Hu Chen finished bathing and came out, saying to Valia, "I'll give you a choice, be my woman or choose him and continue doing these illegal activities." Valia was furious, "You raped me, I will report you." Hu Chen smiled slightly, took out his phone and handed it to Valia, saying, "See for yourself." Valia saw in the video that she approached Hu Chen, flirted with him, and invited him to the hotel on her own initiative. Originally, when Hu Chen was taking a shower, he instantly invaded the nearby surveillance, blacking out the images inside, which was a small matter for a level 7 hacker. "How could you?" Hu Chen interrupted before she could finish, saying, "Alright, I'm even more powerful than you think. Let's go, being my woman won't make you lose out." After speaking, he walked outside, then at the door, he added, "I'll only wait for you for 5 minutes. If you don't come out, I'll leave." Valia bit her lip, looking at her unconscious fiancé, feeling guilty and unwilling. She had cherished her body for 20 years, intending to give it to Trent at their wedding next month. Unexpectedly, this time things went wrong. Not only did she gain nothing, but she also lost the most precious thing and was caught by the other party. After hesitating for 2 minutes, she chose to get dressed, then glanced at Trent and his companions before leaving the room. She knew she had been tainted by this man from the Dragon Kingdom. If Trent found out, he probably wouldn't accept her. In that case, she could only follow this man from the Dragon Kingdom. If he treated her badly, she would fight back. Outside, Hu Chen smiled and looked at her, wrapping his arm around her waist, saying, "You made the right choice. I promise you won't regret it and will be very grateful. By the way, what should I call you?" Valia was still not used to it and always resented Hu Chen for destroying her soon-to-be family. After a while, she coldly replied, "Valia." Hu Chen hugged her and continued to flatter her, "Valia, I am honored that you will be my wife." They went downstairs without checking out and left directly. It was late at night, and Valia, in a bad mood, asked, "Where are you taking me?" Hu Chen thought for a moment and said, "To a place where we won't be disturbed, to rest well." Valia got angry at the mention of resting and said angrily, "Follow me." She led Hu Chen to the most expensive hotel, thinking, "Dragon Kingdom man, you think you're so great. I'll spend your money until you regret it." Hu Chen hugged Valia, enjoying the situation. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of them, rushing over to surround Hu Chen and Valia. Valia became nervous. Hu Chen recognized them at a glance and looked at the young man whose fingers he had broken, saying, "I thought you had left. I was quite regretful, but I didn't expect you to show up again." The young man glared at Hu Chen, full of killing intent, saying, "Dragon Kingdom man, tonight is your time to die." Hu Chen smiled faintly, glanced at the surveillance, and said, "How about we go somewhere without surveillance?" Everyone on the scene was stunned. Observing Hu Chen, someone curiously thought, "Is this guy crazy? He actively seeks a place without surveillance?" Although even if they dealt with the Dragon Kingdom man, as Americans, they could find a way to absolve themselves, but solving the issue in a place without surveillance was naturally the best option. The young man cruelly said, "Dragon Kingdom man, you're brave. Follow me." At this moment, Valia reacted and said, "Are you crazy? If you want to die, don't involve me." Hu Chen hugged her and followed the young man confidently, saying, "You are my wife, how could I involve you?"
Don't worry, these small roles, I can easily handle. Have you not experienced my prowess? Valia heard this and felt intense hatred, choosing not to speak. She thought, it's best if you die. The young man and his group were all angered by Hu Chen's words. They thought they were small roles? Very well, they would show him what big roles were. They quickly arrived at a deserted dead end. The young man couldn't wait any longer and shouted, "Deal with him. As for this woman, my brothers will enjoy her later." Valia's beauty was outstanding, so these thugs had been eyeing her throughout the journey. The time is ripe now, and the young people have also spoken. A group of people pulled out knives and rushed towards Hu Chen. They all thought they had the upper hand. Valia closed her eyes in despair. She couldn't believe her bad luck, having the most precious thing taken away by this Dragon Kingdom person, and now having to be buried with him. As she thought about it, tears started flowing. Bang, bang, bang. Valia heard a series of noises and subconsciously opened her eyes, only to be stunned. The dozen or so thugs who were against this Dragon Kingdom person were all lying on the ground motionless. Only the young man whose finger had exploded was shocked as he looked at the Dragon Kingdom person who had bullied him. Hu Chen looked at the young man and calmly said, "Now it's your turn." He slowly walked towards him step by step. The young man realized and quickly pulled out the gun from his belt, pointing it at Hu Chen, shouting angrily, "So what if you can fight? Can you beat my gun? Go to hell." Bang, bang, bang. The young man went crazy, continuously firing at Hu Chen. It wasn't until all 6 bullets were used up that he stopped. Valia despaired, thinking it was over for this Dragon Kingdom person. Whether it was because of being deceived by him, she felt a hint of reluctance in her heart. The next moment, Hu Chen reached out. In a slow motion that was actually completed in the blink of an eye, the young man who thought the Dragon Kingdom person was doomed stared dumbfounded at Hu Chen's fist. After a while, he couldn't believe it and muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Hu Chen released his fist. Thud, thud, thud. Bullets dropped one by one on the ground. The young man was shocked, and Valia was shocked too. These were bullets. Even Spider-Man and Batman wouldn't dare to catch bullets barehanded. Moreover, Spider-Man and Batman were just fictional characters. Hu Chen walked towards the young man step by step. The young man, who had reacted, shouted loudly, "Ah!" Then he went crazy, yelling, "Don't come near, don't come near." He kept pulling the trigger of the gun in his hand, but there were no more bullets. Hu Chen approached him, grabbed his neck, and coldly said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will make you spend your whole life in bed." With a series of moves, he crippled the young man's entire body, destined to be a cripple for life, and even the world's best doctor couldn't save him. Hu Chen turned back to Valia, who was still staring at him, still in shock. Looking at Valia, Hu Chen smiled slightly, "Sorry, I was too rough before." After that, he picked up Valia and left. He could already see the Wyman's 7-star hotel in the distance. As an international airport, there must be high-end places nearby for consumption, and a large hotel was essential. He brought Valia here. Immediately, a greeter came over. "Sir, welcome, are you here to stay?" Hu Chen nodded, "Yes, stay, in the most luxurious emperor suite, get one." The greeter's eyes lit up. These high-spending customers would earn them a commission, so she was even more enthusiastic. "Sir, please come this way, we need payment before check-in." "Okay, no problem." At the front desk, he handled the payment arrangements for his own guests. The greeter went to the front desk. "Sir, the Emperor Suite number 1 costs 180,000 yuan per night, please swipe your card." Hu Chen took out his card and said, "Password 123456. The greeter's smile grew even brighter. Usually, people with this kind of password would just say it out loud, indicating they were super wealthy. She glanced at Valia and even felt a bit envious. Taking the card, she said, "Okay, sir, please wait." About 30 seconds later, the check-in for the Emperor Suite was completed. She returned the card to Hu Chen. "Sir, please follow me." Along the way, the greeter deliberately showed off, hoping to catch Hu Chen's eye. Valia remained in a state of shock throughout the whole process.
She suddenly realized that the Dragon Kingdom man who casually took away her most precious possession seemed to be a very wealthy person.
In the elevator, as they were about to reach the Emperor's suite, Hu Chen remained silent while the attendant proactively asked, "Sir, do you have any other needs?"
While speaking, he deliberately adjusted his collar. His professional attire was already impeccable and didn't need any adjustment. However, Hu Chen, through his actions, saw a pristine and enviable image. After admiring for a moment, Hu Chen said, "All right, please send the best wine and dishes to my room, and remember, make it romantic."
The attendant seemed somewhat disappointed but replied, "Yes, sir." Soon, they arrived at the Emperor's suite.
The room was decorated luxuriously, exuding a noble atmosphere.
The attendant opened the door and said, "Sir, the Emperor's suite number 1 is here, please come in."
Upon entering, it was not just a room but a living room, a swimming pool, and more.
Valia was also visiting such a place for the first time and looked around curiously.
The attendant said, "Sir, I will prepare the wine and dishes for you, please make yourself at home." Hu Chen gently placed Valia down and kissed her forehead. "How about we live in a place like this from now on?"
"Ha!" Valia was stunned.
It cost $180,000 just to stay for one night here, and that was only for accommodation. Considering other expenses, saving a bit would still cost $200,000 per night. She didn't have that much money at all.
At that moment, her phone rang, and seeing it was from Trant, Valia became nervous.
She had no idea how to communicate with Trant about what was happening now. Hu Chen sensed something and took the phone, answering, "We are in the Emperor's suite at the Wayman 7-star hotel.
Thank you for sending Valia to me.
I really like her and will cherish her, unlike you, using Valia to make illegal money.
This is your retribution."
After speaking, he hung up.
Valia, who had harbored resentment towards Hu Chen, heard what he said.
She recalled her interactions with Trant.
Yes, Trant had asked her to make money in this way.
After thinking for a long time and coming to terms with it, Valia smiled bitterly, feeling that what the Dragon Kingdom man said was right, this was retribution. Suddenly, she no longer felt guilty towards Trant. After all, this man seemed more like he was using her to make money.
Once she fully understood this, Valia looked at Hu Chen and asked, "Dragon Kingdom man, are you really going to take responsibility for me?"
Hu Chen walked over, gently embracing her. "Rest assured, when a Dragon Kingdom person promises something, they will definitely fulfill it.
I will never let you down."
Valia gazed into Hu Chen's eyes for a while, confirming he was not lying, and smiled. "Husband, I'm going to take a shower." As she headed towards the bathroom, she paused, turned back to Hu Chen, and said, "Husband, thank you." At that moment, the attendant arrived with fine wine and dishes. The kitchen staff placed the dishes on the table and left. The attendant, however, approached Hu Chen, and just as he was about to reach him, he stumbled and fell.
Coincidentally, he fell into Hu Chen's arms. Hu Chen smiled and didn't expose him, as he was benefiting without any loss.
"Oh." The attendant looked up at Hu Chen apologetically and said, "Sir, I'm sorry, it was Norris's carelessness that caused the fall.
Please don't be angry."
While he spoke, his hands were wandering on Hu Chen's body, behaving quite dishonestly. If Hu Chen had less self-control, he would have already taken advantage of the situation.
Seeing Hu Chen smiling but not saying anything, Norris felt uneasy and asked, "Sir, why aren't you speaking? Are you mad at Norris?"
At that moment, Valia walked out wrapped in a towel. Seeing this scene, she understood everything. It was this shameless man who was trying to seduce her, and she was very angry.
"Bitch, let go of my man," she quickly rushed over.
As a result, because she ran too fast, or maybe the towel was not wrapped properly, it fell to the ground, revealing her perfect body. Hu Chen turned around and saw this scene. Thinking about their previous interactions, he suddenly had improper thoughts. He said to the man still holding him, "All right, Nors, I remember you, leave."
Hearing this, Nors finally let go of Hu Chen and provocatively glanced at Valia before leaving. He believed he had taken the first step in getting close to this Eastern tycoon.
Valia stood still in place, feeling embarrassed. She even forgot to pick up the towel.
Hu Chen walked over, looked at her up close, and said, "Madam, your figure is truly perfect, I really like it."
After saying that, he hugged Valia and led her to the bed.
Honey, be gentle, it hurts.
Valia said shyly. After all, the most precious thing was lost, so it naturally hurt. Thinking of this, Hu Chen stopped and helped her put on her clothes, saying, "Let's go, let's eat something first." Sitting at the table, looking at all the expensive delicacies, Valia felt a bit distressed. After all, it was all money. Since she had accepted this Eastern man, she had to save for him, as there would be many expenses in the future when building a family together. She thought, just this once, she would never come to a place like this again. At the same time, she was also worried that Nors would seduce Hu Chen. After a meal, the two lay on the bed. Valia, thinking she was in Hu Chen's arms, asked with some concern, "Honey, do you need it a lot?" "I can." Pointing to her own mouth, Hu Chen was stunned.
Before he could react, Valia had already climbed over. And then, Hu Chen just wanted to say it was amazing. The next day, close to noon, Hu Chen and Valia finally got up. They went downstairs. The welcoming staff came over, put a card in Hu Chen's pocket, and asked, "Sir, did you rest well last night?" Hu Chen nodded, "Yes, I did." After a simple breakfast, they went to check out. It was Nors again, who charmingly said, "Hello, sir. Your dinner last night and breakfast today cost a total of 38,000 yuan. Hu Chen handed over his credit card and said, "Charge 120,000 yuan, the rest is your tip." Nors was overjoyed, thinking that this Dragon Kingdom man, Hu Chen, must have taken a liking to him, which is why he was so generous. "I'm very grateful to you."
After swiping the card, he handed it back to Hu Chen, saying, "Sir, I look forward to your next visit." He then pointed to Hu Chen's pocket.
Ding!
Congratulations, the host has spent 300,000 US dollars within 24 hours, rewarded with a
special grade strengthening pill. Ding!
New mission, spend 500,000 US dollars within 24 hours, failure results in blindness. Completing the mission will reward a special grade strengthening pill. System, open the special grade strengthening pill.
Ding!
Congratulations, the host has activated the special grade strengthening pill, gaining 100,000 strengthening points.
Hu Chen walked out of Wyman's with Valia.
Outside, two men were waiting, their eyes turning red with excitement when they saw Valia running towards them.
"Valia, come back with me," one of the men said.
Valia shook her head and coldly said, "Trent, forget it. You have been using me to make money illegally, all that money is with you, I don't want a share.
Our engagement is now void."
Trent looked incredulous, then angrily pointed at Hu Chen and said to her, "Valia, did he force you? Let's call the police, make him go to jail, make him compensate us."
"I won't blame you, we can still get married next month, okay?"
Valia, a beauty like Valia, Trent said that he must marry her, but he is not happy that he has not yet won her.
Valia coldly smiled, "Trent, do you dare to call the police?"
"What I did is illegal in itself, and I'll tell you, I am now with this man from the Dragon Kingdom, my husband, and we are living happily." These words from Valia were like a thunderbolt to Trent, he couldn't accept it at all. Pulling out the prepared gun, he shouted at Valia, "Valia, I'll say it again, come back to me, let's get married, let's live a good life together, don't leave me, or I'll die with you." Seeing Trent's emotional and crazy look, Valia felt a bit panicked, but suddenly remembered the scene where Hu Chen caught the bullet bare-handed last night. She was not as panicked anymore, she believed that this man would protect her.
However, Hu Chen did not move.
Two police officers ran over from a distance, seeing someone threatening passers-by with a gun, they quickly drew their weapons and shouted loudly, "Drop your weapon, drop it now." Both of their guns were aimed at Trent. Tears streamed down Trent's face, as he passionately exclaimed, "Valia, we have been in a real relationship for 2 years, engaged for 6 months, and we were getting married next month.
Why are you abandoning me?
Come back, I can't live without you." Valia shook her head, "Trent, I hope you will change your ways, find a legitimate job, and you will meet a better partner." After saying that, she grabbed Hu Chen's hand and said, "Husband, let's go."
Hu Chen followed Valia as they left. Seeing this scene, Trent went berserk, "Damn Dragon Kingdom man, I'll fight you."
As he said this, he was about to open fire.
Bang, bang, bang.
The two police officers saw him as a threat to the public, and they fired several shots, killing Trent. Valia couldn't help but stop and turn around to look back. Seeing Trent lying in a pool of blood, she felt somewhat guilty. At that moment, a kind off-road vehicle rushed over on the side of the street. Then, the car window opened, and several people popped their heads out, all holding AK-47s and shouting at Hu Chen, "It's that Oriental, kill him!"
Rat-a-tat-tat.
The thugs in the three off-road vehicles began to shoot wildly at Hu Chen and Valia.
The people nearby were all shocked. Even the two police officers didn't have time to react. With such firepower, Hu Chen held Valia tightly and rushed away.
Naturally, all the firepower ended up in vain.
Despite this, Valia couldn't help but shiver with fear.
Hu Chen was also speechless. This was America, the consequence of the unrestrained use of firearms, where shootings could happen anywhere. Seeing Valia trembling, Hu Chen comforted her, "Don't be afraid, as long as I'm here, nothing can harm you even if the world collapses." Okay, Valia felt a sense of security in Hu Chen's arms and said, "Thank you, husband." Hu Chen smiled slightly, "Let's go, I'll take you shopping." He took Valia's hand and walked away. Valia, still feeling a bit scared, asked, "Husband, do you know who those people trying to kill you are?" Hu Chen shrugged, "I have offended quite a few people, it doesn't matter who they are, trying to kill me is impossible, they better not provoke me, or the consequences will be severe." They then arrived at a jewelry store. The salesperson saw Hu Chen and Valia walking in hand, and asked, "Sir, madam, what would you like to purchase?" Hu Chen looked at Valia, who was only wearing earrings, and boldly said, "My wife Valia, give her the most valuable and best-looking full set, rings, necklaces, bracelets, etc.
I want only the most expensive and the best."
Upon hearing this, the salesperson was delighted and looked at Valia enviously, saying, "Respected Miss Valia, you are truly fortunate, your husband is so good to you."
Valia smiled at the salesperson and said to Hu Chen, "Honey, let's forget about it.
We need money for marriage and raising children.
Let's save some."
She thought to herself, "I'm not one of those women who are greedy for vanity." Upon hearing this, Hu Chen was touched and smiled, shaking his head, "I am fortunate to have met a thrifty and good woman like you, Valia.
But I also want to be a good man.
A good man must give his beloved the best gifts in the world." After saying this, he looked at the salesperson and said, "We must have the best complete set of jewelry." The salesperson, worried that the big customer wouldn't buy, breathed a sigh of relief.
Quickly turning to the hesitant Valia, he said, "Miss Valia, you should cherish your husband who loves you so much.
Believe me, your husband won't feel sorry for spending money on you. Only in this way can he prove his love for you, which cannot be measured by money.
Please follow me." Valia could only agree, feeling very happy.
She had been feeling guilty because of Trent's death, but now she felt relieved. Hu Chen was truly the Prince Charming sent by heaven to her.
In no time, Valia asked, holding a necklace, "Honey, how does this necklace look?"
Hu Chen glanced at it and said, "It looks good, very suitable for my dear wife."
Valia looked at the price and said with a pang, "It's too expensive, it's 8,800. I'll choose another one." Hu Chen hurriedly said, "My dear Valia, please don't. This necklace matches you well, and I like it too. Let's quickly choose some jewelry." After that, he said to the salesperson, "Remember to pack them later." The salesperson was delighted, "Sir, don't worry. Honey, how about this bracelet? It looks good. What about this ring?
Wow, this ring is a matching pair, for men and women.
Try it on."
Valia's excited voice came. Nothing proves a couple's love more than something they can share. Hu Chen quickly walked over, and Valia said, "Honey, let me put it on for you." She gently put the men's ring on Hu Chen's finger. Hu Chen also picked up the women's ring and said, "Wife, let me put it on for you." They put on the rings and placed them together. Wow, the salesperson immediately exclaimed, "Miss Valia, Mr. Hu, these rings look perfect on your hands."
Valia asked excitedly, "Really?"
The salesperson smiled, "Of course, with these rings on, you will definitely be very happy."
Valia was overjoyed, "Then let's buy these rings." They then selected other jewelry. The selection was complete. Valia looked at all the jewelry and said with a pang, "Honey, what if we don't buy the others and just get this pair of rings?"
Hu-chan found Valia's frugality adorable and liked her even more. "My dear wife, we've already chosen everything.
There's no reason to leave anything behind,"
he said to the salesperson. "Calculate how much it is, no need for a receipt, my wife will just take them with her." Valia hurriedly said, "Honey, it's too real, I can't bear to wear them." Hu-chan smiled wryly, "We bought them to wear, and I really like it when you wear them." After calculating the price, the salesperson handed over an invoice. "Sir, you have spent $519,900 for your wife.
Due to your large spending, I'll round it down for you. You can pay $500,000.
Okay, I'll use my card." Hu-chan handed over his bank card and said, "The password is 123456. The salesperson was in a great mood. "Alright, sir, please wait." With this transaction completed, she would earn a good commission, so naturally, she was very happy.
2 to 3 minutes later, the payment was successful. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for spending $500,000 within 24 hours and receiving a special grade strengthening pill reward. Ding, the new task is to complete a $1 million expenditure within 24 hours. Failure to complete the task will result in punishment of blindness in both eyes, while completing the task will reward with a special grade enhancement pill. System, activate the special grade enhancement pill.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for activating the special grade enhancement pill, receiving a reward of 100,000 enhancement points, with 447,790 enhancement points remaining.
Accumulating over 400,000 enhancement points, Hu-chan was overjoyed. At that moment, the phone rang. Taking out the phone, it turned out to be an international call. Hu-chan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ensure the safety of Huang Xingyue and the others when he arrived in the United States. It was Valia Dao on the line. "Honey, I'm going to the bathroom, wait for me." "Alright, hurry back, I'll be waiting outside for you." Hu-chan went outside to answer the call. Huang Xingyue's voice came through. "Hey, honey, have you arrived in the United States?" Then Hu Yanni's voice also came through. "Brother, have you arrived in the United States? Do you miss me?" Hu-chan already guessed that they were all there. "I have arrived in the United States and miss you all very much. By the way, what are your plans for the Science and Technology City project?" Morong Fayer said, "What else can we plan? Let's start with acquisitions. Only by acquiring all the land can we facilitate comprehensive expansion. However, this project is huge and requires a substantial amount of funding." Hu-chan replied, "No problem, if you need funding, just let me know." Hu Yanni said, "I knew my brother is the richest. Brother, please don't find me a foreign sister-in-law. My 3 sisters-in-law are worried all the time." Hu-chan chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm busy with important matters. I don't have time for love affairs. Don't work too hard, take care of your health, and let me know if you need anything, okay?" Seeing Valia approaching, Hu-chan said, "Alright, it's late on your end, go to bed early. Good night." The others hurriedly said, "Honey, brother, honey. Good night." After hanging up the phone, Valia came over and curiously asked, "Honey, who are you talking to?" "Your family from Manhwa, asking how I'm doing here, if I'm having trouble adjusting?" Valia didn't suspect anything. "Is that so? If you have time, I also want to get in touch with your family, but I don't speak Manhwa language. Honey, can you teach me Manhwa language when you have time?" Hu-chan hugged Valia and said, "Sure, I'll teach you when I have time. Let's go, we've sold all the jewelry, we need to buy some clothes and shoes to match." "What?" Valia was shocked, then said, "Honey, let's forget it. I just spent $500,000. Do you know how long it takes me to earn that much money?" Hu-chan took her hand and said, "Forget about it. If I want to buy something for you, you can't refuse. Otherwise, don't say I don't love you." Valia was speechless but happy. She liked this domineering husband. Holding onto Hu-chan's arm, she loved him so much. Unable to hold back, she said, "Honey, meeting you is the greatest happiness of my life." Hu-chan smiled and said, "Meeting you makes me very happy too." They then hailed a taxi. To their surprise, the driver, upon seeing they were from Longwa, angrily said, "Yellow people? I'm not taking you." Blatant racial discrimination. They stopped another taxi, and this time the driver, in a cold tone, asked, "Where to?" Hu Chen replied, "To the top mall in Franzhou." The driver said, $1,000, pay up and I'll take you. Valia immediately objected, $1,000? Are you robbing us? I often go there, and it's at most $50. The driver impatiently said, "Take it or leave it." After speaking, he stepped on the gas and drove off. Valia was furious, shouting, "How can you do this? I will file a complaint against you." Hu Chen quickly patted her back. "Don't be angry, my dear, we'll catch the next one." Valia complained, "Honey, they are bullying you because you're from Longwa. I never discriminate against them for being black." Valia's coquettish tone made Hu Chen want to laugh. "Alright, let's wait a bit. Someone will be willing to give us a ride. If not, we can go to the car city to buy a car first, which will be convenient." Valia hesitated, but buying a car is too expensive. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bought these jewelry." Hu Chen said angrily, "What are you saying? Even if the things I buy for you are expensive, I will still buy them. I will buy you the best car and house, my wife, you cannot be inferior to others in anything." Faced with Hu Chen's domineering appearance, Valia was both surprised and delighted. "Thank you, husband. I don't know how to repay you." Hu Chen smirked, "To repay me? It's simple, continue tonight." As he looked at her red lips, Valia blushed instantly. "Husband, you are so bad. Tonight, we don't need words, I want to give you a child. No, not just 1, 2, 3 is also fine, if it's 4, it will depend on how well you earn, husband." Hu Chen was speechless, thinking about 3 or 4 children. At that moment, a taxi stopped next to them. "Hey, folks, need a ride?" The driver turned out to be from Longwa, showing a sense of camaraderie. "Need a ride?" The driver kindly said, "Hurry up and get in." Hu Chen helped Valia, "Wife, get in quickly." Once inside, the driver asked, "Where to?" Valia said, "Just find a mall, we want to buy some clothes." Hu Chen quickly added, "Folks, go to the most luxurious shopping mall. We Longwa people cannot go to low-class places, we will be looked down upon." The driver hurriedly agreed, "That makes sense." He stepped on the gas and drove off, then said, "Young man, you are amazing. To find such a beautiful and capable wife in the US, I envy you." Valia, who didn't understand Longwa language, curiously asked, "Husband, what are you talking about?" Hu Chen replied in English, "Folks are praising your beauty and envying me for finding such a good wife like you." Valia smiled and nodded towards the driver. The driver also smiled, understanding English. "Folks, where in Longwa are you from?" Meeting fellow countrymen in a foreign land is like chatting about hometowns. Hu Chen honestly answered, "I am from Sucheng, just arrived in the US not long ago." The driver looked shocked. "Folks are amazing, to have such a good wife shortly after arriving." Hu Chen smiled, "Just lucky." The driver sighed, "I don't have." "Your luck, but it's not bad, at least it's bearable." Hu Chen said, "As long as it's bearable." And so, the two countrymen chatted all the way, arriving at the Golden Business District in about 15 minutes. Hu Chen asked, "Folks, how much for the fare?" The driver waved his hand, "We are fellow countrymen, no need for payment." Hu Chen insisted, "Folks, we still need to pay for the gas." Then he asked Valia, "Wife, do you have cash?" Valia quickly took out a $100 bill and handed it to the driver. "Thank you, driver." After that, she grabbed Hu Chen's hand and left. The driver hurriedly said, "Wait, let me find your change." Valia said, "No need, driver. The US's Golden Business District is equivalent to Longwa's Noble District. The difference is that there are no restrictions here, and there are even beggars inside." Valia often comes here to hang out with friends, mainly for socializing, but she hardly buys anything here because she knows how expensive things are. Only the truly wealthy people from Fran continent can afford to shop here, and they can only window shop. Valia whispered to Hu Chen, "Husband, let's just buy the cheapest set later." Hu Chen hugged her and said, "Wife, no, everything else can be cheap, but what you wear cannot be. If you don't mind, I do.
Valia heard this and felt incredibly warm in her heart. Honey, you are really too good to me. The two had just reached the door when a voice came from not far away. Valia, Valia. Valia excitedly looked over. Stephen, is it really you? They both noticed a man beside each other. Almost simultaneously, they said, Valia, Stephen, he is.
Ha ha ha.
This scene made both of them laugh involuntarily. Hu Chen and the young man also locked eyes. The young man's expression towards him was unfriendly, but his gaze towards Valia was possessive. Hu Chen noticed that this guy was a bit off. So he sized up Stephen, and indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Valia, a beauty, and her friend, though slightly darker in skin tone, was also a top beauty.
Stephen looked at Hu Chen and, not rejecting the Long Kingdom man, said to Valia, Valia, why don't you introduce him first? Valia happily pulled Hu Chen and said, Stephen, let me introduce to you my newest boyfriend, Hu Chen, from the Long Kingdom Sioux City. Obviously, Valia remembered Hu Chen's conversation with the driver about the city in the Long Kingdom. Stephen couldn't help but ask curiously, Valia, what about Tlat? You two are getting married, right?
Hearing this, Valia took Stephen aside and whispered to him. While chatting, they occasionally glanced over here. The young man brought by Stephen stared at Hu Chen and coldly said, Long Kingdom boy, I advise you to leave Valia.
You are not worthy of American women like us.
Hu Chen pretended not to hear and whistled around. This scene made the young man feel like punching cotton, very uncomfortable.
He angrily said, Long Kingdom boy, I'm talking to you.
I'm telling you seriously, leave Valia quickly, or you won't return to the Long Kingdom.
Hu Chen still ignored him.
The young man, furious, grabbed Hu Chen's collar, about to explode.
At this moment, Stephen and Valia walked over. Stephen shouted in a deep voice, Victor, what are you doing? Stephen came over, and Victor quickly let go of Hu Chen, putting on a harmless smile, and said, I told him I'm very strong. He didn't believe me, so I wanted to try it out, didn't expect to be misunderstood by you guys. Valia frowned and asked, is that really the case?
Victor quickly said, yes, I promise, and even extended a hand to assure. Stephen didn't dwell on this issue, looked at Hu Chen, and warned, Long Kingdom man Hu Chen, I know about your relationship with Valia, my good friend. Since Valia has forgiven you, I won't pursue it, but I hope you will treat Valia well in the future, not bully her, and not make her cry.
Do you understand?
Hu Chen smiled confidently, glanced at Victor, and said, I promise, I'm 1,000 times better than this guy. Victor exploded on the spot, Long Kingdom man, you're talking nonsense, all you Long Kingdom people are emotional deceivers. Before he could finish, Hu Chen interrupted, how about this, let's have some practical proof. We'll each buy something for our partners, and see who is more generous. Surely everyone knows that a man who is more willing to buy things for his woman must love her more.
Stephen looked at Victor upon hearing this.
Victor smiled slightly and said, Long Kingdom man, with your suggestion, I'm afraid you might cry later.
Hu Chen laughed, is that so? Let's wait and see, let's see who will cry later.
Valia quickly said, honey, forget it, what's the point of comparing?
Let's just buy a set of clothes casually. Valia's tension, in Victor's view, was due to Hu Chen's financial situation.
With full confidence, he said, let's go, don't waste any more time.
Hu Chen directly took Valia into the mall. As they walked further inside, the items became better and more expensive. Indeed, there were homeless people here.
What caught Hu Chen's attention was a female homeless person, who happened to be black. Although black people were not well received in the United States, women were still accepted by men.
He couldn't understand why she was homeless.
At that moment, Victor walked up to the female homeless person and handed her $100, saying, take this, hopefully it will help you for a few days.
After doing everything, he provocatively glanced at Hu Chen.
Hu Chen just smiled slightly and ignored him. Victor muttered, people from Longwei really have no compassion. Valia knew that Hu Chen didn't have cash, so she quietly took out $1,000 and handed it to Hu Chen. Hu Chen naturally understood, but instead of giving it to the homeless person, he said to Victor, if you want to help them, you should introduce them to a job rather than giving them $100.
Victor instinctively replied, why don't you introduce her to a job?
Hu Chen smiled slightly,
alright, I will introduce her to a job. After that, he walked up to the female homeless person and said, "Hello, I'm Hu Chen, from Longwa. I would like to introduce you to a job, are you interested?" The woman pointed to her head, indicating that she had a problem with her brain. Hu Chen smiled and asked, "What's your name? What can you do?" The woman also smiled, "My name is Emily, I can cook, clean, and..." "Alright, that's enough. I will hire you as a maid for my house with a monthly salary of $10,000, are you willing?" Emily vigorously shook her head, "No, that's too much. $3,000 is enough." After thinking for a moment, Hu Chen said, "Okay, 5,000, I can't go any lower, otherwise people will say I'm exploiting labor." Emily was overjoyed, "Really, Mr. Hu, thank you so much. It's just that sometimes my brain doesn't work properly, I'm afraid." Hu Chen interrupted, "It's okay, I can accept that. Let me introduce you." Pointing to Valia, he said, "This is my wife Valia, this is my wife's best friend Stefani, and this is the fake good guy Victor." Victor looked grim. "Longwa person, what do you mean? Why do you say I'm a fake good guy? Didn't you just hire her for 5,000? After Victor finished speaking, he looked at Emily, "I'll offer some money, you come and work as a maid for us. We are all Americans, I hope you won't refuse me. Don't worry, I will treat you well." This. Emily looked at Hu Chen, not because of the money, but because of Victor's words, "We are all Americans." Being with people of the same nationality gave her a sense of security. Hu Chen smiled and said, "Emily, you can make your own choice. This is a free country, no one can restrict you." Emily smiled apologetically, "Mr. Hu, I'm sorry, I choose to go with Mr. Victor." Upon hearing this, Victor looked smugly at Hu Chen. Hu Chen pretended to concede, "Don't be smug, buying gifts for your own wife is what we should compare. Let's go, I hope you won't cry later." Victor loudly retorted, "It will be you who cries." The group arrived at a luxury shoe store. The store was large, spacious, and not crowded at all. There were 7 or 8 beautiful female salespersons, all with good figures and beautiful faces. A salesperson at the entrance saw them approaching and said, "Esteemed guests, come inside to take a look and choose?" Victor exuded the air of a tycoon. I want to buy the most expensive and best shoes for my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, the salesperson's eyes lit up, "Sir, and your girlfriend, please come inside." Hu Chen and the others followed suit. Hu Chen was not in a hurry, waiting for Victor to show off. The salesperson quickly led them inside, where a pair of transparent crystal shoes was displayed on the showcase. The salesperson enthusiastically introduced, "Sir, this is our flagship product, Crystal Love." The price was listed next to it, Crystal Love, $1 million US. Victor's heart ached at the sight of the price, thinking to himself, the salesperson is really straightforward. I just casually mentioned it, and he brought me to see the most expensive one without any discernment. These shoes can be uncomfortable to wear for a long time, so let's look at something more practical. After all, my girlfriend likes to go shopping, and these shoes won't do. In fact, Stephen's eyes were filled with excitement as he gazed at Crystal Love. Simply because the aesthetics of these shoes were too high, buying them to wear or admire would be comfortable. The salesperson explained, "Sir, you are mistaken. Each pair of Crystal Love is custom made by top shoemakers according to the feet of the best proportioned girls, so there won't be any discomfort as you mentioned." Victor couldn't hold his face anymore and angrily said, "Don't you understand what I'm saying, salesperson? I want to buy a practical pair of shoes for my girlfriend to go shopping in. Crystal Love, I'll buy it when needed in the future." Stephen was instantly disappointed. But thinking that a pair of shoes cost $1 million, how many men would buy them for women? Many women who wear these kinds of shoes probably earn money to buy them. Hu Chen said, "Salesperson, please wrap up this pair of shoes for my wife." The whole room was stunned. Everyone looked at Hu Chen incredulously. The salesperson asked with some doubt, "Sir from Longwa, are you sure you're serious? This costs $1 million US, which is 7 million in Longwa currency. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Hu Chen handed over his bank card and said, "Password 123456, swipe the card immediately." I want this pair of shoes. The salesperson was dumbfounded. Others were shocked. Valia felt sorry. Husband, forget it. Just like Victor said, these shoes are not practical. Let's buy something else. I really like these sneakers. Valia picked up a pair of sneakers next to her. In the past, even a pair of sneakers costing 38,000 would have seemed expensive to him, but now he really wasn't as extravagant as Hu Chen. Hu Chen hugged Valia and said, "Wife, how many times have I told you, I don't feel any pain spending money on you. The more expensive, the better, just because I love you." Clap, 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 clap. Upon hearing these words, the crowd burst into warm applause. Stephen's face was cold, though. She looked at Victor. Victor's face was as dark as ink. He didn't buy it, but this Longwa man did, which was really a slap in the face. He glared at Hu Chen, his fists clenched, vowing to teach him a lesson. The salesperson reacted and quickly said, "Sir, please come over here to check out." Holding Crystal Love, Hu Chen paid the bill. The salesperson envied him, saying, "You are truly fortunate to have such a good husband." Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $1 million within 24 hours and receiving a special strengthening pill reward. Ding! New mission, spend $3 million within 24 hours. Failure to complete the mission will result in blindness in both eyes, and completing the mission will reward a special strengthening pill. System, activate the special strengthening pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the special strengthening point and receiving 100,000 spending points. This strengthening point of 100,000 each time was very satisfying. At this moment, Valia was so happy that she was about to faint. Hu Chen was just too good to her. At first, he thought Hu Chen was just trying to please her, but now, he bought millions of shoes without blinking an eye. Subconsciously looking at Stephen and Victor, he thought that there is no harm without comparison. Earlier, Stephen even advised her not to be with Longwa people. At this time, Hu Chen continued, "Salesperson, Crystal Love is indeed not suitable for wearing while shopping. Recommend 2 pairs of shoes suitable for walking on the street for my wife." The salesperson was delighted. "Sir, you are really too good to your wife. Madam, come with me and try the casual shoes in our store." The salesperson took Valia away. While Valia felt sweet in her heart, she was also very worried. She really didn't want this man to give money to Hu Chen. After all, they still have to live in the future. But it's hard to refuse. Hu Chen walked up to Victor, smiling. "Mr. Victor, won't you buy a few pairs of shoes for Ms. Stephen?" Victor was angry when he saw Hu Chen, and said in a deep voice, "Longwa person, don't go too far." Hu Chen smiled slightly. "Go too far? I really don't know what you're talking about. I love my wife, how is it going too far to buy things for my wife?" Then, as if suddenly enlightened, "Oh, you're reluctant to buy, right?" Turning to Stephen, "Stephen, feel free to choose whatever you like. As Valia's best friend, it shouldn't be too much for me to buy and give you something." Then to Emily on the side, "Oh, Emily, you choose too, my treat." Victor clenched his fists in anger, staring at Hu Chen with red eyes, wishing to hit him immediately. He vowed in his heart to leave here and find a chance to retaliate against him. Stephen, seeing his appearance, felt even more sad and upset, shouting, "Victor, were all those things you said to me lies?" Victor trembled, forcing out an embarrassed smile. "Stephen, how could you think that? I am sincere to you. Choose whatever shoes you like, I'll buy them." He thought to himself, "Stephen, how much money have I spent on you? When I get tired of you, I'll have to earn it back from you in the future." Only then did Stephen smile and happily went to pick shoes with Valia. Victor glared fiercely at Hu Chen and said, "Kid, if you don't listen to advice, just wait for me." Hu Chen smiled slightly and said loudly to the salesperson, "Stop choosing. Get 2 pairs of the most expensive shoes for my wife." The reason for only getting 2 pairs is that too many would be difficult to carry, and they still need to buy other things later. The salesperson, who was not in a good mood, was delighted to hear Hu Chen's words. "Sir, very well." He thought, "Your husband is so generous, not afraid to spend money on you. What are you reluctant to part with?" Valia came to Hu Chen with a bitter smile. "Honey, don't waste too much. We still have to live."
The salesperson quickly brought 2 pairs of shoes, both of the same style, very exquisite and beautiful, and very comfortable. When the salesperson was calculating the price, Stephen said, "Salesperson, trouble, give me 2 pairs of each of these 2 styles of shoes." The salesperson's eyes lit up. "Okay, please wait." Soon, the invoice was printed out and handed to Hu Chen. "Sir, 2 pairs of shoes, a total of $680,000. When Victor heard this price, his face immediately turned pale. As a fake rich second generation who flirts with girls with a purpose, even if he could come up with so much money, he would only be able to overdraft his bank card.
It is worth noting that American bank cards can be overdrawn.
Hu Chen readily took out his bank card and handed it over. "Pay the bill."
The salesperson respectfully said, "Sir, please enter the password."
Hu Chen smiled slightly. "The same card, the password is the same." After paying $680,000, the salesperson respectfully returned the bank card. "Sir, please keep your card."
Then to Stephen, "Please wait, madam. Hurry up and get her the same shoes from Valia."
In no time, they were brought over, packaged, and the invoice was handed over, asking, "Ma'am, who will be paying for this?" Stephen looked at Victor, and Victor glared fiercely at Hu Chen, only able to use his overdraft for payment. After payment, Victor immediately received the payment information, took out his phone to sneak a peek, and indeed saw a negative balance.
Seeing Victor's unhappy expression, Stephen asked with concern, "Victor, are you okay?" "It's fine if the crystal shoes didn't sell, I don't wear them often anyway."
He thought Victor was upset about the crystal shoes. Glaring fiercely at Hu Chen, thinking he was being unreasonable, "If you wanted to buy, you should have bought earlier.
Why buy when Victor said he didn't want to? Isn't that intentional?"
Hu Chen shrugged, holding the shoes, and pulling Valia along, saying, "Let's go, we bought the shoes, let's get some clothes, pants, and accessories." Hearing this, Victor's heart sank, thinking this Valian was deliberate, just didn't expect him to dress modestly but be so wealthy. Continuing shopping was impossible, as even a cheap piece of clothing here cost tens of thousands, and the lowest quality was basically unsuitable for gifting.
A solution had to be found.
Quickly checking the time, he said, "It's 10:30, feeling a bit hungry, mainly because we didn't have breakfast, let's find a place to eat first." Thinking, after eating, find a reason to slip away. As for this annoying Valian, he must be dealt with. Hu Chen took out his phone. "Alright, I saw a Michelin restaurant in the mall, let's go there, it seems not far from here." Valia tugged at Hu Chen. "Forget it, let's just eat something outside."
Who didn't know that the Michelin restaurant in the Noble Mall was high-end and frighteningly expensive? Hu Chen looked at Victor. "What's there to fear?
Although we are a bit poor, Stephen's boyfriend Victor must be wealthy, look at him wearing all those branded clothes. Mr. Victor, you wouldn't even treat us to a meal, after all, Valia and Stephen are best friends." Victor was furious, realizing this Valian was deliberate and despicable.
Stephen also looked at Victor. Victor smiled brightly. "Why would I not?
It's just a meal, let's go quickly, I'm really hungry."
Hu Chen happily hugged Valia. "Wife, today we can eat and drink for free."
The group of 5 arrived at the Michelin restaurant.
Walking in, they found a seat, and the waiter immediately came over with the menu. "What would you like to eat?"
Hu Chen smiled faintly. "Give us the most expensive dishes here for each person."
The waiter was stunned, then surprised. "Sir, our most expensive set meal costs $880,000 per person, are you sure you want one for each person?"
Hearing this, Victor's heart bled, but to maintain the demeanor of a wealthy man, he had to hold back.
Hu Chen laughed. "Don't worry, our Mr. Victor here is a well-known rich young man, the one thing he doesn't lack is money."
The waiter glanced at Victor, seeing his decent attire and good wife, not looking like someone who couldn't afford it, so he said, "Alright, please wait a moment."
"Wait!"
Hu Chen called out as the waiter was about to leave.
The waiter politely asked, "Sir, do you have any other requests?" Hu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Do you have red wine here?"
The waiter smiled. "Sir, as you said, we have most ingredients here, and red wine is no exception."
"That's good, bring us a bottle of 1982 Lafite, just one for now, if it's not enough, we'll order more later," Hu Chen said calmly. The waiter was stunned. Victor couldn't help but explode. "You country bumpkin from Longwa, have you never eaten or drunk before? I suspect you are deliberately extorting me." Hu Chen looked very surprised and incredulous. Victor, are you in a bad mood, or do you not want to treat us to a meal? He nodded. It's okay, I'll treat you to this meal. We Longwa people love to host gatherings with friends. After that, he looked at the waiter and said, bring me 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, and also some of the best drinks you have here, just enough to drink. The waiter asked suspiciously, sir, do you have the ability to pay? Hu Chen handed over his bank card and said, if you doubt my ability to pay, you can settle the bill now. The waiter didn't hesitate, calculated the bill, took the bank card, and swiped it directly. Seeing that the other party was about to ask for the password, Hu Chen said, 123456. The waiter was stunned, not expecting the password to be given so casually. After entering the password, I'm sorry, your balance is insufficient. Hu Chen's balance was only 3 million, he had spent 680,000 before, leaving only over 2 million. This set meal cost over 4 million, so naturally the balance was insufficient. Victor was delighted to see this. Tisk tsk, Longwa people love to show off. You keep pretending, I'm watching. He thought, let's see how you resolve this embarrassment later. Valia quickly intervened for Hu Chen, saying to the waiter, my husband had a bit too much to drink, Before Valia could finish, Hu Chen asked calmly, how much is left in my account now? The waiter quickly checked and said, $2.32 million. Hu Chen nodded. In that case, swipe $2.32 million first. I have a habit with this card, after I spend it, my family will immediately transfer more money to me. The waiter hesitated and asked, sir, are you sure? Valia, getting anxious, said a bit angrily, honey, forget it, don't force it, Hu Chen interrupted again, I'm sure, do it quickly. This was about consumer freedom, and no one had the right to stop it. The waiter nodded and immediately swiped the card and entered the password, deducting 2.32 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending $3 million within 24 hours, you have received a special grade strengthening pill reward. Ding! New mission, spend $5 million within 24 hours, failure results in blindness in both eyes, completion rewards a special technique strengthening pill. System activates special grade strengthening pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the special grade strengthening pill, you have received 100,000 strengthening points, with the current remaining points at 647,790. The waiter continued, sir, you still need 4.2 million. Hu Chen nodded, just swipe another 5 million, and prepare 800,000 worth of food for us with the extra 800,000. The waiter was shocked. Valia and Stephen were shocked. Victor was dumbfounded. Upon careful calculation, this meal cost over 6 million. Most people couldn't earn that much money in a lifetime. The waiter was skeptical, the card had no money just now, could it really be swiped now? He quickly tried, entered the password, and was stunned. There really was 5 million in it. In disbelief, he asked, sir, do you really want to swipe 5 million? Hu Chen said very seriously, when I treat my friends to a meal, I never hold back. Friends can order whatever they want. After saying this, Hu Chen deliberately glanced at Victor. The waiter continued to swipe the card. Valia and the others couldn't believe there was still money. In the end, the waiter finished swiping the card, handed back the bill and the bank card to Hu Chen, saying, sir, please wait a moment. Stephen took the bill in disbelief and saw clearly, over 6 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 5 million consumption task within 24 hours, rewarded with a special grade strengthening pill. Ding! The host exceeded the task within 1 minute, earning a chance to draw a lottery. Ding! New task, complete a consumption of $8 million within 24 hours. Failure results in blindness, completion rewards a special grade strengthening pill. This time, Hu Chen was shocked, actually triggering a lottery chance. What prize could it be? It took a while to calm down. System, open the special strengthening pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the special grade strengthening pill, receiving a reward of 100,000 strengthening points, with 747,790 points remaining. System, let me draw the lottery. Ding. The host is drawing the lottery.
Hu Chen's mind was filled with countless flickering light spots, presumably the prizes.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for drawing the light-based superpower. Hu Chen suddenly felt a wonderful change in his body, with a very high sensitivity to light, even able to see the light attributes traveling in the air. It was strange, very strange. Valia was dumbfounded after Hu Chen made the payment, curiously calling out, "Husband, husband!" shouting several times without a response.
Victor sneered, "I think he's showing off as a newcomer, likes to pretend, and can't bear to spend money. Are all dragon country people like this?" Valia was angry. "Victor, shut up.
My husband, no matter what, has truly paid over 6 million.
Unlike some people who want to pursue Steven, they can't even spend money on a pair of shoes.
Also, my husband will buy me clothes later. I hope you don't find excuses to escape." Thinking that Victor was too much, Valia decided to let her husband teach him a lesson later, without leaving any face.
Valia could see that Hu Chen was indeed wealthy, but he spent money bit by bit.
Victor's face immediately darkened, and he said loudly, "Valia, you need to understand, a man who is willing to spend money on you is not necessarily the one who loves you.
A man who spends money on you just wants to sleep with you."
Valia laughed. "Victor, you are so hypocritical.
I've never seen such a hypocritical man like you." Then, she turned to Steven and asked, "Girlfriend, since he's unwilling to spend money on you, does he also just want to sleep with you?"
There is an old saying that goes, "You can tell if a man loves you by whether he is willing to spend money on you." A man who is willing to spend money on you may not necessarily love you, but a man who is unwilling to spend money on you definitely does not love you, he just wants to take advantage of your body.
Clap, clap, clap.
Upon hearing Valia's words, Hu Chen, who had recovered from his surprise, applauded. "Wife, well said.
Let's go and see if certain people are really willing to spend money on Steven."
Then he noticed that Steven's face looked very unpleasant, and Hu Chen quickly said, "Steven, you and Valia are best friends. Although this may be embarrassing for you, at least it can test whether certain people are sincere towards you." At this time, several staff members pushed a food cart over, politely saying, "Esteemed guests, your food is ready.
Enjoy your meal."
Someone had been waiting for a long time for their food to arrive, but seeing others being served first, they asked in dissatisfaction, "Hey, what's going on? We were here first and our food hasn't arrived yet, how come they are being served first?"
Steven's attention was immediately diverted.
The waiter politely explained, "Sir, madam, I'm sorry. These guests ordered the top-tier set menu, each costing $880,000, so they are entitled to priority service."
Hu Chen laughed. "It seems that there are benefits to being willing to spend money."
Then he opened Valia's meal box and said, "Wife, please enjoy your meal. A large seafood feast, from king crab, Australian lobster, and so on. In short, this set menu gives the feeling that spending $880,000 is worth it." Hu Chen picked up an 82 Lafite and poured it for everyone, not neglecting Victor. After all, he is now a gentleman.
Emily has been in a state of shock.
She suddenly realized that choosing to be a nanny in Victor's house seemed like a very wrong choice. This Dragon Kingdom man looks more gentlemanly and more willing to spend money. But since the choices have been made, there is no point in regretting.
Hu Chen smiled and said, "Everyone, eat quickly. If it's not enough, we'll order more. Don't be polite with me."
Although Victor was extremely unhappy in his heart, he couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food. He thought to himself that he had lived his whole life without eating the top Michelin meal, either in the aristocratic mall or elsewhere. Steven was busy taking photos and videos with his phone, naturally wanting to show off this kind of consumption in his social circle. Valia, on the other hand, did not have this hobby and gratefully said to Hu Chen, "Thank you, husband." Hu Chen gently replied, "Silly, when the husband treats you to a meal, saying thank you is unnecessary." Seeing Emily not moving her utensils, he quickly urged, "Emily, don't be shy, start eating." Emily's eyes welled up with tears instantly. She never dreamed that the first person to invite her to a grand meal and treat her so well would be a man from the Dragon Kingdom.
"Mr. Hu, thank you." The grand meal ended, and everyone was very satisfied with the food. They walked out of the restaurant together. Valia said, "Husband, let's go back, no need for more shopping." After the meal, Valia's anger towards Victor had subsided, and she really didn't want Hu-chin to spend more. Hu-chin shook his head and refused. No reason can stop me from spending money on my wife. Let's go, buy some clothes, don't be polite with me, don't be frugal, unless you don't love me. This last sentence was simple but very domineering. Valia couldn't refuse anymore, unless she didn't love him. Victor wanted to find a reason to leave, but Valia had been straightforward before. If he left now, Stephen would definitely hate himself. They had already spent so much money, and if they backed out now, it would all be in vain. But continuing on, this damn man from the Dragon Kingdom was like a bottomless pit. What to do? What to do? While Victor was struggling with what to do, they had already arrived at a clothing store. Hu-chin took the lead and swaggered in. "Ladies and gentlemen, who would like to make a purchase?" the salesperson politely asked, with a respectful tone, as those who could afford to shop here were not ordinary people. Hu-chin smiled and said, "Anyone can, as long as they like the recommended items." The salesperson was delighted to hear this and said, "Sir, please come this way. We have a new suit that suits your style very well." Upon hearing this, Hu-chin could tell that this was an experienced salesperson. He cooperatively followed along. Seeing Hu-chin about to buy a suit, Valia quickly followed suit. As a wife, she naturally wanted to see what her husband was choosing. She also linked arms with Hu-chin, proving to others that he was her husband. The salesperson, seeing this, smiled slightly at Valia. Being an old hand, she immediately knew what to do and said to Valia, "Madam, this suit is our store's latest style. Take a look, it suits your husband's style very well." Valia's face lit up upon hearing this and she said to Hu-chin, "Husband, go ahead and try it on." Hu-chin nodded, "All right, I'll go try it on." "Wife, you also pick something you like and buy it all." Hu-chin went to the fitting room, put on the suit, and walked out. "Wow," Valia, who was waiting at the fitting room door, exclaimed. Even the salesperson was shocked and covered her mouth. "I didn't expect that this Longwa person, who was dressed casually, would undergo such a transformation after putting on a suit. The only thing affecting his appearance was the shoes on his feet, not a pair of dress shoes to match the suit. Even so, his noble and top-notch demeanor left people stunned." Stephen couldn't help but mutter, "I didn't realize Valia had such good taste, finding a Longwa person who was so handsome and wealthy. Why do I feel like I've made a move?" Hu-chin smiled and asked, "Wife, how is it? If it's good, let's buy it." Valia reacted with surprise, "Husband, that's great, this suit suits you so well." Hu-chin happily said, "Wife, as long as you like it." He looked at the salesperson and said, "I'll take this suit." The salesperson was also overjoyed and said, "Certainly, sir, please pay over here." The bill came out, and the salesperson respectfully said, "Sir, you have spent $5.6 million US. Shocked. Emily even took a deep breath. A suit costs $5.6 million US? That's insane. Hu-chin took out his bank card and handed it over, saying, "Swipe the card, password 123456. Victor's gaze suddenly fell on Hu-chin's bank card. This card seemed to have endless money to spend, and the key was that he knew the password. If he got hold of this card, wouldn't he also be able to spend freely? With this in mind, Victor's eyes were fixed on Hu-chin's bank card. Once he said, "Can't he pick up any girl no matter how beautiful? As long as he has money, can't he easily get top celebrities and internet celebrities?" After paying, the salesperson respectfully returned the bank card to Hu-chin, saying, "Sir, I wish you a happy life." Victor's gaze followed Hu-chin's hand as he casually put the card in his pocket, almost drooling. Hu-chin had already put on the suit and said to Valia, "Wife, have you picked out yours?" Valia refused, saying, "Husband, I don't need it, I have plenty of clothes." Hu-chin got angry and said, "Wife, do you not love me anymore? The clothes you have were bought by you, now that I, as your husband, want to buy you clothes, you actually refuse. Tell me honestly, do you not love me anymore?" Hearing this, others looked at Valia, envious. "If someone buys you clothes and you refuse, then you must not love me." Someone muttered, is this Longwa person really that rich? But that girl is so lucky, she actually forced him to buy clothes.
Trouble, can someone come and force me? I definitely won't leave this place empty. Valia forced a smile and quickly said, husband, don't be like this, I really, really love you, truly.
Hu Chen said seriously, then what are you standing there for?
Go pick out some, buy what you like, to prove that you love me. Steven saw this scene and subconsciously looked at Victor. Victor happened to meet Steven's gaze, feeling awkward.
Steven, next time, I swear, whatever you want to buy, I'll buy it for you, without even blinking.
He thought, as long as I get hold of this damn Longwa person's bank card, I can buy whatever I want, and never have to worry about not having enough money.
Steven was about to compromise.
That's when Hu Chen shouted, Steven, come over here, Valia says this outfit suits you, hurry up.
Hearing this, Steven glanced at Victor, didn't care anymore, and walked over quickly.
Valia handed her an outfit and said, Steven, this outfit suits you well, go try it on, I'll change into this one. Steven took the outfit, really liked it, thinking it's no wonder she's a best friend, she chose it really well, and quickly walked into another fitting room. In no time, Valia and Steven came out almost at the same time.
Wow! Hu Chen exclaimed in surprise, it's true that people
rely on clothing and Buddha relies on gold. After putting on these two sets of clothes, you all look like fairies descended to earth, so beautiful. Valia was delighted to hear Hu Chen's praise.
Which woman doesn't like to be praised by her own man? Even Steven was very happy and asked Victor, what do you think?
Victor's gaze fell on the price tag, and after seeing it, he was completely numb.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for spending $15 million within a minute, receiving a special strengthening pill reward, and exceeding the task to get a chance to draw a lottery.
Ding! New task, spend $30 million within 12 hours. Failure will result in blindness, and completing the task will reward 2 special strengthening pills.
Hu Chen was pleasantly surprised by the extra rewards for completing the task, but why did the time shorten?
It used to increase with the amount spent, but now it's shortened?
The advantage is that the rewards have increased. Hu Chen thought carefully and realized that it might be due to exceeding the task. Indeed, the system would not give him a chance to back out.
Ah, he sighed to the waiter, settle the rest. The salesperson quickly responded, okay. Activate all strengthening pills. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for activating 3 strengthening pills, gaining 30 strengthening points, with 1,047,790 points remaining.
System, draw 2 times. Ding!
The host is drawing the lottery.
Countless light spots appeared in his mind again.
Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 million strengthening points and angel wings.
What the hell?
Hu Chen blurted out, feeling a tingling sensation on his back, as if something was about to break out. It took a full minute to end.
He realized that the angel wings were already there, hidden in his flesh. He needed to summon them out, otherwise, wouldn't he become a birdman?
He felt that the angel wings were not as sweet as 1 million strengthening points.
Valia noticed Hu Chen's excitement and curiously asked, honey, what's wrong? Hu Chen snapped back, nothing. Did you get everything? Let's go to the next store. Huh? Valia was shocked and asked, honey, do we still need to buy more?
Hu Chen replied seriously, of course, we have to buy.
How can we enjoy shopping without buying anything? Let's go quickly. The group left the clothing store. However, Emily stopped.
Sensing this, Hu Chen asked curiously, Emily, why are you standing still?
Hurry up, and by the way, what do you like?
Just take it, I'll pay.
Emily smiled and said, Mr. Hu, I'd rather not.
Thank you for treating me to this luxurious meal, the most luxurious meal I've ever had in my life.
I'm very grateful to you. Hu Chen walked over and asked, Emily, what's wrong with you?
I said I would help you with your work issues, so I will.
Let's go, we're all friends.
The word friends made Emily tremble, somewhat incredulous. Everyone else despised her, white people, black people, only this yellow-skinned person from the Dragon Kingdom didn't despise her and even called her a friend.
Tears silently flowed down her face. Valia and Stephen exchanged glances and walked over, each holding one of Emily's arms, saying, "Let's go, our husband is very kind and won't bully you." They all left together. Soon, Hu Chen stopped at a lingerie store filled with luxury lingerie from various brands. Valia and the others blushed under Hu Chen's gaze. Hu Chen didn't think much of it and said, "Wife, buy a set each. Lingerie must be matched, hurry up." After speaking, he walked in first. Nearby people looked at him strangely, but Hu Chen didn't care. A salesperson approached and said, "Sir, this is a women's store, please." Hu Chen interrupted, "I know, I'm picking out for my wife. How about this, give me 5 sets of the best lingerie that suits my wife." After muttering to himself, this should be enough for changing. The salesperson looked towards Valia and the others who hadn't entered yet and asked, "Excuse me, who is his wife?" Valia shyly walked in and said, "I am." The salesperson glanced at Valia's imposing figure and asked, "May I ask, are you?" Valia softly replied, "D." The salesperson smiled, "All right, please wait a moment." Hu Chen remembered something and looked at Stephen and Emily. "Oh, you probably need some too." He then turned to another salesperson, "Please, give each of them 5 sets as well. And make sure they are the most expensive." Ah. Emily and Stephen were both very shy. Usually, only husbands or lovers buy lingerie as gifts. Even the passers-by nearby couldn't help but show curiosity, disdain, and disgust in their eyes. Someone couldn't help but say, "This guy is really ambitious, wanting 3 at once." Another person said, "Although his ambition is a bit too much, I'm more curious about him buying 15 sets of the top lingerie. I remember correctly, the best set here costs $300,000. 15 sets would be $4.5 million. I wonder if he will regret it when it's time to pay." Someone laughed, "We'll see." Stephen and Emily also gladly accepted Hu Chen's gifts. Mainly because after spending time together, they understood his character. He never regrets spending money, as long as he buys the right things. If you hesitate, it seems like you look down on him. Soon, the price list came out. "Sir, your 3 ladies have spent a total of $4.5 million. Hu Chen smiled and handed over his credit card, saying, "Don't misunderstand, Valia is my wife, they are all her best friends." "Oh, and the password is 123456. Someone exclaimed, "My goodness, are Longwa people this extravagant? I want to be his friend too." Some were shocked, and some actually took action. A white girl with twin tails, a JK style, was very cute. She came up to Hu Chen, eagerly asking, "Big brother, can we be friends?" After speaking, she reached out her right hand friendly towards Hu Chen. Hu Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "I would love to be friends with you, but I'm worried my wife would get jealous. You know, a woman's jealousy is terrifying, so I have to decline, sorry." He then said to Valia, "Wife, let's go." All 3 of them were already carrying bags, and their hearts were not calm. Especially Emily, even if she resold the 5 sets of lingerie in her hands, she would make a fortune. Watching Hu Chen's back, she realized she was feeling a bit moved. She was also puzzled, could this guy have seen through her identity? It shouldn't be possible. Even if someone could see through her identity, it definitely wouldn't be a Longwa person. Next, they went to buy some more things, but nothing of much value. This time, Hu Chen didn't rush to spend money. He was worried that if he spent too quickly, the system would reduce the time to 6 hours or even lower next time. Wouldn't that be risking his life? As night fell, they arrived at Stephen's house because she lived alone. Valia lived with her family, and Emily was a wanderer. After putting away the things, the 3 women couldn't help but look at Hu Chen. This set of dress cost $8.88 million. Looking at Stephen, she thought to herself, "Of course, it looks good. This set of clothes is almost close to 10 million, all made of genuine materials, with real gemstones on them." Thinking, even if a pig wears it, it looks good. Seeing Victor's gloomy face without saying a word, Stephen frowned and asked, "Victor, what are you doing?" Thinking, "I know this dress is expensive, but I don't really want you to buy it. Can't you just compliment it as good looking? Are you still my boyfriend?" Victor exploded, thinking, why should I help you buy it? Now everything is embarrassing to say. Thinking, I got hold of this damn Dragon Kingdom person's bank card, what kind of beauty can I afford? Why waste time on you? At this point, Victor couldn't care about anything else, roaring, Stephen, what kind of person are you? Don't you have any sense of shame? Want to buy this, want to buy that, what do you take me for? An ATM? We're done, I don't love you, you piece of trash. After the outburst, he angrily turned and left.
Victor stood still, noticing many people laughing at him, feeling wronged, tears of humiliation silently rolling down. Hu Chen walked up to her, helped her adjust her dress, and said, You look very beautiful in this dress, perfectly highlighting your temperament and figure.
Valia is your good friend. How could what she picked for you be bad? Don't cry, as long as you like it, you can choose it, I'll give it to you. A gentleman's caring words are like a timely help.
Stephen couldn't control her emotions anymore and threw herself into Hu Chen's arms. At that moment, she was shocked to find that the embrace of this Dragon Kingdom person was so warm and safe. It took her a while to adapt, gratefully saying, Thank you for your kindness.
Valia is lucky to have met you. I'm happy for Valia too.
After speaking, she was about to take off the dress, which cost $8.88 million. She wouldn't earn that much money in several lifetimes.
Hu Chen stopped her and said, Wear it if you like.
You and Valia are good friends, and this was picked by Valia.
Just consider it a gift from her. After speaking, he looked at Valia and asked, What do you think, Valia?
Valia naturally knew that the dress was expensive, even more so on her, but seeing Hu Chen's sincerity, she smiled and said, Stephen, my husband is right.
Accept it. Stephen couldn't believe it and asked in shock, Really?
Valia, do you know that this dress is worth nearly $10 million? Valia walked up to Stephen and whispered in his ear, My husband saw through Victor's fake wealth a long time ago, so he deliberately targeted him, also to prevent you from being taken advantage of.
But I also see that my husband seems very interested in you. We are good friends, and I know my husband is excellent, too excellent for me to have him alone. Since he is interested in you, why don't we be together?
This way, even if my husband finds other women in the future, we can still join hands.
Hearing this, Stephen was stunned. In disbelief, she asked, Valia, are you serious? Are you willing to share your husband with me?
Valia smiled bitterly, Of course, I'm not very willing, but in our country, men can have multiple wives.
Okay, let's not talk about that. You like my husband, right? Then let's be together.
Stephen glanced at the handsome Hu Chen in a suit and nodded. Hu Chen, with his enhanced hearing, heard their conversation clearly and was speechless.
What, I'm interested in Stephen too. Come on, I just want to spend money quickly, can you not misunderstand me?
However, looking at Stephen in the $8.88 million dress, her figure was indeed nice.
Maybe it's not bad. Walking over, he asked, Darling, what are you whispering about? Stephen blushed and said, We're not whispering about anything, Valia just advised me to accept the gift. Hu Chen smiled and nodded, asking, So, did you accept it? Stephen replied, Yes, but will you feel heartache? After all, I am not your wife. Hu Chen smiled and said, When I spend money, as long as it's spent, I never feel heartache. If you like other styles of clothes, feel free to choose. Don't try to save money for me. If I even blink, consider it my loss. Stephen laughed, Really? Then Valia and I will not be polite.
Saying this, he took Valia and walked away. Valia, let's pick out clothes. Today, we're going crazy shopping. The nearby salesperson was thrilled.
Today, they could earn extra commission. Perhaps with Stephen's company, Valia also let go.
The two picked out several sets of clothes they liked. At the counter, Valia shouted, Husband, pay the bill.
Hu Chen walked over with a smile on his face, thinking, This shopping must cost millions, right?
The salesperson quickly calculated the bill and handed it to Hu Chen, saying, Sir, your ladies have spent a total of $35.8 million US. The salesperson was quite clever, thinking she had seen through Hu Chen's thoughts. So, when settling the bill, she deliberately said, Your two ladies. Stephen blushed and looked at Hu Chen, worried about being rejected. However, Hu Chen took out a bank card and said, "First, swipe 8 million. The customer is God," so the salesperson quickly swiped the card.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for spending $8 million within 24 hours and receiving a special strengthening pill reward.
Ding!
New task, spend $10 million within 24 hours.
Failure results in blindness, and completion rewards a special strengthening pill.
With the new funds in, Hu Chen continued, swipe another 10 million. The salesperson quickly swiped another 10 million. Although finding it troublesome and curious why the customer didn't pay in one go, the customer is God, and they will fulfill all requests. Valia and Stephen watched Hu Chen pay over 30 million. They never dreamed that one day they would spend over $30 million on a whim.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for spending $1,000 within a minute and receiving a special strengthening pill reward, exceeding the task rewards a chance to draw a lottery.
Ding!
New task, spend $15 million within 24 hours.
Failure results in blindness, and completion rewards a special strengthening pill.
Hearing about the lottery chance, Hu Chen was delighted and quickly said, swipe 15 million. The salesperson hurriedly swiped the card and then said, "Sir, you have already paid a total of $33 million, with $2.8 million left."
Hu Chen felt uneasy under their gaze and asked, "What are you doing? Is there a problem?" Stephen asked straightforwardly, "Mr. Hu, are you trying to sleep with all of us?"
Valia and Emily stared at Hu Chen intently.
Hu Chen smiled wryly, "Let me be honest, do you think a man would refuse if given the chance?" The three immediately understood. Stephen rolled his eyes, "You are really fickle." Hu Chen laughed, "If you don't agree, I wouldn't dare, right? In fact, having Valia is enough for me." With that, he walked over, picked up Valia, and headed towards a room. Valia was shocked and quickly said, "Husband, close the door." Bang!
Hu Chen closed the door heavily.
Stephen and Emily exchanged a glance, then tacitly approached the room door, leaning their heads against it.
They could hear Valia's screams and gasps.
Their faces involuntarily turned red, thinking, "Is this Longwa person so amazing?"
The two felt restless at the door, mainly because they were both swayed by Hu Chen's dominance. A man who is willing to spend money on you, no matter how much, and is also young and handsome, who wouldn't like that? Click. Stephen tightly gripped the door handle, accidentally opening the door. Both of their weights were on the door, so when the door opened, they both stumbled in. They happened to see the scene of Hu Chen and Valia exercising.
They were instantly stunned.
After Valia recovered from her daze, she felt extremely embarrassed and quickly covered her face with a pillow.
Hu Chen was still busy. He turned around and politely said, "Could you please step out for a moment and close the door?" Stephen and Emily felt so embarrassed that they could die. Eavesdropping was one thing, but this was too crazy. However, their eyes unconsciously looked at the wrong place. "Oh my," so, Hu Chen impatiently said, "Hey, is it fun for you to eavesdrop like this? I'm angry, get out quickly." Stephen and Emily finally reacted and hurriedly ran out of the room. Their breathing was rapid, it was truly too exciting.
Their minds were filled with images of Hu Chen's perfect physique.
Stephen couldn't help but say, "Emily, have you noticed how perfect Mr. Hu's body is?
Those muscle lines are so attractive, I almost couldn't resist going up to touch them." Emily, much calmer, said in a deep voice, "Mr. Hu is probably a martial arts master."
She suddenly became alert. Could it be that Mr. Hu is from the Dragon Country's special forces? If so, why is he in the United States? What is his purpose?
Thinking about this, she felt that she must stay close to Hu Chen and uncover his purpose for coming to the United States. After nearly 2 hours, Hu Chen walked out.
Valia was exhausted and collapsed on the bed. Stephen and Emily on the sofa immediately looked over.
They saw Hu Chen with a stick. His muscles were truly perfect.
Emily couldn't help but walk over, reaching out to touch Hu Chen's muscles. "Mr. Hu, are you the legendary martial arts master from the Dragon Country?"
Hu Chen smiled slightly. "You figured it out. I started martial arts training at the age of 3, now I can easily knock out an elephant with one punch."
Pfft, Emily burst out laughing. Facing Hu Chen directly, she touched his chest and said, Mr. Hu, since you're so amazing, you couldn't have been unknown in the dragon country, right? A talent like you would definitely be highly valued by the country. Why did you come to our United States? Hu Chen chuckled. Of course I was highly valued. The people from the special department begged me to join. Countless beautiful female stars threw themselves at me. It was really annoying. So I came to the United States to take a break. Otherwise, even with my strong body, I couldn't handle it. Stephen also walked over, rolled his eyes and said, Can't handle it? Just now, you seemed very energetic. Ahem, those were just basic moves, nothing worth mentioning. Emily almost hung on Hu Chen and asked, Mr. Hu, did you really come to our United States just to take a break? Don't you have any other purpose? In Emily's eyes, Hu Chen was just a lecherous person. No matter how powerful he was easy to deal with. Hu Chen coldly smiled. This woman seemed not simple, actually trying to fish for information, but it didn't matter. He came here to spend money. Fishing for information was useless. As for taking advantage? If he didn't take advantage, wouldn't he be a fool? So faced with Emily's provocation, Hu Chen was not polite at all. Soon, he got angry and picked up Emily, ready to rush into another room. Knock, knock, knock. The door was being knocked on. Hu Chen's actions came to a halt. It was fine when it was just them, but it wouldn't be good if others saw, so he quickly put down Emily. Stephen frowned and asked, Who is it? But there was no response, so he quickly walked over and opened the door. A young man walked in, excitedly saying, Stephen, I'm sorry, I was wrong before, I shouldn't have done that, I actually love you very much. Smack. Before he could finish speaking, a fierce slap came down, and he angrily said, Victor, wake up, what kind of person are you? I see through you now, get out quickly, don't come near me. Entrusted with anger from being slapped, he didn't get any advantage today, even overdrew his bank card, and unexpectedly, when he came to Stephen's place, he got slapped without doing anything. Taking out a dagger, he said, Stephen, you jerk, dare to hit me, today I will deal with you, hurry up and take off your clothes. Stephen was still wearing that $8.88 million dress, and Victor wanted to sell it for money, not to mention the precious metals and gems on it. As for Hu Chen and Emily, because they were going to enter the room next door, they were blocked by the wall of the entrance door, so Victor thought there was only Stephen inside. Thinking, today I not only want to have you, but also want to sell all the things that damn Longwa person bought for you. Stephen didn't have such a bad impression of Victor before, but now he saw through Victor completely, and angrily said, Victor, I never thought you were this kind of person, I urge you to leave, truth be told, my husband is here. Hearing this, Victor laughed, Stephen, do you think I'm stupid? 5 hours ago, I was your boyfriend, who's your husband now? You want a husband, right? I'll grant your wish. With that, he pounced. Helpless, Stephen, wearing the $8.88 million dress, was completely highlighted in terms of figure, temperament, and beauty. The more Victor looked, the more he couldn't help himself. Stephen exclaimed in shock, Victor, you beast, what are you trying to do? Hoof. Victor coldly snorted, what am I trying to do? Of course, be your husband. Hu Chen walked out, kid, you're a bit arrogant. Who? Victor looked over suddenly, recognized Hu Chen, and angrily said, it's you? Seeing Hu Chen's muscular body, he was also surprised, unable to understand how a seemingly skinny Longwa person could have such a good physique. Then he remembered Hu Chen's bank card and couldn't wait to ask, in a cold voice, kid, you're just in time, hand over your bank card, or else. Hu Chen interrupted, or else what? Victor, holding the dagger, gave up on targeting Stephen and walked towards Hu Chen, saying, or else I'll send you on your way. Hu Chen smirked coldly, send me on my way. Come on, let's see how you'll send me on my way. Standing arrogantly in place, it made Victor hesitate and not dare to act rashly, not understanding Hu Chen's confidence. After a moment of hesitation, he said, kid, don't be cocky, wait, you'll die soon. With that, he turned to leave. Hu Chen sneered, did I say you could leave? Instantly, he appeared at the door and closed it. This scene scared everyone in the room. The speed was too terrifying. Victor felt like he was a ghost. He also became flustered. He shouted, let me go, or else I'll really.
Still not giving him a chance to finish, Hu Chen grabbed the dagger in his hand and crushed it with force. Crack! The sharp dagger was crushed by his bare hands. Victor was dumbfounded.
Stephen was dumbfounded.
Emily was shocked with her mouth wide open. As a CIA agent, she was very aware of how terrifying someone had to be to achieve this. She never expected that the young Hu Chen would possess such terrifying power.
Blades couldn't hurt him, so ordinary bullets wouldn't work either.
She suddenly realized that this Hu Chen was a very dangerous individual. She decided she must report this. Hu Chen said coldly, "You scum, deserve to die."
Ding dong.
The chilling words frightened Victor, causing him to collapse on the ground.
When had he ever encountered such a thing?
The weapon in his hand was crushed like clay, terrifying. After a moment, Victor panicked and begged, "Please don't kill me, I beg you not to kill me." Hu Chen coldly smiled, "Killing you would be letting you off easy, to prevent you from causing harm to others, so..."
He viciously stomped on Victor's groin.
Stephen, witnessing this scene, closed his eyes, thinking that Victor could only be like a brother to her from now on.
Ah! Victor let out a heart-wrenching scream.
Why are you treating me like this? You've done the same." In agony, Victor screamed madly. Hu Chen said with a smile, "I'm not like you.
First, I don't want you pretending to be a wealthy man deceiving girls. I am a real wealthy man, never hesitating to spend money. Second, the women I've slept with, I will take responsibility for, never betraying them.
You, on the other hand, are just a beast, taking everything and running away with people's finances. You deserve punishment, so get lost, don't let me see you again." After punishing Victor, Hu Chen walked towards Emily, who was on the phone. Seeing Hu Chen approaching, she was stunned. Taking the phone from Emily's hand, Hu Chen said, "I'm Hu Chen, a Longwa person, with only one hobby, spending money.
So, as long as it doesn't affect my spending, you can do whatever you want." Beep beep beep.
After speaking, he hung up the phone. Emily stared at Hu Chen in shock and asked incredulously, "Did you already know my identity? Otherwise it's impossible."
No, you're thinking too much. I really don't know your identity.
I just forgot to tell you, my hearing is very good. I happened to overhear you on the phone, Miss Emily from the CIA.
Emily grabbed a weapon, ready to fight if Hu Chen acted recklessly. Hu Chen smiled and said, "Miss Emily, your identity doesn't matter to me.
What matters is that I'm very interested in you now, especially since you provoked me earlier.
That requires consequences, so come on, don't resist."
He picked up Emily and carried her into the adjacent room, throwing her heavily onto the bed. Emily took out her weapon and pointed it at Hu Chen, shouting, "You better think twice, because I will shoot." Her previous approach to Hu Chen was to gather useful information, even at the cost of herself. Now that everything was out in the open, understanding each other's identities, Emily would never. Just as she was firm in her thoughts, Hu Chen had already stripped naked, smiling at her, "Emily, come on, shoot." Looking at Hu Chen's perfect body, especially remembering the scene she accidentally witnessed in Valia's room earlier, Emily was somewhat fascinated. Hu Chen had his head close to the gun in her hand, staring into her eyes. "Come on, Emily, either you shoot, or I'll fire."
He. Emily shouted loudly, "I will really kill you."
Hu Chen grabbed her wrist, "I know you will.
If you don't kill me, then I will bully you."
Slowly releasing her hands.
The gun went off cheaply.
In the end, Emily never managed to shoot. What awaited her was Hu Chen's merciless bombardment. Outside the door, Victor crawled away from the scene. Stephen, who had cleaned up last night, thought that Hu Chen and Emily had not closed the door, making a lot of noise, which she couldn't stand. But Hu Chen had disabled Victor. He knew this matter wouldn't just end like this.
Storming into the room angrily, she exclaimed, "Hu Chen, can't you stop this? Is this why you're getting close to us? Now that you've ruined Victor, do you think he will just let it go? Are you still like this?"
Emily was not as shy, and she said loudly, "Stephen, you don't have to worry about Victor, he will handle it.
Now, either join us or leave." Stephen was furious. "Emily, how can you be like this? You're a woman, can't you have some shame?" Emily shrugged. Hu Chen's actions were a bit too much, but she adapted and said, "What else can I do? Look, I even held a gun to him, and he's not afraid." Stephen exploded in anger. She couldn't bring herself to do this, and she ran out. Coincidentally, Valia finally gathered the courage to come out and met the furious Stephen, curiously asking, "Stephen, what's wrong with you?" Stephen roared, "What else? What do you three take me for?" She was most worried about Victor's retaliation now. Valia apologized, "Stephen, I'll go call Hu Chen to leave." 2 hours later, Hu Chen, Valia, Emily, and Stephen gathered together. All eyes were on Hu Chen. Hu Chen walked to Stephen and hugged her, saying, "Don't be angry." Stephen angrily shouted, "Let me go." Hu Chen naturally didn't let go, instead hugging tighter. "Okay, I'll come clean. I want all three of you, so Stephen, you're mine too." There's no escaping, very assertive. Just as Hu Chen was about to make the next move. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked again. Valia went to open it and was startled to see the police. Hu Chen had ruined Victor, and she knew it, so she was a bit flustered. After showing their credentials, the police asked, "Do you have a person from Longwa here?" Valia didn't lie because there was no point, Hu Chen was here. She nodded, "Yes, there's an Oriental person, my husband." The police politely said, "We'd like to see him." After that, they walked into the room. Seeing two other women, the police were surprised and also smelled the chaotic atmosphere. One of the police officers asked sternly, "What is this? I mean, if you're in a genuine relationship, having so many people together like this is illegal." Hu Chen said, "They are all my wives." The police said, "Oriental, you shut up. I'm asking you, do you know Victor?" Hu Chen shrugged and didn't speak. The police got angry, "I'm asking you a question." Hu Chen innocently said, "You told me to shut up, now you want me to speak. Should I speak or not? I ask, you answer. Do you know Victor?" Hu Chen nodded, "I know him. He was interested in my wife, Stephen, and even came to see her today." The police asked coldly, "So, Victor was ruined by someone, was it you?" Hu Chen looked surprised, "Was he ruined?" "I admit, I thought he had intentions towards my wife, Stephen, but she stopped him. We even had a big fight about it. Look, Stephen still has tears in her eyes." The police warned, "Oriental, are you sure you're not lying?" Hu Chen confidently replied, "I'm sure and certain." The police looked at Stephen. "Stephen, did you see this Oriental ruin our compatriot?" Stephen didn't like Hu Chen's philandering ways, but knowing Victor had ill intentions towards her and that Hu Chen was Valia's man, she said, "No." Continuing, "Victor did come to see me, he was just upset about spending money at the mall today, so he wanted to go back, I refused, and then he angrily slammed the door and left, threatening to retaliate against me." Another police officer asked, "Stephen, is that really what happened? You should know that lying is also a crime." Stephen shrugged, "That's how it happened." The police officer became angry, "But the surveillance we investigated showed Victor leaving from your place, and we also saw you cleaning up the bloodstains nearby." As he finished speaking, he was about to arrest him. Hu Chen intervened, "Wait, you said the surveillance is like that, then show us the footage and we'll believe you." The police coldly said, "You want to see the surveillance? Wait." Immediately, they took out the computer and started logging in. Hu Chen also quickly operated his phone. As a level 7 hacker, manipulating the nearby surveillance code was easy with just a phone. A police officer, seeing him still playing with his phone, angrily said, "We are working on a case now, put down your phone." Hu Chen had just finished and threw his phone on the table. Stephen was extremely nervous as he watched the police investigate the surveillance. Valia was also very nervous. Emily, seeing Hu Chen calm and collected, glanced at the phone he had left on the table, knowing he must have done something. After a while, the female officer checking the surveillance said, "Strange, the surveillance footage of Victor leaving crawling is missing." "What?" Hearing this, the two police officers were extremely shocked, as they had thoroughly investigated before coming. They quickly went to the computer to check the surveillance.
Indeed, everything in the surveillance was normal, except for the footage of Victor crawling away. A police officer cursed, "Damn, how could this happen?" Subconsciously looking at Hu Chen, they remembered him playing with his phone and quickly picked up Hu Chen's phone to check, needing a password. Handing it to Hu Chen, they said, "Enter the password." Hu Chen smiled and entered the password honestly. The police took it to check carefully, but found nothing unusual. Turning to their colleagues, they said, "No anomalies." Hu Chen joked, "Officers, you can't discriminate against me just because I'm Asian, right?" The police were very angry, and one said, "Don't be cocky, we will find evidence." After that, the three police officers left angrily. Everyone's eyes fell on Hu Chen, husband. Valia was about to ask, but Hu Chen made a hushing gesture, then went to the location where the surveillance was checked, took out a black bug device from the table. Valia typed, "Husband, what is this?" Hu Chen typed back, "A bug, probably installed by the police just now. It has a radio, turn it on for them to listen, then we can go out and continue shopping." Valia said, "Radio, check, but shopping is out of the question." She quickly turned on the radio. Hu Chen didn't care if they wanted to or not, he forcibly took Valia and Stephen out, with Emily naturally following behind. However, both Valia and Stephen's walking postures were abnormal. When they got outside, Stephen angrily said, "Hu Chen, since you have already been involved with Valia and Emily, I hope you treat them well, don't be unfaithful, and don't have any ideas about me, I won't be with you." Hu Chen hugged her, "Stephen, I feel that if I don't take you in as well, I would be sorry for you, so don't be stubborn, trust me, I have the ability to make the three of you happy." At this moment, Emily walked up to Hu Chen and whispered, "We are being tracked by the police." Hu Chen nonchalantly said, "Let them track, Stephen's house is too small, let's buy a mansion villa, it's convenient for us to live together." All three frowned. Emily said, "Hu Chen, do you know how much the cheapest mansion in our country is worth?" Hu Chen, looking curious, asked, "How much?" Valia interjected, "According to the news, it seems that the cheapest ones in remote areas start at $50 million US. Hu Chen nodded and said, "Seems a bit expensive, but there's no restriction on purchases in our country, right?" Stephen rolled his eyes and said, "As long as you have money, there's no restriction on what you can buy here. You could even buy Fran Island with money." Thinking to himself, even if you have money, you wouldn't want to buy Fran Island. Hu Chen's eyes lit up, "Really? Can I use money to buy Fran Island?" Emily said in disbelief, "Yes, as long as you can afford the exorbitant price set by the Fran Island government, you can buy it." Hu Chen smiled and said, "Give me some time, then I could buy the whole country, right?" Valia and the others just shook their heads without saying anything. Buy the country? Even in dreams, one wouldn't dare to think so, as it is the world's largest economy. However, Hu Chen had an idea, since it's possible to buy, why not go for it? Valia asked, "Husband, are you really sure you want to buy the top-ranked one? If so, we need to go that way." Hu Chen replied confidently, "Of course, we're going to buy a mansion, after all, it's the most expensive, luxurious, biggest, and most comfortable." Stephen coldly remarked, bluffing, "Let's see how you embarrass yourself later." Followed by the police, they arrived at the sales hall of the most luxurious mansion in Fran Island. The police tailing them were a man and a woman. The female police officer muttered, "They entered our Fran Island's most luxurious mansion sales center, what are they up to? Buying a mansion? But even the cheapest mansion here costs $1 billion US. The male police officer said, "Who knows, you keep an eye here, I'll go block the back door." The sales staff immediately welcomed them upon arrival. "Sir and madam, are you here to buy a mansion?" Hu Chen looked at the salesperson and thought, indeed, the salespeople there are all very attractive and well built. He nodded and said, "Yes, we are here to choose a mansion." The salesperson enthusiastically asked, "Sir, do you have any specific requirements for choosing a mansion?" Hu Chen looked at Valia and the others and said, "The simplest requirement is that it must be large because I have 3 wives, can a small one accommodate them? Secondly, it should be bustling and upscale, after all, I have 3 wives to enjoy with me. Overall, in a word, it should be the best." The salesperson looked at Valia and the others with envy and said, "You 3 are really lucky to meet such a generous gentleman." Then, turning to Hu Chen, "Sir, please follow me." Following the Salesperson to the sand table. The salesperson pointed to a mansion and said, "This is our number 4 mansion, because the number 4 is less popular, but the number 4 mansion here has the largest space, the most complete facilities, and the most advanced smart features."
"Sir, do you like it?"
Hu Chen nodded. "Yes, it meets my selection criteria, I'll pay by card."
Without even asking about the price, he took out his bank card and swiped it.
The whole room was stunned. If it weren't for Hu Chen wearing a luxurious suit he bought today, they would have suspected he was just causing trouble.
Valia, Stephen, and Emily all rolled their eyes in disbelief. They thought, could he really be buying it? The salesperson, coming to terms with the situation, asked in disbelief, "Sir, you haven't even inquired about the price, are you really going to buy it?"
Hu Chen nodded seriously. "Yes, I'm sure I want to buy it. When I shop, I only consider if I like it or not the price." The salesperson smiled wryly, "But this number 4 mansion requires $280 million US.
Hu Chen nodded. "I understand, let's take our time to swipe the card."
After Hu Chen finished speaking, he found a place to sit down.
The salesperson stood still. Looking at Valia and the others, he asked, "Is your husband serious?"
Valia replied bitterly, "Do you think he looks like he's joking?"
The salesperson smiled bitterly. "All right, I'll go swipe the card for him." Valia and the others all came to Hu Chen's side. Emily asked, "Husband, you just arrived in our country, do you have a green card?"
"If you don't have a green card, the manor you bought cannot be transferred to your name."
Hu Chen replied indifferently, "I never thought about transferring it to my name, any of you 3 can have it."
"Ha!" The 3 were shocked. Previously, even if the tens of millions of things were ignored, it could be understood as wanting to extort a large sum of money from them.
Now that they have slept together, giving them $280 million directly? That's too crazy. Stephen couldn't believe it and asked, "Are you serious?"
Hu Chen replied very seriously, "I am sure and certain."
Stephen hesitated. "All right, I'll take the manor." Hu Chen nodded. "Okay, then this top-ranked set will be transferred to your account."
Stephen was stunned. She thought Hu Chen would refuse. After all, they had never had a relationship, but she didn't expect him to agree so readily.
Stephen looked into Hu Chen's eyes and asked seriously, "Are you sure you're not joking?" Hu Chen smiled bitterly. "I'm being so serious, do I look like I'm joking? You've been with me for almost a day, don't you understand my personality? I will definitely treat my own people well." Stephen asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll turn my back on you?"
Hu Chen hugged Stephen and said, "I trust my judgment, I believe you won't do that, even if you do, it's okay, I'm not short of money." At this moment, the salesperson approached with documents and a card reader. Handing the documents to Hu Chen, he said, "Sir, this is the contract for purchasing the top-ranked set, you can take a look, if there are no issues, we will pay now, and then you can give me your ID, and we can complete the transaction."
Hu Chen smiled and said, "Swipe the card." The salesperson was surprised and asked, "Mr. Hu, don't you want to read the contract?"
Hu Chen handed the contract to Stephen and said, "Take a look at the contract, then take out your ID, to complete the transaction."
The salesperson was shocked to see this scene and couldn't believe it. "Mr. Hu, aren't you buying this $280 million manor for yourself?" Hu Chen nodded. "That's right, I'm selling it to my wife."
The salesperson took a deep breath. A $280 million manor, given away so casually, finally understanding why these 3 women were willing to follow him. Stephen lowered her ID to read the contract. The salesperson had already started swiping the card.
Hu Chen said, "Oh, the password is 123456. The salesperson immediately entered the password.
After checking the balance, he apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hu, there is only 22.7 million in your account, not enough to pay 280 million. Even though it was only over 22 million, the salesperson was still shocked because for many people, this amount was a huge sum. Hu Chen realized, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, swipe the card for 22.7 million first." The salesperson hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but without much thought, he swiped away 22.7 million.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing a 30 million consumption within 12 hours, rewarded with 2 special reinforcement points.
Ding!
New mission, complete a 50 million consumption within 12 hours, failure results in blindness, success rewards 2 special reinforcement pills. With the money in his account, Hu Chen crossed his legs, hugged Stephen with one hand, and Valia with the other, saying, "Swipe the card for 50 million.
The salesperson quickly swiped away 50 million, thinking, is this guy's money instantly credited? But why isn't it all credited at once? Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing a $50 million expenditure within a minute, rewarded with 2 special grade strengthening pills, exceeding the task, rewarded with 1 lottery chance.
Alright.
New task, complete an 80 million expenditure within 12 hours, failure results in blindness, success rewards 2 special grade strengthening pills. Amidst everyone's gaze, Hu Chen said lightly, "Swipe for 80 million. The salesperson quickly swiped for 80 million.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing an $80 million expenditure within a minute, rewarded with 2 special grade strengthening pills, exceeding the task, rewarded with 1 lottery chance.
Ding!
New task, complete a $100 million expenditure within 6 hours, failure results in host disability, success rewards 5 special grade strengthening pills." Hu Chen trembled, realizing that the imagined scenario was happening, spending money too quickly, the system increasing difficulty and even intensifying penalties. However, the tempting rewards for exceeding the task were alluring, with regular rewards increased to 5 strengthening pills. "Damn, I'm in," he shouted in his mind, but said, "Swipe for $1 billion. The salesperson quickly swiped with 2 cards.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing a $1 billion expenditure within a minute, rewarded with 5 strengthening pills, exceeding the task, gaining 2 lottery chances.
Ding!
New task, complete a $1.5 billion expenditure within 6 hours, failure results in host disability, success rewards 5 special grade strengthening pills." Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward.
Hu Chen's breathing quickened.
He knew that if he were to do it again, the 1-minute expenditure might be shortened to 3 hours. If that were to happen, he would be drained by the system, constantly spending money, risking exhaustion. At this moment, the salesperson said, "Respected Mr. Hu, you still need to pay $27.3 million. Hu Chen had been swiping money continuously, each time more than the last.
Valia and the others were numb to it. Calculating, Hu Chen's expenditure today was close to 4 billion.
Hu Chen smiled faintly, "Bring me a glass of water." The salesperson, shocked, realized no one had ever brought such a large customer a glass of water. Hurriedly, he said, "Mr. Hu, please wait, I'll bring you the water." Soon, 4 cups of coffee arrived. "Mr. Hu, I took the liberty of bringing you coffee, I hope you don't mind." Hu Chen took a sip and said, "It's fine, as long as it quenches my thirst." Then he said, "Swipe the rest." The salesperson excitedly processed the final payment, knowing that once completed, her commission would be in the millions, feeling ecstatic. When the transaction was done, the salesperson realized she had broken out in a cold sweat. Hu Chen handed Stephen's ID over, saying, "Quickly transfer the estate to my wife's account." The salesperson, excited, said, "Of course, Mr. Hu, please wait, I'll handle it as quickly as possible."
As the salesperson left, someone brought snacks and candies.
At that moment, Stephen felt like she was in a dream, everything seemed unreal. With the salesperson taking the contract and her ID, and Hu Chen indeed paying 2.8 billion, the estate worth 2.8 billion was truly hers.
Valia and Emily felt envious, looking at Hu Chen.
Sensing their gaze, Hu Chen said, "Stay in Stephen's estate for a while, if you like it, I'll buy each of you one too."
Ding dong.
A passing salesperson, hearing Hu Chen's words, almost stumbled. Having already bought a 2.8 billion estate, the idea of buying more was too crazy. Subconsciously, they looked at Hu Chen, thinking, with such a big move, if they were also on the list, could they also afford an estate? Looking at the 3 girls around Hu Chen again, compared to herself, it seems that she has more advantages. Hu Chen curiously glanced at the salesperson.
Their eyes met. The salesperson subconsciously flirted. Hu Chen was stunned. What was going on? Trying to seduce her?
Her gaze unconsciously fell on the salesperson's beautiful legs in black stockings. They looked very straight, and then at that waist.
Not good, there was a reaction.
Hu Chen quickly averted her gaze. Valia noticed Hu Chen's gaze, also saw her reaction, rolled her eyes and whispered in Hu Chen's ear, "Honey, don't be so fickle, are the three of us not enough for you?" Emily also naturally noticed the scene, but she didn't expect Valia to mention it after noticing. She smiled at Hu Chen.
Stephen heard this and curiously asked, "Valia, what do you mean?"
Valia was speechless. "Didn't you see our husband staring at the salesperson's beautiful legs?" Stephen frowned immediately upon hearing this, thinking to himself that you haven't even secured one, and you're looking at others outside. Men are really not good.
Ahem.
Hu Chen awkwardly coughed. "Ladies, don't overthink it, my heart only belongs to you, no one else." About an hour later, the salesperson arrived with the contract and ink pad.
Returning the ID
card to Stephen, the salesperson said, "Mrs. Hu, you just need to sign on the document and fingerprint, then you can get the number 4 mansion worth 280 million. Stephen looked at the contract, her breathing quickened, and she tremblingly picked up the pen, her hand shaking all the while. Valia encouraged her, "Stephen, don't be afraid, our husband has money, today he buys us a mansion, tomorrow he will buy luxury cars, yachts, private jets." Hearing this, Stephen smiled bitterly, but calmed down a bit, and began to sign and fingerprint. The salesperson envyingly looked at Hu Chen. "Mr. Hu, the number 4 mansion includes 56 staff members including gardeners and bodyguards, each receiving a salary of $600,000.
If you don't need them, you can return them to us at any time."
Hu Chen shook her head. "No need, keep them, they are familiar with the environment and it's convenient to take care of them, but their salary seems a bit low, so please send me their treatment details or to my wife, I will increase their salary." The salesperson envied. "Mr. Hu, you are really good to your staff, I envy them." Hu Chen smiled. "They are all workers, not easy, as long as they serve well, no matter what position, there is no limit to salary increases." The salesperson smiled bitterly. "Then I thank Mr. Hu on their behalf." After about 10 minutes, Stephen finished fingerprinting, and the salesperson handed the contract to Stephen, saying, "It will take about 7 to 10 days for the property certificate to come down, and we will deliver it to the mansion at that time." Stephen excitedly said, "Thank you."
Hu Chen said, "Shall we go see the top scorer now?"
The salesperson said, "Mr. Hu, Mrs. Hu, let me take you there."
Hu Chen agreed, "Sure, thank you."
Originally, they should have gone to see the mansion first, but Hu Chen was too overbearing and skipped it.
The salesperson led them out of the sales center.
The female police officer waiting in the distance quickly called her teammates. "They are coming out, brought out by a salesperson from the sales center, they should be going to see the top scorer."
Received, I'm coming right away.
There was a parking space on the side of the road. They got into the salesperson's car, with Hu Chen sitting in the front, heading towards the number 4 mansion. The scenery along the way was very nice. It must be said that the environment here is very good. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at the number 4 mansion, and the keys had already been handed over to Stephen. Stephen walked over and used the key to open the gate of the courtyard, which could also be accessed through smart facial recognition, fingerprint recognition, or password input. In short, this was a high-tech estate. There were security guards inside, and if someone opened the gate without permission, the guards would not hesitate to take action. Hu Chen noticed that these security guards were armed.
There were also gardeners beautifying the estate. In the rear of the estate, there were rows of houses, a first-class farm, a golf course, and a vegetable garden, making it self-sufficient.
This was the special feature of the estate villa and also the reason for its high price. It cost $280 million. At the entrance, a well-dressed, slender, and beautiful young woman was waiting. Seeing Hu Chen and the others approaching, she respectfully said, "Master, I am Judy, the housekeeper of your estate.
Please let me know if you have any needs."
Upon seeing Judy, Valia and the others frowned because this woman was quite beautiful.
They thought there might be a problem with Hu Chen's personality. Hu Chen was indeed curiously sizing up Judy.
At this moment, the salesperson said, "Mr. Hu, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." She needed to go back to report the information in order to receive her commission.
"All right, no problem."
Looking at the salesperson's badge, he said, "Your name is Sophia, right?"
"I remember you. I will look for you next time I buy an estate."
Sophia excitedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Hu.
I wish you a happy life." I won't disturb you anymore." Sophia left excitedly. Just as she got back to her car, she realized there were people inside and was startled. "You." It was only when she noticed that they were two police officers that she breathed a sigh of relief. She then remembered that she had been too excited earlier and had forgotten to lock the car door. The female officer looked at her badge and said, "You are Sophia, right? Don't be nervous. We just want to ask you a few questions, and then we will leave." Sophia nodded, thinking to herself that she hadn't committed any crime, so there was no need to be nervous. The female officer asked, "Is it true that the Dragon Country person, Hu Chen, purchased this estate?" Sophia nodded earnestly. Yes, he spent $280 million to buy this estate. However, because he had just arrived in the United States and did not have a green card, the estate is under his wife Stephen's name. The male officer exclaimed, "Under Stephen's name? $280 million. Isn't he afraid that Stephen will turn against him?" Sophia smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I was shocked too. I have seen many gifts given, but giving a $280 million estate is definitely the first time in my life. But it really happened, and Mr. Hu even said that if the estate is livable, he will continue to buy estates for his other two wives." Upon hearing this, both police officers were extremely shocked. The female officer asked, "Paulette, do you think this guy's money is really clean? Why do I feel like he is laundering money in our country?" Paulette furrowed his brow. "This matter is of great importance. Let's go back and report it. In any case, this Dragon Country person is very suspicious." After speaking, he turned to Sophia and said, "Regarding the matter we discussed today, do not mention it to anyone, especially that Dragon Country person. Do you understand?" Sophia quickly nodded, "I understand." The two of them then got out of the car. Sophia left nervously. Inside the estate, the level of automation was very high, with robots and maids available, allowing the owner to fully enjoy life without having to do anything except pay. Valia linked her arm with Hu Chen's and asked, "Husband, how do you feel?" Hu Chen nodded, "I feel fine. If you like it, I'll buy a set for you another day." Upon hearing this, the servants all looked surprised. Stephen said, "Don't think that just because you gave me an estate, I will give myself to you. Let me tell you, I have principles. Thinking absolutely can't be easily obtained like Valia and Emily. In fact, a $280 million estate, such a big gift, puts a lot of pressure on her." Hu Chen hugged her and said, "It's not up to you. Now everyone knows you're my wife, I can still sleep with you." "Humph," Stephen snorted, "No, you can't." At this moment, Valia's phone rang. Seeing that it was from her parents, Valia immediately remembered Terrence's matter. Hu Chen curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Valia said bitterly, "My parents called, they should already know about Terrence's situation." Hu Chen nodded, "Answer it first." Valia then pressed the answer button. An angry roar came through. "Valia, you unfilial daughter, where did you go to die? Your fiancé Terrence is dead, do you know?" Valia trembled in fear, having a natural fear of her alcoholic father. Without a response, the other party angrily shouted, "Dead girl, are you really dead? Why aren't you speaking? Do you know that the Gavin family members came to our house, demanding the return of 80,000 yuan in dowry, plus various other expenses, totaling 100,000 yuan? The money at home was used for your brother's education. Where do we get so much money from? Also, they said Terrence's death was caused by you, that you found a wild man to betray him. Is it true? Hurry back, if you don't come back, I'll kill your mother." Hearing this, Valia knew that this man was not a good person, even her own mother threatened her. Valia burst into tears instantly, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Regardless, the other party continued to shout, "Cry, all you know is to cry. You have an hour, if you don't come back, be prepared to come back and mourn for your mother." After Valia's father's threats, he hung up the phone harshly. Valia sobbed uncontrollably, squatting on the ground and crying loudly. Hu Chen said to the butler, "Is there a car? Prepare one immediately." Judy replied, "There is a business car and a sports car available." Hu Chen nodded, "Prepare the business car." He then walked over to Valia, embraced her, and said with concern, "Silly girl, why cry? With a husband by your side, there's nothing we can't handle. Let's go, I'll accompany you home. Valia was deeply moved but also worried. Husband, my father is an alcoholic and has a bad temper, he often resorts to violence, I'm afraid. Hu-chin smiled, my temper is not good either, Stephen knows. Sometimes, someone ends up being useless. Stephen rolled his eyes at the comment and also walked over, saying, Valia, don't cry, we'll go back home with you. At that moment, Judy entered, Boss, Madam, the car is ready. Good, thank you, Judy. After Hu-chen finished speaking, he carried Valia out of the estate. Stephen and Emily followed suit silently. Outside, 2 bodyguards were already waiting, opening the car door. Hello, boss. Hu-chen nodded, carrying Valia into the car. Once Stephen and Emily were in the car as well, Hu-chen told Judy, who had come to see them off, we won't be going home for dinner tonight, no need to prepare dinner. Understood, boss. Stephen said to the driver, drive to the town of Ankowi. Hu-chen interrupted, first, let's go to a larger bank. Stephen looked curiously at Hu-chen, waiting for an explanation. Hu-chen smiled and said, Valia's father doesn't like money much, right? Do you have WeChat or Alipay transfers here? We can only withdraw cash. They then arrived at the nearest bank. A group of people, accompanied by bodyguards, entered the bank, startling the bank's security, who quickly went on high alert. A bank advisor quickly approached and asked, Hello, how may I assist you today? Hu-chen replied calmly, I would like to withdraw money. The advisor immediately suggested, Sir, you can withdraw money at the ATM outside, which would save you more time. Hu-chen calmly stated, I would like to withdraw 12.7 million. Hu-chen was planning to withdraw the rest of the money for spending. The advisor was surprised and quickly said, Esteemed guest, please come this way. They were promptly escorted to the VIP reception room. The manager was alerted and personally came to greet them, a middle-aged, fashionable woman. She asked Hu-chen, Are you here to withdraw over 10 million in cash? Hu-chen nodded, Yes, I'm in a hurry, so please expedite the process. The manager looked at Hu-chen and said, It's a slow process to withdraw over 10 million in cash, but I have a way to get it done in 5 minutes. Hu-chen frowned and asked, What way? The manager smiled and gestured for Hu-chen to follow, saying, Come with me, young man. Hu-chen nodded and followed. They quickly entered an office with a room inside. The manager turned to Hu-chen and said with a smile, This way, handsome, are you ready? Hu-chen felt disgusted by the tone. Nonetheless, he walked over and saw a bed in the room, clearly a resting area. At that moment, the manager grabbed his wrist and pulled him towards the bed. With a bang, the door closed. Hu-chen finally understood the manager's intentions. Disgusted, he thought, an old cow wanting to eat tender grass? With a punch, he pushed her away and left without looking back. Outside, Emily, who saw through the manager's intentions, asked with a smile, Honey, what did the manager do? Hu-chen firmly instructed the nearby advisor, no matter what method the manager uses, complete my withdrawal within 5 minutes. He tossed his bank card over, saying, Password 123456, hurry up. Since it's not illegal to withdraw money with someone else's card, and the manager had spoken up, the advisor quickly took action. With no one else around, Emily curiously asked, Honey, did the manager try anything with you? Hu-chen interrupted, Don't talk nonsense. I came out so quickly, what do you think happened? Stephen asked, So what did you do? Hu-chen's grandfather smiled, a punch, and she went to rest. About 7 minutes later, they arrived in front of Hu-chen, with the advisor respectfully handing over the bank card, saying, Sir, please verify the amount at the ATM. Hu-chen shook his head, No need. The amount is already in the system, no need for the hassle. Hu-chen told the others, What are you waiting for? Let's go. He took 4 bags himself, while the others took 2 each. In the car, Valia asked in shock, Honey, are you planning to give all this money to my family? Hu-chen smiled, It's not impossible. It depends on how your family treats you. The better they treat you, the more they'll receive. He then instructed the driver, Drive faster, let's reach Ankowi town sooner. When they arrived, he was eager to spend the money.
With 6 hours left for spending, the driver stepped on the gas, speeding away. Franjo itself is a plain with no hills, so any road is a highway, and there are no speed limits. In simple terms, as long as your car can handle it, you can reach speeds of 1,000 horses. So after leaving the city, their car sped up. They arrived at the town of Ankawiai in about 45 minutes. There are no dragon villages in the United States, only farms, so American farmers are actually very powerful. Valia pointed the way, go left, then right, and you'll enter our neighborhood. On the left is the old street area of Ankawiai town, where people living here are generally relatively poor. After turning left, they could see a crowd of people in the distance. As they got closer, they heard an angry voice of a woman, "It's all your Yalman family, it's your damn Yalman Valia who killed my son. I want her to pay for my son's life, your family must return all the dowry, and compensate for my son." At this point, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "Quick, a car is coming, is it Valia Yalman coming back?" The crowd couldn't help but gather around, staring into the car. However, this was a custom-made business car for nobles, where you could see outside but not inside. Someone angrily shouted, "Valia, I know you're in the car, get out." Valia's mood was very bad, she leaned in Hu Chen's arms, feeling a sense of security. Hu Chen comforted her, "Don't be afraid, with me here, no one can bully you." 2 bodyguards got out of the car. When the crowd saw that they were professional bodyguards, armed, they immediately became a little scared and subconsciously moved to a safe place. One bodyguard opened the car door and respectfully said, "Boss, we've reached the destination." Hu Chen pulled Valia out of the car. Immediately, someone angrily shouted, "It's Valia, she's back." A woman, in a frenzy, rushed over, disregarding everything, and roared, "Valia, give me back my son's life." A bodyguard immediately stood in front of Valia and Hu Chen, coldly saying, "You better be sensible, or you'll be the one at a loss." His hand was already on the weapon at his waist. Valia's family, seeing Valia return with such a big scene, were all stunned. Mrs. Yalman, who had no choice, shouted at Valia's father, "Yalman Saibwa, your daughter is back, you said you would give us an explanation quickly." Saibwa then walked over, seeing Valia leaning in the arms of a Dragonian, frowned, filled with anger. How could his daughter marry a Dragonian? He angrily shouted, "Valia, come here." Faced with her father's command, Valia dared not disobey, struggling to walk over to Hu Chen. Hu Chen did not stop her, but wanted to see what kind of trouble this group of people could cause. After Valia walked over, Saibwa glared at Hu Chen and said, "This is a matter for our Yalman family, you have no right to interfere." Talon's family breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, worried that these outsiders would intervene, and seeing the situation, they knew it was not good to provoke. Saibwa grabbed Valia's wrist, causing her to bite her tongue in pain, looking at Hu Chen, very worried that she would abandon herself. At this moment, an old man said, "Saibwa, according to our agreement, you will marry Valia to me, and the dowry does not need to be returned. I hope Valia can help me have a son, otherwise my son Telen will die in vain." Valia was terrified to hear this. The old man in front of her was even older than her father Saibwa, with a big beard, very sloppy. Saibwa pushed Valia over and said, "Okay, Valia, I leave you to him, from now on, our 2 families have nothing to do with each other." The old man was captivated by Valia's beauty and couldn't wait to consummate the marriage. He reached out to grab Valia. Valia was so scared, "Husband, save me!" She shouted, disregarding everything, and rushed towards Hu Chen. She threw herself into Hu Chen's arms, feeling a sense of security. What made her extremely sad was that her father actually traded himself to Trent's father for $100,000. The old man looked towards Hu Chen and angrily said, "Dragon countryman, give Valia back to me. That was my son's sacrifice, which I exchanged for $100,000. At this moment, someone shouted, "I remember now, Trent's death is related to this dragon countryman. Valia is now with him, calling him her husband. He is that dragon countryman. You killed my son, I will fight you." The old woman went crazy again and rushed forward. This time, even the bodyguard's threats were ineffective, as a large group of people rushed forward. In the distance, the 2 police officers were still supervising Hu Chen. The female officer saw this scene and frowned. Are they going to fight?
should we go stop them? The male officer chuckled, stop what? If they really fight, we can take advantage of the situation and arrest him, isn't that better? You're right. Wait. Facing the chaos, Hu Chen calmly said, with authority, all these people really stopped. Hu Chen then said, first, your son was shot dead by the police for shooting someone on the street. Many people saw it, so how your son died has nothing to do with me. Secondly, you all like money, right? Since Valia's father sold Valia to you for $100,000, name your price, and I will buy Valia from you. The old man angrily said, name your price, can you afford it? Hu Chen looked at the old man and said, just name your price. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, 15,000, no, 20,000, I want 20,000. 20,000 would double his earnings, enough for him to go after young men and women again. The old woman said, old man, are you stupid? Our son is dead, 30,000, not a penny less. Upon hearing this, the old man quickly said, yes, 30,000, not a penny less. Hu Chen smiled and asked, are you sure you want 30,000? A young man said, uncle, auntie, you are too naive. 30,000 is nothing. I think at least 50,000. The two were shocked. Just as Hu Chen said, everyone knew how their son died. They came to cause a scene mainly to get the dowry back and teach Valia a lesson, and of course, the best way to teach her was to take her home and discipline her. They didn't expect someone to want to buy her, going from 100,000 to 30,000 was already a lot in their eyes. The old man gritted his teeth and said, yes, 50,000. Give the money, and you can take Valia away. Nearby, Saibwa heard that Valia could be sold for 50,000 and felt anxious. He nodded and said to the bodyguard, give me the money. The bodyguard quickly handed the scattered box to Hu Chen. Suddenly, all eyes were on the box. The old man and the others were excited because they recognized it as a standard bank money box. In front of everyone, Hu Chen opened the money box. Although it wasn't full, it contained 70,000, which was very eye-catching. No! Saibwa shouted loudly, then said to the old man, your dowry is at most 120,000. I'll give you 150,000, you have no right to decide about my daughter. He then looked at Hu Chen and said, Dragon countryman, my daughter belongs to me, Saibwa. If you want to marry Valia, give me the money, and I will marry my daughter to you. On the other side, the old woman went crazy and shouted, Saibwa, do you have no shame? We had agreed before, and you also agreed just now. Now this dragon countryman is willing to pay for Valia, we are selling her to him, it has nothing to do with you. After shouting, the old woman urgently said to Hu Chen, quickly give me the money, take Valia away. Hu Chen smiled and said, do you have a bag? Bring it over to put the money in. The old woman quickly threw her backpack over and said, put it in, put all the money in for me. Saibwa went crazy, this money was his, and he roared angrily, don't even think about it, that money is mine. You must give me the American dollars before you can take Valia away. Hu Chen smiled and asked, didn't you already sell your daughter to them? Why are you saying this money is yours? With that, he took out a stack of money and said, that old woman, count it yourself, 500,000, so I don't give you less. After speaking, he put a stack of money into her backpack. 10,000, the old woman shouted loudly, afraid of making a mistake. Hu Chen continued to put money. 20,000. He continued to put money. 30,000. 200,000. When it reached 200,000, the backpack was almost full, after all, it was just a small backpack. So it gave the impression of a lot of money. No, that money is mine. Saibwa went mad, disregarding everything, rushing over to try to snatch the money. Hu Chen zipped up the bag and threw it to the old woman. Saibwa's gaze followed the old woman as he rushed over. The people on the old woman's side also clenched their fists and rushed to grab the backpack. The people on Saibwa's side also reacted and rushed over. So people on both sides fought fiercely for the 200,000. A female police officer in the distance saw this scene and said angrily, no, this will lead to bloodshed. Bang! She fired into the air and then ran over in this direction. The male police officer, frustrated, could only follow. "There's the police," someone shouted loudly. The people on both sides stopped, still holding onto the backpack. The female police officer pointed directly at Hu Chen and said, "You are really cunning." Hu Chen touched his nose and said, "How am I cunning? What does it have to do with me if they fight over it?" The female police officer roared, "If you didn't bring out this money, would they?" Hu Chen innocently said, "If I didn't bring out the money, would they let me take my wife away?" The male police officer pointed his gun at Hu Chen and said, "You are involved in human trafficking, which is illegal." Hu Chen spread his hands, "Sorry, this is a dowry." The old woman saw the police intervening and said, "First, the police should know that Saibwa has already agreed to marry Valia to my husband for a dowry of 100,000 and various other expenses. This young man is willing to pay to take Valia away. Shouldn't this money be mine?" Saibwa immediately said, "Nonsense, their own son killed someone on the street and was shot dead by your police. No one married my daughter, so they came to my house, forced me to return the dowry. But all the money in my house was used for my son's education. I have no money, no way. They came up with a bad idea, let me use my daughter to offset the debt, and said that once there is money, I can redeem her at any time. Now this man from the Dragon Kingdom is willing to marry my daughter by paying money, then I will have money. I am willing to give them a few more tens of thousands, but the remaining money is mine." The police officer immediately got a headache. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this, you give them the 200,000, consider it compensation for their dowry, and the remaining 500,000 will belong to you, how about that?" No, the old woman's reaction was very strong, that was 30,000, all hers. Arguing cunningly, "Saibwa, he never intended to return our dowry from the beginning, he even said that money is more important than life. We proposed to use Valia as a debt, he readily agreed, and said that after Valia is taken away, we will never bother him again. I am old and unable to bear children, my husband just wants to take Valia away, let her help give birth to one, it can be considered as having a descendant, so Valia belongs to us. If this man from the Dragon Kingdom wants to marry her, all the dowry he gives belongs to us." Cyber roared, "You're talking nonsense. It's because there are many of you threatening me, otherwise I would have been beaten to death by you all. Valia is my daughter. How could I let her marry an old man? Like you?" Valia heard the words from both sides, whether they were true or false. She was extremely heartbroken because she was treated as a commodity in a transaction. She lay in Hu Chen's arms, crying continuously. At this moment, a woman walked out, dirty and covered in bruises, and upon seeing Valia, she shouted loudly, "Valia, run, run quickly, your beastly father wants to marry you off to an old man." "Mom!" Seeing the woman covered in bruises and looking haggard, but still thinking of herself, Valia's heart broke. "Protect her," Hu Chen ordered. 2 bodyguards followed Valia and rushed over. Valia did not mind the woman's dirtiness and messiness, she hugged her tightly. Hu Chen also walked over. He approached Cyber and asked, "Is she your wife?" "Valia's mother?" Cyber excitedly replied, "Yes, she is my wife, Valia's mother." Hu Chen nodded, "I'll give you 200,000, sever your relationship with her, from now on you will have no connection, do you agree or not?" Upon hearing 200,000, Cyber's eyes widened, I agree. Hu Chen smiled slightly, "Get a bag to put the money in." Cyber, excited, took off his coat and said, "Put it here." Hu Chen smiled and took the money, "You count it yourself." Cyber was extremely excited, "Okay, 1, 2, 3, 200. The money has been given, go get her ID for me." "Okay, wait here." Cyber left excitedly. Hu Chen went and said, "Bring her mother onto the car." Valia was stunned, she was really afraid that Hu Chen would despise her untidy mother, but she did not expect Hu Chen to be so understanding. She broke down instantly, "Husband, thank you. Hu Chen reached out to move her bangs aside, "Silly girl, I am your husband, so naturally your mother is my mother, hurry up." "Yes, husband, you are so good." Seeing this scene, the female police officer said, "Why do I feel like he's not that bad after all?" The male police officer replied, "It's just a surface appearance, maybe he's putting on a show for us." True, there aren't many good people in Longwa.
The old woman, seeing Cyber was not there, said to Hu Chen, "Hey, quickly give us the remaining 300,000, Valia will be yours."
Hu Chen hesitated. Who should I give the money to in the end?
Suddenly, Hu Chen looked at the male police officer and said, "You guys are the most fair, so I'll give the money to you. How to arrange it is up to you." By now, Cyber had hidden the money and hurriedly arrived, handing the ID card to Hu Chen. "Here." Even his own ID was in there, showing that he only cared about money.
Hu Chen took the ID and left.
He went back to the car. The bodyguards started the car to leave.
The male police officer finally reacted. "Damn it, Longwa person, you caused all this trouble, and now you're dumping it on me?"
Hu Chen poked his head out. "I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You guys have fun."
The bodyguard asked, "Boss, are we going back to the city directly?"
Hu Chen shook his head. "No, let's find a high-end hotel first, clean up the mother, and then have a meal." In the car, nestled in Valia's arms, Florala's emotions gradually calmed down. She curiously looked at Hu Chen because she noticed her daughter calling him husband.
After a while, she softly asked Valia, "Daughter, will the Longwa person be good to you?" Even when she was in such a state, she still cared about Valia's happiness. That's motherly love.
Valia smiled and said, "Mom, my husband is very good to me, very good. Look at the clothes and jewelry I'm wearing, they are worth tens of millions, all gifts from my husband."
"Tens of millions?" Flora muttered in disbelief. She then carefully examined the jewelry and diamonds on Valia, and was shocked. "Are these all real? Is this the most expensive ruby? Oh my!" She exclaimed, "Daughter, are these really all gifts from him?" Valia nodded confidently, "Yes, Mom, they are all gifts from my husband." Suddenly, Flora thought of a question and asked seriously, "Daughter, how did you meet him?"
Valia felt a bit sad when she mentioned this, but still said, "Mom, it was Trent who deceived me and him into cheating for money, making me dress provocatively to seduce wealthy people, then caught them in bed to extort money."
Before she could finish, Flora angrily said, "Isn't that a crime? How could this happen?" Valia said bitterly, "Mom, don't get upset. Luckily, I met Hu Chen, my current husband.
He is amazing and didn't harm me, but pulled me back from the path of crime. Trent, on the other hand, was furious and tried to kill us with a gun, but was eventually shot dead by the police." Flora, excitedly said, "Good riddance, that beast deserved to die. If it weren't for your father's dowry of 100,000, I would never have agreed to your marriage with Trent." She ended sadly, "Unfortunately, as a mother, I am powerless and cannot give you happiness, nor help you in any way.
I am just a burden to you." Valia was moved and said, "Mom, please don't say that. You have been so good to me, you are the best mother in the world. I love you, I can't live without you. In the future, follow your daughter, and my husband and I will take care of you." Hu Chen quickly added, "Mom, rest assured, you raised Valia with so much effort, and now she is my wife. I will take good care of her with you." Flora said seriously, "You don't need to take care of me. I am used to hardship, I just hope you treat my daughter well. No matter how angry you get, no matter how bad things get, I hope you never lay a hand on my daughter. That's all I ask for." Hu Chen assured her, "Mom, you can rest assured. I will never harm a hair on Valia's head, and no one can bully my wife." At that moment, the driver said, "Boss, we have arrived at the best hotel in Ankaway town." Upon hearing this, Hu Chen said, "Wife, Mom, let's get off the car." The whole family got off the car together. The waiter warmly welcomed them. "Welcome, please come inside. May I ask if you are staying at the hotel or dining here?" Hu Chen replied, "We will stay and dine here. By the way, is your boss available? Tell her to come out, I have something to discuss with her." The waiter was surprised and said, "You want to see our boss?" "I'm sorry, our boss has made it clear that she doesn't meet with guests." Hu Chen frowned and said, "In that case, tell your boss that I am interested in buying this hotel." The waiter laughed, not believing it. "Sir, do you know the market value of our boss's hotel? It's a whopping 50 million. Hu Chen smiled and asked, "Do you know how much is in my bank account?" The waiter was taken aback and sneered, "You definitely didn't mention that." Hu Chen took out his phone, accessed online banking, showed the balance, and handed it over, saying, take a look for yourself." The waiter hesitantly took the phone and instinctively looked at the balance. His expression became increasingly shocked. After a while, he exclaimed, $110 million? A consumption task of 1.5, previously bought the top student for $2,730, and then took $1,270 in cash. There is still a little over 100 million on the card. Hu Chen smiled and asked, "Can I go ask your boss now?" The waiter returned the phone to Hu Chen and said tremblingly, "Wait a moment, I will inform our boss." He hurriedly left. Hu Chen looked at Valia and the others and said, "Wife, why are you all standing here? Quickly open the room, let Mom freshen up, then Stephen, go buy Mom 2 sets of shoes, Emily, go order some food." Upon hearing Hu Chen's instructions, everyone quickly went to prepare. Soon, the waiter returned and respectfully said to Hu Chen, "Sir, our boss is ready to see you." "Okay." Hu Chen followed the waiter upstairs, and the boss's office was on the 9th floor. Hu Chen walked in and was stunned when he saw the boss. Because the boss turned out to be a person from Manhwa. The boss smiled and spoke in Manhwa language. "Why so surprised?" Hu Chen smiled bitterly. "I really didn't expect the boss to be a fellow countryman, and I thought it was a beautiful lady." The boss smiled and walked to the guest office area, saying, "Please sit down." Hu Chen walked over and sat opposite her. The boss curiously asked, "Why do you want to acquire my hotel?" Hu Chen laughed. "I said I just wanted to spend money, do you believe me?" The boss was taken aback, then smiled and said, "I believe you." Then she said, "In that case, for 110 million, I will sell the hotel to you." This amount happened to be the balance in Hu Chen's card, which meant he would be emptied. Hu Chen happily said, "Sure, no problem at all." This time, the boss was truly stunned. Because she was joking, but Hu Chen's reaction indicated he was serious. Staring at Hu Chen for a while, the boss asked, "Have you been through something traumatic? Like a breakup, being cheated on and abandoned by your girlfriend of many years?" Hu Chen, who was drinking water, almost choked. Unfortunately, the boss was holding a glass of water, so when Hu Chen choked, he sprayed her all over. The situation became awkward. The assistants were all stunned. Hu Chen quickly realized the situation and apologized profusely. "I'm sorry, it was not intentional, but your mention of a breakup and being abandoned was too funny." As he spoke, he tried to wipe the boss clean with his hands. The boss sternly said, "Don't touch me." Hu Chen quickly withdrew his hand, feeling extremely embarrassed for accidentally spraying the beautiful boss. The assistants finally reacted and came over to help clean up. The beautiful boss took the handkerchief and said in a deep voice, "You can leave, I'll take care of it myself." Hu Chen tiptoed out, feeling that a storm was about to come. The beautiful boss suddenly said loudly, "Stop right there." Hu Chen immediately stood still, with a face full of embarrassed smile, waiting for judgment. At that moment, he felt like a student who had made a mistake facing a stern teacher. After a while, the beautiful boss cleaned the water off her face, feeling disgusted. Hu Chen explained, "I really didn't mean to." The beautiful boss walked up to Hu Chen and said, "If it wasn't intentional, then it was deliberate?" Seeing the situation turning serious, Hu Chen quickly said, "How about this, I'll increase the price by another 12 million as a gesture of apology." The beautiful boss was stunned, looking at Hu Chen incredulously, thinking, how wealthy is this person? Apologizing with 12 million? Suspecting he was joking, she said, "All right, I want you to transfer the money now." Assistant, bring the transfer machine. The assistant quickly brought the POS machine over. The beautiful boss took the POS machine and handed it directly to Hu Chen, saying, "The account ending in 8888 is mine, transfer it yourself." Hu Chen nodded, took out his bank card, and made a series of transactions. The next moment, the beautiful female boss received a notification of the deposit. Instant transfer? Fake. She took out her phone and was stunned to see 2 ones followed by a string of zeros. She counted and it was indeed 110 million, not a penny less. She looked at Hu Chen in disbelief. Hu Chen made a phone call to the bodyguard, saying, "Bring up the 12 million below." "Yes, boss." In no time, before the beautiful female boss could recover, 2 bodyguards carried 4 money boxes up.
After placing them in the alley, Hu Chen pointed to the money boxes and said, "This 12 million in cash is to apologize to you.
Also, can we proceed with the hotel contract?" The beautiful female boss, still in disbelief, asked, "Are you sure you're serious? 120 million? Hu Chen replied, "I'm very serious, not joking. Let's quickly proceed with the contract. This hotel will be mine from now on." The beautiful female boss, recalling something, asked directly, "Tell me honestly, are you trying to woo me with this method?" Hu Chen burst into laughter again, but this time without drinking water, to avoid spraying the female boss again. She glared at Hu Chen and said, "Can you stop laughing so easily?" Hu Chen awkwardly replied, "I didn't used to be like this, but what you said was too funny. Honestly, I just want to spend money." The beautiful female boss, incredulous, then said, "Since you don't admit it, forget it. I was actually considering accepting your pursuit." Hu Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Let's proceed with the contract." The beautiful female boss thought to herself, "I'll just go along with it. Even if I make a few million, I'm not afraid." So they proceeded with the contract. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 150 million within 6 hours, rewarded with 5 special strengthening pills. Ding, new mission, spend 200 million US dollars within 6 hours. Failure results in host paralysis, completion rewards 5 special strengthening pills. Hu Chen happily looked at the accumulated 16 special strengthening pills and 2 lottery chances. He had never felt so good before. System, activate all the special strengthening pills for me. Ding, congratulations to the host, activating 16 special strengthening pills, gaining 1.6 million strengthening points, current remaining points 36,047,790. System, let me draw the lottery twice. Ding, the host is drawing the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 500,000 strengthening points in the lottery. Ding. The host has won the photographic memory skill reward in the lottery. Upon hearing about this skill, Hu Chen was overjoyed. Wouldn't it be incredibly easy to learn anything in the future? One word, awesome. Even the worst prize in the lottery was tens of thousands of strengthening points, and he could still get good things. The lottery chances were just too rare. With only 6 hours left, he didn't even dare to sleep, but fortunately, his body was strong enough to endure. Looking at the over 4 million strengthening points, Hu Chen decided not to accumulate anymore. System, strengthen each of the 4 attributes by 1 million points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for strengthening each of the 4 attributes by 1 million points, current total of 1,120,000 points for each attribute. A tremendously powerful force filled his body, making him feel like his body had been tempered and strengthened instantly, incredibly powerful and intimidating. This feeling was truly awesome. At this moment, the beautiful female boss walked up to Hu Chen and asked in a deliberately charming voice, "Are you really not making such a big fuss just to pursue me? Honestly answer, or I'll leave." Hu Chen calmly replied, "No need to see you off." Then he turned to the original assistant of the beautiful female boss and asked, "Do you still want to work here?" The assistant excitedly asked, "Can I?" She thought she would lose her job if there was a change in the boss. "Of course, if you're willing, I'll promote you to vice president now, to take good care of this hotel for me. Here is my bank account, transfer the income to me on time every month. By the way, as vice president, your salary will increase by 100,000 US dollars. The assistant was shocked, with a face full of disbelief, as if a salted fish had turned over. Boss, are you serious?" he asked incredulously. Hu Chen said, "Do I look like I'm joking?" The assistant finally adapted, joyfully saying, "Thank you, boss, thank you, boss. Boss, rest assured, I will do my best to manage the hotel for you." "Well, that's it then," Hu Chen said, and left the office. The beautiful female boss was stunned. What's going on? After spending so much money, could it be that he really didn't come to seduce her? Unscientific, could it be that her charm is not as good as before? Or did she get wrinkles from staying up late these days? She quickly caught up and asked, "Hey, are you playing hard to get?" Hu Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, I'm just wealthy and simply want to spend money, really no other meaning. But I admit, you are really beautiful. As a fellow villager, I give you a thumbs up. By the way, if you don't have a place to stay temporarily, you can stay here. I'll cover all expenses for you. After speaking, he left in big strides, leaving the beautiful female boss stunned. Hu Chen came downstairs, where everyone was already waiting for him at the dining table. Valia's mother was also cleaned up and changed into new clothes, with a completely different demeanor. However, the scars on her face, both new and old, were very prominent, and she looked very haggard, obviously malnourished. Valia's mood was somewhat low because her mother's condition was worse than she had imagined. Hu Chen walked over to comfort her, saying, Don't worry, Mom will live with us in the future, so this situation won't happen again. Is everyone hungry? Let's eat first. Hey, I know you're pursuing me, just don't dare to admit it. I reluctantly agreed to your pursuit, the beautiful female boss walked over and said. Hu Chen said speechlessly, Beauty, I don't even know your name. You say I'm pursuing you? Pointing to Valia and the others, he said, Look, I already have 3 wives. The beautiful female boss was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, It doesn't matter. My name is Shayna, you can call me Ina. After speaking, she walked over and sat at the table. Emily and Stephen looked curiously at Shayna. Hu Chen said helplessly, As you wish. Then he said to the others, Let's eat first. After the meal, Hu Chen thought that Shayna was familiar with the town of Ankawi, so he said, How about accompanying me for some shopping? Stephen immediately said, Honey, I'll go with you. Emily also said, Count me in. Hu Chen said, If everyone is willing, then let's go together. Leading the way, he walked out. Valia and the others could see that Hu Chen definitely had plans for Shayna. Shayna asked, Where do you want to go, sir? Hu Chen said seriously, I have $2 billion on hand and am eager to spend. Please advise. Shayna, seeing that Hu Chen didn't seem to be lying, asked seriously, Why are you in such a hurry to spend money? Before Hu Chen could answer, a sports car stopped in front of them, blocking their way. A young man holding a rose, with extraordinary temperament, got out of the car and walked straight to Shayna, ignoring everyone else, his eyes fixed only on her. He knelt down in front of Shayna and said, Shayna, marry me. I truly like you, love you, be my bride. After saying this, he took out an exquisite box from his pocket and opened it to reveal a shiny diamond ring. Passers-by who saw this scene exclaimed, Wow, so romantic. Too romantic, say yes to him. I envy that. If someone confessed to me like that, I would definitely agree immediately. I also want such a handsome Prince Charming. More men and women walked out, and Hu Chen could tell at a glance that these people were fake. Xia Yana apologized, Morris, sorry we are not suitable, and also we have boyfriends, I like our dragon countrymen. After speaking, she reached out to hold Hu Chen's arm. Hu Chen avoided and said, Morris, right? Tell me the truth, I don't know her, good luck. With that, he walked away quickly. Xia Yana was stunned. Such a big beauty took the initiative to hug and was rejected? What's going on? Mosley looked at Xia Yana, Ina, I know you have a bias against me, but I have really changed. Marry me, I swear I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Upon hearing this, Hu Chen stopped and interrupted, Sorry, that Morris, let me correct you, my woman is the happiest woman in the world. You guys continue. Upon hearing this, Stephen and the others laughed. His woman, aren't they his women? Morris always felt that this guy was causing trouble and angrily said, Dragon countryman, stop. Hu Chen stopped and curiously asked, What's wrong? Morris walked over and took out his wallet, How much did Xia Yana pay you to act? Hu Chen smiled slightly, It's just that she gave too little, otherwise I would have agreed to act just now. Xia Yana, who heard this, rolled her eyes and thought this guy was strange. Morris took out a stack of money and stuffed it into Hu Chen's hand, Is this enough? Take the money and get lost. Hu Chen threw the money in Morris's face and said, Are you trying to humiliate me? Poor bastard. The whole scene was shocked, especially the extras hired by Morris. Someone said, Dragon countryman with short-sightedness, do you know who Morris is? He is the eldest son of the richest family in Anka Town. In Anka Town, no one dares to call Morris poor.
Hu Chen pointed at Xia Yana. She is richer than the Morris you mentioned.
Otherwise, why would she look down on this poor bastard?
And, poor bastard, please don't talk about money in front of me, because my money can buy the entire Anka Town.
After speaking, he looked at Xia Yana and said, since you have been actively pursuing me, I reluctantly accept you. Let's go.
Xia Yana rolled her eyes but still walked over, naturally linking her arm with Hu Chen's and preparing to leave. Morris was about to explode, angrily pulled out a gun and shouted at Hu Chen, stop, or I'll kill you. Flora was terrified to see this and quickly said, son-in-law, don't mess around, he really will do something crazy.
Hu Chen stopped, turned around to look at Morris, and sneered, do you dare to shoot with your cowardly behavior? With that, he walked quickly towards Morris.
This was clearly provocation. Emily, a CIA agent, broke out in a cold sweat when she saw this scene.
Morris roared, I told you to stop, kneel down and apologize.
Hu Chen did not stop, and went straight to Morris, grabbing the hand holding the gun. This scene made everyone's heart race. The safety latch was open, it could easily go off. Hu Chen moved the gun to his neck and said disdainfully, I bet you won't dare to shoot with the 2 billion in my account.
Madman. The Bureau is a madman.
Everyone around thought so upon hearing Hu Chen's words. Xia Yana was also shocked, a rich and fearless countryman. No, she had never encountered such a person in her life.
Too crazy. Morris roared in extreme anger, do you really think I dare not shoot? If you dare say one more word, I will definitely kill you.
Hu Chen laughed, I'm telling you, Morris is a poor loser, trash, and coward.
With no bottom line provocation, everyone felt he was asking for death. Ah! Morris went crazy and shouted, go to hell. Bang!
A gunshot, the whole scene was stunned.
The next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They saw that the Dragon Kingdom man actually caught the bullet with 2 fingers? The first thought was that it was fake, too fake. Catching a bullet barehanded? How is that possible? This is not a TV drama. Right, if it's not a TV drama, then it's real? The crowd boiled. Hu Chen smiled slightly, you kill me once, is it fair for me to kill you once?
The hand holding the bullet burst with powerful force, treating the bullet like a projectile, and threw it fiercely towards Morris.
In an instant, the distance closed.
With a light sound, everyone saw a bullet hole appear on Morris's forehead.
Morris stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief, and fell down. Hu Chen clapped his hands and said, you think I'm trash and powerful, don't you? The most shocked person on the scene was Emily.
As a CIA agent, she always believed that Hu Chen was strong, but now she found that the more she knew about her, the more afraid she felt.
One of Morris's companions, unable to believe it, said to Hu Chen, you killed Morris, you'll be in jail. Hu Chen looked indifferently and said, which eye of yours saw me kill him? He committed suicide, okay.
After speaking, he turned and walked away, saying to Stephen and the others, let's go, don't waste my money on some trash.
Mad, very mad.
But there was nothing they could do about it.
Everyone followed Hu Chen and left.
Emily said, husband, your fingerprints are on the bullet, the police will find you.
Hu Chen smiled, who said my fingerprints are on the bullet? Emily asked in shock, they're not?
Hu Chen nodded, a true master never leaves any evidence behind. Then he said to Xia Yana, take me to spend money, 2 billion.
Xia Yana said speechlessly, I really can't understand how you rich people think.
Then she added, if you want to spend 2 billion, you can only buy real estate.
Hu Chen nodded, then let's buy real estate. Shortly after the group left, the police arrived.
Seeing that the incident involved the son of the richest man in Ankaway town, they were all shocked.
The captain asked in a deep voice, what's going on?
Someone quickly said, officer, it was a Dragon Kingdom man who killed Morris.
Dragon Kingdom man? Where is he? They went that way.
Another police officer said, Captain, there is one less bullet in Morris's gun. Based on the bullet hole in his forehead, it was caused by a bullet from the gun. Then he took out an advanced device to scan the gun and said, "There is only one person's fingerprint on the gun, and it matches Morris's own.
It is preliminarily judged as suicide."
Upon hearing this, the captain looked at the person who made the accusation and asked, "Why did you tell me it was done by a Dragon Kingdom person?" The person panicked
and said, "Officer, it really was a Dragon Kingdom person who killed Morris, they can all testify."
Someone said, "That's right, we can testify that the one who killed Morris was a young man from the Dragon Kingdom. That young man was very arrogant, always talking about spending money, as if he was very wealthy."
The officer asked, "Then tell me how he killed Morris?"
The person said, "Officer, Morris has been fond of the Dragon Kingdom lady boss of a boutique hotel for a long time. It's almost no secret in our Ankaway town. Today, Morris proposed to Xiaoyina and was interrupted by that Dragon Kingdom person, so he pulled out his gun to scare off the Dragon Kingdom person. The gun went off, and the man from Longwa actually caught the bullet with his bare hands, then threw it towards Morris, who was shot and fell to the ground. The officer's face immediately darkened and he ordered his subordinates, "Take him away and send him to the mental hospital."
Catching a bullet with bare hands? I might as well have caught a cannonball. I don't believe it at all.
The man was taken away by other police officers, shouting loudly, "Officer, I'm not lying to you, it's true, ask them if you don't believe me."
The captain looked at the others and asked, "Tell me, is it true or not?"
One by one, they could tell that the officer didn't believe it at all and didn't want to be taken away, so they vigorously shook their heads. At that moment, a police officer took out the bullet from Morris's forehead, scanned it, and burned the scan together. The group became excited because the man from Longwa had touched the bullet, leaving fingerprints for sure. The next moment, the scanning police officer said, "No anomalies, it's determined that Morris committed suicide."
A police officer asked, "But why would he commit suicide?"
The police officer who took the bullet analyzed, "Didn't they say Morris was rejected by that Shayna girl when he confessed his love?
He probably couldn't handle it."
At that moment, the police officer in charge of monitoring arrived. "Captain, the surveillance footage lagged at that moment, so we couldn't see if it was suicide or what happened. Morris was indeed targeting a man from Longwa, nothing else was unusual."
Surveillance lagged? "Did you bring the video?" the captain asked.
"Yes, I did." The captain personally reviewed the video, repeatedly, but the part where Morris fired the gun was lagging and not visible. The captain then said, "Since it's been clarified that Morris committed suicide, take the body away and notify Morris's father to claim it." The police officers carried Morris's body away, leaving his friends dumbfounded. They were deeply terrified. They suddenly realized that the man from Longwa was too terrifying, not only catching bullets with his bare hands, but also leaving no evidence behind. On the other side, Shayna brought Hu Chen and others to a real estate agency in the town of Ankawai.
The buildings here were all Western-style houses, so they were quite valuable. Because it was late at night and everyone had gone off duty, there was only one consultant on duty. When he saw someone coming, the consultant was surprised and asked, "Are you here to buy a house?" Then he saw Shayna. "Oh, you are Shayna, the owner of the specialty hotel, are you here to buy a house?" Shayna smiled and said, "It's not me buying a house, it's my husband who has a lot of money and wants to spend it lavishly." The salesperson didn't take it seriously, smiled and asked, "Spend lavishly, how much exactly?"
Hu Chen said, "I have 2 billion, so you can budget for a 2 billion house for me."
The salesperson was stunned. Others were shocked too.
When they heard Hu Chen say he wanted to spend 2 billion, they thought he was joking, but it turned out to be true.
The salesperson ignored Hu Chen, thinking he might have a problem, and asked Shayna, "Boss Shayna, are you sure Mr. Lee is not joking?" Shayna looked at Hu Chen.
Hu Chen took out his bank card and handed it to the salesperson, saying, "The password is 123456, now, transfer the 2 billion first, then budget for the house I'm buying."
The salesperson was stunned.
After looking at Shayna and seeing that she didn't say anything, he looked at the others.
Seeing no one stopping him, he thought even if everyone else was crazy, Shayna couldn't be, right?
So he said, "Okay, please wait a moment." After a while, he came back with a POS machine, inserted the card, entered the password, and waited for the network response.
Then, the salesperson looked at the long string of zeros after the 2, shocked and speechless.
It took a while before he looked up at Hu Chen, too incredulous that there really were 2 billion.
He asked in shock, "Sir, are you really sure you want to buy a 2 billion property?
The United States does not have purchase restrictions.
As long as you have money, you can buy anything.
After all, this is the capital symbolizing freedom, and naturally everything tends towards freedom."
Hu Chen nodded, "That's right, I am very serious. You can transfer
all the money now and then budget for 2 different properties."
After the consultant confirmed, she was extremely excited.
With a sales volume of 2 billion in properties, her commission was going to skyrocket. "Sir, let me first pay you 50 million as a deposit, then I will budget for 2 billion in properties, and pay the balance after the budget is confirmed."
"But sir, these 2 billion in properties are too many. I can't handle it alone."
"I'm afraid I won't be able to get the contracts today, so..." Before she could finish, Hu Chen interrupted, "No, I must have all the property contracts within 3 hours.
Transfer the 2 billion now.
If you can't handle it, you can call your colleagues to help you."
Unable to do anything, the salesperson had to call the manager.
When the manager heard the news, he didn't believe it at all and scolded the salesperson. The salesperson repeatedly assured him, and the manager reluctantly agreed. Not long after, a middle-aged woman arrived at the sales center and was surprised to see a group of people there.
She walked up to the salesperson and asked, "Victoria, what's going on?"
Victoria handed the POS to the manager and said, "Manager, take a look for yourself."
Morin was shocked when she saw the balance and then asked Hu Chen and the others, "Are you sure you want to buy 2 billion in properties?"
Hu Chen replied, "I am sure and certain. Please complete all transactions within 3 hours.
I am an impatient person, I hope you can understand."
After confirming, the manager hurriedly said, "Sir, I am Morin, the manager of the Mayu Bay sales department.
I am happy to serve you.
I will notify all staff to come and try to complete the transaction within 3 hours."
Hu Chen urged, "No, you didn't understand me?
It must be completed within 3 hours, or I will complain."
Morin trembled and quickly said, "Okay, I understand." She then shouted to Victoria, "What are you waiting for? Quickly notify all employees, including the cleaners, to come back and help.
Tell them their wages for this month will be doubled."
"Yes, manager." Victoria and the manager quickly contacted everyone. Stephen and the others watched Hu Chen in amazement. They wondered, why buy so much real estate? Emily asked, "Honey, are you planning to enter the real estate industry?"
But in our country, the real estate market is tightly controlled by the government, and there isn't much profit to be made.
Hu Chen nonchalantly replied, "It doesn't matter, I have a lot of money. Thinking to start buying real estate from the town of Anchor Bay in the United States." Ding!
Host triggers hidden main task, by the United States, with a time limit of 3 years. Failure to complete the task will result in the host being eliminated, while success will receive an extraordinary reward package. Hu Chen was dumbfounded.
He was just imagining things, how did he trigger a hidden task? What kind of trick was this? Was he really being asked to buy the United States? How was that even possible?
This was not something that money alone could solve. He felt like he was in a difficult situation. Now he really had to buy like crazy. After arranging everything, Morin came to Hu Chen and respectfully said, "Sir, please go to the VIP lounge to rest.
We will handle everything here and inform you."
Hu Chen nodded, "Okay, remember, the faster the better.
I'm eager to spend money."
When Valia and the others heard this, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. They thought he was too pretentious. But the fact was that the husband was really wealthy.
Shouldn't this be called extravagant?
In the lounge, everyone started playing poker out of boredom.
Flora felt like she was in a dream. How did she, in the midst of a nightmare, suddenly become the mother-in-law of a super-rich person?
Some dare not believe it, got up and walked to Hu Chen's front. Hu Chen curiously looked at Flora.
Flora did not speak, reached out to touch Hu Chen's face.
The sense of reality made her mutter, "Really, all of this is real." Hu Chen understood Flora's meaning, politely said, "Mom, of course it's real, from now on you will follow us and enjoy life."
Fulora's tears flowed out. Son-in-law, thank you so much.
Mom, you're being too polite. Raising Valia was not easy. Filial piety is what we should do.
Fulora shouted to Valia, Valia, come here. Valia had to put down the cards and walk over. Mom, what's wrong with you?
Fulora grabbed Valia's hand and handed it to Hu Chen, saying, Valia, you are not that outstanding. It's your good fortune that your son-in-law chose you, so you must follow him well and never betray him.
Valia shyly said, Mom, I know, I will never betray my husband, I love him.
Fulora nodded and looked at Hu Chen. Son-in-law, Valia is a poor girl, the family favors boys over girls, she hardly had any fatherly love, besides me, there are few people in the family who like her. I hope you, no matter how many wives you have, will not abandon Valia.
Hu Chen quickly said, Mom, rest assured, I will never abandon Valia, even if she wants to leave me. Fulora sighed in relief, that's good, I wish you both happiness. In less than 3 hours, Morin arrived at the lounge, followed by people holding thick documents, all real estate contracts.
Morin said to Hu Chen, Mr. Hu, we have all the real estate contracts ready, you just need to sign and stamp them.
Hu Chen nodded, okay, you guys get ready, I'll start signing and stamping. Okay, Mr. Hu. Several salespeople came over to help.
Hu Chen picked up the pen, quickly signed and stamped. The speed shocked these sales consultants.
They thought Hu Chen was scribbling.
After looking at it, they found that the English name was very fair, and the fingerprints were very clear.
After about an hour, they finally finished. Morin personally swiped 2 billion in front of Hu Chen. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for spending $2 billion within 6 hours, completing the task and receiving 5 special strengthening pills as a reward.
Ding!
New task, spend $5 billion within 12 hours, failure will result in paralysis, completion will reward 3 strengthening pills.
System, activate all strengthening pills. Ding!
Congratulations to the host, activating 5 strengthening points, gaining 500,000 points, current remaining points 1,547,790. Seeing the time finally reach 12 hours, Hu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, finally having some rest time.
It was already late at night, so he said to everyone, alright, let's all go to the hotel to rest, we'll continue spending tomorrow. Remembering something, he said to Morin, by the way, Manager Mo, how much real estate do you have here? Specifically, I want to buy everything here, you have my number, calculate it and let me know, we'll meet tomorrow. Stephen and the others were already numb. They had gradually gotten used to Hu Chen spending money lavishly. Back at the boutique hotel, Valia said, honey, I'm going to sleep with Mom tonight, so I won't be with you. After speaking, she took Fulora to her room. Hu Chen looked at Stephen and Emily and asked, what about you? Emily said to Stephen, the 2 of us sisters will sleep together, bye. And they left. Hu Chen looked at Zayayina and said with a smile, now it's just you. Zayayina turned and ran.
Hu Chen caught up with her, picked her up, and headed towards the room number on the keycard.
Ah! Zayayina screamed, let me go, let me go. Hu Chen smirked, you tease me like this today, how could I let you go? Serve your husband well. He entered the room, closed the door, and roughly threw Zayayina onto the bed, then pounced on her. Zayayina could only resign herself to her fate. After about 2 hours, Hu Chen regretfully said, it's a pity, you didn't give me your most precious thing. Zayayina rolled her eyes and said, I'm already 26 years old, what do you expect? Who told you not to meet me earlier? Ha! Hu Chen was somewhat surprised, you're 26 years old. I didn't realize, I thought you were only 18. Zayayina felt uncomfortable being judged by Hu Chen for not being a virgin, so she gave him a cold look and didn't say anything more. Hu Chen hugged her and said, don't be angry, I apologize to you. It's my fault, but I promise I don't look down on you. I will love you like I love any of them.
Zayayina still angrily said, Humph, who said I want your love? Despite her words, she lay in Hu Chen's arms, tightly embracing him, feeling a sense of security.
Angkawai Town's private farm estate. This is the estate of Angkawai Town's richest man, Moye, who is Morris's father. At this moment, Morris's body has been taken back home by Moye from the police.
Morris's friends were also invited to Moye's house. These people were all trembling with fear. Because Moye is a ruthless person, now that his only son is dead, he is capable of doing anything, so they are all very afraid. Moye, with a cigar in his mouth, glared at the 8 men and women and asked, "What exactly happened? Tell me honestly, don't miss any details." "It was the Dragon Kingdom person, he killed Morris, we saw it with our own eyes," one guy said loudly, trying to cover up his inner fear.
Moye's face darkened. "Are you sure? Then why did the police tell me Morris committed suicide?"
The group looked at each other, and a girl said, "Uncle Moye, we really don't know why this happened, and even the surveillance footage is problematic, but we did see that the Dragon Kingdom person killed Morris." Moye fell silent for a while and then asked, "Tell me all the details you know, remember, don't miss any details." So the group of people talked about the eerie scene of Morris's death to Moye. Moye's voice was cold. "So you're saying that the Dragon Kingdom person can ignore bullets, catch them with his bare hands, and even throw the bullets back to kill my son?" "Yes, that's right, that's how it happened."
Moye fell into silence.
He then looked at the 8 people. If 1 or 2 people were lying, it could be excused, but if they all said the same thing, there must be a problem.
After a while, he asked, "Do you know where this Dragon Kingdom person is now?"
One person said, "Not sure, but he seems to have hooked up with Xia Yana, so if nothing unexpected happens, he should be staying at Xia Yana's boutique hotel."
"Boutique hotel?" Moye muttered.
Then he said, "You can leave now." The group left as if they were pardoned, quickly turning to leave. With no one else around, Moye called out, "Come."
An old butler arrived. "Sir, you called?"
Moye took out some photos provided by the police and said, "These are the photos provided by the police, find this Dragon Kingdom person for me, find out about him, and then find an opportunity to bring him back to me."
"Yes, sir." The next day.
Waking up, Hu-Chen looked at his treasure, bitterly smiled, his body was getting stronger, and his treasure was becoming more and more powerful.
Looking at Xia Yana sleeping soundly.
And she was lying on Hu-Chen's body, half hidden, and extremely tempting. Where would Hu-Chen still show mercy and take up arms?
Ah! Xia Yana woke up with a shy scream. Feeling fierce and tense, she bit down on Hu-Chen's arm. Hu-Chen retaliated even more fiercely. After a few hours, Xia Yana complained, "Husband, can you please give me a heads up next time? You suddenly scared me like that."
Hu-Chen chuckled, "I'm sleeping with my own wife, not fooling around."
"I still have to report."
"Hoof."
Xia Yana snorted angrily but didn't say anything.
In her heart, she felt incredibly sweet and happy. This was the kind of happy life women liked.
She thought, no wonder Valia and the others didn't mind his philandering.
The two got up and went downstairs, where Emily and the others had already prepared breakfast. Seeing Hu-Chen and Xia Yana arrive, Stephen smiled and said, "Husband, I thought you were going to sleep a bit longer."
"I didn't call you for breakfast, I'll go get it."
Hu-Chen picked up Stephen's plate and started eating. "Thanks, wife, give me a portion for 3 people." He thought, with his stronger body, his appetite had increased.
"Got it, husband."
Soon breakfast arrived, and the whole family enjoyed it.
Emily asked Xia Yana quietly, "Was your husband fierce last night?" Xia Yana blushed and thought, "Why are you asking this?"
She replied, "Don't mention it, he was like a barbarian, and this morning he bullied me, so bad."
Ha ha, Emily burst into laughter.
At that moment, an old man with a cane walked in with another old man. Seeing the old man, Xia Yana quickly stepped closer to Hu-Chen and whispered, "Husband, that old man is Morris's father, the richest man in Ankowi town, and the other old man is his steward." "Husband, don't be fooled by the steward's appearance, he was a fierce killer in his youth, saved by Moye, and stayed by his side as a trusted aide." Hu-Chen nodded, curiously eyeing the 2 old men. Unexpectedly, the old men were also observing them. Moye's gaze met Hu-Chen's, and Moye politely smiled at him, as if greeting an acquaintance. This scene surprised Hu-Chen, he couldn't believe Moye didn't know about his son's death. The more so, Hu-Chen concluded that Moye was a very dangerous person. However, in danger, everyone was just a minor character in front of him. At that moment, Moye, with his cane, walked towards Hu-Chen and the others. Everyone knew the old man's identity,
so they watched him curiously, wondering what he was up to. Xia Yana frowned even more. The old man walked directly to Hu Chen and asked, like an old friend, "Young man, I heard you killed someone last night?" Hu Chen laughed, "Old man, I also heard you wet the bed last night." This remark left everyone stunned. Moye chuckled, "Young man, your joke is not funny at all." Hu Chen immediately replied, "Your joke isn't funny either, and old man, I don't know you." Moye took out a photo and said, "You may not know me, but you should know this person, right?" It was a bloody photo with a bullet hole in the forehead. Hu Chen glanced at it and said without any surprise, "I don't know him." With such a big bullet hole in his forehead, was he a criminal executed by a firing squad? Moye was a little cold, "Young man, we Americans never give up. I heard someone say that last night someone saw Tenli kill my son." Oh, Hu Chen suddenly realized, so the deceased was your son. You should mourn, and it's no wonder you're having mental issues. After all, losing a son, I can understand. By the way, old man, you're quite old. You should retire peacefully. If a son dies, he dies. He must have done something he shouldn't have done. I hope you don't follow in his footsteps. Moye smiled and didn't say anything more. He was already sure that his son's death was caused by this man from the Dragon Kingdom, and that was enough. As he left, he remembered everyone he had been with Hu Chen. When the old man was far away, Emily said, "This old man will probably target us, just like you killed his son. He will pick us off one by one, making you suffer." Hu Chen nodded at the words, "Sounds dangerous." Stephen said, "Not just dangerous, very dangerous. After all, we are in the light, and the enemy is in the dark. You never know when and where he will strike." Hu Chen asked, "What, are you scared, honey?" Stephen laughed, "I'm not scared. Starting today, I will be with you 24 hours a day. I will die with you." Hu Chen looked at Emily, "Honey, you should know about powerful bodyguards. Contact a few, I'll hire them to protect everyone, so no one has to live in fear." Emily nodded, "I do know some, I also know a team, but they are a bit expensive." Hu Chen interrupted, "Honey, do I look like I'm short of money? As long as they are good enough, bring them to me, I'll pay whatever it takes." Valia exclaimed, "Honey, are you trying to start a bodyguard company?" Hu Chen smiled, "It's not a bad idea. I'm not short of money, and in your America, anyone can carry a gun. It's not safe. Establishing a bodyguard company is indeed a good idea." Emily immediately started contacting the bodyguards she knew. She then handed the phone to Hu Chen, "Honey, they're asking about the price." Hu Chen took the phone, "You guys name the price, but I want skilled people who can protect others, no trash." The other party was stunned, seemingly not expecting the employer to be so bold, and then arrogantly said, "As long as you can afford it, I can bring you people from the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance." Ancient Martial Arts Alliance? Hu Chen muttered, "Are there experts in the second stage of the gene lock?" The other party asked in shock, "You know about the gene lock?" Hu Chen said, "I am one myself, do you think I don't know?" Thinking to himself that he was now a third-stage gene lock person. The other party said bitterly, "No, there are experts in the first stage of the gene lock, but I can't afford them. If you can pay the price, I can bring you some people from the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance." Hu Chen disappointedly said, "Okay, bring me the best you have, money is not an issue." The other party said, $1 billion per person per year, with an advance payment of $50 million, can you do that? Hu Chen said, "No problem. I'm in Ankaway town now. When can you arrive?" The other party seemed to be checking, then said, "We can arrive as early as around 5 in the afternoon. We will contact you at the current location where you are calling." "Okay, that's settled." Emily asked, "Honey, is it done?" Hu Chen smiled, "It's done, from the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance, I wonder how strong they are." Emily said, "Honey, the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance is a branch of the Cultivation Alliance, stronger than the Gene Warriors." She had heard what Hu Chen had just said and thought, "I didn't expect my husband to be a Gene Warrior." But when he said he was a third-stage Gene Warrior, he was probably bragging. After breakfast, Hu Chen took the lead to go out again. As for Moye, he left the restaurant when Hu Chen left.
Hu Chen didn't care about him. As long as everyone stayed by his side, there would be no danger.
Xia Yana asked, "Husband, what are you planning to do next?"
Hu Chen said seriously, "To be honest with you all, my goal is to acquire the entire Ankaway town."
Ah? Everyone was shocked. Emily said, "But husband, do you know the GDP of Ankaway town? It's not just a small town, its annual GDP is no less than 200 billion US dollars.
Hearing this, everyone gasped, 200 billion US dollars. They thought to themselves, even if the husband is wealthy, he would only spend a few billion, still far from 200 billion. Hu Chen nodded, "So, we need to speed up the acquisition, otherwise, it will take a long time to acquire 200 billion.
Everyone was stunned, 200 billion US dollars, and still need to acquire more? Emily reminded, "Husband, I said 200 billion US dollars, not Dragon Kingdom currency, are you sure you are serious?"
Hu Chen nodded and said to everyone, "I am very serious, I want to buy Ankaway town, and the sooner the better." Xia Yana said, "Then let's start with the farm estate for acquisition, I think it will be more efficient."
Hu Chen nodded, "Okay, as long as the acquisition is fast, we will proceed with it." Xia Yana continued, "Husband, how much US dollars do you have now, can you give us an idea?"
Hu Chen smiled and said, "Money is not a problem, as long as we can acquire, money is just a small matter. By the way, you can all help me with the acquisition, I will take care of the payment."
Valia asked, "Husband, are you serious?"
Hu Chen firmly said, "I'll say it again, I am very serious, extremely serious. But, not now, Moye has targeted everyone, the bodyguards have not arrived yet, I am worried if you all go separately for the acquisition."
Stephen asked, "What should we do now?" Hu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the Manhwa Bay sales department, I plan to take over the entire place first." A group of people followed Hu Chen to Manhwa Bay. Just then, bang!
The sound of a gunshot came from the left side.
Hu Chen looked over, a bullet was aimed at Xia Yana.
Emily reacted quickly and shouted, "Get down, there's an enemy attack," and quickly searched for the target. Only Hu Chen saw, 200 meters away, on the rooftop, an old man confidently packed up and left after firing a shot.
That old man was the one who entered the specialty restaurant with Moye.
At the moment the gunshot rang out, Xia Yana felt a sudden unease in her heart, as if a disaster was about to strike. In her confusion, Hu Chen appeared mysteriously by her side, his fist stopping at her head. This scene was seen by the old man who fired the shot and turned to confirm the target. "How is this possible?" he almost exclaimed. The next moment, Hu Chen fiercely threw the bullet out, swift as lightning, faster than the one shot at them.
Puff!
The bullet hit the old man's heart accurately, and he fell heavily to the ground.
Emily and the others witnessed this scene and were extremely shocked.
When dealing with Morris before, the distance was close, so they could barely accept it, but now the distance was too far, yet the result was the same.
Emily stared at Hu Chen, starting to doubt, could it be that my husband has truly unlocked the third stage of the genetic lock? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Hu Chen asked Xia Yana, "Wife, are you okay?"
Xia Yana finally came to her senses and smiled bitterly, "Husband, thank goodness for you." She hugged Hu Chen tightly.
"Since everything is fine, let's continue to Manhwa Bay." Everyone arrived at Manhwa Bay with lingering fears. When they saw that it was Hu Chen who had arrived, the salespeople excitedly welcomed him. Victoria respectfully asked, "Mr. Hu, is there something you need?" Such a big client, they couldn't afford to offend even a bit. Hu Chen said, "I just came to ask about the matter I arranged for your manager last night, how did she handle it?"
Victoria replied, "Mr. Hu, please rest for a while, I will go call the manager." Not long after, Morin hurried over and apologetically said, "Mr. Hu, I'm sorry, I talked to our boss last night, and he said the remaining assets will not be sold to you for the time being."
Hu Chen furrowed his brows and asked, "Why?"
Morin bitterly replied, "The boss didn't say why, just that it won't be sold."
Hu Chen thought for a moment and said, "I wonder if you have your boss's phone number, I would like to ask personally why." Morin hesitated and said, "Okay." Hu Chen immediately dialed the number.
It rang for a while, but no one answered. Even after it automatically hung up, there was still no response.
Hu Chen's brows furrowed even deeper.
Morin, feeling worried, said, "Mr. Hu, maybe our boss is in a meeting, you can try again later."
Hu Chen smiled and said, "It's okay." He turned and left. Emily said, "Husband, do you think they are targeting you on purpose after knowing who you are?" Hu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Since I arrived in the United States, I haven't interacted with any big shots. If someone wants to offend me, the most powerful one would be Moye."
Valia said, "It's possible that Moye is playing tricks, after all, as the richest man in Ankaway town, he has some influence."
Hu Chen nodded and said, "Let's go back to the hotel first."
After all, there was still 12 hours left for this task, so there was no rush at the moment. They returned to the hotel. Hu Chen took Stephen to the room, and everyone understood what he was going to do.
Valia couldn't help but say to Emily and Shayna, "Do you think your husband can handle being so busy day and night?" Shayna replied, "Who knows? Anyway, he's very capable."
At the mention of the richest man, Moye patiently waited for good news from the steward. 2 hours had passed, and he should have returned by now, but no one came back. Moye suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly called the steward, but no one answered. "Damn it," Moye cursed, realizing that something might have happened to the steward.
"Someone come."
"Sir, send someone to find the steward."
"Yes."
On the hotel side, after finishing his business, Hu Chen left for Moye's mansion.
He arrived at the estate after enjoying the scenery along the way.
The guards sternly warned, "This is a private estate, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach," and aimed their guns at Hu Chen.
"Don't be nervous, I'm just here to talk to your boss. Go tell your boss that it's a person from Longwo looking for him."
One guard seemed to recognize his boss and said, "Wait here, I'll go ask the boss." The guard quickly found the boss. Seeing Moye furious, throwing things on the ground, the guard cautiously said, "Boss, there is a young man from Longwa outside seeking an audience with you."
"A young man from Longwa? What's his name?" Moye's reaction was strong, with a hint of nervousness.
"I didn't ask about that," the guard said nervously. "Bring him in, and also notify the security department to come here."
"Yes."
The guard first informed the security department, then returned to the gate and warily said to Hu Chen, "Our boss requests your presence." He led Hu Chen to the reception
room.
As they entered, they saw that the room was already on high alert.
Hu Chen smiled and said, "What a grand setup."
Moye angrily said, "You killed my son and still dare to come to my manor.
Today is your death day."
With his words, the weapons of dozens of guards were all aimed at Hu Chen.
In this situation, a normal person would definitely not be able to escape death.
However, Hu Chen remained calm and said, "I advise you not to act recklessly, otherwise your son will be your fate."
Moye exploded, "You finally admit that you killed my son, right? Now, let's see how you explain to the police." Moye held a recording pen and said. Hu Chen smiled slightly, "Do you think I would spare you, or your men?"
"To tell you the truth, I am fed up with the behavior of your master in Ankaway town, which makes me very unhappy.
So, you better go reunite with your son." "What?" Moye was shocked because he realized that this Long Kingdom person was about to take action.
But before he could react, his neck was already grabbed by Hu Chen. Feeling the strength coming from the Long Kingdom person's hand, he understood that his life and death were in the other's hands.
All the guards aimed their weapons at Hu Chen.
Moye was extremely nervous and shouted, "Don't act recklessly, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be more powerful than bullets.
You are young, and it's not worth exchanging lives with me." "Exchange lives? With them? You are thinking too much."
The strength in his hands grew stronger.
Moye was finally terrified. Have mercy, I promise not to trouble you anymore. If you want to acquire Ankaway town, I will also help you with all my efforts."
Hu Chen shook his head, "Sorry, you have no chance." When Hu Chen left the manor, it was already a river of blood. Back at the hotel, using hacker techniques, he changed the surveillance of the manor. When the police discovered it, they had no clue. After ensuring safety, Hu Chen had Valia and the others go around the town to make purchases, and he was responsible for paying. This was his idea, and he didn't know if it would work, so he had to give it a try. Valia, Stephen, Emily, and Shayna all went out to help with the purchases. Shayna, as the hotel owner, had experience and knew how to quickly complete the acquisitions. First, she carefully packaged Valia and the others, dressing them up to look like very wealthy nobles.
Stephen and Valia looked at their new selves in disbelief.
Then everyone split up to start the crazy acquisitions. Everyone remembered Hu Chen's words, not caring about money, just wanting to acquire and buy the entire town. They knew Hu Chen was wealthy, so they were confident during the acquisitions.
Soon, Shayna called.
"Hello, husband, I negotiated a deal for an apartment here, the price is $3.5 million US. I will send you the account, you transfer the money and the deal will be done."
Hu Chen was delighted. Okay.
In no time, he received the information and quickly logged into online banking to transfer the money. He was a bit excited when entering the password, worried that he wouldn't be able to spend like this.
When the transfer was successful, he was overjoyed. Shortly after, Shayna sent him a text with the purchase contract.
Hu Chen was even more delighted and replied, "Wife, keep it up, love you." After a while, Stephen called, having purchased a convenience store. Although it didn't cost much, it was still a successful start.
Next, Valia and Emily also shared good news.
In about 5 hours, the town went crazy with 4 women making acquisitions, and everyone began to speculate on their motives. The conclusion was that a super project would land in the town, so they were aggressively acquiring to seize the opportunity.
As a result, the town's value kept doubling.
Hu Chen didn't care about this, he just wanted to spend money. Congratulations to the host for completing a consumption of $500 million US within 12 hours and receiving 3 strengthening pill rewards. Ding, new task, complete a consumption of $1 billion US within 12 hours, failure to complete the task will result in punishment, completion of the task will reward 3 strengthening pills.
System activates 3 strengthening pills.
Ding, congratulations to the host for activating 3 strengthening pills and receiving a reward of 300,000 strengthening points.
However, the acquisition of consumption has not ended yet. Constantly receiving payment calls.
Finally, when the consumption reached nearly 500 million, Valia and the others returned.
Hu Chen greeted them happily.
Xiaoyana complained, "Husband, the people in town all think there will be a major project in town, so the prices of all industries are soaring, and we are losing out on our acquisitions."
Hu Chen said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, we are not short of money."
Thinking to himself, the higher the price, the faster the consumption, the higher the efficiency. Emily seemed to see through Hu Chen's thoughts and said,
"Husband, if you want to continue acquiring for the long term, I suggest not acquiring at too high a price, otherwise it will attract attention from the United States side.
After all, as prices continue to rise, it will cause inflation and financial crises. Also, if you bring out too much capital, it will also attract attention from the United States side, and they will investigate the source of your funds." Thinking to himself, the US dollar is from the United States, if you bring out too much, it's strange if the United States doesn't suspect. After Hu Chen stopped, he also secretly wiped a cold sweat.
This is indeed a big problem. After thinking about it, he said, "Anyway, we have acquired almost all the important industries in the town, right?
In this way, let these industries close down, without foot traffic, without consumption, the prices of industries here will quickly plummet.
And now we will leave Anka Wei town and continue to acquire in the next place." Xiaoyana said, "Husband, I don't think it's necessary to close down the industries.
We can simply raise the prices to passively close them, so we don't have to compensate employees for breach of contract."
Hu Chen nodded, "Okay, make arrangements, we are preparing to go to the next stop."
About 2 hours later, following Xiaoyana's suggestion, the industries they acquired all raised their prices. And they had already left the town with Hu Chen. The local authorities soon received reports, came to investigate and seal for rectification, but no one paid attention. Late at night, Hu Chen and the others returned to the Fran State Noble Manor, Villa number 4.
The butler Judy warmly welcomed them.
After a night's rest, the next day, Hu Chen summoned Xiaoyana and the others. "Ina, Valia, Stephen, Emily, my 4 good wives, you will work hard next. I hope you can help me acquire industries across the United States."
"Ha, The four were very shocked and began to doubt Hu Chen's intentions. Emily, as a CIA agent, was the most sensitive and couldn't help but ask, "Husband, are you trying to buy the United States?" The others were extremely shocked to hear this. Buy the United States? Isn't that too crazy? They immediately thought it was absolutely impossible. Hu Chen smiled and nodded. "Emily, you are absolutely right. My goal is to buy the United States. I know your identity, but I hope you stand by my side." Emily smiled bitterly. "Husband, I have to say you are crazy. Do you know how powerful the United States is? When they find out your intentions, they will definitely go crazy against you. What will you do then?" The others all nodded in agreement. Hu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have ways to deal with all kinds of dangers. By the way, have you heard of a practice called dual cultivation?" Xiaoyana said, "I know, I've seen it in mythological stories. It can gather yin to nourish yang, gather yang to nourish yin, and so on. It seems quite evil." Hu Chen shook his head and said, "No, my dual cultivation is different. It can enhance our potential compared to others. In other words, you only need to dual cultivate with me once to gain extraordinary strength. Alright, no matter how much you say, you won't believe it. Follow me." The four followed Hu Chen into the room. Hu Chen asked, "Who wants to go first?" Valita and the others didn't know what dual cultivation was and didn't step forward. Shayna said, "I'll go." Hu Chen smiled and said to the others, "Alright, ladies, step aside." Emily said, "We want to observe what dual cultivation is." Shayna blushed instantly. Hu Chen smiled and said, "Are you sure you want to observe?" The three answered firmly, "Yes," and watched intently. Hu Chen smiled and began to undress Shayna, and Stephen and the others looked more and more puzzled. When they finally realized what dual cultivation was, they were extremely embarrassed. "Husband, you have no shame," Valia scolded and left in embarrassment. Emily and Stephen did the same. Hu Chen loudly said, "Ladies, wait at the door. It will be your turn soon." At that moment, Shayna suddenly felt a surge of heat in her body, growing stronger and making her feel better both physically and mentally. Shayna was shocked and finally understood that Hu Chen was serious about dual cultivation, not deceiving them. She was amazed that there really was dual cultivation in the world that could enhance a person's potential. She felt extremely comfortable, which made her shout loudly, "Husband, keep going, put in more effort." Valia and the others outside heard this and blushed deeply, thinking they never expected Shayna to be like this. After more than an hour, the battle ended. Shayna was not satisfied and asked, "Husband, is it over already?" Hu Chen nodded, "This session is over. The next one will have to wait a month. Next, you go and help me acquire more industries. The more, the better. Don't worry about the cost. When you come back next time, we will dual cultivate again." The feeling of strength in her body made Shayna very comfortable and eagerly anticipated the next time. She also made up her mind to help her husband acquire more. Not to disappoint him. She was afraid of losing favor, especially since her husband was never short of women. "Alright, go call one of them in." "Okay, thank you, husband." She kissed Hu Chen on the lips before putting on her clothes and going out. Emily and the others immediately surrounded her, curiously asking, "Shayna, how do you feel?" Shayna smiled slightly and said, "You'll know once you try it." Emily went in directly. As a CIA agent, she had practiced cultivation and clearly felt that Shayna was different from before. After another hour, Emily came out excitedly. Valia and Stephen approached her. "Emily, how was it?" Emily blushed and excitedly said, "Go ahead, husband won't mistreat you. I have to go help my husband acquire industries, so I'll leave first." Like Shayna, Emily, who had tasted success, had completely let go of her identity and chose to follow Hu Chen wholeheartedly. She felt that after dual cultivating with Hu Chen once, her strength surpassed theirs by far. What about the second time? She was very much looking forward to the next dual cultivation. Next was Valia. After more than an hour, Valia had the same feelings and thoughts as Shayna and the others, and she was completely convinced of Hu Chen. Stephen grabbed her and asked, "Valia, tell me, what's going on with your hand? After all, we are best friends, Valia said. Have you seen this wall? Stephen frowned and nodded. The next moment, bang. Valia punched the wall. Stephen was stunned because the hard wall had a fist mark from Valia's punch. Valia said, "This is the power of the Tao in my practice with my husband, let's go in." Valia left after speaking. Stephen was shocked, then quickly rushed into the room. Overwhelmed by excitement and eagerness for dual cultivation, he took off his clothes from a distance. Seeing Hu Chen on the bed, he pounced on her. "Honey, I want to dual cultivate." After more than an hour, Stephen left very satisfied and excited, looking forward to the next dual cultivation session. Despite 4 consecutive battles, Hu Chen's current body was not affected at all. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he left the house. The housekeeper Judy asked, "Master, do you need company?" Hu Chen shook his head, "No need." The bodyguard had already prepared the business car, and Hu Chen got in. "Boss, where to?" "To the talent market." The purpose of going to the talent market was to recruit more people to help with his acquisitions. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, he didn't know how long it would take to complete the task. Checking the remaining time for the task, there was only an hour and a half left. Hu Chen felt urgent. The remaining 3 billion had to be spent within this time. Giving employees their salaries was undoubtedly the best option. Soon, he arrived at the talent market. The talent market here was very free, with no restrictions on hierarchy or educational background for any position. People from Longwa? Looking for a job? Want to try street sweeping? A recruitment manager from a domestic service company asked Hu Chen. Hu Chen glanced and didn't want to waste time on such useless people. He went straight to the information desk. A very pretty girl asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" "I want to recruit a group of people who can provide a recruiting position that is kind and can attract high-end talents." "Can you help with that?" Hu Chen stated his purpose. The staff asked a series of questions in one breath. Hu Chen said, "Recruit personal secretaries, 3 to 5 positions, monthly salary of $100,000, all-inclusive, preferably female, strong sales and acquisition ability." The staff was shocked and asked, "Sir, are you sure you're not joking? Monthly salary of $100,000? All-inclusive?" "Of course, I'm not joking. If they perform well, $1 million monthly salary is not a problem." The staff immediately didn't believe him and coldly said, "Sir, I seriously doubt you're deliberately causing trouble, please leave, or I'll call security." Hu Chen took out his phone, logged into his online bank account, and handed it over, saying, "Take a look for yourself. With my assets, do I need to joke around?" The staff casually glanced at it and was stunned. "Several billion?" She stared at Hu Chen and asked again, "Sir, are you really not joking?" "Absolutely not." "All right, sir, I will now arrange a high-end VIP recruitment area for you and immediately publish your recruitment information online. Follow me." The staff didn't dare to neglect such a big client. As she left, another staff member took her place. The work efficiency was very high. As they were about to go upstairs, a young man approached and asked, pointing at Hu Chen, "Meili, who is he?" The staff hurriedly said, "Nelson, he is my client. Are you looking for me? Please wait in the lounge for a while, I will come find you after I finish my work." "Client, I saw you so excited to meet him, even more excited than when you face me. Could it be that your attitude towards clients is better than towards me, your boyfriend?" Meili frowned and said, "Nelson, what nonsense are you talking about? He really is just my client." Hu Chen looked at the time and knew there was only 1 hour left for consumption. If the task was not completed within this time, he would be paralyzed. Who could bear that? Urging, "Meili, please arrange for me quickly." "Yes, sir, please follow me." Meili ignored Nelson. Nelson grabbed her wrist and shouted, "Bitch, do you want to go to a hotel with him?" Meili was furious. "Nelson, are you crazy? Can't you trust me even a little bit? Angry? What, are you upset that I exposed you?" Nelson said angrily. Then he said, "If you want to argue, fine.
Slap this man from the Dragon Kingdom, and I will believe you have nothing with him.
Nelson, can you stop causing trouble? He is my client, a big client who came to recruit. Please let go. I won't let go, what can you do?
Nelson shamelessly said.
Slap. Meili slapped him hard and said, if you don't want to live, then let's break up.
I, Meili, can live without you. With that, she made an effort, took Hu Chen's hand, and walked away, saying, Sir, follow me.
Nelson was stunned downstairs.
Upstairs, Meili apologized, Sir, I'm sorry for the trouble.
It's okay, please arrange it quickly.
Yes, sir, follow me. With Hu Chen, she arrived at the elite recruitment area where there were many people but few recruitment opportunities. The recruitment display screen in the most prominent position suddenly lit up, attracting the attention of many job seekers because the positions here were always the best. Almost all job seekers walked over. The screens on the first floor and outside the talent market also displayed Hu Chen's recruitment information. The online recruitment platform was also refreshed.
Countless people instantly saw this job posting.
In a high-end apartment, a slender and beautiful girl exclaimed in excitement, Doris, look, there's a great job at the talent market, a personal secretary with a monthly salary of 100,000, all expenses covered. If you perform well, you can even earn $1 million per month. Another girl, equally beautiful in her pajamas, said, this kind of job seems like some old man looking for a lover, so they posted this job ad.
Brandy, are you trying to sell your body? Lu Nan said speechlessly, what nonsense.
This is information from a boss, a man from the Dragon Kingdom. Look at his appearance, he's probably in his 20s at most.
Even if it's selling your body, it's not a loss. Doris glanced and said, that's true. Let's go, the talent market isn't far from here. Let's go check it out.
Scenes like this played out across various places in France, with those closer heading to the France Central talent market first.
Some people made online reservations.
After the staff arranged everything at the talent market, Hu Chen also came out. Everyone was skeptical of such a young man from the Dragon Kingdom.
Customer service, are you sure this recruitment information is accurate? Someone asked.
Meili said, I am very sure and certain that Mr. Hu has already deposited $1 million.
Upon hearing this, everyone believed it. A woman in her 40s was the first to approach, handing her information to Hu Chen, saying, Respected Mr. Dragon Kingdom boss, I would like to interview for your job. Hu Chen looked at the other person.
Although he was in his 40s, he was well maintained and had a good figure, truly weathered the storms.
He wasn't there to find a partner, so naturally he didn't reject the other person and opened the information to take a look. Sophia, I've reviewed your treatment. You graduated from a prestigious university, worked as a senior executive in a certain company, and your performance is also very good. I want to tell you that my secretary's job is acquisitions. There are no fixed acquisitions, we acquire whatever is possible. Can you handle it? Sophia immediately assured, I can handle it.
I am very good at communication, so acquisitions will not be a problem.
Then let me ask you another question, are you okay with business trips? Because my acquisitions are nationwide.
No problem, as long as the salary is good, I can fly anywhere in the world.
Sophia seemed eager for this job.
One final question, Miss Sophia, judging from your attire and demeanor, you don't seem like an ordinary person.
Why are you looking for a job? And can you commit to this job long term? My wealthy husband dumped me, and I don't want to live a miserable life. If possible, the first thing I want to acquire is my wealthy husband's business. As for the job, as long as the compensation is good, I won't refuse. Alright, you're hired by me. Monthly salary of 200,000, well said, a raise anytime. What? Sophia was stunned. Others were shocked. Sophia couldn't believe it and asked, Boss, are you sure you're not joking? The salary you offered was $100,000, why?
Hu Chen interrupted, that was just the minimum salary standard.
It will increase based on individual performance, theoretically unlimited.
Also, in this company, we pay well and then work, give me your account number, and I'll transfer the salary to you.
This. The whole room exploded. Is there really such a good boss in the world? And he's from a dragon country? Sophia couldn't believe it completely, thinking, could it be a scam? But would scammers give money first? As for seduction? She was already in her 40s, although still charming, the other party should be looking for younger women. So she gave her account number to Hu Chen. Others watched, wanting to see if this dragon country boss really intended to give 200,000. Ding! Dear Ms. Sophia, $5 million have been deposited into your personal account. Sophia had set up voice playback, so everyone heard it. What? 5 million? The whole room was shocked. Sophia quickly took out her phone to check, counted it over and over. Was it really 5 million? People nearby couldn't help but come closer, looking at Sophia's phone. After seeing it, they were even more astonished. Oh my god, is it really 5 million? Is this dragon country boss crazy? Giving 5 million before even starting work? Could there be some conspiracy? Sophia asked in shock, Boss, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Hu Chen calmly said, this is your annual salary for 12 months. But boss, even if I don't take any leave for a year, the monthly salary of 200,000 is only 2,400,000. Sophia also doubted his intentions. Could this young dragon country boss really like mature women like her? Hu Chen said, hasn't the company made it clear? All expenses are covered, you have to work outside for the whole year. The extra 2 million plus is your living expenses for the year, do you understand? Boss, aren't you afraid someone will take the money and run? Remember, there's no contract written. Someone asked in shock. Hu Chen calmly said, firstly, I trust my judgment of people. Secondly, 5 million is just a small amount for me. Besides, I have money, where could you run off to? Okay, Sophia, you've received your salary, you can go to work with my phone number. Ah. Sophia was extremely shocked and then asked, Boss, what is my job? Didn't I already say? Acquisition, acquiring everything. You said you wanted to acquire your wealthy ex-husband's assets, right? Go ahead, start with your wealthy ex-husband, money doesn't matter, just go crazy acquiring for me. Once you've written the contract, call me, and I'll transfer the funds, hurry up. Next. A young man hurried over. At this moment, a team of security guards also arrived to maintain order, fearing that something big might happen otherwise. Boss, I have excellent acquisition skills. Hu Chen shook his head, you're not suitable. From your eyes, what I see is that you want to take my money and live freely. Next. Nonsense, I don't have the thoughts you mentioned at all, I think you just want to find a woman. The young man angrily shouted. Hu Chen shook his head, next. Get lost, even if someone wants to find a woman, it's their own choice, especially when they are generous with their money. A fat woman immediately pulled the young man away and said, Boss, how about me? Excitedly asked Hu Chen. Where is your resume? Hu Chen asked. Boss, I don't have a diploma, but I. Forget it, next. He thought, although I'm not looking for a wife, I shouldn't settle for someone too bad. Hey, what do you mean, what's wrong with me? Security. Hu Chen shouted, and the security guards dragged the person away. Hu Chen turned to Mei Li beside him. Later, each of the security guards here will be rewarded with 10,000 US dollars, you too. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Mei Li and the security guards were all very happy. At this moment, Hu Chen's phone rang, it was Xia Yana calling. Honey, I've acquired a deal, 180 million, I've sent you the account number, transfer it quickly. Okay, dear, thank you for your hard work. Hu Chen quickly transferred the money. There was still half an hour left, and over $1 billion, he had to spend it quickly. Is your boss here, Mei Li? Hu Chen asked. I am the boss. An old man walked out. Hu Chen's eyes lit up, Boss, you're just in time, I want to acquire your talent market, name your price. The interviewees on the scene were speechless, are you recruiting or not, can you not be distracted? The old man smiled and said, "Sure, how much are you willing to pay?" 1.387 billion, how about that? What? The boss was shocked, dropping his jaw. Others were also extremely shocked. Is there nowhere else to spend so much money? Over 1.3 billion, you could buy dozens of talent markets. Boss Longwa, are you sure you're not joking? The boss of the talent market reacted and asked with heavy breathing. Hu Chen smiled, let's proceed with the transfer now. The boss was stunned again, then signaled to his secretary. The secretary immediately took out the account details and handed them to Hu Chen. Sir, please transfer the funds. Once the funds are received, I will prepare the contract for you immediately. Hearing the tone of the secretary, it was clear that she had an extraordinary relationship with the old man. Without hesitation, Hu Chen made the transfer on the spot. Did he really transfer the money? The scene was extremely shocked. The secretary's breathing became rapid. She walked over, showed the transfer record to the boss. The boss remained silent for a long time and bitterly said, "Go prepare the contract for him. From now on, the talent market belongs to this Mr. Longwa." Hu Chen said, "Hurry up, I don't like people who are too talkative." Immediately looking at the applicants queuing at the scene, he said, "The job I am recruiting for, although not very demanding, is still my personal secretary. You should have good looks and figure. I hope you all understand. Next, those with good looks and figure, please line up for the interview. Ladies only." Damn, he said, it's not for finding a lover, such a scam. Exactly, those recruited to be his secretary will definitely have to provide special services. Girls, you should keep yourselves pure, don't. Shut up, he's offering an annual salary of 5 million, pay first. I'm willing to be a bed warmer, but unfortunately I'm not good looking. Me too, it's cruel to be ugly. The scene exploded. Doris, what do you think? Want to give it a try? Asked Bianca. Doris rolled her eyes and said, "If you want to go, go ahead, why drag me along? Are we not best friends? Let's go together. Make way, make way." Bianca pulled Doris through the crowd to stand in front of Hu Chen. Looking at these two, Hu Chen's eyes lit up, both in figure and beauty, they were outstanding. "Hey, Boss Longwa, I'm Bianca, and this is my friend Doris, we're here for the interview." Hu Chen nodded, "You two passed the interview, monthly salary of 500,000, give me your account." Damn, is this a joke? Just because they're good looking, they passed the interview by saying their names? I'm 100% sure now, he's fishing for those good looking girls, despicable. Despicable, have the rich become so bad? He came all the way from long way to our country just to mess around with girls. The scene was boiling. Hearing these words, Doris blushed. Bianca didn't care, she handed the assessment to Hu Chen, transfer the money. Hu Chen nodded and transferred the money directly. 10 million? Bianca was shocked. Although she knew this boss was generous, when $10 million arrived, she was still shocked. Hu Chen said to Doris, "What's your account number?" Doris hesitated a bit, she didn't want to sell herself for money. Bianca said, "Doris, hurry up, this is 10 million. She handed her account information to Doris. Seeing the real 10 million, Doris also broke down and provided her account number. After transferring the money, Hu Chen arranged, "It's clear that you two are good friends, but since you're working for me, I want you to separate and go all over the United States to purchase everything for me. As long as you can negotiate, buy everything for me, understand? Boss, even if it's hundreds of billions, can you still buy it?" Bianca asked exaggeratedly. Hu Chen nodded, "As long as you can negotiate, no matter how expensive, it's not a problem, go ahead." Bianca and Doris left as if in a dream. Outside, the two quickly went to the bank to verify the amount received, confirming that they had received 10 million, which was extremely shocking. Just because of an interview, did they become millionaires? On the talent market side, Mel couldn't help but say, "Boss, can I work for you too?" Hu Chen nodded, "Sure, 50,000 a month, 10 million a year, what do you think?" "Thank you, boss." Mel was too excited. "Give me your account." "Okay." She quickly gave her account to Hu Chen, who immediately transferred $1 million to her.
At this time, the former boss's secretary arrived with a contract.
Hu Chen signed and stamped it. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing a consumption of $1 billion within 12 hours, you have received 3 strengthening pills as a reward.
Ding!
New mission, complete a consumption of $50 billion within 24 hours, failure results in half paralysis, completion rewards 2 strengthening pills. Ding! The host detected an advance payment of $30 million, with a remaining consumption amount of $4.97 billion US. After receiving $10 million, Meili saved Hu Chen's number, memorized it eagerly, and left excitedly.
Hu Chen looked around and asked, "Is there anyone else here for an interview?" A middle-aged man walked over and said, "Boss, my name is Ekiwosi. I want to give it a try. Here is my resume.
In addition, I have been in sales for 40 years.
I am also a psychologist.
I am very good at communicating with others and understanding their psychological conditions.
So, I believe I am qualified for the position your company is recruiting for." Seeing an old man going for an interview, no one had high hopes. Someone said, "This old man actually has the courage to interview? If it were me, I would kick him out immediately." Exactly, with so many beautiful girls, how could anyone choose an old man? These people's voices were loud, making Ekiwosi very nervous, his body trembling. He respectfully, seriously, and carefully looked at Hu Chen, eager to get the job. Hu Chen nodded and said, "Good, a monthly salary of $100,000 with all expenses covered. I hope you can achieve results. Good performance means unlimited salary increase, but if the performance is not good, you will be fired at any time. Do you understand?" "I understand, thank you, boss, I won't let you down."
Ekiwosi was so excited that he knelt down to Hu Chen. No one knew that he had a daughter named Marion who had leukemia and urgently needed money. Hiring him was like giving his daughter a lifeline.
Damn, did I make a mistake? This old man actually passed the interview? Am I seeing things, or is there something wrong with my ears? How could this old man pass the interview?
The scene was in an uproar. More people were envious, while others were eager, hoping to be as lucky as the old man.
Hu Chen said, "No need for that.
Work for me, take my money, do your job well, and don't degrade yourself.
Give me your account number." "Thank you, boss." After thanking Hu Chen again, Ekiwosi provided his account number. Hu Chen immediately transferred $3 million to him. "Boss, $3 million? Same as before, except for your salary, the rest is for your living expenses." "Thank you, boss, I will work hard with all my might."
Ekiwosi was excited and grateful. With this money, there was hope for his daughter.
Damn, even with a minimum of 100,000 monthly salary, one can still get $3 million? The people on the scene were crazy with envy. "Boss, look at me. Boss, look at me." The security guards could barely hold back the crowd.
Just then, a clear and pleasant voice rang out, "Make way, everyone."
Everyone looked over.
Hu Chen also looked over curiously, only to see a beautiful girl walking slowly towards him amidst the crowd's gaze. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's Natia, the #1 beauty of our Fran continent.
Why is she here too?"
The crowd on both sides was pushed back by the bodyguards as Natia walked towards Hu Chen.
"No photos allowed." Someone tried to take a picture with their phone and was sternly rebuked by the bodyguards. Natia sat down in front of Hu Chen, smiling and asking, "I wonder what the treatment is for being your personal secretary?" Hu Chen was also shocked by Natia's beauty, truly very beautiful.
Such beauty would captivate people of all races and ethnicities.
He reacted, "Are you sure you want to apply for the position of my personal secretary?" Natia smiled and said, "If you don't mind, I can also apply to be your wife." "What?"
Hu Chen was dumbfounded. The whole scene was stunned. Then they felt extremely heartbroken.
Their angel Natia actively pursuing a man from the Dragon Kingdom? Is it because of money? But does Natia lack money? Obviously not, so why would she actively pursue this man from the Dragon Kingdom? Hu Chen reacted and asked, "Are you serious?" Natia smiled, looking stunning, and said, "Do you think I need to joke around?"
Hu Chen laughed, jumped over from the recruitment office area, and landed in front of Natia.
"A monthly salary of 1 billion, unlimited annual salary. Tell me what you want to buy, accompany me when you have free time, this is the job, are you satisfied?"
Natia, facing Hu Chen up close, showed a hint of disgust in her eyes. She pursued Hu Chen and actively pursued him to be her husband, not falling in love with this man from the Dragon Kingdom at first sight.
Of course, she did not refuse and said, "Transfer the money."
Hu Chen watched Natia's every move, thinking that no matter what scheme you have, as long as you get close to me, you won't escape from my grasp.
He transferred 10 billion on the spot. Natia, seeing the transferred amount, was surprised and said, "You are really generous. You transferred 10 billion without blinking an eye."
Hu Chen smiled and said, "After all, you are my woman.
Money doesn't matter as long as you are happy." He reached out to touch Natia's face. Natia stepped back and said, "Don't be in a hurry, we have plenty of time tonight." Hu Chen agreed, "You're right."
At that moment, a security guard rushed over in a panic and told Hu Chen, "Boss, your employee Meili was beaten up by a young man and had her bank card stolen." Upon hearing this, Hu Chen rushed out. At the entrance of the talent market, he saw Meili with a bruised and swollen face.
He helped her up and asked, "Was it done by Nelson?" "Yes, that beast.
He stole the bank card you just gave me my salary on," Meili angrily shouted.
Hu Chen asked, "Do you have other card numbers?"
Meili, not knowing what the boss was going to do, still gave him the card number.
Hu Chen immediately operated on his phone. As the world's top hacker, he easily hacked into Meili's
account, transferred all the funds, and closed the account. On the other side, Nelson excitedly went to an ATM and inserted Meili's bank card, knowing the secret as her lover. As he was about to enter the password, a dialog box popped up, saying, "Sorry, your card has encountered a problem and has been temporarily suspended. If you have any questions, please bring your ID to the counter for assistance."
Nelson was dumbfounded. That was 10 million. How could this happen?
He had no problem withdrawing money with the card before.
Did Meili do something? But the bank closest to the talent market was here. How did she manage it? No, he had to get that money back. He had to find Meili. Nelson quickly returned to the talent market and coincidentally met Hu Chen walking out with Meili. He immediately approached them. "Meili, what did you do to the bank card? Why can't I withdraw the money?" He raised his hand to slap Meili, who panicked and hid behind Hu Chen. Hu Chen grabbed Nelson's wrist and said, "Meili is mine now. Think carefully before you act, or..."
With a gentle push, Nelson was thrown more than 2 meters away and fell heavily to the ground.
"You jerk, Meili is my wife. I can do whatever I want. It's none of your business." Nelson got up and rushed at them again. Unfortunately, the temptation of 10 million was too great. With a kick, Hu Chen sent him flying even further, and he lay on the ground groaning, unable to get up for a while. "From now on, Meili has nothing to do with you. If you dare to disturb her again, I won't hesitate to deal with you," Hu Chen said, pulling Meili away. "Damn it, Dragon Country people, I will make you pay." Nelson's angry roar came from behind. Hu Chen returned to the number 4 manor villa with Meili and Natia.
Looking at the luxurious manor villa, Meili was shocked. "Boss, can I live here in the future?" she asked with a dreamy voice. "Houses are meant for people to live in, so if you want to live here, feel free to do so."
"Thank you, boss."
Excited, Meili even kissed Hu Chen on the face. Of course, in the United States, this was a normal thing. "Master, you're back," Judy greeted respectfully as always. However, she looked exceptionally sexy and beautiful today.
When she saw Natia, Judy was stunned.
After a while, she said, "Natia, the most beautiful woman in Fran."
Natia nodded without saying a word.
As the most beautiful woman, she was well known, so it was normal to recognize her. Judy felt bitter in her heart, realizing that the boss was never short of beautiful women by his side. He knew that Shayna and the others were out, so they wouldn't be back for a short while, thinking his chance had come, but he was mistaken.
Judy, take Meili for treatment.
The manor had its own private doctor.
Miss Meili, please follow me. Judy led Meili away.
Hu Chen turned to Natia, my dear wife, please.
As he reached out to grab Natia's hand, she quickly walked into the house to avoid his grasp.
Hu Chen smiled slightly, thinking it was interesting that it was too easy to get her, so it was more fun, and he quickly followed her inside.
Natia curiously looked around, not giving Hu Chen any chance.
Hu Chen followed closely, thinking that once she entered his manor, she wouldn't have a say.
Soon, Natia had toured the entire manor, and as it was getting dark, she said, "It's getting late, I should go back."
Hu Chen grabbed her hand, not giving Natia a chance to avoid it this time.
Natia was shocked. She knew her situation, but why couldn't she avoid it this time?
While she was still in shock, Hu Chen pulled her into his arms.
"Let me go," Natia said angrily as she came to her senses. Hu Chen smiled and said, "Don't forget, you are now my wife." Natia coldly replied, "Where's the evidence? We didn't sign a contract."
Hu Chen laughed, "Evidence or not, tonight, you won't escape from my grasp.
Just be my woman obediently."
He hugged Natia and rushed towards the villa.
Natia panicked, struggling violently.
She had thought that this dragon countryman was just a wealthy second generation, but he turned out to be a formidable opponent.
"Let me go, I told you to let me go."
Despite her struggles and tears, Natia eventually gave up. This situation was like a bucket of cold water for Hu Chen, making him calm down and realize that Natia was different from other girls, so he let her go.
Natia ran away in a hurry.
Watching her disappear into the distance, Hu Chen fell into contemplation, suddenly feeling that he might not be as outstanding as he thought, at least not universally loved.
It seemed he needed to continue improving. At that moment, Judy approached. "Master." "Judy, the teacher told me, do you like me?" "Ah."
Judy was shocked, not expecting the master to ask such a question. Blushing, she said, "Judy likes the master."
"Would you be willing to follow me for a lifetime, forever and ever?" "Judy is willing," she said, excited. "Thank you, Judy. I promise to treat you well, never betraying your trust and admiration for me." "Thank you, husband, can you?" She trailed off shyly. Hu Chen understood her meaning and chuckled, "It's my duty to fulfill." Carrying Judy into the room. "Judy, you're still a virgin?"
Judy shyly replied, "I just want to save the most precious for my only husband." Hearing this, Hu Chen felt a pang in his heart. He had many women now, but he still loved each one, not being a qualified husband.
"Judy, rest assured, I will do my best to give you the life you want."
"Thank you, master." Judy was very moved. Although she was beautiful, she was just an ordinary girl from a common family. Even as a housekeeper in Villa Number 4, she was just working for others. Only by winning the master of the estate could she rise to become a true noble. Now she had finally succeeded, and this master was young and powerful.
Hu Chen, a slave, said, "Still calling me master?"
Judy shyly and excitedly changed her words, "Husband."
Natia still left here.
After finishing his business, Hu Chen sent her a message, "Monthly salary of 1 billion, buy up all the industries in the United States for me."
After seeing the text message, Natia was silent for a while and replied, "Okay."
A monthly salary of 1 billion was an unprecedented high salary in the United States. Even for the most beautiful woman, she could not resist such temptation. On Hu Chen's side, he finally began to receive the news of Velita and the others' acquisitions and started making continuous payments.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing a $50 billion consumption within 24 hours, reward 2 strengthening pills.
Ding!
New mission, complete a $100 billion consumption within 24 hours, failure results in half paralysis, reward 2 strengthening pills upon completion.
Hu Chen came to the computer and decided to create a super payment program.
When Valia and the others sent acquisition information, the system would automatically make payments, as it was troublesome for him to keep making payments himself. For a hacker like him, creating such a software program was not difficult.
Just a casual effort.
At this moment, someone sent a message. It was from Emily, naturally for payment. The system operated automatically, and Hu Chen didn't need to pay attention.
He then went to have a late-night snack.
As for Judy, she didn't come out of the room due to her mobility issues.
Hu Chen returned to the room, ready to sleep. Knock, knock, knock.
The door was knocked, and Hu Chen was puzzled. Who could it be? Opening the door, he was stunned.
Boss, thank you for helping me, Mary said gratefully.
Mary, you're still recovering, don't run around, go back and rest, Hu Chen said with concern.
Thank you, boss, it's okay, boss, it's still early, can I come in and sit for a while? Mary asked eagerly. Sure, come in.
Hu Chen stepped aside to let Mary in.
He didn't close the door to avoid misunderstandings. He went to pour water for Mary.
Unexpectedly, Mary walked over and closed the door herself before coming back. Taking the water handed over by Hu Chen, she said gratefully, "Thank you, boss." After taking a sip, she stared straight at Mary.
Curiously, Hu Chen asked, Mary, do you have something on your mind? Boss, I like you. Why? Just because I helped you? Hu Chen asked curiously, thinking, I'm not a good man.
I don't know why, maybe because you're rich, or maybe because you're generous, or maybe because I was hurt by Nelson, and you stood up for me.
Anyway, I want to be your woman. I don't care how many women you have, I just want to be with you. Hu Chen was stunned, looking at himself in the mirror, admitting he was handsome, but was it too much?
Mary suddenly hugged Hu Chen, pleading, Boss, take me, I will buy well, I will never be a drag on you.
In that case, you can stay here tonight.
You mentioned that you just went through emotional trauma, so take your time to calm down before making a decision.
Boss, are you looking down on me? Mei Li said, almost in tears. No, I have no right to look down on anyone. It's late, rest well.
With that, he hugged Mei Li and fell asleep peacefully. Mei Li snuggled in Hu Chen's arms and slept soundly, feeling more comfortable than ever before.
The next day. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing a $100 billion expenditure within 24 hours.
Reward, 2 enhanced elixirs.
Ding, new task, complete a $200 billion expenditure within 24 hours.
Failure results in half-body paralysis, but success rewards 2 enhanced elixirs.
The system notification woke up Hu Chen from his deep sleep. Upon waking up, he found Mei Li tightly embracing him, and when he uncovered the blanket, he realized that Mei Li had somehow stripped naked. Her perfect figure was captivating. Already energetic in the morning, his desire was even stronger.
Damn, if I don't do something now, am I still a man? With this thought, Hu Chen turned over and took action. Ah!
Mei Li was startled by a scream, but upon seeing the situation in front of her, she was overjoyed. She thought to herself that it was a good thing she had taken off her clothes in the middle of the night, otherwise the boss would not have made a move. And then she actively cooperated. The battle lasted for 2 full hours. Mei Li snuggled in Hu Chen's arms, feeling a bit worried.
Boss, will you look down on me? After all, I couldn't give you my most precious gift. Don't overthink it, I won't look down on you. As long as you honestly follow me in the future and don't make me wear a green hat, I will never look down on you.
Boss, rest assured, Mei Li will never make you wear a green hat, Mei Li quickly reassured.
Why still call me boss?
Mei Li shyly called out, husband.
Take a rest. Okay. Hu Chen walked out of the room and saw Judy, surprised. Wife, were you waiting for me? Judy nodded, husband, I didn't wait long.
Claude, the son of Governor Franjo, came looking for you, and he seemed unfriendly.
Where is he?
In the downstairs living room.
Hu Chen nodded and went downstairs, with Judy following behind.
Seeing her walking awkwardly, he said, you should rest and recover before getting busy.
Husband, I'm fine, Judy insisted on working. Downstairs, he immediately saw a young man dressed in luxury and extraordinary demeanor. Hu Chen walked over, and the man, sitting with his legs crossed, looked disdainfully at him and asked, You are Hu Chen, right? Yes, I am, Hu Chen replied. The young man asked, You should know why I'm here. Why? Pretending to be ignorant, then I'll tell you. Nitya is my fiancée, and you better not catch her attention, or I'll make sure you can't survive in the United States. Claude threatened fiercely. Hu-chin smiled coldly. Sorry, you're too late. Nitya was with me for a few hours last night before leaving. Didn't you notice anything strange about her walking? Claude stood up in anger and demanded, What did you do to Nitya? Hu-chin smiled brightly. What can a man and a woman do in a room together? Didn't my servant tell you that I carried Nitya to the room? Claude's eyes turned red. He had learned some information from the estate servants and thought this Dragon Kingdom man wouldn't dare admit it, but he unexpectedly did. What made him even more furious was that he hadn't touched Nitya at all, yet this Dragon Kingdom man claimed otherwise. No wonder when he tried to bring Nitya here today, she coldly refused. I didn't expect that they had already started a relationship, damn, so damn. Taking a deep breath, Claude said, Idrik, bring your people in. The police rushed in. There were also acquaintances of Hu-chen, Maria, and Hayalite. Leading them was their captain, Idrik. Governor, your orders, Idrik said politely. This Dragon Kingdom person, without a green card, must have entered the country illegally. I suspect him of drug trafficking and money laundering. Gather the evidence, arrest him, and throw him into the dungeon, Claude said angrily, thinking, once you're in prison, it's your death sentence. Idrik waved to his subordinates, arrest him and take him away. Maria and Hayalite immediately approached Hu-chen. Claude looked at the seductive Judy and said coldly, It's clear that you are this Dragon Kingdom person's loyal woman, right? He slept with my fiancée, so it's not excessive for me to sleep with you. Nervously, Judy said, You better not mess around, or you'll regret it. Judy hid behind Hu-chen in fear. Hu-chen said calmly, Who told you I don't have a green card? The police should be able to check my information, right? Maria and Hayalite stopped. Maria said, I'll check right away, give me your Dragon Kingdom ID. Opening the tablet computer, she entered the ID number, and Hu-chen's green card information quickly appeared. As the top hacker, getting an ID for oneself is not a difficult task, right? Maria said, Captain, he did apply for a green card, and it has been approved. The green card is on its way. Claude shouted, Even if he has a green card, so what? I accuse him of raping my fiancée, drug trafficking, and money laundering. Arrest him for me. Hu-chen coldly said, Do you have evidence? If not, I will sue you for trespassing. Claude said coldly, My fiancée is the best evidence. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take him away. Hu-chen disdainfully said, Then please call your fiancée to confirm. Humph, I will. Claude immediately called Nitya. It was quickly answered. Hello, Claude, what's up? The other person said coldly. This made Claude feel very uncomfortable, suppressing his anger and asked, Nitya, I ask you, did that Dragon Kingdom person named Hu-chen force himself on you yesterday? Nitya reacted strongly, angrily asking, Claude, what nonsense are you talking about? I have no relationship with Hu-chen. Did you go looking for trouble with Hu-chen? I advise you not to provoke him. As an official's child like you, you are no match for him. After saying this, Nitya hung up the phone, thinking coldly, Hu-chen, if you take advantage of me, I'll let you fight Claude. Initially, Claude felt relieved by the first answer, but the second answer made him furious. What do you mean I, as an official's child, am not his match? Even if this is America, I can still crush this weak Dragon Kingdom person. Kid, good, even if it's proven that you didn't force yourself on my fiancé, what about your money laundering? You can't escape from that, Claude said coldly. Hu-chen said indifferently, Do you have evidence? Isn't the evidence simple? You had people buying up American industries, all to turn that dirty money into clean money. After saying this, he shouted at Idrik, What are you waiting for? Arrest him and take him away. Idrik then shouted at Maria and Hayalite, What about you? Why aren't you doing anything? Maria said, Captain, we can't produce evidence, and without an arrest warrant, we don't have the authority to take Hu-chen away. Claude was furious, I am the evidence, what I say is the evidence. If you still want to do it, then act quickly. Hale said bitterly, Maria, arrest them.
Maria took off her police badge and said, no, without evidence, it's just twisting right and wrong to frame innocent people. Even if Maria loses her job, she will not go against her conscience.
Hu Chen greatly admired this and invited, Miss Maria, why not come work for me? Monthly salary of 500,000, all expenses covered, how about it? Hu Chen's happy recruitment had already spread in Fran province. Maria was surprised, are you sure?
Of course, my employees all receive this treatment.
If you have no objections, I will transfer 10 million to you immediately. Hu Chen took out his phone, very generous. Okay, then I will work for you.
Maria thought that after 3 years as a police officer, there wasn't much future, might as well not do it. Maria immediately gave her account number to Hu Chen.
In no time, the transfer confirmation came and Maria couldn't believe it, is it really 10 million?
In her normal work, she would never earn so much money in her lifetime.
Hale was standing next to Maria, saw the message, and was envious. He looked at Idrik.
Idrik saw through his thoughts, Hale, don't mess around, you'll offend Claude. Seeing Maria betraying them, Claude's face turned green with anger and he shouted, very well, Maria, you are actually helping this dragon country person launder money, arrest them all. Hu Chen smiled slightly, Claude, you should worry about yourself, open your phone and check the news.
Claude was stunned and instinctively took out his phone. As he looked, he was shocked. How is this possible? There was actually a video online of him committing murder and dismemberment? Damn, who did this?
He had dealt with that video long ago, it shouldn't still exist.
He suddenly looked at Hu Chen, was it you? Hu Chen said coldly, what's yours is yours, don't you know what you did?
Indeed, as a super hacker, when he transferred money to Maria just now, he also dug up something hidden in the data ocean, and unexpectedly found it.
Hu Chen said to Idrik, what are you waiting for, hurry up and arrest this murderer.
Hearing this, Idrik and Hale both took out their phones.
The crimes committed by Claude were now headline news.
Both of them looked at Claude with unfriendly eyes, the evidence was clear, if they didn't arrest him, it would be negligence.
Claude shouted angrily, it's all fake, what are you looking at me for?
At this moment, Claude's phone rang.
Looking at the caller ID, father. Claude's body trembled, terrified and desperate.
Trembling, he pressed the answer button, unable to understand why this matter from many years ago, with archived surveillance footage already handled, had resurfaced.
The call connected, and a furious roar came through, Claude, what are you doing? Are you tired of living?
In the end, Claude was taken away by Idrik and Hale. Maria stayed behind and followed Hu Chen, after all, she had accepted the 10 million. Hu Chen arranged, Maria, go ahead, anywhere in the whole country, just go on a crazy acquisition spree for me.
Maria seriously asked, boss, honestly, you're not really laundering money, are you? Hu Chen replied, if I were laundering so much money, wouldn't the US authorities have come after me already? You're right, then I'll go to work. Maria left happily. The job paid well, was particularly free, who wouldn't like it?
New task, complete the consumption of $300 billion within 24 hours.
Failure to complete the task will result in punishment of half-body paralysis, while completion of the task will reward 2 enhancement points.
The system prompt made Hu Chen very happy, as the increase in the number of people also significantly boosted the consumption speed. However, it seemed not enough, as the amount kept growing and the consumption couldn't keep up, so he had to continue recruiting employees. At this moment, a call from the Dragon Kingdom came in, from an unfamiliar number.
Hello, who is this? Hu Chen answered the phone. Hu Chen, I'm from the Special Department. We know you are making big moves in the United States.
So we want to remind you that the Special Department of the United States has come to the Dragon Kingdom to investigate you.
Be prepared. Understood, thank you for informing me.
Good, if you feel in danger, contact me immediately, I will help you return to the country.
Okay, international calls are being monitored, so I'll hang up.
For the first time, Hu Chen felt a good impression towards the Dragon Kingdom's Special Department. After quickly taking care of everything, he went to the talent market.
Judy wanted to come along,
but she had to rest due to the exhaustion from last night, especially since it was her first time. At the talent market, the security guards were very enthusiastic, as Hu Chen was now their boss, and he had kept his promise of 10,000 yuan from yesterday.
Hello, boss. Hello everyone.
Back on the second floor at the recruitment office, Hu Chen was surprised to see it crowded with people.
Excuse me, please make way.
Hu Chen shouted as he couldn't pass through.
Someone loudly retorted, make way for what? Can't you see everyone is queuing up? Who do you think you are, the boss? Acting all special?
Exactly, more and more people lack manners.
Everyone is here for a job, why should we make way for you?
Complaints were heard from the crowd.
Finally, someone turned around and saw Hu Chen. Oh, you are the boss from the Dragon Kingdom?
Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Hu Chen. Seeing him, they immediately recognized him.
The boss is really here, quick, make way for him.
Someone shouted in excitement.
People instinctively made way for him.
Hu Chen approached the people who were talking earlier. You don't need to interview, my company can't afford to hire you.
Upon hearing this, those people's faces turned extremely ugly.
Others smirked.
They probably didn't expect that he was the boss.
Hu Chen walked towards the interview office and noticed many beautiful women and handsome men today. Along the way, some women flirted with him. Fortunately, with so many beautiful women around him now, he was immune to their charms. Otherwise, with their seductive outfits, he might have been tempted. Upon reaching the interview area, the staff and security guards were already waiting. Hello, boss.
You've worked hard. We haven't worked hard, you have, boss. Everyone has worked hard. Hu Chen sat down and said to the interviewees, line up for the interviews one by one.
The first one was a tall, slender Caucasian beauty, with an air that suggested she might be a model. Boss, my name is Elia, just turned 19 this year, participant in international model competitions, unmarried, never been in a relationship, good at communication. She introduced herself while deliberately downplaying herself, allowing Hu Chen to see through her more clearly. Those chopstick-like long legs, paired with that proud figure, indeed make people's eyes go straight.
It's quite a sight. Okay, you're hired, monthly salary of 300,000, any problems? Elia was overjoyed, thank you, boss, thank you, boss.
Then she took out her account number.
Hu Chen didn't hesitate either, directly transferring 5 million to her and asking, do you understand the job responsibilities? Boss, I understand, it's about acquiring all industries in the United States, I know. On the controversial point, besides industries, properties in the mountains can also be acquired. In short, it's all about buying. I have high hopes for you, go ahead. Thank you, boss, I promise not to disappoint you. Good, next.
Another beauty walked over, very aloof, with cold eyes, wearing tight clothes that weren't revealing.
Hu Chen sensed a murderous intent from her and instantly understood that this beauty was extraordinary. Boss, my name is.
Before she could introduce herself, Hu Chen interrupted, I'm sorry, your demeanor doesn't suit our company.
Next.
The beauty was stunned, she was full of confidence, thinking her appearance would immediately attract this lustful Manhwa person to hire her.
Never did she expect to be rejected right away. Angered, she said, Boss, isn't it unfair of you to do this? The one before me was dressed provocatively and you hired her, I'm dressed conservatively and you reject me outright, isn't that too much?
As she spoke, she directly took off her tight clothes, leaving only a pink bra, causing everyone in the room to stare. Hu Chen was also stunned, thinking that her figure was indeed hot.
But then he thought, so what if this beauty exudes a murderous aura? Should he be afraid of her?
While Hu Chen was in a daze, the beauty had already taken off both her tight clothes and pants, leaving only a swimsuit.
The beauty, displeased, asked, Boss, is this enough? If not.
She placed her hands on her swimsuit.
The men present were wide-eyed.
Some even held their breath, thinking, take it off, hurry up and take it off. Some even wished they could pounce on her.
Ahem, miss, please put your clothes back on, there are so many people here taking sneaky photos, it pains me. The beauty quickly dressed.
Many people had just taken out their phones to snap pictures when it was all over.
Introduce yourself, Hu Chen said.
The beauty then introduced herself. Polly, 23 years old, judo coach, unmarried, never been in a relationship, proficient in.
Alright, you passed the interview, monthly salary of 500,000, all living expenses covered, any objections? Hu Chen interrupted. None. Polly remained cold. Hu Chen didn't mind, smiling, okay, give me your account number.
Polly handed over her account number, and Hu Chen transferred 10 million to her.
Upon receiving the notification, Polly turned and left. Someone quickly asked her, Miss Polly, are you a coach at that judo gym? I also want to learn judo, can I?
Before he could finish, Polly refused, no. The others who were about to speak were instantly deflated because Polly's demeanor was too cold.
Hu Chen called out, where are you going? Polly stopped in her tracks, not looking back, and said, aren't I going to help you with acquisitions?
Hu Chen chuckled, you don't need to worry about acquisitions, focus on your martial arts, stay by my side as my personal bodyguard. Hearing this, Polly surprisingly didn't refuse, she turned and walked behind Hu Chen. She thought, I was wondering how to get close to you, didn't expect you to be such a lecher, this makes it easier.
Next. Boss, my name is. I don't believe you, next. Boss, I. No, next. Dozens in a row were eliminated, including many beauties.
Boss, my name is Serena, 16 years old, dropped out of high school, I work part-time at a supermarket, I.
Okay, you're hired, monthly salary of 100,000, including meals and accommodation, any objections? Thank you, boss, Serena has no objections. Give me your card number.
Oh my, I've noticed a problem, this boss either hires based on looks or is lecherous, if they find someone pleasing, they hire them. Being lecherous is a given, it's been half a day and they haven't hired a single man.
Yes, how I wish the boss would like men. You better pray to God. The interviews continued.
My name is Archibald, 23 years old, lawyer by profession, specialized in.
Hu Chen interrupted, you're hired, monthly salary of 200,000, including meals and accommodation, any issues?
Thinking a lawyer would be good for acquisitions.
Thank you, boss, I have no issues. Alright, it's lunchtime, the rest of you, come for interviews in the afternoon.
Hu Chen said as he got up to leave. A staff member hurriedly said, boss, your lunch is ready, would you like to see? No need, I'll go out to a restaurant, after all, with such a beauty with me, I can't have the regular work meal. Oops, post a new job opening for a bodyguard, the stronger the ability, the higher the salary, those with weak abilities shouldn't come and get beaten up, starting at a minimum of $100,000 per month.
Yes, boss. Hu Chen left the talent market with Polly and headed to a nearby restaurant. Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing a consumption of $30 billion within 24 hours, receiving 2 enhancement points as a reward.
Ding.
New mission, complete a consumption of $50 billion within 36 hours, failure results in half-body paralysis, completing the mission rewards a primary enhancement pill. Hu Chen was delighted, it seemed the enhancement pill had leveled up, but he didn't know how many points the primary enhancement pill was worth.
System, activate all enhancement pills. Ding.
Congratulations, host, for activating 11 enhancement pills, receiving 1.1 million enhancement points, current remaining enhancement points 2,947,790 points. With nearly 3 million enhancement points, Hu Chen was overjoyed, but he didn't rush to use them.
He arrived at the hotel entrance. Coincidentally, he encountered another group of people who also arrived at the hotel entrance.
This girl looks cold, I like it. A young man saw Polly and walked out directly.
Judging by his demeanor, his status should be high, completely unafraid.
Approaching Polly, he reached out to touch her face, beauty, come with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Polly grabbed his finger.
Snap.
Polly mercilessly broke his finger.
Ah!
The young man screamed in pain.
Neo! Damn it, you dare to touch even young Master Neo, cripple her. Neo's companion roared and rushed towards Polly.
Polly was ruthless, she acted directly, and in minutes, these guys were all lying on the ground. Hu Chen frowned, the luckiest one had 2 broken ribs. Shaking his head, he walked into the hotel. Polly watched Hu Chen walk away and frowned. The reason she acted so ruthlessly was to show him, she was worried that Hu Chen wouldn't follow the rules and would lay hands on her. "Sir, how many in your party?" A beautiful waitress approached and asked. Hu Chen smiled and said, "If you're joining us, then it's 3. The waitress was taken aback, then said, "Sir, you're quite the joker, please follow me, sir." Polly muttered, "He really is a big pervert." Hu Chen turned back and asked, "What are you muttering about?" Polly remained silent. As they sat down, the waitress handed them the menu and asked, "Sir, madam, what would you like to eat?" "Bring us the best," Hu Chen and Polly said in unison. Polly thought to herself, "Aren't you very rich? You eat the best and use the best of everything." Hu Chen smiled and said, "Polly, it seems like we have good chemistry. By the way, Polly, you mentioned before that you've never had a boyfriend. What kind of person are you looking for?" "How about me?" Polly coldly replied, "You're not my type." Hu Chen grinned and said, "If you don't like me now, you might like me later." Polly replied icily, "I don't like talking about love and relationships." "If you don't like talking, does that mean you prefer to take action directly?" "Don't worry, after dinner, we can go to a hotel room." Polly threatened, "If you dare, go ahead and try." Her voice was icy cold. Hu Chen chuckled, "Since you put it that way, I would be remiss if I didn't book a room." Soon, the food arrived, and Hu Chen asked, "Polly, would you like a drink before we go to the room?" Polly frowned and remained silent. "No answer means you want a drink?" Hu Chen told the waiter, "Bring the best wine you have here." "Yes, sir." The wine arrived quickly, and Hu Chen poured a glass, saying, "Come on, Polly, let's toast to our meeting." "You love to drink, so drink by yourself," Polly replied coldly and focused on her food. After over half an hour, the meal ended. Hu Chen asked the waiter, "Do you have a room available?" "Yes, sir." "The best one, please show us to it." Polly stood still, her eyes almost freezing. In the room, Polly glared at Hu Chen and said, "If you dare touch me, I will kill you." She was brought here against her will, and now she had reached her limit. Hu Chen calmly said, "You said I had the courage to book a room, so I did. As for touching you, of course I dare." He reached out to touch Polly's cheek. Polly quickly drew a knife and threatened, "Try me. You're so fiery, I think I'm starting to like you more," Hu Chen said with a smirk, his eyes fixed on a certain area. Polly wished she could gouge his eyes out. In the next moment, Hu Chen suddenly grabbed her, holding her tightly, and Polly instinctively tried to kick him. Hu Chen hung his legs on her beautiful legs, and Polly couldn't bear the sudden weight, ending up lying on the bed with Hu Chen on top of her. Polly struggled violently but to no avail. Hu Chen smirked, "You can't break free." Polly was shocked and realized that this guy was no ordinary person. She angrily asked, "Who are you?" Hu Chen laughed, "I'm the man who will soon have you, hee hee." With that, he kissed her. Polly bit her lip tightly, trying to avoid him, but she couldn't escape. Finally, she bit him hard on the face. Ouch! Hu Chen winced in pain. "Polly, even if you like me, don't bite so hard. Let go quickly." "You damn dragon country man, dreaming of taking over my body," Polly mumbled. "Do you have to keep biting me like this?" "I'll let go if you release me." "Fine, I'll let go." Hu Chen really let go of her hand. Polly shouted, "Go to hell, you damn dragon country man." She swung the knife fiercely at Hu Chen. Hu Chen grabbed her wrist, took the knife, and pinned Polly down on the bed. Smirking, he said, "The fiery and explosive Miss Polly, you have truly ignited my desire to conquer, so—" "Ah, dragon countryman, I will definitely kill you." In the end, Polly did not escape from Hu Chen's clutches, tears streaming down her face as she transformed from a girl into a woman. It took nearly 2 hours for Hu Chen to release Polly's hand. By then, she was already in tears, filled with despair. She never expected that a simple task would cause her to lose the most precious thing. "I'll kill you." Realizing this, Polly, ignoring the pain, leaped up and fiercely stabbed at Hu Chen. However, Hu Chen remained unfazed.
Polly did not hold back, stabbing fiercely at his heart.
It was then that Hu Chen realized that Polly truly resented being slept with by him. She simply could not accept it. But since it had already happened, she slowly began to come to terms with it. Grabbing her wrist, he said, "You are no match for me.
Rest here, I will continue recruiting."
With that, he let go of her wrist and left, leaving Polly still in tears.
"Damn it, cursed dragon countryman, I will definitely kill you."
Seeing the crimson stains on the sheets, Polly felt an unbearable heartache, unsure of how to explain to her beloved. Hu Chen returned contentedly to the talent market, where those who had left in the morning were already waiting. Some were getting impatient, but when they saw Hu Chen arrive, they endured it and put on a pleasing expression.
Taking his place, Hu Chen said, "Let's continue the interviews.
By the way, anyone here for the bodyguard interview, please line up on the right." Soon, several people lined up on the right, including a few women, one of whom was from the dragon country.
Seeing over 30 people for the bodyguard interview, Hu Chen asked the security team leader beside him, "Do we have anyone strong in the security department?"
"Yes."
"Alright, take them and let the strongest one interview first."
"Yes, boss."
The people for the security interview were taken away, and Hu Chen said, "Let's continue with the interviews."
"Boss, my name is Sabrina, 28 years old, a teacher by profession, divorced, with 2 daughters.
"Alright, you're hired. Monthly salary of $100,000, all expenses covered. Any objections?" "Thank you, boss, Sabrina has no objections." After transferring the money, Sabrina left. Next. "Boss, my name is." "You're not suitable." Next. "Boss, You're approved." When the recruitment ended, Hu Chen had recruited 3 people, all female: Elsa, Cora, and Daisy. Ding.
"Congratulations, host, for completing a $5 billion expenditure within 36 hours, receiving a reward of a primary strengthening pill."
Ding. New task: complete an $80 billion expenditure within 36 hours. Failure results in half-body disability. Completion rewards a primary strengthening pill.
System: open the primary strengthening pill. Hu Chen was very curious about how many strengthening points the primary strengthening pill would reward.
Ding.
"Congratulations, host, for opening the primary strengthening pill, receiving 500,000 strengthening points.
Current remaining strengthening points, 3,447,790 points."
Leaving the talent market, he quickly arrived at the hotel where Polly was still lying on the bed, lost in thought. Upon noticing someone approaching, she saw it was Hu Chen and her eyes immediately filled with killing intent.
Hu Chen walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently asked, "Still angry? I know I was wrong, can't you forgive me?" "I apologize, I will take responsibility." "Go to hell, you beast." Polly launched an attack.
The result was the same: the gap between her and Hu Chen was too great, and the assassination failed.
Hu Chen held her, lying on the bed, and said, "Look, I'm not that bad.
I have the looks, the figure, and most importantly, the money.
Being my woman isn't a bad deal, right?" Polly turned around and fiercely bit into his chest.
"Hiss," I said, "Polly, even if you love me, you can't bite so hard, it hurts." At that moment, Judy's phone rang. "Honey, are you coming back tonight?" with a very hopeful tone.
"Wife, I won't be back tonight, don't miss me, I'll be back tomorrow."
"Got it, honey, take care outside."
Hanging up the phone, Hu Chen looked at Polly, who was biting and wouldn't let go. "Wife, let go, if you keep biting, you'll get tired too."
"I'll bite you to death," Polly mumbled.
"Then keep biting, I'm going to sleep."
"If you have the guts, let go and sleep, don't hold on to me."
"No way, you are a woman I've slept with, you are my wife, I can't sleep without holding you." "You're just afraid I'll kill you, let me tell you, one day, I will definitely kill you." "Don't be so resentful, how about this, I'll take a loss and practice with you, I guarantee you won't regress." "Bastard, trying to deceive me, don't think I don't know, your Dragon Kingdom's practice is just sleeping."
Hu Chen didn't care about Polly's reaction, he forced himself on her, But what was different was that he pulled Polly into the female protagonist system. System, enhance all 4 attributes of Polly to 2000.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, setting successful. Then, Polly felt a powerful force being born within her as Hu-chen moved. At that moment, she was stunned.
Hu-chen stopped and asked, "How was my practice?"
After the practice stopped, the continuously increasing power disappeared. Polly immediately understood that the effect of this practice was indeed very powerful.
Don't stop, keep going.
The wonderful feeling of improvement made Polly unable to help but cry out. Hu-chen grinned and continued. The feeling of improvement appeared again, leaving Polly stunned, thinking, is this the so-called practice of the Dragon Kingdom people? It's so powerful that in just a few minutes, it's almost equivalent to several years of my cultivation.
After an hour, Polly dissatisfiedly said, "Why is there no effect?" Hu-chen smiled, "There are limitations to the practice, otherwise, if it continues like this, wouldn't it be invincible? Besides, feel your current situation, it's equivalent to 10 years of your cultivation, right? More than 10 years? After hearing this, Polly felt that she was still in the way and said to Hu-chen, who was still moving, "What are you doing if it's not effective?" Hu-chen said bitterly, "You are my wife, the practice is complete for me, but not for you." Humph, Polly snorted but did not resist. Then she asked, "How often can this kind of practice be done?"
About once a month, depending on the physique and potential. The stronger the two, the shorter the practice time. Thinking mainly depends on whether I'm in a good mood. Polly said, "Don't think that just because of
this practice, I belong to you, I tell you, I'm Polly." Hu-chen interrupted, "Wife, if you don't belong to me, how can we continue practicing? Don't you want longevity? Don't you want eternal youth? To tell you the truth, only I know this practice method. Without me, how far do you think you can go with your own cultivation?"
Polly was stunned, then said, "You're taking advantage of me, but I'm a member of a special department in the United States, you can't make me betray, right?"
"What's there to betray? As long as they don't provoke us, it's fine. Besides, with my strength, do you think I'm afraid of any special department?" Hu-chen released a weak aura of over 1,000,000 in the 4 attributes.
Under this aura, Polly found herself unable to move, filled with a destructive fear. There was only one explanation for this situation, that Hu-chen was too strong, so strong that it made her soul tremble. Polly also sensed that Hu-chen was forcefully suppressing his explosive momentum, which meant that he was actually stronger. After a while, Polly smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder some people's direct suggestions targeting you were rejected.
It turns out you are so terrifying. What, can't you even call me husband? Humph, forget it."
Although she said this, Polly actively catered to Hu-chen's actions and accepted this domineering man.
The night passed. Polly walked out of the hotel arm in arm with Hu-chen. "Where are we going?" Polly asked. "To recruit bodyguards. Most of the company's employees are different people. With such a high-profile acquisition, we need powerful bodyguards," Hu-chen said. "What kind of powerful bodyguards can ordinary people have? Let me recommend someone to you."
Treating Hu-chen as one of her own, Polly was naturally very attentive.
"That's great, wife, quick." Polly immediately started making a phone call. Ding!
"Congratulations, host, for completing the task of spending $80 billion within 36 hours and receiving a reward of a primary strengthening pill."
Ding! New task, complete spending $100 billion within 36 hours.
Failure will result in half-body paralysis as punishment, and completion will reward a primary strengthening pill.
Hu-chen took out his phone, logged into the backend, and checked everyone's sales records. Xia Yana, as expected of an elite boss, ranked first in sales.
Emily, from the CIA, also had good sales ability, securing second place. Of note was the third place, taken by the middle-aged woman Sophia, which surprised Hu-chen. Valia and Steven were ranked lower.
Just then, a call from the Dragon Kingdom came in. It was from Morong Fayer. "Hey, husband, are you busy? We are short of funds."
"A little busy with a large-scale acquisition."
"Oh, husband, what are you up to?" Do you want to buy the United States? Morong Fair joked.
Little did she know, Hu Chen replied seriously, wife guessed right, my goal is to buy the United States.
By the way, you need funds, right? I'll transfer trillions to you right away.
After speaking, he transferred all the remaining trillions of Dragon Kingdom currency to Morong Fair. Upon receiving the money, Morong Fair, who was also busy, hung up without chatting with Hu Chen.
You're smiling so happily, were you talking to that girl on the phone?
Polly asked as she returned to Hu Chen's side, her tone sour. She already considered herself Hu Chen's woman and naturally wanted to have him all to herself. Unfortunately, she also understood that this man was too outstanding to be possessed alone. My wife from the Dragon Kingdom asked how I was doing here, if I was getting used to it.
Hu Chen didn't hide anything, knowing that they would meet sooner or later. Tell me honestly, how many wives do you have? Polly asked angrily. Quite a few, I've lost count. What, baby, feeling jealous? I'm not jealous of you. By the way, how are the bodyguards you contacted?
They are on their way, the fastest could arrive at Furlan Island this afternoon. Then send them a message to go directly to Noble Manor number 4 Manor. Now, let's go deal with those bodyguards we interviewed yesterday, see if there are any suitable ones.
With that, holding Polly, they headed towards the talent market.
Hello, boss.
The security guard greeted Hu Chen warmly from afar. Have the bodyguards we interviewed yesterday arrived today? Where are they waiting? Hu Chen asked. Boss, follow me.
A security guard quickly led the way to the underground meeting room of the talent market. This place was usually used by security guards for rest and exercise.
At a glance, there were probably no fewer than 300 people.
Upon seeing Hu Chen arrive, the head of the security team immediately greeted him, Boss, you're here.
These are the people who passed the initial test. Hu Chen took a glance and already had an idea in his mind. He asked somewhat displeased, are you sure these people are not just show-offs?
Boss, these people have been carefully selected elites. Their combat skills are outstanding, much better than the average security personnel, the head of security continued to explain.
Hu Chen nodded, all right, I'll randomly pick one to come out and spar with you to see their combat abilities.
The head of security, with a hint of fear in his voice, said, Boss, they are all elites.
I'm afraid they might be too much for me to handle. How will we know if we don't give it a try?
Hu Chen replied, then pointed to a thin young man in the crowd, you, come out. The young man raised his head confidently and walked out as if he didn't know who was paying his salary. Hu Chen had no intention of using someone like him, even if he had the skills.
You will spar with the head of security.
I hope you will give it your all, not just a show of fancy moves, Hu Chen instructed. Don't worry, one punch is enough to defeat him, the young man confidently replied. Hu Chen's eyes showed disdain, as if being his bodyguard would be an honor for the head of security. Head of security, I hope you won't hold back, Hu Chen said, taking 2 steps back.
The two men understood each other and exchanged glances. Begin. Begin. With a loud shout, the two men displayed astonishing momentum.
As they approached each other, to outsiders, it seemed like thunder and lightning in their movements, but to the trained eye, it was clear that they were not skilled fighters.
Collision.
As expected, with a loud thud, the head of security was knocked down, struggling to get back up. He awkwardly approached Hu Chen and said respectfully, Boss, as you saw, the opponent is really strong.
Hu Chen frowned, I'll give you another chance. Tell me honestly, are these people legitimate?
The head of security felt a sinking feeling.
Could it be that the boss knew something?
It shouldn't be possible, as he had handled the matter so discreetly.
Was he being deceived? Regardless, he decided to take a gamble. With a bright smile, he said, Boss, these people are absolutely legitimate. I personally tested them.
Hu Chen nodded and turned to Polly beside him, you go out and test their skills.
Polly walked out.
Hu Chen addressed the crowd of over 200 people, any of you, as long as you can withstand 3 moves from my wife, you pass. Polly walked directly to the young man who had been knocked down by a punch from the head of security. The young man looked at Polly, a beautiful woman, thinking she was all looks and no substance, and that it would be easy to handle her.
Beauty, maybe we should just forget about this.
I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you, the young man said.
Polly didn't waste any words and kicked him. The young man didn't even have time to react. With a thud, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He trembled a few times on the ground before going still. At that moment, the previously relaxed crowd of over 300 people became anxious. The head of security, on the other hand, turned pale as a sheet. He had thought that the boss was just going through the motions in hiring bodyguards, but he didn't expect it to be taken so seriously. All of you, attack together, Polly shouted to the crowd of over 300 people. At her words, the crowd was momentarily stunned, then some started to jeer. If she wants us to attack together, then let's do it. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't overpower her alone. Attack!
In an instant, except for a few who actually had martial arts skills, the rest of the people rushed towards Polly.
Some even had evil intentions, thinking it wouldn't be bad to take advantage of such a beautiful woman. The next moment.
Thud, thud, thud. Polly didn't even need to use her hands. These people couldn't even get close to her and were kicked away one by one.
Once they were knocked down, they couldn't get back up.
In just 4 or 5 minutes, out of over 300 people, only a few remained standing without taking action. But the way they looked at Polly was incredibly heavy.
There was only one feeling in their hearts: this woman is strong.
Hu Chen looked at the head of the security team and said, "Go handle your resignation procedures and get lost." The head of the security team trembled in fear.
Ding dong.
He knelt heavily in front of Hu Chen. "Boss, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I'm afraid I won't dare again. It was my greed. Please give me another chance." He even tried to cling to Hu Chen's thigh.
With a bang, Hu Chen kicked him away, coldly saying, "I have money. What kind of bodyguards or security guards can I hire? Do I need a useless freeloader like you? You 5, you're hired. You, as the head of security, and the other 4 as deputy heads, protect the talent market for me. Any problems?" Hu Chen asked the remaining 5.
"Boss, we have no problem, but how should our salaries be calculated?" one of them asked.
"Your salary is 10,000 per month. Any other questions?"
Upon hearing this, all 5 were excited beyond measure. 10,000 per month, that's 120,000 in a year. As a martial artist, earning this much money was truly fortunate.
"We have no problem."
Hu Chen nodded. "Get rid of these guys." With that, he walked over and embraced Polly, leaving. "Wife, you're quite skilled, not lacking in the bedroom department at all," Hu Chen said with a smile. "Humph, keep your hands to yourself, or I'll chop them off," Polly said angrily.
Hu Chen chuckled. "My hands are well behaved, it's some people who aren't. Let's go back to the manor and study the art of the human body." Polly rolled her eyes. "Can you stop being like this? Can your body handle it? With a beauty by my side, even if I can't handle it, I have to handle it."
"Your figure is so good, and you're so beautiful," Hu Chen said.
The two walked out of the talent market chatting and laughing. Buzz.
The space trembled, and a dark figure sprinted towards them.
The speed was extremely fast, like a bullet.
Hu Chen frowned because this person was targeting him. Polly sensed a familiar aura and shouted anxiously, "Conrad, don't do anything rash." Hearing Polly's urgent voice, the other party became even angrier and couldn't help but shout, "Polly, you've truly betrayed the organization, actually getting involved with this dragon country person, it's despicable." A heavy fist struck towards Hu Chen's face. In the next moment, Hu Chen easily caught the fist, and Conrad froze in place, his face filled with shock. After a moment, he reacted and angrily said, "You're not an ordinary person, you've come to our country to acquire on a large scale. What is your purpose?" A hint of killing intent flashed in Hu Chen's eyes because this guy had just tried to kill him. After sensing this, Polly shouted in alarm, "Husband, forget it, let Conrad go."
Hu Chen nodded, "Fine, just for the sake of my wife."
With a gentle push, Conrad couldn't even stand steady and stumbled back over 10 meters, eventually falling to the ground. Conrad stared at Polly in shock, completely unable to believe it.
She actually called this dragon country person her husband?
He had thought Polly was being threatened, but now it seemed he was wrong.
Polly, why? You promised me that when the time was right, you would marry me. Why are you now with this dragon country person? Conrad couldn't believe it, questioning with a heart full of pain and regret.
Polly felt a twinge of discomfort and guilt in her heart, then said, "There's no need for so many whys.
He is my true love, I love him. So Conrad, please leave. We are now people from two different worlds." "No, I don't believe it. He must be threatening you, right?" Conrad still couldn't accept it, roaring loudly. "Conrad, that's enough. What can he threaten me with?
If it wasn't for me taking the initiative, he would have forcibly taken me, and all he would have gotten is my dead body. So I'll say it again, my husband and I truly love each other." With that, she grabbed Hu Chen and left. Conrad lay on the ground, looking as miserable as can be. Passers-by whispered and gossiped. "I want you dead." Conrad pulled out a specially made gun and started firing at Hu Chen. Bang, bang, bang. This type of gun was custom-made for the US Special Forces, with strong recoil but enough power to kill special targets. Polly heard the shots and exclaimed, "Oh no!" The next second, Hu Chen hugged her and they disappeared. No one saw it, but a bullet ricocheted back. It wasn't until Conrad, the one firing the gun, was shot in the forehead that it ended.
"Is he dead?" someone gasped. Unbelievably, he was the one shooting at the enemy, so why was he shot in the head?
It looked more like a suicide.
Hu Chen had already taken Polly far away.
Polly's face was pale, mainly because the speed was too fast for her body to handle.
Suddenly, she remembered something and asked in shock, "Husband, what did you do to Conrad?"
Hu Chen coldly replied, "He's dead." Polly trembled violently and said with a bitter smile, "You shouldn't have killed him. He's the grandson of the deputy minister of the US Special Forces." Hu Chen shrugged, "It doesn't matter. As long as they have no evidence, they won't dare to act directly.
As for doing it secretly, do you think I care?" With that, he hailed a taxi.
"Where to, folks?" the driver asked warmly.
"Number 4 Manor in the aristocratic district."
"All right."
The driver drove quickly.
Soon, Hu Chen realized they were going in the wrong direction.
"Driver, this isn't the way to the aristocratic district, is it?"
The driver smirked, "Of course not." He stopped the car in a deserted corner and pointed a gun at Hu Chen, saying, "You look wealthy. Both of you, 10 million each, pay up and you can leave."
Hu Chen smiled, "Are you sure you're serious?" "Stop the nonsense. I have limited patience. Either pay up or I'll kill you and enjoy this beauty. Also, you better not mess around. There are bombs in this car, and on me too. If I..." Bang.
Before the man could finish, Hu Chen knocked him out with a punch.
"Damn, what a day. Can't I go out lately without trouble?"
He prepared to leave with Polly but then remembered something.
He walked to the driver's seat, checked it, and indeed found a bomb.
He immediately took action, knowing that if the driver woke up and made a sudden move, it could trigger the bomb and cause chaos. People like him, who caused trouble for themselves this time, could harm others next time, so they couldn't be left alone.
Polly didn't say anything about it.
She just looked worried because by killing Conrad, Hu Chen had offended the US Special Forces, essentially taking on the entire country. Although she knew Hu Chen was formidable, she still didn't think he could match the entire US.
"Wife, what's wrong?"
"You seem troubled," Hu Chen said, hugging her slender waist and asking curiously.
"Humph, you're really calm. Do you know that the US Special Forces may not be as powerful as you, but you should be aware that there are transcendent martial artists and cultivators above them?" Polly expressed her concerns. "Transcendent martial artists and cultivators? Does the US have them too?"
"Of course, not only does the US have them, but they are also very powerful.
So you should think about what to do. How about we leave for the Dragon Kingdom now?"
Hu Chen could tell that Polly truly cared about him. Although he is a member of a special department in the United States, it is rare for him to consider himself as his own woman. You should know that people in the intelligence department will do whatever it takes for intelligence, and using one's body to obtain information is not uncommon. Now that you know my precious wife, rest assured, with my current cultivation level, I am not afraid of even cultivators, nothing will happen. After speaking, he took another car to the manor. Fortunately, this time there was no trouble, and he returned to the manor after more than an hour. As soon as he got off the car, two men in black suits and sunglasses walked over. Polly was shocked and whispered to Hu Chen, "Husband, they are from the special department." Hu Chen was somewhat surprised that the other party had come so quickly. When they reached Hu Chen and Polly, each of them showed their credentials and said, "You are suspected of killing an important member of the United States Special Department and have been arrested." Then they said to Polly, "You are suspected of betraying the organization and the country, and you have also been arrested." Upon hearing these two charges, Polly's face turned pale. Both charges were serious crimes, and either one could lead to her being handed over to the Special Punishment Department, or life was worse than death.
"Do you have evidence?" Hu Chen asked calmly.
The other person said coldly, "We are the evidence." With that, they attacked directly. With a muffled sound, one of them was knocked out. His companion looked on in horror, trembling a few times before falling silent.
"How dare you!"
Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Chen coldly and ruthlessly struck again, and both men fell to the ground. The security guards at the entrance of the manor were all stunned. "Dispose of the bodies, I will take care of the rest." After giving the order, he hugged Polly and walked into the manor. Judy personally took care of the bodies. Hu Chen went to the control room and immediately used hacking techniques to disable all surveillance, including the satellite tracking on the two men. Polly, on the other hand, was numb. For the first time, she experienced Hu Chen's cold ruthlessness. She suddenly felt fortunate to be a woman and to have caught Hu Chen's eye, otherwise she might have met the same fate. Without a doubt, her identity was immediately exposed by Hu Chen. "Husband, the bodies have been taken care of, but I can't handle these things.